Morning, 9:50. University classroom. Chen Yan sat in the last row by the window, with a countdown visible only to him floating before his eyes. Task completion countdown, 10 o'clock. Ever since he crossed into this world, he had received a system task, survive for 3 years. Task reward, random divine fragment. Now, 19-year-old Chen Yan was just 10 minutes away from completing the task and claiming the reward. Over the past 3 years, he had strengthened his mental and physical resilience in every possible way, even earning a black belt in Taekwondo, all for this moment. As long as he safely lived through the final 10 minutes, he could activate his cheat. Would anything unexpected happen in the classroom? Images of scenarios fantasized by other boys flashed through Chen Yan's mind. A sudden zombie outbreak at school, or perhaps the apocalypse, with hordes of monsters swarming in. Going to school? Forget that he would become a hero in the new era. Thinking about it, Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh. Could that really happen? It was nothing more than the delusions of a teenager. In the 3 years since he crossed over, he had never encountered anything out of the ordinary. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he suddenly noticed the sky outside darkening abruptly. Black clouds instantly blanketed the sky, with what seemed like red lightning churning within the clouds. The air appeared to be shrouded in a dark gray filter, draining all color from the world. A wave of apocalyptic dread swept over him. Could it be? Is it really happening? It wasn't just Chen Yan who noticed this unusual change. The other classmates weren't blind either, and the previously quiet classroom suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Why did the sky outside suddenly turn like this? Could it be that a heavy storm is coming? I have never seen such a bizarre sky. Chen Yan suddenly stood up as he saw the automatic retractable gate at the school entrance being smashed open. A dark green monster charged in, its body covered in moss-like scales, with muscular and knotted physique, resembling the Hulk from the movies. It rampaged like a runaway tank, knocking several students in the square into the air, who landed heavily on the concrete ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Yan, please do not blatantly disregard classroom discipline. The teacher's reprimanding voice suddenly rang out. A monster has broken in. I suggest you immediately organize everyone to take shelter and contact the security bureau. I'm not joking. Chen Yan left this sentence behind and rushed out through the back door of the classroom without looking back. A burst of laughter followed. Did Chen Yan get dumb from dozing off? Trying to show off here? It's okay to bite a lighter if you're bored. While the unaware classmates continued to laugh, the roar of a monster came from downstairs, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. There's a monster. There's really a monster. The classroom instantly descended into chaos. The hallway was filled with students fleeing for their lives, screams and cries echoing throughout the entire school building. Chen Yan chose to escape upstairs. The classroom was on the 3rd floor, and the 7th floor was the rooftop. He planned to hide on the rooftop and endure the last few minutes. Who knew what was really happening here? It felt very much like the inner world depicted in those ghost movies. The inner world resembled the outer world in appearance but was fraught with danger, with monsters running rampant. Chen Yan wasn't the only one with this idea. A large number of students were frantically rushing toward the rooftop, and the iron door, the only passage, was jammed tight. What on earth is happening? Why would something like this suddenly happen in the school? In just a few minutes, nearly 100 people had gathered on the rooftop. Chen Yan did not believe that hiding here was safe. He looked around, considering the worst-case escape options, determined to hold out for just a little longer. That monster is getting closer. Hurry up and shut the door. If we don't shut the door now, we're all going to die. You're right, shut the door. Just as the students were about to lock the iron gate, a few female classmates rushed over and desperately used their bodies to block the gate. Don't close the gate. Let us in. We're begging you. This female classmate was named Xia Yun, a classmate of Chen Yan. Not long ago, she had joined other classmates in mocking Chen Yan, but now, realizing the situation, she was desperately trying to escape upward, tears welling up in her eyes. Hurry in. The last few female students were let in, and the boys guarding the gate immediately locked the iron door and firmly barricaded it with a pile of miscellaneous items. As Xia Yun had just entered, she spotted Chen Yan at the back. Furious, she strode toward him and loudly rebuked in a sharp voice, "You selfish, self-centered coward. Only thinking about saving yourself and not even bothering to bring us girls along. You didn't even help plead for us earlier." Chen Yan sneered, "When I said the monster was coming, your laughter didn't seem small either. Then why didn't you explain more to us? We almost got locked out just now, and it's all your fault." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, even raising her hand as if to strike him hard. However, her wrist was instantly caught midair by Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, what are you doing? Let go. You're hurting me." In an instant, Chen Yan grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the cement wall. Bang! Blood immediately streamed down her forehead. "Does it still hurt now? If you keep yelling and attracting monsters, I won't mind tearing that mouth of yours apart." After speaking, Chen Yan casually threw her aside. Only then did the surrounding classmates quickly gather and help the bloodied Xia Yun up from the ground. A tall boy suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Chen Yan. "Bullying a girl like this, you're too much." "I'm just too much much. What can you do about it? I can't stand it. The boy swung his fist fiercely, trying to stand up for Xie Yun and show off his bravado. Chen Yan easily sidestepped, her knee slamming heavily into the boy's chest, followed by a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. She pressed one foot firmly on the back of his head, looking down at him indifferently as she said, "If you can't stand it, then don't look." These people were no match for Chen Yan at all. After all, the past 3 years of training hadn't been for nothing. Moments later, the classmates realized that the floor below had fallen completely silent. No more screams, no more cries. The heavy footsteps of that monster were drawing closer and closer. Finally, they stopped outside the iron door leading to the rooftop. Bang! A distinct fist-shaped dent appeared on the metal door. The classmates all stepped back, staring at the door in terror, hands covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Bang! 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 With each impact, the iron door bulged outward violently. For the monstrously strong creature, breaking through the door was only a matter of time. Each strike echoed like the death knell heralding the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Xie Yin glared at Chen Yan with her bloodshot, venomous eyes. "If you were a man, you should go block that iron door right now. Bullying women, what kind of skill is that?" Chen Yan paid her no mind. The task that had tormented him for 3 years was finally complete. Task completion countdown 00:00. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Reward, Divine Fragment. Activate now? Yes. In an instant, Chen Yan's consciousness plunged into chaos, as if she were seated high on a throne of blood jade, with rivers of blood flowing beneath and millions of corpses strewn around. Divinity God of Slaughter has awakened. Please draw the authority of this deity. In the space of consciousness, hundreds of cards suddenly appeared around her, encircling Chen Yan and spinning rapidly. Without hesitation, Chen Yan flipped one of them. The moment the card turned, golden text immediately emerged. Authority Sequence 003 Blood Sovereign, Unique. Main effect Blood Mastery, allows control over one's own blood and transformation into any form. Secondary effect Royal Bloodline, ignores all pain, does not die from excessive blood loss, and accelerates wound healing. Secondary effect Hunting Desire, killing demons and monsters permanently increases blood strength by 1%, with additional boosts when defeating powerful demons. Secondary effect Divine Resonance, for every 10% increase in blood strength, receive a divine gift to extract sequence abilities or talents. Extraordinary power. It does seem impressive. Let's test its effect first. Chen Yan raised his index finger and gently slid it across his teeth, and immediately, bright red blood beads oozed out. With a thought, the blood bead transformed into a thin, sharp spike at his fingertip. The ability was indeed useful, and very powerful. Just as Chen Yan was feeling delighted, bang, the iron door of the rooftop was blasted away. A hideous, dark green monster charged in, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Screams erupted one after another, and one terrified boy even chose to jump off the top floor. He preferred to fall to his death rather than be torn apart by the monster. It was a werewolf. Divine Series mission activated. Current mission, kill any demon or monster. Chen Yan's lips curved into a smile. Not bad, just the right chance to test my skills. While everyone else was retreating, Chen Yan moved against the flow, casually snatching a fruit knife from a boy's hand. "Let me borrow this." "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Across from her, several girls targeted by the monster were pressed tightly against the wall, their eyes rolling back in terror. Their white socks and plaid skirts were stained with blood splatters. Don't come closer. Help! Mom, no, no." The demon paid no attention to their pleas for mercy, striding forward on its powerful legs. "Hey!" Chen Yan's voice rang out from behind. A piece of rubble flew from his hand, tracing a graceful arc through the air. It landed squarely on the monster's broad back muscles. In that moment, everyone silently wondered, is this guy insane? The demon ignored the terrified girls sprawled on the ground and turned around instead. Clearly, it had been provoked by Chen Yan, a savage. Glint flashed in its pupils. Like a rampaging war machine, it charged at Chen Yan, its heavy footsteps making the entire rooftop tremble. At that moment, Chen Yan slashed open his own wrist with a fruit knife. Blood spurted out, but in midair, the blood solidified, forming a crimson longsword that he gripped tightly in his hand. Just as the demon closed in, Chen Yan raised the blood blade and struck down. Crack! The blade swept out in a crescent arc, and the monster's gruesome head tumbled to the ground, finally coming to a stop at Xie Yun's feet. Ah! She fell to the ground in fright, clutching her head and screaming hysterically. The blood blade then dissolved back into liquid, reabsorbing into Chen Yan's body, while the wound on his wrist visibly healed before their eyes. Divine mission completed. Blood strength permanently plus 6%. Demon slain, hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently plus 2%. Since blood can be transformed into any weapon or armor, an increase in blood strength means simultaneous enhancement of both attack and defense capabilities. As long as I keep hunting monsters, I can continuously boost my blood strength comprehensively, improving my combat power. Moreover, for every 10% increase in blood strength, I get a chance to draw a card. The more monsters I kill, the more cards I can draw. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Chen Chen Yan's heart surged with excitement. At this moment, everyone around was staring at Chen Yan in disbelief. He killed that monster? Not long after, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, the lightning vanished, and the azure sky reappeared. The haze lingering in the air also dissipated. Had they returned from the inner world to the surface world? Chen Yan wondered silently. However, the dead could never come back to life. Thank you for saving us. The girl, who had narrowly escaped death, was in tears, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. One strike to take down the monster? Chen Yan actually has such power. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid none of us would have escaped this disaster. Grateful gazes kept turning toward Chen Yan. As for Fei Yang, who had just been knocked down, his mind was almost blank at this moment. The pain in his chest reminded him that this was no movie. Damn, good thing he didn't use that method on me. I actually stood up for an ungrateful woman. What an idiot I am. At that moment, an adult man dressed in tactical gear ran up to the rooftop, only to freeze as soon as he arrived. Seeing the monster's corpse lying on the ground, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had rushed up to save people, but the demon had already been slain. This was a second-tier green giant goblin, corresponding to the second realm of psychics, the mountain-moving realm. Even he would have faced a tough battle, yet a college student had taken it down? This was simply absurd. He immediately noticed Chen Yan, who stood out among the terrified students with her calm demeanor. However, now was not the time for conversation. The man quickly notified the cleanup team. Hurry up and come treat the wounded, erase memories where necessary, comfort the families, and have them sign confidentiality agreements. Ensure all follow-up work is handled properly. Not long after, everyone was taken away by the team, except for Chen Yan, who was left behind. Hello, I am intern investigator 749, Jolin. 749? Hearing this mysterious name, Chen Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. They are an organization specializing in managing supernatural events. Chen Yan, was this demon killed by you? If I say no, would you believe me? Chen Yan shrugged. Amazing. Jolin couldn't help but exclaim, then curiously asked, Chen Yan, did you really just awaken? Awaken? At that moment, a ball of flame ignited in Jolin's palm. He was also someone with supernatural abilities. People like me are called psionics. A person can awaken at any moment, and upon awakening, they will inevitably gain a sequence ability. For example, me, fire god type, sequence 78, blazing flame sphere. Jolin, how's the situation? Another woman in a black uniform hurried over. I rushed here as soon as I received the emergency order. Is it resolved? Most people can only obtain sequence abilities ranked between 11 and 100, with only a very few able to acquire the top 10 sequences. These chosen ones are called the divinely selected. Of course, we can also cultivate additional techniques and martial skills to aid in combat. Sequence abilities are generally used as trump cards. Chen Yan did not deny the fact that he had awakened. It's resolved, but not by me. Jolin looked at Chen Yan. His name is Chen Yan. He just awakened and took down a second-tier green goblin. Truly unbelievable. He immediately asked, so what exactly happened just now? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark, and how did the monsters appear? Wow, that's amazing. Junior. Hello, I'm Zhao Qian, an intern from 749 and your senior who graduated 2 years ago. Didn't you just want to ask what happened, Zhao Qian? Why don't you explain it? I'll go make a brief on-site report to the bureau first, Jolin said. Zhao Qian mysteriously uttered a single word, reverse world. That is a world exactly like our reality. Just like the reverse side of a mirror, the difference is that demons run rampant there. This school encountered a rift, which, simply put, is a crack between two worlds, causing a dislocated fusion of the two. Chen Yan said thoughtfully, so we encountered monsters from the reverse world, and things will return to normal only after the rift closes. Smart. Your comprehension is really impressive. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, she sighed again. However, such situations are actually very rare. I didn't expect our alma mater to encounter such a tragedy. So, your 749 is specifically tasked with handling these incidents and cultivating psychic abilities, right? That's right. Joining 749 comes with great benefits. A base salary of 30,000 plus task bonuses. We have a dedicated training base, teachers to guide you in strengthening yourself, and even channels to exchange for various techniques and martial skills. After becoming a formal investigator, the bureau will also provide you with a free residence in the city. You can legally carry firearms and have the authority to request cooperation from the local security bureau when encountering extraordinary events. If you successfully recruit a member, the bureau offers a reward. Recruiting someone with exceptional talent comes with additional rewards. Someone like Chen Yan, who can slay a second-tier demon right after awakening, clearly has extraordinary talent. Naturally, Jolin couldn't let anyone else snatch him away. TCH, I'm not as pragmatic as you. I graduated from here, so what's wrong with looking out for a junior? If he becomes successful in the future, he might still remember my kindness. Of course, considering the potential mental stress you might face after joining 749, the bureau has a beautiful psychology psychologist available to provide you with services at any time. If needed, we can even arrange a partner for you. After hearing all this, Chen Nian thought to himself, as expected of an official state organization, this treatment is truly tempting. You can become stronger, have access to resources and channels, and enjoy various conveniences. What reason do I have not to join? However, he still asked, what happens if I don't join 749? It's nothing special. We'll just make a note in your file, and personnel will visit you regularly every month. As long as you don't pose a threat to society, it's fine. At this moment, Zhou Lin, who had just finished reporting the situation, hurried over. Zhao Chen, why are you being so enthusiastic? With him? I was the one who discovered Chen Nian first. If he joins, the credit should go to me. Don't even think about stealing it. You sure are planning far ahead. At this moment, Chen Nian asked the question he cared about the most. Now that I've awakened, how can I train to become stronger? Zhao Qian revealed the watch on her wrist, and a blue light screen instantly appeared. Name, Zhao Qian. Realm, Mountain Moving Realm, LV34. This is our bureau's terminal. It has many functions, including recording personal information and identity verification, calling the Super AI, redeeming resources with contribution points, and more. What does level 34 mean? Everyone has 100 spiritual apertures in their body. Filling them completely allows one to break through the realm. The Super AI, Amy, can display this in a data-driven way, turning it into levels. Got it. Reaching level 100 means breaking through. So how can one level up? Chen Nian was most concerned about the cultivation method. Zhao Qian began to explain carefully. The first method is to normally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, circulating it within the body like in cultivation. However, the amount of spiritual energy that can be absorbed daily is limited. Chen Nian, who had read the novel, understood immediately. The second method is to use various cultivation resources as assistance, which can be faster. In 749, we can exchange contribution points for resources. Taking pills and the like? That's easy to understand too. The third method is more dangerous. In the reverse world, you can absorb more spiritual energy, or you can obtain spiritual energy by killing demons. No wonder after killing that demon just now, there was a warm sensation in the body. It must have been a level up. Chen Nian was pondering. The fourth method is the hardest, completing tasks. Zhou Lin added on the side, any awakened individual might randomly receive a mission. Missions are divided into survival missions, extermination missions, and even highly fatal confrontation missions. These missions will transport you into the reverse world, but you can also refuse the mission and choose to lie low and cultivate slowly. So, the fastest way to level up is to go to the reverse world. Chen Nian couldn't help but wonder, where do these missions come from? The rules of the world? Higher dimensional beings? Or even deities? Forget it, since he had already crossed over, why bother dwelling on it? Just then, a line of text popped up before Chen Nian's eyes. Survival mission received, survive for 8 hours. Transmission countdown, 168:00:00. I've received a survival mission. When does it start? In 7 days. It's okay, you can choose to give up when the time comes and take a month or two to settle down. Normally, new recruits train for over 3 months before entering the reverse world. Let's go, take me to 749. Chen Nian didn't want to waste a single moment. He just wanted to start training as soon as possible to prepare for entering the reverse world in 7 days. After all, the divine persona he awakened must become stronger through killing monsters. Hearing that Chen Nian was willing to join 749, Zhou Lin was incredibly excited. Let's go, I'll take you to the bureau. Don't worry, the aftermath here will naturally be handled by the relevant troops. After all, we are an official unit. Of course, there are many civilian sects also recruiting psychic individuals, but I can responsibly tell you that 749 is the most professional and the most legitimate. Zhou Lin talked incessantly along the way, afraid that Chen Nian might change her mind halfway. The group arrived at the subway station. From here? Chen Nian asked curiously. That's right, but we're not going to the regular platform. There's a platform 0 specifically for our 749 service. This way, Zhao Qian answered enthusiastically. Passing through a security door, the group finally arrived at platform 0, where there were no outsiders. Soon, the train arrived. Chen Nian stepped into the carriage and found that although there weren't many people inside, there were still about a dozen, presumably other 749 agents from different regions. If you want to score above 90, you must pass the most difficult assessment. Every year, many people join 749, but those who achieve a score of 90 are few and far between. They're all geniuses. Are you really that optimistic about him? Zhou Lin appeared quite surprised. Just a woman's intuition. Haha, who knows, maybe he'll surpass us very soon. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Chen Nian completed the registration process. Considering it's your first time at 749, I'll give you a brief tour. 2 hours later, the train arrived at the station. Stepping out onto the platform, Chen Nian realized they were already outside the city, and before her stood a massive valley. The 749 bureau is located in this valley. It's a vast underground base. Zhou Lin introduced with a hint of pride on his face, clearly showing his strong sense of honor toward the organization. After registering at the entrance, it was considered an official entry into 749. Alright, we'll leave you here. Here's my phone number. Feel free to consult me anytime if you have any questions, said the senior cheerfully. Thank you. Zhou Lin and Zhao Qian watched Chen Yan walk away. What do you think his rookie assessment score will be? Zhou Lin asked. I feel his average score will be above 90. Led by the female receptionist, Chen Yan ventured deep into the base and finally gained a preliminary understanding of this mysterious organization. The glass corridor housing various monsters and creatures sent chills down his spine, while the high-tech hall, cutting-edge equipment, heavily armed ordinary soldiers, and the training base for psychic individuals were all awe-inspiring. There were even facilities like a cafeteria, basketball court, dormitories, and entertainment areas, fully equipped and truly astonishing. Chen Yan, this is our terminal distribution room. You can choose a style you like. Around the room were various glass cabinets containing terminal devices in the form of watches, earrings, necklaces, rings, and even neckbands. I'll take this one. He chose a black watch-style terminal. Alright, now you can put it on. The super AI, Amy, will automatically help you input your information. As Chen Yan put on the terminal, a virtual silver-haired, barefoot girl immediately appeared before him, speaking in an emotionless mechanical voice. Welcome, Chen Yan. If you want to call Amy in the future, please say the name or tap the terminal 3 times. Scanning data. Soon, a data card appeared on the light screen. Name, Chen Yan. Realm, Spirit Communication, LV8. Permission level, none. Contribution points, 0. Previously, I killed that demon and successfully filled 8 spiritual apertures, leveling up 8 times in one go. Killing monsters not only allows rapid leveling up but also strengthens blood intensity. In the future, I must strive to slay demons and eliminate evil. Am I handsome? Based on Amy's objective judgment using big data on human beauty, you're very tall. Put. The female receptionist nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Our super AI tends to be quite sarcastic with everyone, don't take it to heart. Actually, you're quite handsome. Chen Yan turned off the terminal and asked, what should I do now? Hey Siri. No, hey Amy. Amy hovered in the air, her silver-haired, barefoot lowly appearance was quite cute. She responded emotionlessly, please do not confuse Amy with that low-end artificial intelligence. Alright, then let me ask you a question to test your intelligence. Go ahead. All newcomers to 749 need to undergo a potential assessment, and the assessment level determines their benefits. Scores range from 0 to 100 and are divided into multiple ratings, with 60 points as the baseline. Scores below 60 are considered unqualified, and one cannot become a trainee investigator. They must stay in 749 to train until they meet the standard again. Scores above 60 are considered qualified, with every 10 points representing a potential tier. Typically, those scoring above 80 are called future stars, while scores above 90 signify top-tier geniuses. Outstanding assessment results lead to better treatment in all aspects. Chen Yan nodded. Take me to have a look. Only 10 seconds left. Hang in there. Soon, the evaluation ended, and the light blue screen above the venue displayed the man's score. Wang Xiao 87 points. 87 points, another record broken, amazing. A moment later, the heavy metal door was pushed open, revealing a vast training ground. The ground was covered with gray concrete, surrounded by towering metal fences. At the center of the field was the rookie evaluation area. At this moment, dozens of people had gathered around, cheering and applauding enthusiastically for the person in the arena. The evaluation area resembled a square cage. Inside the cage was a shirtless, muscular man being chased by 4 bowling balls. That's right, bowling balls, but they were made of metal and weighed thousands of pounds. A direct hit could potentially be fatal. Go, Brother Wang. It's almost over. Lu Lin? At the freshman evening party, she was the finale performer. Her delicate features and cool demeanor, sitting on stage with her eyes closed while playing Big Fish, made her the unforgettable piano goddess in the hearts of all the male students. Even Chen Yan admired her. After all, appreciating beauty is a man's nature. However, 3 months ago, she suddenly dropped out of school, only to be recruited into 749 as well. You're up next, Brother Song. Today, it's all about seeing which of you two can grab the top spot for this month. The reward is a full 3 bottles of cultivation spirit liquid. After Wang Xiao stepped off, another tall, slender, scholarly man with glasses entered the arena. It seemed the two of them were competing for the top spot on the leaderboard, while the others were just there to watch the show. The evaluation leaderboard is settled once a month, and the top spot comes with rewards to encourage everyone to keep pushing their limits. These two are among the more outstanding newcomers, though they've already been with 749 for a few months. Since you're new, there's no need to rush. Sure enough, it's Brother Wang. Poor me, I didn't even reach 60 points, not even a passing grade. It's completely normal for newcomers to fail. Bowling is no joke. Brother Wang's talent is undeniable, and he spent several months honing his skills to achieve such a high score. Chen Yan recognized Wang Xiao. He was the captain of the basketball team at the neighboring university and had once dominated a match against her school, his wild and commanding presence captivating countless girls. Later, she heard he dropped out, leaving the girls on campus disappointed for a long time. It turned out he had joined 749. Then, Chen Yan's gaze swept across the audience seats diagonally above, where a familiar figure sat, a petite and delicate girl, sitting all alone. You don't even recognize me? Isn't the name Wang Xiao written as #1 on the leaderboard? His tone carried a hint of impatience. So what if you're Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao's face immediately darkened. Newcomer, not giving me face? You better watch out in the future. Then you're still too conservative. I can make you suffer right now. Chen Yan raised his right hand. Sequence 003 Blood Monarch activated. Instantly, blood surged from his fingertips, transforming into a crimson hand that tightly gripped Wang Xiao's neck. The 200-pound man was forcibly lifted into the air. Ugh. Of course, I'm anxious. In just a few days, I'll be entering the reverse world. How could I not claim a reward with cultivation resources? Amy, help me register, Chen Yan said to the terminal. A line of text immediately popped up. Newcomer test registration successful, now in queue. Then, Chen Yan's name appeared on the participant list on the big screen. Chen Yan, highest historical score, 0. As his name was displayed, a buzz of discussion immediately arose around him. Wang Zhao's pride was instantly shattered, but a trace of fear toward Chen Yan arose in his heart. The ability displayed just now was truly terrifying. Amy, what's going on? A newcomer actually showed up? Who is it? Doesn't everyone see that Brother Wang and Brother Song are having a duel at Manhwa? Yeah, everyone is watching intently. How come another person suddenly appeared in the middle? Soon, the crowd turned their attention to Chen Yan, the new face. Wang Xiao walked toward him, a hint of displeasure on his face. Newcomer, please cancel the queue. If you want an evaluation, come back tomorrow. I'm currently breaking records, competing for this month's first place, and I need to continue the challenge soon. To fight for this first place, he even injected adrenaline to enhance his physical abilities. The drug's effects would weaken over time, and Chen Yan's interruption at this moment made him extremely annoyed. Who are you? He called out to the super artificial intelligence from the terminal. Go ahead. A silver-haired little girl instantly appeared. This person openly attacked other trainees in the training ground. I request a ruling to deduct his behavioral discipline points. Behavioral discipline points are extremely important. If they are insufficient, one cannot participate in missions and must undergo educational reform. Amy replied expressionlessly, ruling complete. Determined to be self-inflicted humiliation. After speaking, Amy disappeared. At this moment, Wang Zhao's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten dirt. Chen Yan, please step forward for evaluation, the broadcast announced. Chen Yan ignored Wang Xiao, walked through the protective steel mesh, and casually entered the evaluation site. Brother Wang, are you okay? A female student hurriedly came to help Wang Xiao up. She was one of Wang Zhao's followers, always trying to cling to this powerful figure. It's okay, Brother Wang. You must have chosen not to argue with the newcomer, showing your broad-mindedness. I want to see how many points he can score. I'm a timid person. If someone threatens me, I can't sleep at night unless I take them out. So, think carefully before you speak next time. Inside the site, a male instructor approached, holding a set of heavy gray clothing in his hands. Chen Yan, right? This is clothing made from impact-resistant material. It can effectively prevent injuries during the evaluation. Put it on. Wang Xiao coughed violently, a red mark already forming around his neck and his face turning ashen. He couldn't believe that this newcomer possessed such immense strength. The surrounding spectators were even more stunned. What's going on here? The newcomer actually fought with Brother Wang. Brother Wang actually suffered a loss. Can I not wear it? Don't be fooled by the fact that those people earlier weren't wearing it. They've already gone through the evaluation many times. Generally, newcomers are required to wear it for their first time. Otherwise, you'll end up in the medical room and learn your lesson the hard way. The instructor picked up the walkie-talkie. Control room, you can start now. Then he exited the field. Outside the field, dozens of observing trainee investigators were focused on the test. They wanted to see how many points this guy, who had just clashed with Wang Xiao, could score. Whether he was capable or not, they had to see him in action to find out. Boom! The steel gate opened, and a bowling ball about 2 meters tall rolled out. It headed straight toward Chen Yan. Don't be fooled by its slow speed. At least 50% of people can't withstand the first impact, resulting in a failing score. Hopefully, he can hold out a bit longer. Chen Yan stood motionless. Since becoming a psychic, he felt his physical abilities had greatly improved. Coupled with his ability to control blood, he figured he could handle this thing head-on without a problem. Blood seeped from the capillaries of the wrist, transforming into a layer of blood-red armor that tightly enveloped the arm. With a sudden punch, bang, the metal bowling ball was sent flying with a single strike, crashing heavily into the net. Increase the intensity, Chen Yan shouted. Good kid. The staff in the control room immediately pushed the lever higher. Second level. Another identical ball shot out from the gate with force. A pincer attack, and the speed was noticeably faster than before, which meant a stronger impact. If you're not careful, getting a few bones crushed between two balls is common. This kid really dares. The blood in Chen Yan's hand transformed into a massive hammer, smashing one ball away like playing bowling, then quickly reverted to a fist to send the other ball flying. Keep increasing the intensity. Thank you, no need. It's more flexible to dress like this. He's also a proud and ambitious young man. Alright, the evaluation has 5 levels. Each time the level increases, an additional ball will attack you. What you need to do is dodge and defend against the ball's attacks and hold out for 1 minute. If you want to increase the test level, you can shout loudly. If you can't hold on, just shout stop. Alternatively, the system will determine if you can no longer continue and will forcibly stop the test. Alright, please start. Intensity level 3. This is his first test, right? To reach level 3 intensity on his first try? This kid is truly extraordinary. If I remember correctly, Brother Wang only summoned 2 balls on his first try. Shoo, don't talk too much. 3 balls attacked in a crisscross pattern, even bouncing into the air to crash down, instantly multiplying the attack methods. Yet Chen Yan remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Keep increasing. Intensity level 4. The people in the audience were already left speechless. A level 4 intensity test, aside from the cold beauty in the stands, only Wang Xiao and Song Changwan had managed to achieve this on site. Was this newcomer even human? No way, bro. What kind of monster rookie is this? The 4-ball pincer attack came at an astonishing frequency, where even the slightest mistake could result in being knocked away. But Chen Yan's mastery of his sequence ability continued to improve. Initially, he had to use a blade to cut his wrist and let the blood flow out, but now he could directly control the blood to pierce through his skin and transform flexibly. Sometimes it became a fist, sometimes a massive hammer, and sometimes protective armor. Yet the 4 balls still couldn't harm him. Alright, I'll max it out for you. The control lever was directly pulled to the maximum 5th level intensity. The operator himself was thrilled. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a monstrous newcomer. In the command room of the 749 management team, several big shots were also watching Chen Yan's test. Is this kid new? That's right. I heard he killed a second-tier demon right after awakening. Definitely a promising talent. Zhou Lin bringing him back was a solid move. This kid's ability is controlling blood? That's quite rare. A slaughter-type ability, and the sequence must be high. Could he be one of the top 10 sequences chosen ones? If that's the case, we've struck gold. Good thing the sex didn't snatch him away. Let's see if he can pass this 5th level test first. Under the intensity of the 5th level test, the difficulty doubled again. All the balls reached their highest operational power, even floating in mid-air. At this moment, Chen Yan was like a tiny figure on a billiard table, being repeatedly struck by 5 balls. The other trainees watching from the sidelines were dazzled. Damn, if it were me, I'd be crushed into a meat patty instantly. This is insane. It's my first time seeing a 5th level intensity test. Just then, 5 massive balls simultaneously flew in from different directions. Bang! Chen Yan was squeezed in the middle. Although he quickly transformed his blood into armor. To protect himself, he couldn't avoid the impact entirely, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out. He's done for. Was the 5th level intensity too much after all? What a pity. The operator also sighed. Still, this kid was a rare genius-level talent. He needed to be sent to the medical room immediately. They couldn't afford to lose such a promising recruit. Just as he was about to shut down the mechanism, a loud noise suddenly came from below. What was going on? He stood up abruptly and looked down. He saw 5 metal balls, all pierced through by massive blood spikes. They looked like skewered candied hawthorns. Even emitting sizzling electric sounds, they were damaged. And Chen Yan walked out unscathed. The more blood he lost, the stronger his sequence ability, Blood Monarch, became, allowing him to execute this move. The management team in the command room couldn't help but cheer loudly. Well done. Beautifully executed. Enough talk. With such a promising recruit joining us today, we must have a few drinks to celebrate. Meanwhile, the light screen above the training ground displayed the results. Chen Yan, 100 points. At that moment, the entire venue erupted. Damn, a perfect score. Is he even human? Someone clasped their head with both hands and shouted loudly. Under normal circumstances, even barely passing the 5th level trial should result in a score of around 90 points, because he destroyed all those balls. That's how high scores are achieved. The girl supporting Wang Xiao stared blankly at Chen Yan. She suddenly felt that being Wang Zhao's sycophant didn't seem so appealing anymore. This big leg didn't seem as sturdy as she had imagined. As for for Wang Xiao himself, his expression shifted unpredictably, and in the end, he could only leave the training ground in anger. With Chen Yan's appearance, his behavior of farming points to climb the leaderboard tonight undoubtedly seemed ridiculously clownish. Amy, can you evaluate my performance just now? Acceptable performance, Amy replied expressionlessly. Unbelievable, this is the first time I've heard Amy praise someone. Before, she always called us rookies. Impressive, brother Chen. Let me tag along next time you go on a mission. Suddenly, an ice crystal flew toward Chen Yan and landed right in his hand. Who's being so dishonorable, using hidden weapons for a sneak attack? This ice crystal came from a girl sitting in the back row of the audience, the piano beauty, Lu Lin. She turned and left without saying a word, leaving Chen Yan utterly confused. Wait, is there something sealed inside this ice crystal? Chen Yan took a closer look and saw that there was something resembling a pill in the center of the ice crystal. Once the ice melted, the pill lay quietly in his palm. Amy, scan this for me and tell me what it is. Please aim the terminal at the item you wish to scan. Scanning in progress. This item has been identified as a Lingyu pill produced by 749. Consuming it can rapidly heal injuries. Redemption requires 5 contribution points. It turned out to be a healing pill? What does it mean that she silently gave me the pill? Chen Yan was puzzled. He had indeed been injured just now, with his blood surging uncontrollably due to enduring too many high-intensity impacts. But unexpectedly, after taking the pill, a warm current began to flow through his body. His blood circulation improved significantly, and the injuries to his internal organs were noticeably alleviated. The effect was remarkable. It seemed there was no need to visit the infirmary. However, he did owe her a favor, and Chen Yan had always disliked owing people. Next time, he would find an opportunity to repay her with his devotion. After leaving the training ground, Lu Lin happened to run into her instructor and aunt, Zheng Xian. Every trainee investigator needed to follow an instructor, much like graduate students needing a mentor. Lin, I asked you to go and make some friends. How did it go? In the future, missions will always be carried out in pairs, and you're not good at socializing. It's going to be tough if you don't even have a single friend. Zheng Xian was quite troubled. She had brought Lu Lin in 3 months ago, and in terms of talent, there was no doubt she was one of the top 10 chosen ones in the Water God sequence, scoring 98 in the newcomer evaluation. But she was cold and distant all the time, not fond of talking. Most importantly, she preferred high-difficulty challenge missions and hoped her teammates would have comparable strength. But how many people could match her level? I made one, Lu Lin nodded. How did you manage that? Zheng Xian's face lit up with joy. I gave her a pill. And then? Did you say anything? Did you chat for a bit, like suggesting we go on a mission together next time? I'm not good at socializing, so I hope you can look out for me or something like that. Lu Lin shook his head. No, you're still shy. His surname is Chen, right? Auntie must go and see what kind of capability this Chen has to catch your picky eye. Zheng Xian hurriedly made her way to the meeting room. At a long table, 7 mentors, including her, were seated, with the deputy director at the head. Everyone is here, the deputy director said loudly. Amy, pull up the profiles and assessment results of the trainees who currently don't have mentors. A projection screen immediately appeared on the table. The newcomers' portraits, profiles, ages, and test scores, along with other personal information, were displayed on the light screen. I don't need to look anymore. I want Chen Yan. A male mentor spoke up first, having already learned about Chen Yan's assessment score through his information channels. Deputy Director, I want Chen Yan too. Another mentor raised his hand. The deputy director frowned. What's the rush? Follow the rules. Let's go through all the newcomers' information first before making a choice. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Chen Yan, could he be the partner Lin had her eye on? What exactly is going on? Why is everyone scrambling to get him, as if he's some kind of treasure? Soon, Chen Yan's information appeared on the light screen. Chen Yan, male, 19 years old. Ability assessment, killing sequence. Evaluation score, 100 points. Duo Xiao? Zhang Xian immediately slapped the table and stood up, instantly drawing everyone's attention in the meeting room. Apologies for losing my composure. As she sat back down, however, her mind was already in turmoil. No wonder that girl took a liking to this boy. 100 points on the assessment test. No wonder he's a little monster too. You're expressionless and heartless, deputy director. That's enough. I object. I haven't had such a talented rookie under me yet. You can't just take them all. I'm putting it out there, anyone who tries to take Chen Yan from me, I'll challenge them. Acting like a thug? Fine, let's meet at the training ground. Whoever wins gets to be Chen Yan's mentor. Watching the mentors on the verge of a showdown, the deputy coughed twice and said irritably, you're all grown-ups, still playing these games. Fairness principle, draw lots. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. 7 paper balls were placed on the table. Everyone picked one. Too bad. Not me either. Who got Chen Yan's note? The neatly dressed and meticulous male mentor unfolded the crumpled note in his hand into a square shape. Chen Yan's name was clearly written on it. Li Xiao, lucky you. Deputy Director, could there be some manipulation in this draw? Everyone knows your daughter is under Li Zhao's supervision. Assigning Chen Yan to him might just help curb your mischievous daughter's arrogance. That's quite possible. Everyone knows your daughter fears nothing and no one, and she's hard to manage. If she encounters such a genius, she might just restrain herself and focus on her training. Deputy Director, ahem, if there's nothing else, everyone can continue selecting other trainees. Heh, Deputy Director, you're really calculating well. By the time your daughter gets wooed, you won't even know. The Deputy Director raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, you were 2 minutes late to the meeting the day before yesterday? Chen Yan arrived at the newcomer's dormitory. After scanning the terminal, the information was already registered. The dormitory aunt, with a kind expression, said, Chen Yan, your assessment results are excellent. You can choose to stay in a single room or a shared room. The single dormitory is relatively quiet. The multi-person dormitory also provides each person with a single room, which helps with making friends and teamwork. Chen Yan thought for a moment. She could stay alone at home during her vacation, but in 749, she could still make some friends. Multi-person dormitory. Hey, come on. You spendthrift. You gave away the precious elixir exchanged with contribution points without even saying a word. Lu Lin puffed out her cheeks slightly to express her dissatisfaction. Dormitory 304, go ahead. Just scan to open the door with the terminal. Wish you a pleasant stay in 749. Wait, there's a call coming in. Zhang Xin answered the phone. Oh, selecting new recruits in the meeting room, right? I'll be there right away. The dormitory is assigned based on the mentor you follow, and the roommates in the same dormitory all have the same mentor, making it easier to look out for each other. Chen Yan arrived at room 304. After the terminal scanned, a ding sound was heard and the door opened. The dormitory environment was better than he had imagined. The first thing that caught his eye was the exquisitely decorated living room. On the sofa, a girl was lying there playing with her phone, a lollipop in her mouth. Upon seeing Chen Yan, the girl immediately took off her headphones and stood up. After hanging up the phone, she hurriedly said, Grandaunt, what's the name of the person you fancy? I'll try to get him over to my side, so it'll be easier for you to team up and communicate in the future. You're Chen Yan? Lu Lin thought for a moment, then raised her index finger and used frosty breath to write a character in the air. Chen. She had dyed orange-red hair, and her loose hoodie gave her a laid-back vibe. Beneath her denim shorts were a pair of straight, manga-like legs. Her style was quite fashionable and edgy, like a trendy girl straight out of an anime. I'm Yi Ya. From now on, we're roommates. You don't have to treat me like a girl. We're all good buddies. The girl extended her fair right hand, appearing very outgoing and friendly. Chen Yan took the spiritual liquid and said gratefully, Thank you, Director Li. Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics department to have a look and help you choose a suitable combat technique. Just as he was about to leave, Li Xiao suddenly stopped at the door of Yi Ya's room. Through a small gap, he saw the messy socks, underwear, cosmetics, and dolls inside. It's over. Yi Ya covered her face. I've told you so many times, keep your room and appearance tidy. This is how you cultivate a meticulous attitude towards tasks. If I see this again, you'll be punished with 30 laps around the track. Tisk, got it. Chen Yan calmly buttoned up the collar of her shirt. The two of them walked toward the logistics department, and along the way, Chen Yan learned some new knowledge. For instance, the first 6 major realms, Tongling Realm, Banshan Realm, Prashao Realm, Xingchuan Realm, Xingwang Realm, and Rieo Realm. There are even higher realms beyond these, but Chen Yan currently has no access to them. Yes, the sequence ability awakened by each spiritual energy user is attributed to a certain god, such as the Thunder God, Fire God, or Water God. The logistics department, on the other hand, is essentially the treasure vault of 749, storing various cultivation resources, spiritual treasures, and martial techniques. Chen Yan, I've observed your ability, Li Xiao said. Your slaughter sequence is truly one of the top-tier sequences for combat capability. Of course, you don't need to tell me the specific effects, that's private information, Li Xiao continued. However, I speculate that you can transform blood into weapons. Therefore, I suggest you choose a suitable weapon technique for cultivation, as this can effectively enhance your combat power. Chen Yan thought to herself that Li Xiao was indeed a meticulous mentor. Alright, then I'll choose a blade-based martial skill. Soon, the two arrived at the martial skills section of the logistics department after identity scanning. These are the blade-based martial skills you wanted. Regular freshmen can select skills worth up to 10 contribution points. However, due to your excellent assessment results, you can choose one skill worth up to 50 contribution points for free. 50 contribution points that would require completing several tasks to earn. It seems high scores do come with significant benefits. Chen Yan began carefully selecting, flipping through the options for quite a while, and finally her gaze settled on a martial skill titled Soaring Dragon Blade. The description read, this blade technique is as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a wandering dragon, swift and elegant, capable of striking down enemies in the blink of an eye. First move, draw blade style, hidden dragon emerges, a preemptive and lightning fast strike. strike. Just use my 50 contribution points to deduct it. It's no big deal, Li Xiao replied. Ha, it seems you're quite satisfied with this newcomer, the administrator said with a smile. Soon, Li Xiao handed the Jinghong Yulong blade to Chen Yan. Take it, practice well. Thank you, Director Li. Chen Yan felt grateful in his heart. Favor can be accepted, but it must be remembered and repaid when the opportunity arises. With this blade technique in hand, using the blood transformation, blade would no longer involve random, careless slashing. First, practice the blade technique, then learn all kinds of knowledge from Bureau 749. Tomorrow, he would find a way to get Yi Yaha to accompany him on a mission. I just grabbed a task, leaving tomorrow at noon. Chen Yan, I want her too. Zhang Xian raised his hand and said, No, Director Zhang, you just took in Lu Lin not long ago, a 1 in a million chosen one, and now you want to snatch another genius who is highly likely to be a chosen one. Isn't your appetite a bit too big? Well, what can I do? My 3-no girl wants to be friends with this kid. She doesn't even look at other rookies. The deputy director raised an eyebrow. 3-no girl? No chest, no face, no figure? Sure. Chen Yan responded loudly. And you, how long are you going to hog the bathroom? I want to take a shower too. Come on, buddy, join me for a shower. I can even let you soak in the cultivation spirit liquid. Silence fell outside instantly. After washing for an hour, Chen Yan felt refreshed and glanced at the terminal information. Name, Chen Yan. Realm, Spirit Communication, LV-18. Permission level, Intern Investigator. Contribution points, 0. However, this thing can't be used too frequently, otherwise the meridians in the body will develop resistance, and its effectiveness will diminish over time. The next morning, Chen Yan practiced swordsmanship for the entire morning, making further progress in his skills. After lunch, the two officially boarded the Bureau's subway. The mission location is in Tianhai City. Add me as a friend, and I'll send you the mission details, Yi Yaya said. Chen Yan and she scanned each other's terminals, and the mission information immediately appeared before them. Case file number, CA-8300. Location, Tianhai City, Chaoyang District. Overview, recently, 3 murder cases have occurred, all victims being young women around the age of 20. The cause of death in each case was desiccation, with all blood drained from their bodies. It is suspected to be the work of a blood-sucking demon vampire centipede. Current progress, according to the local security bureau's investigation, a man named Zhang Wei has been found to be involved in transactions with the demon. He lured young women to hotels, where the demon would feed on them. Zhang Wei has been apprehended by the security bureau and is currently under interrogation. Mission objective, assist in interrogating Zhang Wei, locate the demon, and either eliminate or contain it. Reward, 10 contribution points, 30,000 coins. Many demons and ghosts can inhabit human bodies and even disguise themselves as humans, making them extremely difficult to track down. The two prepared themselves and headed to the Public Security Bureau to gather information. Chaoyang District, Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. A greasy, fat man was tied to a chair, a noticeable scar on his face, instantly marking him as a troublesome character. He was Zhang Wei, the man who lured young women and indirectly caused the deaths of 3 people. Lin Feng finally withdrew his fist and turned around, preparing to meet the agent from 749. Zhang Wei laughed from behind. Officer, without evidence, the detention can only last 24 hours. Please hurry up. Okay with that. He sat down and started humming a little tune to himself. Outside, Lin Feng, his face dark as iron, greeted the agent from 749, who turned out to be Chen Yan and Yi Yaya. After reviewing their profiles, Lin Feng's expression grew even darker. They were actually 2 trainee investigators. Was 749 not taking this case seriously at all? Nevertheless, he suppressed his anger and explained the details of the entire case to the two of them. So infuriating. I want to beat him up. He'll definitely behave after that, Yi Ya said, cracking her knuckles. I'll handle it. It's not good for a girl to be too violent. Chen Yan pushed open the interrogation room door and walked alone into the small, enclosed darkroom. Chen Yan extended her index finger and a thin, elongated blood spike instantly emerged. Don't worry, this thing is very fine, not lethal, and it won't make you faint. Hello, Chen Yan. The rule in 304 is that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. There's a mission tomorrow, want to join? Wouldn't miss it for the world. Chen Yan had to kill monsters to grow stronger, so he was naturally eager to go on missions. Just then, thud, 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 there was a knock at the door. After saying that, the blood spike pierced into Zhang Wei's arm skin. The pain was akin to the piercing sensation of a needle during a hospital injection, like the fine needle used for a skin test. Those who know would understand. The visitor was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a neat white shirt, and suit pants, holding a thermos cup in his hand. He was none other than Chen Yan and his mentor, Li Xiao. Aha! Hello, Director Li. Chen Yan greeted. The excruciating pain made him scream like a dying pig. I don't know. I really don't know. Li Xiao nodded, walked into the room, glanced around, and even picked up a strand of hair from the floor. He had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Approaching Chen Yan, he took out 3 bottles of spiritual liquid liquid from his storage bag. Chen Yan, these are your ranking rewards. Your performance is unmatched, so I brought the rewards directly. After a while, Chen Yan withdrew her sharp edge and glanced indifferently at Jiang Wei, who was slumped in the chair, pale-faced and drenched in sweat. I'll go out and have some tea first. Let me know when you're ready to confess. There's still 3 hours left before the 24-hour mark. Take your time. Pour it into the bathtub while bathing, and it will be absorbed within 30 minutes, effectively enhancing your cultivation speed. With that, Chen Yan pushed the door open and walked out. Outside, Yi Yaya couldn't help but give Chen Yan a thumbs up. That was so satisfying, truly impressive. Calling me Chin bro wouldn't be too much, would it? That's not possible. The mission has just begun, and the outcome is still undecided. Not long after, Lin Feng found Chen Yan. He confessed everything. They agreed to meet at the hotel every Friday night. Jiang Wei would bring the girls he lured into the hotel, and the other party would be responsible for paying. Joining forces with demons for a bit of money, truly despicable. Yi Yaya cursed angrily. Tomorrow is Friday. Let him continue to maintain contact with the other party, and we'll meet him at the hotel then, Chen Yan said. Friday, drizzling rain. Chen Yan and Yi Yaya stood under a black umbrella by the roadside in the rain. Across the road was a hotel, the very place where Jiang Wei had agreed to deliver the goods. At this moment, the other party was already waiting inside the hotel. If things went as usual, another young girl would lose her life today, drained of blood. But today, it was Chen Yan and Yi Yaya who had come. Old Ji, later you'll play the role of a young, beautiful girl. Get him to open the door, and we'll deal with him inside. Chen Yan said. Can you stop calling me that? Old Ji sounds way too tacky. That's what the guys all call you. Let's go. The two crossed the dimly lit street, entered the hotel, and took the elevator to the 10th floor. Walking on the soft carpet, they arrived at the door of room 1009. Chen Yan hid by the wall, while Yi Yaya was responsible for knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After about 10 seconds, the door opened. The person who opened it was a greasy bald man, and as soon as he saw Yi Yaya, his eyes almost popped out. Wow, I didn't expect the girl this time to be such a stunning hottie. Come in quickly. Yi Yaya entered the room, followed closely by Chen Yan, who shut the door behind her. Wait, who the hell are you? The bald man glared at Chen Yan. How is that possible? Yi Yaya murmured in a lost voice. The man's head suddenly exploded, and a massive blood-red centipede burst out of his body. As the demon fully revealed itself, the super AI Amy quickly analyzed its appearance and strength, providing a set of quantified data, LV24, bloodthirsty centipede. The monster's level corresponded to a tier every 10 levels, and it was clearly second tier, far surpassing the realm of the two of them. Watch out. In a flash, Chen Yan quickly pulled Yi Yaya back onto the sofa, positioning himself in front to shield her. Courting death. The bloodthirsty centipede's tentacle suddenly pierced into Chen Yan's chest, beginning to drain his blood. Chen Yan pierced the demon's chest with a single stab. Why are you pretending with me? Blood strength permanently plus 2%. Current blood strength 10%, divine resonance effect triggered, divine blessing received. Meanwhile, the splattered blood returned to Chen Yan's body. He lay on the sofa, although he wouldn't die from excessive blood loss and the wound didn't hurt, such a large injury still needed treatment. Wow, Chen Yan, you're incredible. Yi Yaya couldn't help but exclaim. Second move, Sea Subduing Dragon, a chaotic blade technique resembling a dragon thrashing in the sea, capable of both attack and defense. Final move, Sky Piercing Dragon, as swift as lightning, striking with thunderous speed, delivering a fatal blow in one hit. Who's Chen Yan? Did you call the wrong name? Below it was marked with the required contribution points. 100 points? What a pity, that's a bit too expensive. Better pick a cheaper one. Just as Chen Yan was about to put it back, Li Xiao intercepted him halfway and went straight to the logistics administrator. Alright, brother Chen, look at you showing off. Is your injury okay? I have a healing pill here. Hurry up and take it. Yi Yaya quickly handed a pill to Chen Yan. The administrator said, oldly, this one exceeds the limit. Another pill? Chen Yan laughed, realizing that the beauties of 749 all seemed to enjoy giving him pills. Introduction, Lat Ani, a general under the god of slaughter, excels in long-range combat. His signature ability, the Blood Moon Great Bow, once shot an arrow across 1,000 miles, annihilating an army of 100,000. Main ability, manifest the Blood Moon Great Bow and shoot an extremely powerful arrow. This ability consumes 70% of blood. Sequence 15, that's quite a high rank. The ability range for ordinary people extracting a sequence typically falls between 11 and 100, which is considered quite outstanding. However, the cost of using this ability is incredibly high, requiring 70% of one's blood. Without the Blood Monarch talent, using it would be equivalent to suicide. Fortunately, I possess this talent, allowing me to adapt perfectly. Moreover, this happens to be a long-range ability, and the Blood Monarch's blood manipulation loses effectiveness if too far from the body, making this a perfect complement to that shortcoming. I hope its power won't disappoint me. 749 Office. Deputy Director, I heard your precious daughter teamed up with the newcomer Chen Yan for a mission. After reading the mission report, it was truly swift and effective. Looks like you've achieved your goal, Deputy Director. Chen Yan even outshone your daughter. Completing the mission in less than 2 days, such efficiency is indeed commendable. And it was even an over-level monster kill. A rising star for sure. After bidding farewell to Director Li, Chen Yan went alone to the training ground to practice swordsmanship, not returning to dormitory 304 until midnight. Hearing these mentors praising their students, Li Xiao felt gratified and thought the contribution points were well spent. When his trainees completed tasks, as their mentor, he naturally earned contributions as well. Smiling, he opened his thermos cup, took a sip of tea brewed with goji berries, and suddenly noticed Director Zhang approaching. The first technique showed slight improvement. Dragging his exhausted body, Chen Yan walked into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and poured in a bottle of cultivation elixir. The water turned a pale yellow, and as he immersed himself, he felt all the pores on his body relax. He could distinctly sense a warm current flowing into his body, likely the spiritual aperture absorbing spiritual energy. Is there something you need, Director Zhang? As the spiritual aperture gradually filled, Chen Yan could see his level increasing on the terminal. LV9, LV10, LV11. It was estimated that soaking for an hour could raise his level by at least 10. Director Li, if you have time, could you let Chen Yan team up with that little ancestor under me for a task? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Hey, Chen Yan, came Yi Yaya's voice from outside the bathroom door. No problem. But Director Zhang, your chest button has fallen off. Old rascal, what are you looking at? Countdown, 74 hours. This is the countdown to entering the reverse world and starting the mission. Over the next 2 days, Chen Yan actively prepared. Under Director Li's guidance, she underwent high-intensity training during the day and soaked in cultivation elixirs in the bathtub at night. Both her combat skills and level improved rapidly. 2 days later, Chen Yan's level had already reached LV37. Although the speed of improvement was exciting, there was always a restless feeling in her heart. She craved monster hunting. Only by killing monsters could she increase her blood strength and enhance her combat power. That day, Director Li told Chen Yan and Yi Yaya, tonight, there will be a simulated training session for trainee investigators. Simulation training? Chen Yan's interest immediately waned. It allows you to train in the training field with virtual monsters generated by Amy. Virtual ones, not very interesting. Chen Yan couldn't help but frown. Only real demons and ghosts could bring improvement. Don't be so quick to refuse. Many trainee investigators are participating this time because the first prize is very generous. The Spirit Ascension pill, a precious elixir that can only be taken once by each person, is most effective during the spirit communication stage. Yaya nodded. It seems so. Dad gave me one once, and it directly opened 30 spiritual apertures. Damn nepotism. Chen Yan couldn't help but complain. How about you become my little brother? Sister, you will get one for you. Deal? I think I'll just aim for first place in this simulation training. Li Xiao said with a smile. Aren't you eager to go out and take on tasks as soon as possible? If you can win first place, I can make an exception and apply for you. Alright. Chen Yan immediately became full of energy. I heard that CIE is also rushing back to participate in the training, Yi Yaya added. He's the bottom tier figure of our 304, especially fond of saying useless nonsense. Haven't beaten him up in a while, kind of feels strange. Before I came, 304 was indeed a bit dark. Soon, night fell. The training ground was bustling with activity, filled with the clamor of voices. Nearly 100 trainee investigators had gathered. Among them were Wang Xiao, who had previously clashed with Chen Yan, and the cold and aloof Lu Lin. So many strong contenders. Quite a few are top experts who joined 749 within the past year, Yi Yaya said, rubbing her hands in anticipation. At this moment, Amy announced the rules for the simulated training. Rules: teams of 3 will defend a designated base and fend off zombie attacks. Each zombie killed earns 1 point, while each zombie that breaches the base deducts 1 point. The team with the highest score wins. No problem, Xiaoya, Brother Chen won't hold back. The two immediately split up and began searching for their respective teammates. On the way, Chen Yan brushed past the aloof girl, Lu Lin. Hey, thanks for the elixir last time, Chen Yan greeted proactively. Lu Lin nodded slightly, but secretly felt happy. Although she didn't say much, her inner thoughts were very rich. We're from the same university. I saw you play the piano at the freshman party. Can we be friends then? Lu Lin silently recited this sentence in her heart, but her expression remained calm and unruffled. I'm such a loser, ha ha ha. If I weren't a loser, how could I possibly be matched with you, Brother Chen? Chen Yan, Zhang Wei, be honest. Where did you meet the murderer? Where can we find him? Security Officer Lin Feng shouted. After some conversation, Chen Yan learned that he was a wind sequence ability user. High-level wind sequence abilities could kill invisibly, with wind as sharp as a peerless weapon, but he could only create wind walls. While somewhat useful, it wasn't very significant. Big brother, I really don't know. You tied me up here for no reason and interrogated me all night. I'm truly innocent. Soon, the third team member arrived, a girl. Baby-faced, big glasses, dressed in a black tracksuit that outlined her rounded curves. Bang! Lin Feng slammed a few photos onto the table. Do you see these three girls? Their blood was completely drained. The one who killed them is a monster. This is a matter of life and death. You? Lin Feng angrily pointed at Zhang Wei's chest. Does your damn conscience even let you sleep? Chung Su laughed heartily. You look so delicate, but you seem to be of the physical enhancement type? Come on, give me a punch and try it. Conscience. Zhang Wei tilted his head, showing a nonchalant expression. Can conscience be eaten? I'm starving. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to faint from hunger. Well, I'm sorry. He closed his eyes and slumped in the chair. I need food. Give me food. Tang Ji quickly bowed in apology, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly and had no choice but to order someone to bring him a boxed meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a bite, he spat the food out. What is this pig slop? Is this what you usually eat at the bureau? Do you have any cola? Who are you? Damn it! Lin Feng was burning with rage, raising his fist, but was held back by a subordinate behind him, who whispered in his ear, Captain Lin, reinforcements from 749 have arrived. Ren Xiaojie, I came 6 months earlier than you. I heard you've been in the spotlight recently. So what do you mean? Instead of complaining about unfair group assignments or weak teammates, why not work harder yourself? That's what I mean. Ren Xiaojie put his hands in his pockets, like a senior lecturing a junior. What's that saying again? The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is? Why don't you just bow and step back? I don't enjoy watching this. You're insulting me? Ren Xiaojie belonged to the fire god sequence, and the stereotype of fire-based abilities was simple-mindedness and physical prowess. He was no exception. His fiery temper and tendency to anger were commonplace. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist, wrapped in flames, was already raised, hovering above Chen Nian's head. However, Ren Xiaojie's movement froze mid-air, because a blood-red spike was also suspended in front of him, less than an inch away. If his fist dared to fall, the blood spike would pierce through his eyeball. Brother Chen, let's hurry up and go inside. Let's go. Zhang Wei grinned and whistled at Chen Nian. Is your security bureau really that short-staffed? You send a kid who's barely grown any hair to interrogate me? Suddenly I'm a bit thirsty. Bring me a bottle of water, will you? Inside the office, the mentors of 749 had already started the livestream, ready to watch this grand event. Who do you think will take first place? Chen Nian strode up to Zhang Wei and, without the slightest hesitation, swung her hand back and slapped him hard across his chubby face, sending waves rippling through his fat. Zhang Wei was sent flying to the ground on the spot, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, 2 bloody teeth knocked out. Just as he tried to speak, the sole of a black leather boot stomped down onto his face, grinding back and forth forcefully. Sorry about that, Chen Nian said coldly. Just got out of the restroom. Hope you don't mind me wiping my shoes on your face. Deputy Director, your daughter Xiaoyao's team is quite strong. At least her teammates are all fairly decent. You hit me? This is police brutality. Somebody help. There's police brutality happening here. Suddenly, the surroundings turned into a desolate wilderness. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and dry grass, the air filled with the scent of earth, and a cool evening breeze blew by, accompanied by the rustling sound. It felt so real. It was impossible to tell if this was virtual. Suddenly, a massive zombie mother appeared ahead, opening its mouth as corrosive saliva dripped onto the ground, emitting wisps of white mist. At the same time, a large wave of zombies emerged around them. Those hideous, decaying zombies surged toward the 3 of them. Tang Ji screamed in fright, curling up as her legs trembled violently. Killing 1 zombie earned 1 point, while letting 1 rush and deducted 1 point. The mother seemed immobile? Hold the line. Chen Nian left these 2 words behind and directly charged into the zombie horde. Blood turned into blades, and with each swing, severed limbs and heads flew, while the team's score began to rise rapidly. Did I ask you? The blood spike twisted in Zhang Wei's skin, sending a chill even to the group of security officers next door. Since when did the intern investigators of 749 become so ruthless? I'll talk, I'll confess. Stop it. Right now, I don't want to listen. The simulation lasts a total of 10 minutes, and 9 minutes have already passed. Final minute. Rankings. 1. Ren Xiaojie team, 1823 points. That's right, Chen Nian's team scored only half of the first place. The mentors unanimously concluded, it seems that Ren Xiaojie's first place in this simulation competition is beyond doubt. His abilities give him a natural advantage, allowing him to stay far ahead even without the assistance of teammates. After all, he's been training here for half a year, so his outstanding performance is understandable. It's almost unfair to others. Zheng Xian's niece is also quite impressive, managing to secure second place while closely following behind. But Chen Nian's situation is rather unfortunate. The team itself is at a disadvantage, and his abilities aren't suited for dealing with large-scale monsters. He assumed a bow-drawing posture, and a blood-red bow immediately appeared before him. At the same time, 70% of the blood in his body transformed into countless blood droplets, surging out and ultimately converging pulling on the bowstring, forming an arrow. The blood-red arrow emitted a faint dark red glow, resembling a blood moon in the night sky, striking awe into all who saw it. With the energy fully charged, Chen Yan released his fingers. Bang! The airflow instantly exploded. The arrow shot through the air, precisely hitting the zombie mother's head. Another loud boom followed. The entire room turned pale in an instant, as if a television screen had malfunctioned. The holographic projection of the desolate wilderness vanished in a flash, and all the zombies disappeared along with it. The room returned to its original state. On the pure white superalloy wall, the arrow had blasted out a deep pit, which still crackled with the sound of electric currents. Whoa, what happened? The simulation training facilities are all broken. Chang Su was stunned on the spot. Chen Yan slightly curled her lips, unexpectedly discovering that the simulation training had a hidden way to forcefully resolve it. At that moment, Amy's cold broadcast voice sounded. 1 minute earlier, Ren Xiaojie even felt this competition was somewhat dull. His ranking was firmly at the top, and Chen Yan was nowhere to be seen among the top 10. He was quite looking forward to seeing Chen Yan's expression later. It would surely be spectacular. Just imagining that defiant face showing traces of unwillingness and humiliation. At that moment, the points ranking suddenly changed. The rankings of all the teams in the top 10 dropped by 1 place. Meanwhile, a certain team, like a dark horse emerging from nowhere, instantly surged from the back to claim first place. Her brother. After speaking, Chen Yan delivered a heavy kick to the bald man's chest, sending him flying 2 meters away. Chen Yan walked in and casually plopped down on the soft sofa. Go ahead, old Yi. Ladies first. The competition between the two begins now. Whoever defeats this monster first will gain the right to speak in the dormitory. Yi Yaha twisted her neck and giggled. Then I'll not hold back. In the next moment, her entire body began to emit electricity. Thunder God Sequence 0055 Thunder's true technique. At this moment, Yi Yaya resembled a discharging Pikachu. The lights on the ceiling short-circuited and went out instantly. The surrounding appliances crackled non-stop, and even the TV screen exploded. 10 breaths later, Yi Yaya stopped discharging, panting heavily, with the cowlick on her head standing straight up. The bald man lying on the ground was charred all over, with light smoke continuously rising from him, as if he had been roasted. This girl's ability is really impressive, probably at a genius level. Chen Yan couldn't help but admire in her heart. All settled. From now on, Sister Ya is the boss of room 304. You don't have any objections, do you, little Chen? Yi Yada clapped her hands, her face full of pride. At that moment, a voice filled with venom suddenly sounded from behind. You don't think you can just ignore me, huh? The bald man slowly stood up, his eyes bloodshot with menacing veins, his body convulsing unnaturally, as if the monster inside him was stirring restlessly. 1. Chen Yan's team, 5,999 points. Boom. 2. Ren Xiaojie's team, 1,823 points. The pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? In the office, all the mentors also showed expressions of disbelief. Damn, is this for real? Even I didn't know there was such a thing as hidden achievements. That's quite normal. According to common sense, everyone would defend the perimeter of the area and abandon the defense zone to actively attack the zombie mother outside the rules, which is inherently unconventional. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. Although his tone was calm, everyone could sense the pride in his words, as if he were saying, see that? These are my trainees. This kid is incredible. He managed to turn the tables even in a field he's not skilled at. Chen Yan, is that you? Yi Yaha exclaimed in shock. Talented, capable, and smart, this kid's future achievements are boundless. I don't care if you're from 749 or wherever, daring to mess with me, today, none of you will leave here alive. The monster spoke human words, laughing arrogantly. Deputy Director, I believe there was a certain lack of rigor in the last draw. I request a redo. Yi Yaya's face turned deathly pale. She hadn't expected the situation to escalate so quickly. What's happening? My body. I can't move? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty centipede's body froze. It felt as though every blood vessel had been sealed off, its limbs deprived of blood flow, and its vitality gradually fading. What on earth was happening? Chen Yan grabbed the tentacle of the bloodthirsty centipede and pulled it out from her chest. Someone actually dared to suck her blood. This was quite interesting. Chen Yan, you lost so much blood and you're still fine? Yi Yaya was still in a daze, only to see Chen Yan suddenly toss a black umbrella over. Open the umbrella. Open the umbrella for what? Just do it. Alright. After all, Chen Yan had just saved her, so Yi Yaya had no choice but to obediently comply and open the large umbrella. Chen Yan glanced at the grotesque and terrifying giant centipede, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight arc. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers echoed. Boom. Hundreds of blood vessels inside the centipede instantly burst, like a watermelon exploding. In an instant, the entire room was filled with splattered blood. Yi Yaya held up the umbrella, shielding herself from most of the flying blood. She blinked in confusion, finally understanding Chen Yan's intention. As for Chen Yan, who was the closest, the blood droplets flying toward him strangely hovered around him, as if controlled by some kind of telekinetic kinetic force, not a single drop touching him. Countless blood droplets gathered in Chen Yan's hand, forming a blood blade. What do you mean again? Besides you, sister Ya, who else is this generous? This thing costs 5 contribution points. There is someone else, and I have no relationship with her. She just threw it to me and left, so generous that I suspect she's attracted to me. So you're saying I'm stingy? Chen Yan didn't continue arguing with her and called out to Amy. The mission is complete. Let the cleanup team handle it. Target confirmed dead, mission complete, reward has been credited. You can check it in the 749 app. Chen Yan opened the terminal app to check. Both the money and contribution points were there. Next, let's see what the so-called divine gift is. With a single thought, 3 cards appeared in front of Chen Yan. 1. Gain a random ability from the Slaughter series. 2. Increase blood regeneration speed by 5%. 3. Fill 10 spiritual apertures. Choose 1 out of 3. Is there even a choice? Only the first option offers a precious ability to draw again. This is a rare card drawing opportunity. Who could refuse? Chen Yan chose the first card without hesitation. In an instant, a burst of blood-red light bloomed. Authority Sequence 015, Latani's Blood Moon Greatbow. The deputy director nodded with a smile, but it's still somewhat less than perfect. Where is it lacking? That demon died too miserably. The scene was simply unbearable to look at. If it could have been contained, it would have been perfect. Ah, it's the kid's first mission. It's good enough that he completed it. Once he grows up, won't containment be an easy task? Xiaoya, teaming up with your brother Chen, the two of us should be invincible. Yi Yata couldn't help but have a vein pop on her forehead. You're thinking too simply. For these kinds of team competitions, it's never free teaming. Instead, Amy assigns teams based on big data. Big data assignment? Strong players will be paired with weaker ones to ensure every team has a chance to win the championship. Just watch, the team assignments are about to be announced. Soon, Amy announced the group assignments on the terminal. All participants, please find your teammates. The simulation training will begin in half an hour. As expected, Chen Yan and Yi Yaya were placed in separate groups. Although Yi Yaya's abilities were not on par with Chen Yan's, she was still one of the top contenders among the chosen ones in the top 10 rankings, surpassing 99% of the trainee investigators. Chen Yan, if I win later, you'll have to call me Sister Ya. After rehearsing it several times in her mind, Chen Yan was called away by someone else, and the chance to make friends was lost just like that. Damn, your brother Chen? This is awesome. I can't believe I got assigned to the same team as you. Haha, heaven must be smiling on me. The speaker was Chang Su, one of the teammates, who seemed extremely excited. What is your ability? Hello, my name is Tang Ji. She shrank back timidly, seemingly a bit shy, her eyes fixed on the ground, unable to see the tips of her shoes. Tell me about your ability, Chen Yan asked. War God Sequence, Gene Liberation. It's the ability to enhance the physical body. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Chang Su's chest, almost making his back arch from the impact, the force so strong that even the rush of air was visible. Chang Su dropped to his knees, coughing up bile. I'm sorry. Tang Ji hurriedly bowed over and over, apologizing. Chang Su's face practically screamed, bro, I'm useless, I'm down for the count. While Tang Ji's face read, sorry, I'm just as useless QAQ. This whole thing is just way too ridiculous. Amy, I suspect I'm being targeted. Is this grouping really fair? Chen Yan was just casually complaining, but unexpectedly, someone passing by overheard and let out a chuckle. This is a judgment made by Amy through big data. It doesn't target anyone. Chen Yan turned her head and saw a handsome guy with streaked red hair walking toward her, wearing black gloves and leather boots, looking like a super agent. The two sides were at a stalemate, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, the broadcast suddenly sounded in the venue. All groups, please proceed to the holographic simulation training room. The simulation training is about to begin. Repeating, all groups, please proceed to. Ren Xiaojie lowered his fist. I don't want to bully you. Later, I'll have 2 teammates stay still. I hope you won't fall too far behind. Hard to say, it's a fierce competition. Many outstanding investigators who were out on missions have returned. Is Ren Xiaojie from the Vulcan sequence here too? He stayed at 749 for half a year, and during missions, the financial damage he caused exceeded the mission income. He was even confined once. This person not only has great strength but also a wide range of abilities, which gives him a clear advantage. Zhang Xin, I've long heard that your niece is very impressive. This time, we can really see her abilities. What kind of results do you think Chen Yan can achieve? If this were an individual duel, I think he could even hold his own against Ren Xiaojie, who's been in the game for half a year. Unfortunately, this is a team battle. Just look at Chen Yan's 2 teammates. They're not great. Exactly. I also don't understand how Amy did the assignments. It's clearly a bit unbalanced. In my opinion, Chen Yan's team will be lucky to make it into the top 10. Chen Yan's squad walked into the holographic simulation training room. The white walls around them were completely bare, with no extra objects in sight. Training begins. Scenario is being generated. The team of Ren Xiaojie also entered the scene in the adjacent room. He glanced indifferently at the 2 teammates teammates behind him. You two, don't move. Brother Jia, we may not be strong, but we can still help you earn some points. Not necessary. He wanted to win this simulation training on his own. If he relied on his teammates, Chen Yan would definitely use the excuse of the teammates were too weak to save face, leaving no room for excuses. Ren Xiaojie charged into the horde of monsters, punching the ground. Boom, nearly 10 zombies were instantly blasted away. In another team, Lu Lin was also a lone wolf, completely ignoring his two teammates as he charged into the monster horde and began attacking. Wildly, Yi Yaya stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, these zombies can't be electrocuted. Is this setting even reasonable? 2. Lu Lin's team, 1659 points. 3. Wang Zhao's team, 1599 points. 4. Yi Yaya's team, 1522 points. 12. Chen Yan's team, 999 points. Ha ha. Ever since this kid joined 749, he almost soared to the top. A little hardship might not be a bad thing. At that moment, Li Xiao suddenly stood up, staring intently at the big screen. Wait, what is this kid trying to do? Chen Yan knew very well that his squad score wasn't high. He had been pondering a question since earlier. If our goal is to kill small zombies to earn points, then what is the purpose of the giant zombie mother? Could it be just to scare us? Coupled with the rule of having to defend within the designated area, most people would likely think to stay put, prevent zombies from entering the area to avoid losing points, and kill zombies to gain points. But what if I take down the zombie mother? Interesting. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan retreated. You two hold the line and buy me some time. Got it. Cheng Su's wind wall proved effective at this moment, successfully blocking the area from the influx of zombies. Tang Ji focused on dealing with the ones that slipped through, smashing zombie heads with a single punch. Meanwhile, Chen Yan activated his new ability on the spot. Slaughter Sequence 015 Blood Moon Great Bow of Latani. Chen Yan's team completed the hidden achievement in the simulation training, total points plus 5,000. Amy has a bug? Chen Yan's team completed the hidden achievement in the simulation training, total points plus 5,000. Hidden achievement? Never heard of it before. Does this mean Chen Yan is the first person to complete the hidden achievement? Ren Xiaojie staggered 2 steps backward, staring at the massive point gap. His mood plummeted from the clouds to rock bottom. How could he possibly catch up now? The simulation test has officially ended. Chen Yan's team took an overwhelming lead, leaving all other teams far behind. Even now, the two teammates are still in a state of shock. Don't just stand there, let's go, Chen Yan called out. Cheng Su suddenly snapped back to reality, his excitement almost making him jump off the ground. Amazing, amazing, this is so incredible. I can't even put my feelings into words right now. Chen, you were like a movie star out there. Originally, he had joined just to ride on someone else's coattails, and wouldn't have complained even if their ranking was low. But unexpectedly, they took first place. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Although the first place reward, the Spirit Ascension pill, would only go to the MVP, even those who contributed less would still receive other rewards. Sorry for holding you back. Tang Ji bit her lip a little embarrassed. We're already first. What are you apologizing for? Cheer up. Chen Yan smiled at her. Besides, you were pretty awesome. Yeah. Tang Ji's big eyes lit up instantly. Receiving Chen Yan's affirmation seemed to make her even happier than winning first place. The teams left the simulation training room one after another, chatting away. I didn't expect Chen Yan to win in the end. That hidden achievement is just too unbelievable. Ren Xiaojie especially rushed back to 749 from out of town to participate, but unexpectedly took a major fall, being surpassed by a newly recruited investigator. It's likely he'll have a restless night tonight. Wang Xiao, as the first person to clash with Chen Yan, secretly thought of himself as highly talented. However, at this moment, he finally realized the gap between himself and Chen Yan. Even a monster like Ren Xiaojie suffered a setback, so the disparity between himself and Chen Yan was inevitable, otherwise, it would truly be self-humiliation. Coincidentally, just as Chen Yan walked away, Wang Xiao caught sight of Ren Xiaojie not far off. Ren Xiaojie walked past Chen Yan expressionlessly. This time, you got lucky. I hope next time we can face off directly. He secretly thought that this kind of test was nothing significant. In terms of actual combat, he was confident he could easily win. No problem, Lu Wenjie. Let's spar if there's a chance. Ren Xiaojie was momentarily furious, not expecting the other party hadn't even remembered his name. His heart burned with anger, his face flushed red, and he quickly walked away. At this moment, Yi Yada also ran over, patting Chen Yan on the back. Amazing, wow. I never thought you'd overtake and claim first place. No wonder you're one of us from 304. Why say anything more? Your brother Chen will always be your brother Chen. Look, here he comes. Xia Yi suddenly turned his head to look, his eyes wide open. Chen Yan, our new roommate in 304, also under Director Li, Xia Yi. His flaw is talking too much, and his strength, well, not much. Yi Yaya briefly introduced both sides. Hello, brother Chen looks strong, and indeed, he's not weak at all. Xia Yi said with a face full of excitement. Pleasure to meet you, we're all buddies from now on. Chen Yan sat down without hesitation kitchen and started eating. A celebration banquet specially for me, Xiaoya, you're so generous. Xia Yi stared at Chen Nian in disbelief, thinking to himself how he dared to address Yu Jie like that. What shocked him even more was that Yu Jie didn't get angry, merely casting him a disdainful glance. What's going on? Is room 304 about to change its dynamics? From now on, you'll have to call him Brother Chen. As for me, it depends on my mood, Yi Yaha said casually. Brother Chen, little minister has long suffered under the oppression of the former tyrant. Now that you, the new king, have ascended the throne, room 304 will finally have a fresh atmosphere and a new look. Ow! Stop meowing and whining like a fly, Yi Yaha said as she kicked Xia Yi flying. You're so lucky. Go have some late-night snacks, it's on me. By the way, I'll introduce you to old Xia. He doesn't even know you're his roommate yet. That night, Chen Nian consumed the spirit ascension pill. The abundant spiritual energy once again filled the 30 spiritual apertures in his body, raising his level from LV37 to LV67. The most immediate sensation was that the spiritual energy consumed during the high-intensity test was instantly replenished, even surpassing his previous peak state. Abundant spiritual energy meant prolonged combat endurance, as using sequence abilities relies on spiritual energy. Of course, his basic physical attributes also saw a certain degree of improvement. Alright, you guys head to the cafeteria first, I'll join you later. Chen Nian went to claim the reward for ranking first. With the Ascension pill in hand, her cultivation level could advance further, and she felt a great sense of satisfaction. At the same time, Director Li called, Chen Nian, your application has been approved. You can officially start your mission tomorrow. At the same time, Chen Nian received a new Divine Mission Series task. Current task, kill any second-tier demon or ghost. Got it, thanks, Director Li. Chen Nian secretly felt fortunate that her decision to join 749 was incredibly wise. She had a reliable mentor and interesting friends. Note, this task is a prerequisite for realm breakthrough. In the cafeteria, Yi Yaya had already ordered a table full of barbecue and was eating with great relish. Sister Ya, a man in a yellow tracksuit came running over quickly. His name was Xia Yi, one of the roommates from room 304. We haven't seen each other for 7 days, it feels like a whole week. A prerequisite task means that this task must be completed first, and then the level must be raised to LV 100 before the realm can be normally broken through. After consulting Director Li, Chen Nian learned that this is a task exclusive to chosen ones. Ordinary people can break through as long as their comprehension and talent meet the requirements, but he had already disclosed to Director Li that he is a chosen one, which was no longer a secret. Sit down and eat. Yi Yaya glanced at him. After all, his abnormal combat power was evident, and it had long sparked speculation among many people. Xiaoya, have you ever received a similar prerequisite task for a breakthrough? Smells so good. This barbecue is giving off such a rich aroma. Yes, I heard I should face a lightning strike head-on, so I ran up the mountain during a thunderstorm and got struck. It felt like undergoing a tribulation. Will you die if you don't talk? Current progress, the local security bureau has dispatched 2 officers to investigate, but they also disappeared without a trace. It is suspected that supernatural entities exist within the house, so the task has been handed over to Bureau 749. By the way, Sister Ye, that guy named Chen Nian was incredible today. I heard he's a newcomer who just arrived recently, and I never expected him to make it to first place in the end. Mission objective, determine the whereabouts of the 3 missing male college students and the 2 security officers, uncover the cause of the haunted house disturbances, and if supernatural entities are found, proceed with containment or elimination. Reward, 15 contribution points, 30,000 currency. Chen Nian finished reading the mission file, and her heart sank. This really looks quite tricky. No wonder no one took this mission. X, Shinji, look at me. X, I can shout 666. My emotional value is top-notch, and my combat skills are decent too. X, little sister can be sweet or domineering, and she can even wear black stockings. Can brother take her alone? Cock. X, who is Brother Chen? I've been out on missions recently and haven't returned to the bureau. Never heard of this name. At this moment, Tangji was lying on her dormitory bed, nervously staring at the screen. She usually didn't dare to go on missions with others, worried that her lack of skill would drag down her teammates, so she spent every day hitting wooden stakes in the training field. Over the course of a month, she had already broken 10 wooden stakes, leaving even the training field's maintenance staff helpless. This time, seeing Chen Nian looking for teammates, she remembered the previous time they teamed up for a simulation exercise and mustered the courage to leave a message. However, she then reconsidered, wondering if she was being too naive. Chen Nian's post had already garnered over 100 replies, with many strong and capable individuals among them who would even notice her. Just then, a message popped up. Chen Nian, meet at the subway station at 10 a.m. Tangji's big eyes instantly widened. After confirming she hadn't seen wrong, a surge of joy filled her heart, and a sense of elation burst forth. Tangji, got it, Captain. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Chen Nian arrived at the subway station on time and saw Tangji sitting on a bench bench from afar, staring at the tips of her shoes, lost in thought. Morning, Captain. Good morning, morning. Tang Ji hurriedly stood up, her black sports casual outfit looking particularly spirited. Her hair was tied into 2 pigtails, and the excited big eyes under her black-framed glasses sparkled with light. What time did you get here? Yeah, 8 o'clock. Meeting's at 10. Why'd you come so early? So sorry. What's there to apologize for? Being early doesn't require an apology. Hurry up and get in the car. And this is black dog blood, and this is a clear heart pill. If you accidentally inhale too much ghostly energy, it can cause discomfort or even fainting. You can take this. Chen Yan was speechless. She thought to herself, the rewards for completing this task probably won't even match what you've spent on these things, right? She's really eager to improve. I'm practically crying here. Listen up, going on a mission with me is simple. You just need to lure out the demons and ghosts, and then take care of them. But honestly, these things of yours are barely useful. Yi Yaya belongs to the Thunder God sequence, which makes sense. As for me, I belong to the Slaughter sequence, dealing with monsters in a straightforward and brutal manner. However, while it seems simple, the key lies in where to find second-tier demons and ghosts. Chen Yan opened the app, browsed the task section, and suddenly a mission titled Haunted House Horror caught his eye. Case file number, CB9822. Location, Tianhai City, Suishir Ancient Town. Overview, in the ancient town, there is an old house that has been abandoned and left in disrepair for years. A few days ago, 4 college students went there to explore, 3 men and 1 woman. In the end, only the woman survived and escaped, claiming she saw a ghost. Seeing Tangji's aggrieved expression, Chen Yan still accepted her kind gesture. Not long after, the 2 arrived at Tianhai City's Zero Metro Station. Chen Yan had Amy call for an off-road vehicle in advance, and then they drove to Suishir Ancient Town. Drive. Yes, Captain. Suishir Ancient Town, with its quaint streets and tiled houses, lacked the bustling skyscrapers of modern cities. Instead, it exuded a strong sense of history and the warmth of everyday life. The 2 headed straight for the haunted house. This house was a courtyard-style residence, undoubtedly a classical mansion. Yellow caution tape surrounded the area, and there were no nearby residents. Rumor had it that they had all moved away out of fear of ghosts. Just as Chen Yan and Tangji reached the entrance, another person dressed like a Taoist priest approached. He wore a blue robe and cloth shoes, looking quite simple. Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. First, several people have already gone missing, and no one has come out of the haunted house, so it's almost certain that they're gone. Moreover, there's too little information to determine what kind of supernatural entity might be inside. If it's something very powerful, rookie investigators rushing in could easily get into trouble. By comparison, investigators prefer tasks that are clear-cut, low-risk, and simple. However, the senior investigators of 749 are extremely busy, often traveling across the country, so it's impossible to assign this task to the senior division right away. As a result, it became a hot potato in the junior division. Take it. All that matters is confirming the presence of a supernatural entity. Chen Yan isn't that picky. The task requires 2 people, as per the regulations from above. 2 people can look out for and support each other, which not only increases the success rate of the task but also reduces the mortality rate. Just accepted a haunted house task, looking for a teammate. Requirements: must be afraid of ghosts, obedient, and sensible. Chen Yan posted a thread on the forum. Within 10 minutes, there were dozens of replies. X, isn't this my brother Chen? The Taoist stopped Chen Yan and the other person. Are you here to explore this haunted house too? Chen Yan sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? The main door is locked, and the dust at the entrance is undisturbed. You say you've been inside? Even if there are no ghosts, what are you wandering around here for? Got nothing better to do? Lu Yun was startled. This kid looks young, but he's unexpectedly sharp and not easy to fool. In fact, he had come to subdue the ghosts inside and use them for his own cultivation. He originally planned to find an excuse to trick Chen Yan and the other person into leaving, but he was seen through in an instant. Ah, just kidding. Ghosts usually appear after midnight, when the Yin energy is at its peak. How about we wait a bit and then I'll go in with you too? The more people, the better. X, upstairs. Brother Chen has only been at the bureau for a few days, scored a perfect 100 on the rookie test, and outperformed Rin Xiaojia in the simulation drill. Truly impressive. 28L. Can I? I'm scared of ghosts and very obedient. Why did Chen Yan choose someone who was afraid of ghosts to go to the haunted house? Because demons and ghosts are conscious beings. If there really are ghosts in that haunted house, they might hide when they see someone from 749 coming. If they hide, it will be harder to deal with them. So, it's best to find someone genuinely afraid of ghosts to lure them out first. The poster of 28L is an acquaintance, Tang Ji. Wait, recalling the mission briefing. 3 men and 1 woman entered, and only the woman survived and escaped. There might be something fishy. Finding a female teammate could be a good way to test things out. Are you worthy? Chen Yan said coldly, and this sentence instantly froze the smile on Lu Yun's face. Although I'm just a rogue cultivator without any organizational backing, in our line of work, we still have to follow the rules of the underworld. Does your 749 think it can act unreasonably? Unreasonable, Chen Yan said indifferently. Now that I'm here, this place is under my control. If you have a problem, I don't mind solving the root of the problem first. You, the Taoist was instantly flustered, incredulous. Were all the young people from 749 this arrogant nowadays? He still had 9 ghosts hidden in the Taoist temple on his mountain. If he could capture this one and refine 10 souls, he could use them to break through his cultivation level. He didn't dare to confront someone from 749 directly, but he was unwilling to give up on this place either. He had no choice but to retreat and observe the situation from afar. Chen Yan didn't rush in recklessly to alert the target. She thought the Taoist had a point. Ghosts were more likely to appear when the Yin energy was strongest at midnight, so she decided to act then. But before long, another unexpected guest arrived. This time, it was a tall and muscular man dressed in loose cloth garments, clearly a martial artist. My name is Lei Zhe, a lay disciple from the Golden Buddha Temple. I've come to subdue demons and ghosts. Is this the haunted house? Another one here to steal the prey. Chen Yan impatiently dug at her ear and said to Tang Ji, tell him to get lost. Oh, okay. Wait, let's be more polite. After all, we are members of an official organization and can't be too unreasonable. Then what should we say? Ask him to leave. Tang Ji immediately stepped forward, gazing at the burly man in front of her who was a head taller than her. I'm sorry, please get lost. This little girl looks quite pleasant, but who would have thought she'd have such a fiery temper? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The two boarded the train heading to Tianhai City. The 749 special subway was an ultra-high-speed maglev train, with platforms set up in the suburbs of almost all major cities across the country. Captain, I prepared a lot of things. I wonder if they'll come in handy when the time comes. What things? This is a ghost-repelling talisman. I exchanged it at the logistics department. We can each stick one on ourselves, and when attacked by ghosts, a golden light will repel them. Tang Ji enthusiastically explained. No, using your points to exchange for something like this is such a waste. Lei Zhe raised his palm. The next second, a blood-red flash of a blade swept past his eyes. Swoosh! Crimson droplets of blood floated down before him. What? Lei Zhe abruptly stepped back 2 paces. Looking down, he saw that the fabric over his chest had been slashed open, and a shocking knife wound was clearly visible. I've cultivated the Vajra body of the Buddhist sect. Even bullets can't harm me. How could I be injured so easily? He raised his head, his gaze locking onto the young man before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. This boy is no ordinary person. Since when did the 749 Bureau produce such a gifted new investigator? And his strikes are far too decisive and ruthless. Does the official force really disregard us civilian organizations so blatantly? Chen Yan casually flicked the blade in his hand, leaving a streak of blood on the ground. Whether it's you, or the Taoist hiding and watching from behind, listen carefully. I don't mind killing those who cross the line. A trace of apprehension appeared in Lei Zhe's expression, and the Taoist spying from behind trembled all over. Sorry to disturb you. He turned and left. Chen Yan sheathed his blade and smiled at Tang Ji. You've learned well. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Just as Lei Zhe retreated, the drifting cloud Taoist suddenly blocked his path. Friend, they are acting as a pair. Why don't we team up as well and stay here to see if we can reap the benefits as bystanders? Midnight. Chen Yan glanced at the time. Let's go. With that, he kicked the door open, stirring up a cloud of dust in the air. Captain, do we still need the black dog blood? Keep up. Stop talking nonsense. The shadows of the courtyard appeared particularly deep under the moonlight. The stone-paved path was covered with moss, and a withered old tree stood alone in the corner of the wall. The wind swept through the yard, bringing a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang Ji shrank back slightly. See, Captain, can I hold on to your sleeve? No. And you are? Xiaodao Luyun, coming from a small Taoist temple 10 miles away from the ancient town, heard that there were rumors of hauntings in the houses of this town and came specifically to take a look. Luyun gave a mysterious smile and said in a low voice, if I'm not mistaken, the two of you must be the experts from 749, right? After all, there was a murder case here just 2 days ago. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. So, this morning, I already went in to take a look. There are no ghosts or monsters. I'm afraid the two of you have made the trip for nothing. Ah. Tang Ji then realized there were actually 2 corpses in the hallway. It was the 2 missing security officers. With trembling hands, she began taking photos. All of this had to be included in the mission report. After finishing, the two continued walking further inside. Chen Yan pondered whether the ghosts here were being overly cautious, as they still hadn't shown themselves. It seemed some extreme measures would be necessary. Xiao Tang, go investigate the innermost room. Wait, by myself? Follow the command. What's your rank in the ladder? 500 points. This is my first time accepting a mission. I used to decline them all. Me too. I was always too scared to come before. Now that I've been docked to 300 points, I finally dared to come. Seeing that everyone is a rookie, I feel relieved. I'm ready to kill you, giving you a chance to leave some last words. Why? I'm not a demon. Because I'm in a bad mood, you white-skinned pig. Chen Yan inserted the blood needle into Jackson's chest, slowly pushing it toward his heart. Who said I can only kill demons? Don't. Jackson's face grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, his features sprouted a large number of scales, his muscles swelled abruptly, and he transformed into a hideous gray-white demon. He's a demon. *T. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly distanced themselves from Chen Yan, with many retreating all the way to the walls. Chen Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. Such weak mental defenses, scared so easily? No. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Two bloody hands twisted the demon's neck, and its body collapsed heavily to the ground, its head limply hanging to the side. In truth, the demon wasn't dead. Despite its neck being snapped, its true life core remained in its heart, nearly entering a false death state. Damn humans. I will make you regret this. Just wait. As soon as this safe house disappears, I will immediately summon the demons outside. You're all doomed. He cursed Chen Yan furiously in his heart. Fortunately, we have people from Bureau 749 here. If he hadn't identified the demon, the difficulty of this mission would have increased significantly. Yeah, thanks to him. Luckily, I trusted him earlier. Everyone thought the demon was already dead, and the hearts that had been lodged in their throats finally settled. Chen Yan, however, walked over to the demon, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He's already killed me, so what is he planning to do now? The demon felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, everyone is praising you. Shouldn't you be basking in the glory? Chen Yan crouched down, his blood transforming into a short blade, which he suddenly plunged into the demon's chest. You've got quite the tough life, huh? Did you really think I wouldn't finish the job? Finishing off the enemy is a truth Chen Yan had gleaned from countless brainless novels and TV dramas. Those protagonists who exhaust all their strength to defeat their foes, only to stand aside and monologue, it's enough to make one sick. Besides, my reward hasn't even popped up yet, and my blood strength hasn't increased. Do you think I'm stupid? What are you doing? The rest of the people were frightened by this bizarre scene. Stabbing a corpse, what's going on? And he was laughing while stabbing. It was truly terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. One knife after another pierced into the demon's body. After more than a dozen stabs, hunting desire effect triggered. Blood intensity permanently increased by 1%. That felt satisfying. Current number of survivors, 10. This time, the number of survivors finally matched the number of people present, proving that Chen Yan hadn't killed the wrong person. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a cautious person. Chen Yan sheathed the bloodstained knife, and the wounds on his hands and back were quickly healing, no longer affecting him significantly. This was the power of the royal bloodline. The safe house has only 10 minutes left. Hey, brother, what's your name? Okay, Chen. Brother Chen, you're a 749 investigator and even helped us uncover the hidden demons. Later, you'll be our team leader, and we'll follow your lead. No need, I may not be going the same way as you. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Luo Xiaoka beside him showed a hint of disappointment. She had originally wanted to ask the 749 investigator for more advice to see if she could join their team in the future. Moreover, this brother Chen was not only handsome but also had a cool demeanor. After all, she was just a naive teenage girl, and in such a dangerous reverse world, it was hard not to develop a crush. We don't know what the environment outside will be like. Once the safe house disappears, we must immediately find cover and hide. Tang Ji, QAQ. If you're not afraid, then what if the ghosts inside don't come out? Chen Yan walked into the hall and began to investigate everywhere. From time to time, rustling sounds came from the shadows. There's nothing on the first floor. Let's go to the second floor. The two arrived at the second floor corridor, walking along. Chen Yan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Tang Ji didn't notice and accidentally bumped into Chen Yan's back. Sorry. Take your phone, take a picture. Yes, everyone, try to stay quiet. To avoid chaos due to the large number of people, we will divide into 2 groups of 9. Everyone, stay alert at all times. Our goal is to survive for 8 hours and strive to earn the mission reward. Let's go. After Chen Yan excluded herself, they divided into 2 groups. Finally, the countdown in the safe house reached 0. In an instant, countless cracks spread across the floor and walls of the room, and with a loud rumble, it turned into ruins. Chen Yan immediately took in her surroundings. The sky was gloomy, filled with dense clouds, and red lightning rolled through the cloud layers. It was exactly the same as the scene she had seen at school that day. They were now in the middle of a street, with buildings on both sides, making it seem like they were in a city. Spread out. Get into the buildings. Although terrified to the core, Tang Ji resolutely followed orders, timidly walking alone toward the innermost room. Chen Yan deliberately had her act alone as bait. He himself pushed open the door to another room. Creak. The moonlight streaming in illuminated, the dust floating in the air. This seemed to be a bedroom? Chen Yan's gaze swept to the bedside table and noticed a photo in a dusty frame. The photo showed a man and a woman. Just as he picked up the photo for a closer look, suddenly, with a loud crash, a corpse hanging upside down fell abruptly from the ceiling. The horrifying face was now directly directly in front of Chen Yan. Despite his strong mental fortitude, he was still startled and took 2 steps back only to find 2 more hanging corpses dropping behind him. The 3 missing male college students appeared simultaneously. From their mouths emerged a misty, eerie aura, which coalesced midair into a gray-white ghost, a disheveled-haired female ghost. Fools who don't know their place, daring to come here to die. Any man who dares to barge in here, I'll kill them one by one. Go to hell. Chen Yan hadn't expected that the female ghost's first target of attack would not be the fearful Tang Ji, but herself. She seemed to harbor immense resentment toward men, as if believing all men in the world deserved to die. While pondering this, Chen Yan's actions remained unaffected. Blood transformed into a blade, striking forward. The female ghost was hit by Chen Yan's slash, letting out a piercing scream, and her figure instantly dimmed somewhat. Damn it! 2 squads hid separately in the buildings on the left and right sides. They tightly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Chen Yan quickly hid in a residential building, observing the outside environment through the corridor window. At this moment, the countdown for the survival mission had already begun. 8 hours remaining. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in the reverse world was exceptionally abundant, at least 3 times that of the real world. This meant that staying here for 8 hours would allow for significant absorption of spiritual energy. No wonder leveling up in the reverse world was so fast. The female ghost flew out of the room like a gust of wind, escaping to the corridor, only to bump straight into Tang Ji. A ghost! Tang Ji screamed, panicking, as he spilled the black dog blood. Immediately following was another piercing scream as white mist began to rise from the female ghost's body, clearly indicating she was harmed. Could it be that this trick actually worked? Chen Yan suppressed a smile, rushed forward swiftly, and with a clean and decisive motion, brought the blade down. The female ghost instantly dissipated into smoke, perishing under the blade. Hunting desire effect triggered. Blood strength permanently increased by 1%. Squawk. Are you okay? Chen Yan helped Tang Ji up from the ground. I'm fine. Is it over already? Tang Ji was still a bit scared, clutching Chen Yan's arm tightly and refusing to let go. By the way, Captain, my black dog blood was useful, right? Suddenly, a strange cry came from the sky, and Chen Yan looked up sharply. 2 large blackbirds swooped past, one after the other. They were circling above this urban area, like patrolling guards? Sure, Chen Yan replied casually. Amy, help me scan the information on that thing. But Captain, why didn't you contain that female ghost? If we brought her back to 749, maybe we could get an extra bonus, Tang Ji asked curiously. Currently no network, offline mode activated, retrieving database information. Chen Yan smiled faintly. In my eyes, there's no containment, only clocking out. Man-eating black crow, LV-21, common grade. Just as he walked downstairs and entered the courtyard, he saw the 2 people from earlier in the day already waiting. They were Taoist Lu Yun and the lay disciple Lu Eyes. We meet again, fellow Taoist, Chen Yan said coldly. It seems you've forgotten that I drew a line at the entrance earlier? This is a common second-tier demon. For Chen Yan, who has dealt with disaster-level demon ghost infants, it's not difficult, but for other newcomers, this would be considered a nightmare. Just these 2? We climbed over the wall to get in, Lu Eyes replied with a straight face. We ask that you hand over the ghost, or else, don't blame the 2 of us for joining forces against 749, Lu Yun threatened coldly. At this moment, Chen Yan was like someone who had been starving for 3 days and nights, ravenously rushing into a grand restaurant, only to find 2 fried dough sticks on the table. He quietly made his way to the top floor and climbed onto the rooftop. Through the window, on the open rooftop, he discovered even more demons. Some were crawling on the streets, some were lurking on the walls of buildings ready to strike, and some were even hiding inside structures, like beasts in the depths of the jungle. Tang Ji mustered up her courage and shouted, the captain already killed that female ghost. How can we hand her over to you? Very good. Now this is getting interesting. What? Chen Yan finally felt a bit excited. He hoped to break through his realm smoothly after dealing with the monsters in this area. First, he had to take care of the 2 flying ones in the sky. Their wide field of vision posed a significant threat. You killed her? Lu Yun and Lei Zhe were both dumbfounded, their eyes flashing with incredulous shock. No. Why did you kill her? Lu Yun broke down on the spot. His original plan to use the ghost to aid his breakthrough was completely ruined. Aren't you 749 people all about containment? He angrily questioned. Why do you think Brother Chen insists on acting alone? Chen Yan grinned. I kill whenever I want, whether it's that female ghost or you all. No idea. Logically, strength comes in numbers, and even if he gets targeted by demons, it would be easier to handle. However, upon hearing the news, Lei Zhe was not angry. Instead, he sighed softly and raised his hand. Ahmadba, may you rest in peace. Unexpectedly, this tough and unyielding man unknowingly shed 2 streams of tears. I guess it's because being alone makes it less likely to be exposed. A single person is a smaller target and can easily move to a hiding spot. Wait, why is he coming out? Why is he crying? Tang Ji was utterly confused. What on earth was going on? Even the Taoist priest was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Big brother, didn't we agree to wait wait and strike later? What's with the 45-degree gaze at the sky and tears? The others were quietly discussing Chen Yan's movements, but unexpectedly he was parkouring on the rooftop, jumping from one building to another, because the one who died was his wife. Chen Yan held a photo in her hand, the same one she had just seen in the room. In the photo, there was a man and a woman. The woman was the female ghost, and the man was lair. The monstrous bird in the sky is about to patrol soon. Is he looking for death? Generally speaking, only when a person is killed with overwhelming hatred and unwillingness do they turn into a ghost. During the first expedition, there were 4 college students, 3 men and 1 woman, and in the end, only the woman managed to escape. My god, this is the reverse world. The 2 security officers who died were also men. And just now, that female ghost attacked me first, not you, Xiaotang. Are you crazy? This indicates that the female ghost harbors deep hatred toward men. Why? Everyone hide, hold your breath, don't make a sound, hurry. So, you personally killed your wife. It's over. I suddenly feel like I need to pee. Lair did not deny it. After a brief silence, he sighed. Ever since I started a family with her, my heart has been burdened, and I could no longer break through my cultivation. The path of a lay disciple is ultimately one of impure thoughts. Pee your mom. Pee in your pants, just a little, don't make a sound. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. To truly return to the faith, I must sever all worldly ties completely. In the perilous reverse world, a single misstep could lead to life-threatening consequences. They dared not peek out to observe Chen Yan's actions anymore. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was, please don't drag us down with you. Not long ago, I heard rumors of hauntings in this old town, the very place we once lived. I knew it might be her restless spirit, so I came here, intending to personally send her off one last time. Chen Yan stood atop a tall building, the night wind lifting his bangs. Based on his observations, the 2 monstrous birds would soon pass by here, coming as close as 10 meters. Meanwhile, a spider was crawling on the wall of a distant skyscraper, and a humanoid demon lurked on the ground. He silently reviewed his targets in his mind, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now, it's my turn to hunt demons. In order to break through the realm, you didn't hesitate to harm your wife. Such a beast. Daoist Lu Yun couldn't help but curse. Chen Yan burst into laughter. Aren't you also a beast? Knowing there was a ghost here, you indulged her in killing people just to raise her power before using her for your own purposes. They came. 2 man-eating black crows swept across the distant sky, their black dots growing larger in Chen Yan's field of vision. After a running start, Chen Yan leapt forcefully from the rooftop of the 18th floor. You, how do you know? Lu Yun stared at Chen Yan in disbelief. At the same time, his hands extended blood-red tendrils, perfectly wrapping around the man-eating black crow flying through the air. Caw! Chen Yan grabbed it, using its momentum to swing forward. The tendrils transformed into a blood-red longsword in midair. As Chen Yan passed the black crow, the blade struck, swift as a startled dragon. Crack! The monstrous bird's neck was severed in one clean stroke, blood splattering everywhere, its head falling away. But it wasn't over yet. Another black crow followed closely behind. As Chen Yan swung forward, he collided head-on with it. The blood once again transformed into tendrils, gripping its body and using its force to swing upward. Crack! You said the Taoist temple is just 10 miles away, so you must have arrived long ago, yet you only showed up so late? You mentioned the ghost would appear at dawn, and after hearing that I killed the female ghost, you became so agitated. Clearly, you intended to use her. The second strike flashed like a crescent blade, and another monstrous bird's head fell with a sound. After slashing 2 second-tier monstrous birds in midair, Chen Yan's body rapidly collided with another building. On the wall of that building, a black spider about 2 meters long was clinging. Boom! Chen Yan crashed into it, and blood naturally formed a protective barrier. The black spider was instantly crushed into pulp. Immediately afterward, Chen Yan slid down the wall and, upon landing, sank his center of gravity, slightly bending his legs. Bang! His entire body shot out like a cannonball. Final move, dragon shattering the sky. 20 meters away, the ape-like demon hadn't yet grasped the situation before its head parted ways with its body. Splat! A large amount of blood sprayed from the demon's severed neck. Chen Yan raised a blood umbrella in his hand. His clothes remained spotless, and he left without looking back. Blood slowly flowed from Chen Yan's hand, forming a blood-red long blade. So, since both of you are beasts, hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently increased by 2%. Then kill them all. Blood strength permanently increased. Just as Chen Yan was about to take action, boom! The house behind him suddenly collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. Amid the swirling dust, a dense ghostly aura filled the air. Captain, the purifying pill. At this moment, the others were still holding their breath, hiding inside the building. They had clearly heard the commotion outside. Earlier in thought Chen Yan had already been discovered by the demons. If they went out now, they feared they might get caught up in it. But Luo Xiaoke couldn't bear it. She had made up her mind to join Unit 749 in the future. For now, she was just a reserve soldier, and Brother Chen was her colleague and senior. Meeting in the reverse world was a kind of fate. How could she just stand by and do nothing? bang. Tang Ji handed over the pill, and Chen Yan hadn't expected it to actually come in handy. After swallowing the pill, his mind felt a bit clearer. However, even though he had already slain the female ghost and even received the reward, why was the ghostly aura around him still so intense? In the chilling night breeze, none of them dared to act rashly. At that moment, from within the rubble, a frail little hand slowly stretched out from the debris. Crawling out from within was a baby. Its tiny face was pale without a trace of blood, and its eyes were pitch black, like deep, bottomless pits that sent shivers down one's spine. "What are you doing?" a man glared at Luo Xiaoke. "I just wanted to go check on Brother Chen." "A ghost infant," Taoist Lu Yun suddenly exclaimed in shock. That woman had a child in her womb before she died. The unborn baby had died along with its mother, harboring immense resentment. Coupled with absorbing a large amount of its mother's ghostly energy, it had transformed into this malevolent ghost infant. This was the most ferocious type of ghost. Crawling out from the rubble, it began to approach the group relentlessly, its body swelling as it moved, eventually transforming into a giant resembling a child. The group felt their scalps tingling. Lu Yun had clearly known there was a female ghost here. He had intended to wait for the ghost to kill a few more people and grow stronger before capturing her, but he hadn't anticipated the presence of a ghost infant hidden here. This, he truly hadn't known. "Check my ass. Amy, check its level," Chen Yan shouted. A line of green text appeared, LV26, Ghost Infant, Calamity Level. Among humans, there are prodigies, and even within the same major realm, strength varies greatly. The same applies to demons. Ordinary, Calamity Level, Disaster Level, Dragon Level, Ghost Level, these are the 5 official ratings. Calamity Level, at least 30% stronger than ordinary demons of the same tier. If he wants to get himself killed, that's his business. We're only responsible for surviving and completing the mission. If you go out now, you'll implicate us, understand? The man gritted his teeth but didn't dare to shout, his reprimand delivered in a low voice. Luo Xiaoke was scolded thoroughly, and though she felt unwilling, she had no choice but to comply. "All right. Recommendation, immediate retreat," Amy suggested, based on big data analysis, that the enemy before them was not something Chen Yan and Tang Ji could handle. It hurts so much," the ghost infant cried loudly, its terrifying sound waves causing everyone's eardrums to ache. At that moment, Lei Zhe stepped forward and softly called out, "Son, I'm your father." He coaxed gently, "Come here, son. Daddy won't hurt you. Come." Bang! Suddenly, 2 loud bangs came from outside. Everyone's hearts instantly jumped to their throats, hands tightly covering their mouths. They didn't even dare to breathe. "It's the demons. The demons are here. The demons are here." Some were drenched in sweat, some had their hearts racing, and some silently prayed for their mother's protection. But after those sounds, there was no further movement, not even the sound of footsteps. What was going on? After waiting for a while, someone finally couldn't hold back and cautiously poked out half their head to check the situation. "Dad! Dad!" The massive ghost infant slowly crawled toward him. When the distance between them was less than a meter, Lei Zhe suddenly pulled out a golden talisman and slapped it onto the ghost infant's head. The talisman emitted a golden light, and the ghost infant let out a piercing scream. "SSSSS. Lei Zhe said coldly, "Let this be your final contribution to refine Daddy's magical artifact." He took out a string of prayer beads and quickly rotated them in his hand, attempting to subdue and suppress the ghost infant. Then, he saw 2 strange bird heads still bleeding. However, the ghost infant unexpectedly extended a chubby, oversized hand and grabbed Lei Zhe's head with a sudden motion. "It hurts, Daddy, it hurts." Crack! Lei Zhe's head was crushed on the spot, blood spilling out like watermelon juice through the gaps in the ghost infant's fingers. "Damn, it's gone mad. I'm out of here. This little ghost is not to be messed with." Lu Yun didn't dare linger for even a moment longer and bolted away. What's going on? More and more people cautiously poked their heads out to check the situation. On the distant street, there were 2 distinct strange bird heads. "It's the birds that were circling in the air just now." People suddenly realized and immediately looked up, but the dark sky no longer showed any trace of the strange birds. Dead. Both of them were killed? But Chen Yan and Tang Ji did not leave. If this ghost infant were to escape, the surrounding ancient towns would likely be doomed. Even Tang Ji, who was trembling all over, remained steadfast here, because investigators of Bureau 749 have the duty to protect the safety of ordinary citizens. "Xiao Tang, you go first." It was that 749 guy's brother. He directly slaughtered 2 second-tier demons. What about you, Captain?" "No way, man, are you serious?" "Naturally, I'll stay here and kill it." Chen Yan's lips curled into an excited smile, blood flowing from his palm without the slightest sense of pain. In midair, it transformed into a long blade, which he grasped in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost infant moved its limbs, charging forward like a wild beast. Drawing stance, the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. He slashed out with a single strike, swift as lightning, the fierce blood-red blade light cutting through. "He's so strong. How did he still get matched with us in the shallowest area?" This proves his ladder score hasn't exceeded 1,000. Crack! Half of the ghost infant's hand was severed on the spot. spot. Pain. Amidst its piercing wails, the ghost infant's other hand suddenly struck out. Chen Nian intended to block with his blade, but unexpectedly, Tang Ji's figure appeared from the side, raising his right arm to shield him from the blow. Gene Liberation, a power that, once activated, can greatly enhance the strength and durability of the physical body. Is it possible that this is his first time entering the reverse world? Bang! The dull sound of impact shattered the air, and Tang Ji was instantly sent flying, crashing into the rubble of a collapsed house. But within 2 seconds, she climbed back up, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her gaze resolute. Captain, I'll buy you some time. Use that move. People immediately felt a chill as they thought about it. On Luo Shuka's delicate little face was an expression full of admiration. So, Brother Chen isn't acting with us because he's going off alone to slay the demons. As expected of a 749 investigator, so amazing. Alright, be careful. Tang Ji stuck the ghost-repelling talisman she had bought earlier onto herself, clenched her right fist, raised her left palm, took a deep breath, and lowered her center of gravity. Mom, Dad, I'll kill you. Kill. The ghost infant charged at her in a frenzy, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. The ghost-repelling talisman also took effect, keeping her out of immediate danger for the time being. Little girl, it's not like I haven't seen 749 investigators before. Is it possible that not everyone is this impressive? As for Chen Nian, he had initially planned to take a desperate risk, maximizing the power of Blood Monarch through massive blood loss. However, it seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. He leaped onto the rooftop on the other side, steadily drawing his bow. Slaughter Sequence 015, Latani's Blood Moon Bow. Countless blood droplets coalesced into an arrow, the dark red glow resembling a blood moon in the night sky. Fully charged. Xiao Tang, get out of the way. Yes. Tang Ji suddenly got up and dodged. The arrow, like a bolt released from a bowstring, accurately struck the ghost infant. Bang! Smoke and dust billowed as the ground was blasted into a large crater. The ghost infant lay in the pit, the scarlet arrow completely piercing through its body. It hurts, Daddy, it hurts. Good night. Chen Nian turned the blade and stabbed it into the ghost infant's head. Finally, the ghost infant gradually fell silent, dissolving into black mist and vanishing into the air. Divine mission completed. Blood strength plus 6%. Killed a powerful demon. Hunting desire effect triggered. Blood strength plus 3%. After the demon was killed, it released a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth in a short time, which Chen Nian and Tang Ji absorbed nearby. The two leveled up by 10 levels, rising from level 67 to level 77. Chen Nian jumped down, his blood returning to his body, and his pale complexion improved significantly. Are you okay? I'm fine, Captain. I think my realm has broken through. Tang Ji was both surprised and delighted. Her state of mind had just been elevated, and with the absorption of spiritual energy, her spiritual apertures were filled, allowing her to successfully break through. Congratulations. Chen Nian had already completed the preliminary tasks for her breakthrough. She only needed to fill the 100 spiritual apertures in her body to achieve it. Thank you, Captain. Tang Ji also knew that this mission had yielded significant gains, so she hurriedly bowed to Chen Nian in gratitude. The two prepared to take a short rest and notify the relevant troops to handle the aftermath. Current blood strength increase, 20%, divine blessings available. Chen Nian's mind stirred, and 3 cards appeared in her consciousness space. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Enhanced blood monarch effect. When surrounded by your own blood, any attack will be automatically defended. 3. Gain the ability Ghost Infant Wail. Sit on the ground and cry loudly, releasing intense soundwave attacks on enemies. What are these 3 boring abilities? Chen Nian chose the second option without hesitation. Enhancing mechanisms is much more important. Automatic blood defense sounds truly impressive. Isn't it just like Gaara's Sand in Naruto, which can automatically defend? If someone shoots at her without her knowing, the blood would form a barrier to block it automatically, without Chen Nian having to control it herself. The matter isn't over yet. Chen Nian summoned Amy. Amy, help me locate the position of any Taoist temples within 10 miles of here. Location identified. Would you like to activate navigation? Activate. It's time to settle accounts with that Taoist priest. 10 miles outside the ancient town, on a green mountain, stands a small Taoist temple. Lu Yun fled back to the temple overnight, panting heavily, his heart still gripped with fear. Curse it. I just wanted to catch a female ghost, but who would have thought there was a ghost infant hidden there? Luckily, I didn't encounter it earlier, or I'd be dead for sure. Thinking about it now, those two probably won't survive either. The ghost infant's resentment is too strong. It kills as soon as it's born. They can't possibly stand a chance. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched lazily, planning to return to the temple for a nap before making further plans. Just as he lay down on the bed and hadn't yet fallen asleep, boom! A loud noise erupted outside. Who? Lu Yun quickly got up and walked out, seeing the redwood door collapsed on the ground. 2 people stepped on the door and walked in. It's you! You're not dead? Lu Yun was stunned. Sure enough, the visitors were Chen Nian and Tang Ji. Should I be dead? blood? Chen Yan asked with a smile. You ran away? As a member of Bureau 749, don't you care about the safety of the residents in the ancient town? Lu Yun instinctively assumed the other party was a deserter. Tang Ji interjected. The ghost infant has already been eliminated by the captain. We would never be like you, indulging ghosts to harm people for personal gain. No, impossible. How could you possibly defeat that ghost infant? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? What matters is that I'm very annoyed. Chen Yan, surrounded by blood, approached step by step. Lu Yun's legs went weak with fear, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to be taken back to Bureau 749 for judgment. That ghost wasn't caused by me. At most, I just indulged it and ignored it. Do you think I came all this way just to drag you back to the Bureau? You want to kill me? Lu Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That kid in 749 is at least at the genius level. I never expected to encounter such a crazed 749 investigator this time, chasing me all the way to my house in the dead of night just to fulfill that ruthless promise. Cross the line, and you die. His expression was grave as he stood up. Out there, maybe I'm no match for you, but here, winning against me won't be so easy. After this, everyone let down their guard. Running into a big shot. This time we're definitely safe. Seal Ghost Furnace, activate. On the other side, after killing several demons and monsters, Chen Yan's blood intensity officially broke through the 40% threshold and received the gift of the gods. It was still the familiar 3 choices. Bang! The Taoist temple behind instantly exploded, and 9 evil spirits burst into the air. Kill it for me. 1. Blood regeneration speed increases by 5%. Oh, I didn't expect an unexpected gain. A gleam of excitement flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the 9 evil spirits had already lunged at him. The first evil spirit to charge forward suddenly collided with a blood-red barrier when it was less than half a meter away from Chen Yan. The remaining 8 evil spirits launched attacks from different directions, but almost all were precisely blocked by the blood barrier, failing to harm Chen Yan in the slightest. Automatic defense, immediate results. Standing in the center of the temple, Chen Yan kept his left hand in his pocket and idly scratched his ear with his right hand. Can you try harder? I'm about to fall asleep. 2. Instantly restore a small amount of spiritual energy. Courting death. Let's see how long you can hold out. 3. Instantly fill 10 spiritual apertures. Lu Yun once again activated his spiritual power, fully triggering the talismans within the bodies of all the evil spirits. The spirits went berserk desperately, attacking Chen Yan. Chen Yan extended both hands, and streams of blood flowed down his arms, intertwining into 2 long blades on either side. The second form of the stunning dragon blade, Seacoming Flood Dragon. Chen Yan whirled his twin blades wildly, like a flood dragon surging through the sea. Waves of intersecting blade energy slashed out, leaving countless marks on the ground and walls. Even the old tree in the courtyard crashed down with a thunderous roar. Chen Yan thought briefly. Only the first option seemed somewhat useful to him. Blood strength permanently increased plus 1%. Blood strength permanently increased plus 2%. Although he would never die from excessive blood loss, his blood was his combat power, akin to a mage's mana bar. Only by speeding up recovery could he sustain prolonged battles. Not long ago, Chen Yan was just at level 77, but now he had already reached level 90. The spiritual energy in the reverse world was inherently abundant, and killing monsters could also yield spiritual energy, making the leveling speed quite impressive. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could fill all the spiritual apertures in his body. Along the way, Chen Yan was killing with great enthusiasm and walked straight into the underground parking lot. In the reverse world, there was no lighting, and the underground parking lot was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Under the frenzied dance of his dual blades, all 9 evil spirits were slain, 8 low-level and 1 high-level, just enough to increase his blood strength by 10%. Lu Yun was completely dumbfounded. The 9 evil spirits he had painstakingly collected were gone just like that? Amy, illuminate. Wait, Bureau 749 doesn't have the authority to execute humans. You're breaking the rules, you can't touch me. Instantly, a strong white light lit up on the watch-like terminal. After walking into the parking lot for a while, Chen Yan found no monsters and was about to leave when a faint red light in the depths of the darkness caught his attention. Is there something inside? Don't come over. If you want any benefits, just tell me, we can talk it over slowly. He ventured further in and saw a spatial vortex shrouded in eerie red light, sealed on the outside by several black iron chains. Could it be the lair of a powerful monster? Not interested. Chen Yan's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he reached out to touch the black iron chains. Chen Yan raised the knife and struck, cutting off the Taoist's head. Unfortunately, it wasn't a demon or ghost, so there was no reward. Job's done. Heading back to 749. Hidden task triggered. Break the seal to enter the nest and slay the demons lurking within. By the way, Captain, I've always had a question. You often bleed, don't your wounds hurt? Once inside the nest, you cannot leave voluntarily until one side is dead. It doesn't hurt. My wound heals skills very quickly. Blood turned into a blade. Bang! With one slash, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The black chains were not destroyed. Instead, Chen Yan felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the blood blade was deformed. So tough? Oh. After several attempts, Chen Yan realized that with his current strength he couldn't break the seal. It seemed he would need to advance his realm before trying again. Thus, Chen Yan left the parking lot and continued searching for demons elsewhere. Tang Ji silently put away the pill he was about to take out, originally intending to give it to the captain. As he left, Chen Yan initiated a new round of divine blessings, and 3 cards appeared immediately. 1. Instantly fill 10 spiritual apertures. 2. Strengthen the blood monarch effect. Range of effect increased by 4 meters. 3. Body's blood production speed plus 5%. 4 hours passed quickly. At this moment, Chen Yan only felt that killing demons was incredibly exhilarating. Not only could he level up quickly, but it also enhanced the strength of his bloodline. With every demon he killed, he could tangibly feel himself growing stronger. Normally, killing a single demon often required taking on a mission and wandering around for half a day to find one. But in the reverse world, this was a paradise for demons and monsters, and a blessed land for Chen Yan. After nearly clearing out the entire area, there were no living demons left in the city district. At this moment, Chen Yan felt his entire body brimming with spiritual energy, every meridian filled with surging power, and a scorching heat flowing through his heart. Level 100, Great Perfection of the Tongling Realm. It was time to find a place to break through to the next stage. Chen Yan chose the second card without hesitation because the effect was simply too powerful. Currently, blood can only leave the body within a range of about 2 meters, meaning he can only create a weapon about 2 meters long, and his attack and defense range are also limited to within 2 meters. Chen Yan chose to regroup with the main team. Although he had already cleared the city district, he still couldn't guarantee that there were no stragglers left, so he needed the others' cover while breaking through. By now, the other 9 people had completely relaxed, no longer as cautious as before. This is precisely why he lacks large-scale attack capabilities. If the range increases by another 4 meters, his attack and defense range will directly double. Now, with Chen Yan at the center, a radius of 6 meters becomes his attack range. Brother Chen is back. Seeing Chen Yan return, everyone excitedly gathered around him. In the meeting room of Bureau 749, the deputy director hosting the morning meeting had not yet arrived, and the mentors started chatting among themselves. Chen Yan is back. Have you read his mission report? Zhang Xin asked, as he had always been very concerned about Chen Yan. Impressive, bro. Did you just wipe out all the demons in this area? What's so interesting about a trainee investigator's mission report? You're too fierce. You turned this survival mission into a monster-slaying mission. Exactly, Director Zhang. Don't keep worrying about Chen Yan. Wait until he grows up and then pay attention to him gradually. This is the first time I've completed a mission so easily. Ha. Zhang Xin shook his head. You wouldn't have expected it, would you? He was carrying out a mission to investigate a haunted house and ended up encountering a second-tier ghost infant. The short-statured Luo Shioka finally squeezed in from outside. Can I join 749 in the future? I've always admired organizations like this. What? It turned out that the young girl wanted to pull some strings with Chen Yan and have him give her a referral. Little did she know, Chen Yan himself had just joined as a trainee investigator. Of course, Chen Yan remembered how cooperative this little girl had been when he needed to test her blood earlier. If you really want to join, fine, I'll assign you an internship task now. Ghost infant, you must be joking. Sure. What task? I'll do my best to complete it. That thing is not easy to deal with. Follow me. Luckily, Chen Yan is fine, or we would have lost a genius. Chen Yan led Luo Xiaoka into a building by the street, and the two exchanged names along the way. Brother Chen Yan, what are we doing here? Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't escape. He killed the ghost infant. Now I need to begin breaking through to the next level, so I need to focus and calm my mind for a while. During this time, stay outside and make sure no one disturbs me, Chen Yan said softly. The mentors all looked at each other, and the meeting room fell into a brief silence. The ghost infant is a calamity-level threat. It even surpassed Chen Yan by an entire realm, and he actually killed it? Oh, got it. Luo Xiaoka nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Chen Yan, I'll guard this entrance, and no one will bother you. Yeah, the slaughter sequence is indeed strong in combat, but this is the first time I've seen someone this powerful. It's definitely a bit abnormal. Alright, take this. If there's any danger, press the button and throw it out. During his mission, he also encountered other rogue cultivators, and the result was the same, he slaughtered them one by one. In short, he didn't leave anyone alive. What Chen Yan handed her was Yi Yaya's explosive thunderball, which was said to be capable of paralyzing monsters. After making the arrangements, he went up to the second floor to prepare for his breakthrough to the mountain-moving realm. Breaking through to a major realm is a relatively mystical process, not only related to one's talent and comprehension but also to one's state of mind. Perhaps after experiencing a great battle or a sudden epiphany overnight, one could break through. However, However, lower realms are not as particular. For an average spiritual practitioner, as long as their spiritual apertures are full, they can naturally advance. This kid is way too ruthless. Chen Yan held her breath and focused her mind, channeling the spiritual energy from all the apertures in her body, gathering it in one place for refinement, and then releasing it back into her limbs and bones. This process not only further tempered the body but also significantly enhanced the physical strength and power after a successful breakthrough, hence it was called moving mountains. Li Shao adjusted his glasses. There's no issue. Investigators of Unit 749 have the authority to handle other psychics obstructing their case flexibly based on the situation. In emergencies, they can directly resort to killing. The mission report mentioned that the Taoist controlled a large number of ghosts to besiege Chen Yan, almost killing him. Chen Yan barely managed to escape. Sounds a bit fake, doesn't it? Chen Yan successfully returned to Bureau 749. Transmission countdown, 21 hours. In just one day, the first survival mission would officially begin. He decided not to go out again but instead focused on supplementing his experience and knowledge about the reverse world, continuing to enhance his combat abilities. He wanted to be fully prepared, just in case. After extensively browsing information on the app, Chen Yan gained a deeper understanding of the reverse world. Everyone has a ladder score that symbolizes their level. The initial score is 1,000 ladder points. If one refuses to undertake a mission in the reverse world, ladder points will be deducted, and failing a mission also reduces the score. When ladder points drop to 0, one loses the favor of the gods, and their sequence abilities permanently disappear. Newcomers view entering the reverse world as a nightmare and try to avoid it, whereas the strong see it as an opportunity and yearn for it. This is how the gap between the weak and the strong widens. Those who frequently enter the reverse world, as long as they survive each time, can break through their limits at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. Depending on ladder scores, the levels of the reverse world vary. Currently, the reverse world has 7 levels, ranging from shallow to deep. Simple level, ladder 1-1000, normal level, ladder 1K 2K, difficult level, ladder 2K 3K, and so on. Of course, some high-level individuals attempt to deliberately suppress their scores, but high-level individuals in lower tier zones cannot achieve any progress, ultimately rendering their efforts futile. My first entry into the reverse world should be at the simple level, matched with other rookies below 1,000 points. What's there to be afraid of? Just go for it. While it's still early, let's head to the training ground to practice. Chen Yan didn't expect that shortly after arriving at the training ground, she would witness a dramatic catfight between girls. Outside on the street, 2 men walked into an alley and began urinating against the corner of a wall. Hey, if we had known earlier, we should have stuck around with Brother Chen. Maybe we could have gotten some of that demon spiritual energy. The trainee investigator training ground. Zhao Qian was practicing shot put throws with her best friend, tossing and catching back and forth to train their strength. She was the senior who had previously brought Chen Yan into 749. After the recent regional patrol mission ended, she had returned to the bureau. Shen, you wouldn't believe it, there's a monster rookie who just joined recently. Scored a perfect 100 on the rookie assessment, unbelievably strong. Ha, is that person named Chen Yan? Zhao Qian smiled proudly. How could I not know? We went to the same university, and I was even his senior. Wow, seriously? Her best friend looked utterly incredulous. Do you know how amazing he is? The deputy director's daughter, Yi Yaya, who usually acts recklessly, was completely subdued by him. I know. Even though I just got back, I've been browsing the forums quite a bit. Since you know him, won't you be able to rely on him in the future? It was just a brief encounter. He's a bona fide genius. Whether he even remembers my name is uncertain. Stop overthinking it. You need to rely on your own strength. Keep practicing. At that moment, 3 girls suddenly walked in. Xiao, you're back? Why didn't you say hi to me? That's so unfriendly. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Qian's smile instantly turned cold. The blonde girl leading the group was her former roommate, Song Jinxiu. Every time Zhao Qian went to the cafeteria to eat, Song Jinxiu would ask her to bring food back to the dorm. Even worse, when the food was brought back, she wouldn't even pay for it. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Zhao Qian confronted her, but Song Jinxiu merely sneered. We're dorm sisters, and you're fussing over such trivial amounts of money? So petty. Since then, the relationship between the two became strained, and Zhao Qian proactively applied to move to another dormitory. What are you doing here? Nothing much, just that a few of us sisters want to train here. Why don't we do it together? We're all good sisters, you wouldn't refuse, right? She came to take over the space. Zhao Qian immediately frowned. Don't go too far. Calling us good sisters sounds so distant now. I'm not taking over, just thought of practicing with you. Speaking, she bent down, grabbed the shot put on the ground with one hand, and hurled it fiercely. Her sequence was strength enhancement. Under the forceful push, the shot put tore through the air like a bullet, striking heavily against Zhao Qian's chest. She staggered back 2 steps while clutching the shot put, her chest surging with a wave of blood. Nice shot. You're so accurate, Sister Song. Forget it. Look at him, he clearly clearly doesn't want to take us along. In his eyes, we're probably just insignificant rookies, not worth bothering about. The other two girls clapped cheerfully on the side. Song Jinxio gently flicked the hair draped over her shoulder and said with a light laugh, "Don't go applying for Amy to arbitrate, okay? We're just having a normal sparring session. It's just that you're too weak to handle it. And don't blame us for being blunt. Don't you think standing here with your mediocre talent is just wasting training resources?" But he seemed pretty friendly to that little girl just now. Zhao Qian had no words to retort, biting her lip and swallowing her frustration. She was indeed average in talent, even weaker than Song Jinxio. "Forget it, Qian. Let's train somewhere else. Don't stoop to her level." Her best friend was pulling Zhao Qian, ready to leave, when suddenly another boy walked into the training field, heading straight toward Song Jinxio and her group. "That's Chen Nian?" Zhao Qian exclaimed in surprise. Not everyone had seen Chen Nian, most people had only read discussions about him on the forums. Song Jinxio had never seen him either. "Oh, are you the guy that woman hooked up with? Here to stand up for her? Ha ha! That little girl is so sweet and adorable, fair-skinned and delicate. What man wouldn't be moved by her? Even I want to pin her to the ground." Chen Nian didn't waste any words. His index finger suddenly extended a stream of blood, forming a blood-red palm. With a slight sweep of his finger, the blood palm swung fiercely several meters away. This was a new technique unlocked after the Blood Monarch attack range was enhanced. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and a bright red handprint instantly appeared on the fair face. Song Jinxio clutched her burning cheek in disbelief, glaring angrily at Chen Nian and shrieking, You dare hit me? Even my dad has never hit me, and you dare hit me?" The two were chatting happily, completely unaware that in the dark corner of the alley, a rotting lump of flesh was quietly crawling toward them. By the time the man noticed, the flesh was already right in front of him. "What the hell is that?" "It's fine. Today, I can be your dad for once." As soon as he finished speaking, the rotting flesh suddenly sprang up from the ground, completely covering the man's face. Ugh. "Stop pretending to be a big shot." Song Jinxio waved her hand, and a heavy shot put on the ground instantly flew into her grasp. With full force, she hurled the shot put like a cannonball. The automatic blood defense effect activated, immediately forming a barrier that perfectly intercepted the shot put mid-air. "What?" Song Jinxio froze in place for a second. The force she had just exerted was enough to smash through a wall, yet it was so effortlessly blocked. At that moment, a girl beside her stammered, Song Jia, he seems to be Chen Nian." His mouth and nose were completely blocked, rendering him unable to make a sound. Then, the flesh began to slowly burrow into his body through his nose, mouth, and ears. A parasitic demon. In an extremely short amount of time, the man's brain was completely devoured, and the monster took over his body. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What are you doing?" Ugh. Upon hearing the name Chen Nian, Song Jinxio's pupils contracted sharply. Though she had never met him, she had heard of his reputation. How did Zhao Qian manage to associate herself with Chen Nian? She wasn't worthy. "Ha, so it's Brother Chen. You should have said so earlier. I didn't recognize you just now, sorry about that." Her expression instantly changed as she began to flatter Chen Nian. She had always been adept at judging people and adapting her behavior, which was why she thrived socially. After a while, two zombie-like figures staggered out of the alley, their visible skin covered in sores, saliva uncontrollably dripping, pupils lifeless, and their entire bodies emanating the stench of rotting flesh. At this moment, the others were still leisurely chatting, completely unaware of the abnormality. "What the heck is that smell?" "It's okay, I just wanted to practice with you." Chen Nian smiled faintly. Song Jinxio's fake smile froze slightly, and she suppressed her anger, speaking softly, "Brother Chen, the trivial matters between us sisters shouldn't concern a strong and upright man like you, right? What did you two do? Did you forget to wipe after taking a dump or something? What a good tactic. It's no wonder the seductive ones thrive. They can call you brother while showing off their legs. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to handle a girl like this." Chen Nian nodded. "You make a good point. It really doesn't have much to do with me." "Wait, something's wrong with them, right, brother? So how about you step out for now, and I'll treat you to a meal another day. Next time, wherever you want to hit your little sister, I'll let you hit." Before the words were finished, the two had already lunged like wild beasts, biting ferociously. A woman was immediately knocked to the ground. "No, don't." Smack! The bloody hand landed another slap on Song Jinxio's left cheek. Does it matter now? This time, her left and right cheeks were finally symmetrical. If Director Lee, with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, were here, he probably wouldn't be able to resist praising me. Chen Nian thought to himself, "Let go of me." "Ah, Chen, you really are shameless. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The woman had just let out a terrified scream when her head was instantly enveloped by rotting flesh. Her limbs twisted and struggled for a moment before going still. "What's wrong with you all?" "Yes, they've been parasitized by the monster. Run, you!" A man was about to flee but found his legs tightly gripped by the woman who had just been knocked down. Pus and blood oozed from her eyes, and large patches of corpse-like spots appeared on her pale skin. Damn it. Let go of me. Damn it. By the way, you're a waste in my eyes too. Don't you think occupying the training field is a complete waste of resources? In Chen Nian's eyes, everyone was worthless, no exceptions. The harsh words just spoken turned into a boomerang and flew back. Song Jinxiu not only felt a burning pain on her face but also lost all her dignity. Usually, when encountering men like this, she'd smile sweetly and act coy. Who wouldn't be charmed? They say you don't hit a smiling face, but Chen Nian truly had no qualms about striking. The man kept stomping on the woman's hand, even bending it and breaking the bones, yet it had no effect. Soon, he was surrounded by several people, and the rotting flesh burrowed into his body. Accompanied by violent convulsions, he too became a puppet of the monster. This demon could infinitely proliferate using human bodies. Amy, what's going on outside? He openly assaulted a colleague. I demand an immediate disciplinary ruling. Song Jinxiu was already furious. Amy's virtual image appeared in mid-air, retrieving surveillance footage. Luo Xiaoke also heard the piercing screams and cries from outside. Instinctively, she poked her head out to take a look. What she saw was a horrifying scene of people frantically killing each other, like a hellish nightmare. The streets were covered in shocking blood. What's happening? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Ruling in progress? Luo Xiaoke quickly pulled herself back, pressing her back tightly against the wall, her breathing rapid, her heart racing. The demon is controlling them. No, I must help Brother Chen Nian guard this entrance. She immediately shut the large iron door at the entrance. Determined as provocation and disturbance, 50 behavior discipline points deducted, ruling complete. Soon after, there was no longer any sound outside. Luo Xiaoke slowly moved her body out, intending to quietly observe the situation outside. One look, and her soul was scared out of her. Song Jinxiu's face lit up with a smile. Ha, serves you right. Outside the door, people with rotting bodies and hideous faces were steadily approaching. I know you're hiding inside. He. The next second, her terminal popped up a notification, provoking trouble, 50 behavior discipline points deducted. Come out, little girl, become one with us. We're friends, aren't we? Definitely serves you right. Zhao Chen behind her couldn't help but laugh. Amy, I'm the one who got hit, so why are my points being deducted? Stupid AI. If you don't come out, we'll have to come in and find you. Insulting Amy, 100 behavior discipline points deducted. Hint, your behavior score is too low, temporarily blocking all field actions. Please engage in more public welfare activities to improve your score. Song Jinxiu's face instantly turned pale. Just wait, someone so arrogant right after arriving, soon you'll see. Goodbye, my sweet daughter. Song Jinxiu left angrily, and the onlookers also dispersed. Thank you, Chen Nian. I've disliked her for a long time. Thanks to you today, I finally got to vent my anger. It was truly satisfying. Senior, you're too kind. Chen Nian smiled faintly. In this day and age, still playing at school bullying, it's really just asking for trouble. However, Song Jinxiu has quite the connections. She might send someone to bother you. No problem. It'll be a chance to have some fun. Alright, I'm off to train now. After Chen Nian left, her best friend hurried over. Wow, I didn't expect you and Chen Nian to have such a good relationship. He's so handsome. I was practically swooning just now. The relationship can't be considered close. We can only say his character is decent. A series of chilling and icy voices came from outside. Song Jinxiu returned home and arranged to meet Rin Xiaojie that evening. Brother Ren, I was bullied by Chen Nian. She grabbed Rin Xiaojie's arm and pleaded, if you don't stand up for me, I won't be able to survive in 749. Chen Nian? Ren Xiaojie took a puff of his cigarette, his brows slightly furrowed. He is indeed a bit too arrogant. Just as well, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to spar with him. Brother Ren, are you planning to challenge him in a real fight? Song Jinxiu was overjoyed. That's great. I'll issue the challenge for you tomorrow. I'll stir things up on the forum, ensuring that once he loses, he'll be mercilessly ridiculed. Dorm 304, living room. Chen Yan and Yi Yada were sitting on the sofa eating snacks. Xia Yi was cleaning up, and although no one forced him, Li Zhao's teachings had instilled in him a habit of keeping things tidy. Chen Yan, isn't this a bit unfair of you? Yi Yada munched on potato chips. You didn't even call me, your sister Ya, for something this good. I've long disliked that pretentious woman Song Jinxiu, and this would have been the perfect chance to bully her. Ha, everyone knows you're the deputy director's daughter. If you came, the other side wouldn't dare act out, and there wouldn't be any follow-up trouble. You've got quite a dark heart, kid. Chen Nian smiled. By the way, I'm planning to go to the reverse world tomorrow. Just letting you know in advance. What? Yi Yada and Xie Yi exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Yi Yada said, how long have you been awakened and you're already eager to go to the reverse world? Isn't it too soon? I've only been there once myself. Xie Yi said, Brother Chen, I'm not a professional, but I want to give you a piece of advice, though it might not be very mature. Have you completed your first mission? Chen Yan asked Yi Yaya. It's over. Then that's it. If you can pass, what am I afraid of? You really deserve a beating. Yi Yaya angrily kicked Chen Yan with her bare foot. After kicking him, she took out a gray-white sphere with a futuristic design from her storage artifact and tossed it to Chen Yan. What's this? Press the the button on the side and it will explode in 5 seconds, releasing a large amount of lightning. I've also enhanced it with my own abilities, it should at least paralyze the monster. Thanks, Sister Iya. That sister hit Yaya right in the heart, and the gift was quite decent too. Afterwards, Chen Yan told Li Xiao about his plan to go to the reverse world. Director Li did not try to dissuade him but instead seriously shared many lessons and experiences, and gave him a simultaneous translation headset as he might encounter foreigners in the reverse world. The next morning, bright and early, Chen Yan hadn't gotten out of bed yet when Yi Yaya burst into his bedroom. What's going on? Quick, look at the forum. That woman Song Jinxiu is challenging you to a duel. She's challenging me to a duel? Is she out of her mind? To be precise, she issued the challenge on behalf of Rin Xiaojie. These two have a good relationship in private. Yi Yaya explained, it seems Rin Xiaojie was dissatisfied with losing to you in the last test and wants to redeem himself through actual combat. Chen Yan glanced at the forum, and the hottest post at the moment was, challenge, who is the strongest intern investigator? Rin Xiaojie officially challenges Chen Yan. Time, 10 o'clock, location, arena. The replies below have already exceeded 100. X, oh wow, there's some fun to watch. X, this is a true showdown of the titans. X, it seems Chen Yan hasn't reached the mountain moving realm yet. Isn't Rin Xiaojie being a bit of a bully? X, he seems to have mentioned that he would suppress his spiritual power to the spirit communication realm. X, stop talking, I've already woken everyone up in the dormitory. Hurry up. X, the key is, will Chen Yan accept this challenge? X, of course, you have to accept it. You all know how arrogant Chen Yan is. If you don't accept, wouldn't it make you look cowardly? Chen Yan immediately noticed that many comments were deliberately trying to provoke him. Ignore him. Aren't you about to head to reverse world? How can you waste time on him? Starting at 10? Chen Yan glanced at the time. It was exactly when he would enter reverse world at 10 o'clock. It was just past 8 now, with less than 2 hours left on the countdown. If you really feel embarrassed, how about I accept it for you? I'll say he has to beat me first before he can challenge you. How about that? Yi Ya said, patting her chest. You're even willing to lose for me. I'm so touched I could cry. Go. This is a special situation. Besides, you saved me last time, so consider this repaying the favor. Chen Yan used his own account to reply under that post. If you want to fight, fine, but give me a 2-minute notice. I have something at 10. Also, I don't fight meaningless battles, let's bet 100 contribution points. His personal response instantly pushed the anticipation for this duel to its peak. X, Chen Yan accepted. X, he even proposed a bet so bold. X, 100 contribution points are no small amount. Some people can't save up that much in half a year, and it's enough to exchange for a decent cultivation technique or martial skill. X, let's go, brothers. Get ready for a good show at the arena. X, but there's one thing I can't figure out. He said he has something at 10 o'clock. What could it be? X, no idea. Could it be that he's going to buff himself first? Yi Yaya was surprised when she saw Chen Yan reply like this, saying, 2 minutes early. You really plan to finish fighting him and then head to the reverse world? Alright, you're even going to bet 100 contribution points with them. Where are you going to get so many contribution points? Don't you have them? If I lose, you help me pay. If I win, I'll split half with you. Deal. In the office, Li Xiao also opened the live broadcast channel of the arena, his expression somewhat stern. Director Li, I heard that your trainee is about to face a big battle. Chen Yan versus Rin Xiaojie. This match is quite worth watching. Unexpectedly, Li Xiao said with a stern face, this kid simply doesn't know how to prioritize. What do you mean, Director Li? You don't have confidence in Chen Yan? Not at all. His combat ability is top-notch in the killing sequence, and one-on-one duels are his specialty. Li Xiao shook his head. No, I don't think he'll lose this challenge. Then what are you complaining about here? Because he's about to be transported to the reverse world. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the few instructors in the office instantly widened their eyes. Wait, that kid is going to the reverse world so soon? Then why is he even going to fight a challenge match? Doesn't he know to maintain peak combat strength before entering? I don't believe he really dares to play like this. Let's all watch the live stream together. Several mentors pulled their chairs over, sat next to Li Xiao, and became spectators. In the arena, the morning crowd had already exceeded 100 people. Within Bureau 749, almost all the station trainee investigators had arrived, with some still munching on buns. Veteran powerhouse Rin Xiaojie was up against rising dark horse Chen Yan, and there was even bad blood between them. Song Jinxiu, who facilitated this challenge match, also had conflicts with Chen Yan. On top of that, there was a 100 contribution point wager. The winner would gain both fame and fortune, while the loser would suffer a double loss. This match is really worth watching. I was still squatting on the toilet, but I clenched and came straight over. Bro, can you stay away from me? I'm freaking eating breakfast here. Rin Xiaojie has already arrived. Why hasn't Chen Yan come yet? There are only 10 minutes left until the start. No, it's 8 minutes. Didn't Chen Yan say he had something to do? too? He wouldn't want to decide the outcome in just 2 minutes, would he? Of course, Zhao Qian also arrived at the scene. She knew this duel was somewhat related to yesterday's conflict. The cool and aloof beauty Lu Lin also came. A vacuum-like space seemed to form around her, as no one dared to approach her, fearing the chill that would make them shiver. Additionally, Chang Su, who had previously teamed up with Chen Yan, and the glasses-wearing cute girl Tang Ji were also present. Time, 9:55. Chen Yan, Yaya, and Xia Yi appeared together as a group. Here he comes, here he comes. Finally, here he comes. Go for it, brother Chen. I'm rooting for you. There were quite a few people cheering for Chen Yan. Song Jinqiu glanced at Chen Yan, crossed her arms, and sneered, such a show-off. Bang! A decayed, bloody hand smashed through the iron door. Suddenly, an eyeball filled with bloodshot veins emerged from the palm, staring fixedly at Luo Xiaoke, who was hiding behind the wall. Found, you. Ren Xiaojie was already standing in the center of the arena, his dyed red hair appearing sleek under the gel styling, paired with black gloves and leather boots. That complemented his confident smile. When he saw Chen Yan step onto the stage, he casually asked, "Let me ask first, what exactly is the matter you mentioned?" "Nothing much, just heading to the reverse world." After a brief silence, Ren Xiaojie couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If you win, then you're impressive. If you lose, you can say it's to conserve strength for the reverse world. Doesn't that make you invincible? Why didn't I think of such a flawless excuse?" "What? Chen Yan said he's going to the reverse world? Really?" Song Jinqiu sneered disdainfully, a dignified man, actually preparing an escape route before the battle. Truly meticulous thinking. Xia Yi quietly asked from the side, "Sister Ya, is brother Chen really? Really? Later this group of people will all be humiliated. Just thinking about it is amusing." Ren Xiaojie shrugged. "Speaking of which, I have something to do too. I had insomnia yesterday, so I need to go back and catch up on sleep." A burst of laughter erupted. Chen Yan raised his palm, and fresh blood dripped vertically, transforming into a crimson longsword. "Stop wasting time. I'm in a hurry." Ren Xiaojie's palm ignited with flames. He was also a chosen one, belonging to the fire god sequence 010, True Flame Explosion. He could detonate the flames in his hand, instantly releasing a powerful, fiery shockwave. For him, winning was ridiculously easy. As long as he got close to Chen Yan and detonated the flames, he could blow him away directly. "Relax, there's definitely plenty of time." Ren Xiaojie lowered his center of gravity, his palms facing backward. Boom! Flames exploded between his hands, resembling two fiery thrusters, instantly granting him immense momentum. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chen Yan. So fast. Can you even react to this? Ren Xiaojie really doesn't hold back at all. Various thoughts flashed through people's minds as they subconsciously held their breath, not daring to blink. "It's over, kid." Ren Xiaojie threw a punch at Chen Yan's face, the corner of his mouth curling into the arc of a victor. To him, the result of this punch was irrelevant. The fiery storm caused by the explosion was something Chen Yan absolutely couldn't evade. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted instantly, and the fiery storm swept toward the two of them in an instant. Chen Yan didn't dodge. Isn't it over now? Close-range clashes are truly Ren Xiaojie's forte. His ability is just too unreasonable. Wait, no. When the flame storm dissipated, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. Chen Yan was still standing in place, completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaojie's fist had struck a blood-red wall, perfectly blocking his attack. Even his own eyes were filled with disbelief. The fire god sequence was known for its destructive power, and his high sequence abilities were almost unstoppable, usually resolving enemies with a single punch. The demons and monsters he had encountered before were obliterated with one strike, leaving no trace behind. Yet this time, it had no effect at all. This was a first. With a thought, Chen Yan transformed the blood barrier into chains, suspending Ren Xiaojie's right hand in midair. Then, the blade rose. Drawing blade style, hidden dragon emerges. Like a blood-red dragon breaking through mountains and ridges, it soared straight into the heavens. Crack! Ren Xiaojie's right hand flew off, landing heavily on the ground. The audience erupted in screams, their eyes trembling, mouths agape, forgetting to close them. They clearly hadn't expected the outcome of this duel to be decided so quickly. Amy, acting as the referee, appeared at the right moment. The match is over. Victory goes to Chen Yan. Ren Xiaojie endured the excruciating pain of his severed hand, still unable to believe he had lost. A severed hand could be reattached quickly at the medical center, but his pride and dignity had been utterly destroyed. Chen Yan found it laughable. The killing sequence was the strongest sequence for combat. After all, it was designed specifically for killing, and his blood monarch ability allowed blood to transform freely, pushing combat capabilities to their peak. If Ren Xiaojie had leveraged his advantage in cultivation level, he might have lasted a bit longer. But to suppress his spiritual power by one level and fight him, wasn't that just asking for humiliation? No way. Chen Yan won just like that? Am I seeing this right? It ended so quickly. Jiegu even lost in the actual match. Unbelievable. Amazing. Chen Gu. Tang Ji also clapped vigorously below, her face full of excitement. Squelch. A short blade pierced into the monster's palm, pinning it firmly to the iron door. Luo Xiaoka's gaze was resolute, her voice commanding like an incantation. Zhao Chen let out a relieved sigh, the weight in her heart finally lifted. It seemed she had underestimated Chen Nian before. His talent and strength were absolutely top tier among geniuses, perhaps. What people called genius was merely the threshold to approach him. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Song Jinxiu, seeing Chen Nian being praised by everyone, almost ground her teeth to pieces. She felt aggrieved, having gone to great lengths to initiate a challenge on the forum, all to have Ren Xiaojie seek justice for her. But now, not only had she failed to reclaim her dignity, she had instead given someone else the chance to shine. Truly, she had tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Just as she was about to leave, Yi Yaya stopped her. Come out, Anos. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I remember you bet 100 contribution points with Maine. So, who's paying, him or you? Surely you're not planning to renege, Her ability belongs to the Spirit Summoner God sequence, which can be simply described as a summoner. Spirit Summoner sequence 27, Frenzied Black Magic Bear Arnos. I'll pay. A gigantic black bear instantly appeared beside Luo Xiaoka, its massive body almost completely blocking the entrance. Stop them. They must not interfere with Brother Chen Nian's breakthrough. 100 contribution points. How many tasks would you have to complete to save up that much? Giving them away so easily feels almost as painful as shedding a layer of skin. After transferring the contribution points, Song Jinxiu watched Yi Yaya cheerfully wave her off. As someone with connections, Yi Yaya naturally lacked neither contribution points nor resources, and she unhesitatingly transferred all her 50 points to Chen Nian. Chen Nian, when you come back, you owe us a meal. The people outside, controlled by monsters, kept charging forward, but the black bear's combat power was no joke. With a single swipe, it could send them flying, leaving shocking bloodstains on the ground. Even with broken limbs, they couldn't be stopped from continuing their attack, because they had already been completely devoured by the monsters. What kept them moving now was merely the flesh inside their bodies. No problem. Such a cute little sister, to have such a powerful summoned beast, hee hee. At that moment, the countdown ended, and a string of text immediately appeared in the air. Whether it was issued by some god, higher dimensional being, or the rules of the world, the task was now officially displayed before Chen Nian. Do you accept the survival task and proceed with immediate transmission? Lola should be paired with beasts. Haven't you heard of that? Yes. The woman suddenly twisted her dislocated neck back into place with both hands, revealing a sinister smile. I underestimated you. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian disappeared, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. What just happened? Luo Xiaoka abruptly threw out a lightning ball. The lightning ball exploded mid-air, crackling and sizzling. Where is Chen Nian? How could such a big living person suddenly disappear? A massive surge of electricity instantly charred a group of people outside. What followed was a nauseating scene. These people simultaneously turned into rotting flesh. The heaps of flesh gathered, fused, and piled up, eventually forming a gigantic flesh monster. In the chest of this flesh monster, the faces of those it had devoured could faintly be seen. Its size had already surpassed that of a black bear. Could it be? The game is over. People suddenly remembered that Chen Nian had mentioned going to the reverse world before. At the time, everyone thought he was joking, but now that he has suddenly disappeared, could it be that he was really transported to the reverse world? He went to the reverse world. He really went. The flesh giant struck with a massive palm, sending the black bear flying and dissipating into specks of spiritual energy in midair. It's exactly 10 o'clock now. No wonder he said to start 2 minutes early. Anos, how could this be? Arriving 2 minutes early is just to crush Ren Xiaojie first, then head to the reverse world. Oh my. Luo Xiaoka took 2 steps back, her face already pale. She watched as the flesh giant's palm descended once more, the terrifying shadow growing larger and larger in her pupils. Shouldn't one be fully prepared before going to such a dangerous place like the reverse world? Why is he so carefree? Bang! Luo Xiaoka instinctively closed her eyes. However, the anticipated attack did not arrive. She seemed to be fine. She slightly opened her eyes, only to see a tall and handsome figure standing before her. Ren Xiaojie stared blankly at the empty space in front of him, his heart suffering another heavy blow. Brother Chen Nian. So Chen Nian wasn't making excuses. Everything he said earlier was true. The fact that he dared to spar with me at such a moment proves he doesn't take me seriously at all. Damn it. Brother Ren, we know you were holding back, deliberately suppressing your level. Next time, don't let your guard down again. Chen Nian simply stood there, with blood automatically forming a shield above his head, firmly blocking the strike. The game is indeed over. He now has only one hand. Indeed, he kept one up his sleeve. Now, his cultivation level had successfully broken through to the mountain-moving realm. After the breakthrough, his physical strength, spiritual power, and sequence abilities had all been greatly enhanced. Although he had just advanced, Chen Nian was well aware that within the same realm, no one could be his match, and he could easily crush most opponents across realms. Die, 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 die. In the office, the mentors also witnessed this great show. Although Chen Yan won, Li Zhao's face still carried a serious expression. Director Li, don't worry. The first time going to the reverse world, everyone is assigned the simplest shallow level. With Chen Yan's current combat power, completing the task is a piece of cake. Bang, 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 bang. The flesh giant relentlessly swung its fists at Chen Yan. The terrifying force that could shatter the ground still couldn't shake Chen Yan's blood shield, which stood like an impenetrable umbrella. When the monster's fist came down again, the blood shield suddenly transformed into a massive hand, firmly gripping the opponent's fist. Had enough? Li Xiao nodded slightly. Avoiding and completing the task is certainly simple, but what if he doesn't just want to complete the task? The monster's fist was instantly crushed. Chen Yan raised his right hand, and a 6-meter-long blood-red blade appeared in his grasp. Charging forward with the blade, the monster's other fist came crashing down from above. Chen Yan leapt into the air. Crack. The blood-red blade flashed, severing the entire arm cleanly. This leap soared an astonishing 10 meters high. You mean? Splat. The blood blade pierced into the monster's head, the tip entering through the eye and exiting through the back of the skull. From top to bottom, one clean slice. Split it in two. The flesh giant completely collapsed. In an inconspicuous corner, a small lump of flesh was cautiously trying to escape. That was its true form. Killing demons and monsters can also accelerate cultivation. With this kid's personality, he might even actively provoke the demons of the reverse world. Splat. Chen Yan crushed it flat with one foot. Current ladder points, 1000, entered reverse world easy level. Hunting desire effect triggered. Blood intensity permanently increased by 1%. Current task, survive for 8 hours. Only this little increase in blood intensity? It seems the demon's true form isn't strong at all. If those people had been more vigilant, Chen Yan could have stomped it to death with one foot. It's likely because he was present that everyone let their guard down, leading to an almost total wipeout. Chen Yan immediately looked around. This was a closed small room, with a dim yellow pendant lamp hanging from the ceiling. The only piece of furniture in the room was a round table, and he was sitting right next to it. People were being transported in one after another, taking seats around the round table. There were not only spiritual practitioners from Daxia but also foreigners with pale skin. Chen Yan promptly put on a simultaneous translation headset. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the safe house, right? You're so cool, brother Chen Yan. Luo Xiaoka clapped her hands excitedly, her face full of joy. Oh, I did pretty well on the task, right? Chen Yan smiled. Not bad. Leave your detailed information, and I'll recommend you internally when I return to the bureau. Now, Chen Yan's blood strength has been boosted by an additional 50%, and she can happily start drawing cards again. 1. Ability to extract random sequences. 2. Acquired ability Rotten Transformation, can transform into a pile of decayed flesh. 3. Blood strength permanently plus 3%. What is there to think about? Of course, choose one. This is a new ability. Getting this is like hitting the jackpot. The moment Chen Yan made the choice, he had already entered the consciousness space. Soon, everyone in this group was teleported inside. Safe house failure countdown, 30 minutes. Hundreds of cards floated around Chen Yan, all of them containing abilities from the slaughter sequence. He flipped one of the cards, and instantly, golden light flashed, revealing the text. Current number of survivors, 10. Authority sequence 009, domain, boundless killing realm. After the safe house fails, staying here would mean being attacked by monsters. Therefore, everyone began actively discussing strategies. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly spoke up. Haven't you noticed a problem? Description: the inherent domain of the god of slaughter, capable of instantly forcing the killing intent of billions of beings into the enemy's mind, rendering them incapable of action, or even driving them to madness and self-harm. During the era of divine wars, the god of slaughter infiltrated the enemy's main camp alone, unleashed the domain, and caused 1 million enemy soldiers to slaughter each other, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. What problem? This was actually one of the top 10 divine sequences? Chen Yan was ecstatic. Ordinary psychics lacked the Blood Monarch's talent and could not continuously draw cards. A normal person could only possess one sequence ability in their lifetime. Yet he not only had multiple abilities but even 2 divine sequences. Now that his realm had broken through and he had gained a new sequence ability, it was time to investigate that previous lair. Surely you've all received the prompt about the current number of survivors, showing 10 people. But how many of us are sitting here? Chen Yan rushed straight to the underground parking lot from earlier. Everyone else had already perished, and Luo Xiaoka followed closely behind him, arriving at the entrance of the sealed lair. Previously, Chen Yan's power was unable to break the chain sealing this place, but now he wanted to try again. Everyone immediately looked around and started counting. 11 people. How is that possible? We actually have 11 people? The prompt about the number of survivors is absolutely never wrong. Then why do we have an extra person? It's terrifying. Chen Yan said solemnly. It's simple. One of us is not human. You mean, some demon or ghost disguised as a human is mixed in with us? How is that possible? Isn't this a safe house? The safe house is correct, but the demon demons probably won't target us during this period. However, once the safe house fails, the consequences will be hard to predict. Cold sweat involuntarily seeped down everyone's backs. A demon mixed in among good people, just thinking about it was horrifying. It felt like someone could turn into a zombie and bite you at any moment. Who wouldn't be scared? There's a theory. If there's an exceptionally powerful character in the mission, like a chosen one, then the mission difficulty will randomly increase. Damn it, I'm just a rookie. I was planning to earn some mission rewards and leave, but now I'm screwed? Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm a veteran who has already completed one mission. Next, I will lead you to complete the survival task. A burly man with fair skin stood up. My name is Jackson. After rejecting 2 missions, I successfully completed one. My current ladder score is 998. Everyone turned to look at him. Then what do you suggest? Hurry up and tell us. I don't want to stay with a monster. Exactly. If the safe house fails and the monster suddenly goes berserk, attracting other monsters, wouldn't we all be doomed? Jackson said loudly. We can present items that prove our identity and then share our life stories. If it's a demon or ghost, they would surely lack these proofs of being human. I, Jackson, was born in Bald Eagle, California. My parents are alive. My father works at an auto repair shop, and I have a younger sister in elementary school. Stop rambling. Are you writing a personal biography or something? At that moment, an impatient voice interrupted Jackson's narration. It was Chen Yen. He stood up, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Do you know what you're doing? Interfering with our demon investigation will only increase suspicion against you, you damned yellow-skinned bastard. Oh, right. Telling a story can help identify demons. Don't take us for fools. Chen Yen's fingertip produced a blood spike. As you can see, my ability allows me to control blood. In a moment, I will pierce this thing into your bodies to sense your blood. If you're demons, your blood will definitely be very different from that of humans. Of course, this was just a bluff. Right now, it's still unclear who the werewolf is, so Chen Yen could only pretend to be the prophet for now. Everyone showed expressions of delight. Really? This way we can quickly identify who the traitor is. I agree. The safe house's time is running out. Let's get started quickly. Several Dasha psychics chose to stand by Chen Yen's side, supporting his immediate action to conduct an inspection. However, Jackson immediately voiced his opposition loudly. Wait, don't trust his words so easily. What if he himself is the demon, trying to deceive us into trusting him? That would be terrifying. My God. These words brought everyone back to contemplation. He had a point. If this person really was the demon and we trusted him, wouldn't that be even worse? At this moment, everyone scrutinized Chen Yen with suspicious eyes, their faces showing a hint of vigilance. Bang! A document was slapped onto the table by Chen Yen, investigator of Bureau 749. My God, Bureau 749 really exists. Nearby, a girl in a school uniform was overjoyed, her eyes practically sparkling like stars. Her name was Luo Xiaoka. She had just awakened and had not yet been approached by any extraordinary organization belonging to the type of clueless, naive newbie. Her first entry into the reverse world was also full of confusion. However, she had a particular admiration for supernatural events, especially a deep fascination with Bureau 749. She never expected to actually encounter it. This is amazing. I can't believe you're from an official organization. No matter how powerful a demon is, it couldn't infiltrate Bureau 749 and obtain credentials. What is 749? A foreigner showed a puzzled expression. It is the largest official organization in the summer country for managing paranormal phenomena. Chen Yen asked, who wants to go first for the test? I'll go. Luo Xiaoka eagerly raised her hand. As a spiritual practitioner of the Great Summer, she naturally trusted her country's Bureau 749. Show your arm. All right. He directly bent his bow and drew the string, the blood moon bow fully stretched. Bang! Luo Xiaoka rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair and smooth arm. Chen Yen's needle then pierced into it. She let out a soft hum, feeling the tingling pain spreading through her arm. After about 10 seconds, Chen Yen withdrew the needle. Next. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the results, as there was nothing to actually detect. This was merely a bluff for show. Next, an arrow shot out, shattering the black iron chain sealing the lair. After breaking through his limits, everything felt much easier, and his power had indeed increased. Chen Yen moved clockwise, administering needles along the way. Soon, all 7 people present had been pricked by him. Next, it was Jackson's turn. Jackson looked visibly nervous and did not cooperate by exposing his arm. Instead, he slammed the table forcefully. This is unfair. You're from the Xia Nation's psychic organization, so naturally, you're biased. What's 749? It holds no credibility for me. Brother Chen Yen, are you going in? Such a strong reaction? Could it be that you have something to hide? Chen Yen asked with a smile. Well, it's dangerous inside. You wait out here. Don't even think about provoking me with such words, you cunning yellow-skinned monkey. I know I'm human and not a demon, and I don't need your acknowledgement. You're not worthy. Jackson grew increasingly increasingly agitated and suddenly shoved Chen Yan. Chen Yan stepped into the black and red vortex. After a brief moment of complete darkness, the surroundings changed abruptly, and the sound of fierce battle filled her ears. What came into view was a dark, damp, and spacious lair, surrounded by twisted and jagged rocks. In the open area at the center, several humans were locked in a fierce battle with a demon. The demon had human-like physical features but bore a ferocious dog face, wielding a gleaming curved blade with extraordinary agility. In the next instant, two blood-red hands abruptly grew from Chen Yan's back, one on the left and one on the right, gripping Jackson's neck and lifting him into the air. "What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. Captain, we are no match for it at all. We have to fight even if we can't win. There's no way out for us now. Either it dies, or we all die here." Several severely injured people were already lying on the ground, while a few others were struggling to hold on. It seemed that defeat was only a matter of time. Chen Yan felt suspicious. Where did these people come from? Soon, he understood. They must have come from other reverse world regions, where there was also a sealed nest entrance that led here. Clearly, they had entered together as a group, only to face near annihilation. "Amy, scan its level." Chen Yan pointed the terminal forward. A line of information popped up. LV31, human-faced demon dog, disaster level. Disaster level. The combat power of disaster level is much stronger than calamity level. A third-tier disaster level demon is truly formidable. No wonder so many of them are no match for it. A figure flew toward Chen Yan, a burly man with a robust build, heavily crashing to the ground. His chest bore several shocking knife wounds. He was the leader of this group. Total defeat. The battle had ceased, the dead were dead, the injured were injured, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. Cough. The man lay on his back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He looked at the unfamiliar face before him. "Run. This monster is too powerful. Even all of us together are no match for it." However, after speaking, he bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Once you enter here, there's no way to leave." He must have followed the same rules when coming in from another area. "It's over." Another severely injured woman leaned against the wall, muttering, "Damn it. People with less than 1,000 points. How could they possibly defeat a third-tier disaster-level demon? This hidden mission is simply impossible to complete. I'm sorry, it was me who encouraged everyone to come in. It's my fault that you all got hurt." Apart from this group of severely injured people, there were also many skeletons scattered on the ground, likely from previous challengers. It was truly tragic. The dog demon hoisted the gleaming black blade onto its shoulder, its violent, ghostly blue eyes turning to look at Chen Yan. "Look, another one coming to die. This place really won't be lonely." He stepped toward Chen Yan, the grin on his dog-like face growing wider, as if in his eyes, Chen Yan was already a corpse. "Newcomer, take a look at them. They only arrived a few minutes before you, and now they're barely clinging to life." "So?" Chen Yan shrugged, his expression indifferent. "You're not afraid of death?" The dog demon grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp, white teeth. "Very soon, you'll be just like them. Of course, I won't kill you easily. After all, in this dark and sunless cave, you are quite a rare plaything. Ha ha, if you kneel and beg me to let you go." Chen Yan interrupted him impatiently. "I don't like listening to dogs bark, so why don't you cut the nonsense?" "Very well, I hope your mouth can still be this stubborn later." The dog demon suddenly kicked off the ground, lunging forward like a flying shadow, its curved blade carrying a sharp glint of cold light as it slashed toward Chen Yan. Bang! Chen Yan was struck by the blade's edge and slammed hard against the cave wall, his entire body almost embedded into it. Speed and strength combined. The power of this human-faced demon dog far surpassed other monsters, completely on a different level. So strong. Rarely encountering such a powerful demon, Chen Yan's heart was filled with excitement. Doesn't this mean that killing it would bring even greater benefits? Since this dog demon is so formidable, it can serve perfectly as the first test subject for the new skill. Chen Yan descended from the rock wall, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Quite a sturdy frame. The dog demon hadn't expected that this strike would only cause him minor injuries. It seemed this human could entertain him for a while longer, but in the next instant, he met a pair of blood-red, sinister eyes. His entire body bristled with fear. The dog demon instinctively took 2 steps back, a chill running down his spine. What's going on? Such terrifying killing intent. How could a human possess such dreadful killing intent? This kid, what on earth is he? Chen Yan raised 2 fingers, and a blood-red glow erupted in her pupils. Domain expansion, infinite killing realm. In an instant, the world changed color. The dog demon looked around and found that this was no longer the dark and gloomy lair. Beneath its feet had transformed into a boundless sea of blood, shocking to behold. Every step it took stirred ripples across the surface. Above its head hung a blood moon in the sky, radiating an endless killing intent that made it almost impossible to look directly at it. What kind of ability is this? An illusion? No matter what, that kid is right ahead. As long as I kill him, the spell will naturally break. The dog demon raised its blade and charged forward again. Chen Yan lifted 2 fingers and pointed ahead. In that moment, the killing intent of billions of beings was forcibly injected into the dog demon's mind. mind. No living being could withstand such immense terrifying killing intent. Their minds were instantly thrown into chaos, completely losing the ability to think and act. From the perspective of the bystanders, the scene remained unchanged, as they were not drawn into the domain. Clang! The dog demon's blade fell to the ground. Ugh! Ah! No! No! Die! Die! The dog demon knelt on the ground, clutching its head with both hands and repeatedly smashing it against the floor. Blood streamed from its broken head, and its bloodshot eyes began to ooze fresh blood. Black blood also seeped from its ears and nostrils. Shen Yan stepped forward, blood transforming into a long blade. The first strike. Crack! The dog demon's left arm was severed, yet it showed no reaction, continuing to smash its head against the ground. Crack! The right arm fell to the ground as well. Everyone else froze in place, mouths agape, not even daring to breathe. What on earth just happened? That terrifyingly powerful dog demon, how did it suddenly end up like this? They looked at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend, and could only witness this bizarre scene, feeling a chill run through their hearts. In the end, Shen Yan pinned the dog demon to the ground with a knife. The domain dissipated. Covered in sweat, the dog demon finally regained his senses. He gasped heavily, his heart filled with fear, followed by intense pain throughout his body. Finally, he realized both his arms had been severed, and a knife was lodged in his back, rendering him completely immobile. Ahead of him, Shen Yan slowly crouched down. I still prefer your defiant attitude from earlier. How about you bring it back? You bastard. What exactly did you do? The dog demon nearly ground his teeth to pieces. Actually, I could kill you as easily as slaughtering a stray dog on the roadside. Do you know why I left you alive? Because I want to humiliate you first, you worthless scum. Shen Yan raised her hand, and her blood transformed into a pair of scissors. With a sharp snip, she cut off the demon dog's ear. Amid the piercing screams, anger and humiliation intertwined. Shen Yan smiled faintly. They say a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Why? Don't you jump now and let me see? If you jump well, I might consider playing with you a bit longer. After all, you're quite a rare one. They instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling both shock and an inexplicable sense of pleasure. The demon dog I just tortured to death is now being tormented by another lunatic. Just as I was tormenting the dog demon, a sudden mutation occurred. A powerful demonic aura erupted from its body, instantly spreading countless cracks across the ground. Not good. Kill it quickly, shouted the man lying on the ground. Before my eyes, the dog demon's body rapidly expanded, transforming from human form to beast form, breaking free from its restraints. A massive black dog, 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared before me. Oh, I looked intrigued. Did I just force you into your second phase? The others had just begun to calm down, only to be plunged back into despair. It's over. It can still transform. The dog demon's 2 severed forelimbs grew back at an astonishing speed. It bared its fangs, its ghostly blue pupils filled with venomous hatred and murderous intent. Humans, not killing me earlier was the biggest mistake of your life. I'm so scared. I'm terrified. Come on, kill me already. The moment its forelimbs regenerated, the enraged dog demon charged forward, desperate to tear this human into shreds to vent its fury. When the dog demon was less than 5 meters away from me, a crisp snap of fingers rang out. Bang! The dog demon's head exploded like a watermelon. Its massive body immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Because just moments ago, I had injected my blood into its body, effectively planting a time bomb. Whenever I wanted, I could detonate that blood, and the result was exactly what you see now. Trash. Defeated a powerful demon, hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently plus 5%. I twisted my neck and turned to leave. Behind me, a few people lying on the ground were splattered with blood on their faces. They stared at my departing figure in disbelief, their hearts, which had been in their throats, finally settling down slowly. This guy is terrifying. A tier 3 demon couldn't even fight back against him. Is he really someone with a score below 1000? I don't know, maybe he's a strong player deliberately suppressing his score. Anyway, we just got our lives back. Let's help each other up. Still not strong enough. I need to go back to 749 and really reflect. The male captain thought to himself. Hidden mission completed. Obtained legendary item Blood Fusion Divine Crystal. After slaying the dog demon, I leveled up by 8 levels and received the hidden mission reward. A diamond-shaped transparent crystal lay quietly in my palm, emitting a soft white glow. Let's see what this thing can do. Blood Fusion Divine Crystal can forcibly seize the bloodline ability of any creature. After swallowing the blood crystal, the bloodline ability can be perfectly obtained. So, I can acquire the bloodline abilities of those demons and monsters. Amy, which supernatural creature bloodlines have special abilities? Dog demon bloodline, which can greatly enhance the sense of smell. Werewolf bloodline, which allows transformation into a werewolf on a full moon night and significantly boosts physical strength. Fire-type demon bloodline, which increases resistance to flames. In the future, if I encounter supernatural creatures with excellent bloodlines, I'll absorb them. It's a great way to enhance the versatility of my abilities. I left the nest and returned to the previous underground underground parking lot through the portal. Scanning the area, I saw Luo Xiaoka curled up in a corner, hugging her knees like a frightened kitten. I whistled. You're back, brother. Shan Yan. Luo Xiaoka quickly got up and ran over, her little nose red. Wait, don't tell me you were here crying all by yourself? I wasn't. Really? Really? I'm going to join 749, so my willpower has to be strong. I held back the do your mom do that almost slipped out of my mouth. Alright, once the reverse world time ends, we can go back. Soon, the remaining few hours passed. After the mission time ended, the two of us were transported back to our original locations. Brother Chen Yen, pinky promise, you have to keep your word. Where do you live? 77, Huangshui Road, 2-1, Haigang District, Tianhai City. We live in the same city. Really? What a coincidence. Alright, wait for news at home. Bye-bye. Time's up. The vision turned into chaos once again. Survival task completed, ladder points plus 100. Hidden task completed, ladder points plus 300. Current ladder points, 1400. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded into my entire body, filling over a dozen spiritual apertures in an instant. This should be the basic reward for completing the task. Mountain Moving Realm, LV20. Breaking through the boundary and leveling up by 20 levels, Chen Yan only took a few hours. If one were to train outside the reverse world, ordinary people would need at least a year of cultivation to level up by 20 levels. After all the rewards were settled, Chen Yan blinked and returned to the location where he had been teleported earlier, the 749 Bureau Arena. A burst of exclamations immediately erupted around him. Look, Chen Yan is back. Whoa, he looks completely unscathed? Isn't that obvious? With his strength, entering a region below 1000 points is nothing but pure dimensional suppression. That's true, this guy's combat power is just too abnormal. Of course, they didn't know that Chen Yan had already completely annihilated the area in the reverse world. Directly, Chen Yan has returned safely. The mentors were not surprised by Chen Yan's safe return. If someone with his level of combat power could die in the reverse world, then what would be the point for anyone else to even try? Li Xiao suddenly remembered something and called out to Amy. Amy, check Chen Yan's current level. Identity authentication passed, permission verification passed, querying. Chen Yan, Mountain Moving Realm LV20. The moment the information was retrieved, Li Xiao's action of drinking water froze midair. This kid not only broke through his realm in the reverse world but also advanced so much? I remember he still had quite a way to go before breaking through when he entered the reverse world. How did he progress so quickly? He's just an intern who recently awakened, yet he's almost caught up with those who've been cultivating for a year. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. There's only one explanation: he's leveling up by killing demons and monsters in the reverse world, and he's killed quite a number of them. It's very likely that all the demons in the mission area have been wiped out by him. The other mentors gasped after hearing this. Hiss, this little monster. At that moment, Chen Yan's call came through the terminal, and Li Xiao answered. Director Li, it's me. Congratulations on passing the first stage of the reverse world. Remember not to become arrogant. As your ladder score increases, the difficulty will only grow. Understood. By the way, Director Li, I want to recommend someone to 749. Li Xiao smiled and said, no problem. 749 welcomes any talented individuals. Who do you want to recommend? A young girl named Luo Xiaoka. I'll send you her information. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to visit her. That night, 304 gathered for a late night snack, with Chen Yan treating. Cheers! Just after taking a couple of bites, Yi Yata discontentedly punched Chen Yan in the chest. What's wrong? Why are you hitting me? I'm telling you, ever since you joined the bureau, my stress levels have skyrocketed. What's the matter? Chen Yan asked with a smile. Xie added, after all, Yu Jia is the deputy director's daughter. The deputy director is her dad. They are father and daughter. So, shut up. Yi Yata snapped. My dad scolded me not long ago. She imitated her dad's tone, shaking her head and saying, with such great talent and the best resources, and yet you still let Chen Yan surpass you. Even on missions, you needed someone else to save you. It's simply embarrassing. Ha ha. Chen Yan laughed, not expecting to become the model child in someone else's family. So, they gave me a strict training regimen, forbidding me from going on field missions until I master the thunder technique. It's all your fault, darn it. Chen Yan shrugged helplessly. Say no more, we're all buddies here. I'll punish myself with a drink. By the way, do you remember that vampire demon case we handled last time? After inspection by the relevant department, they found a vampire clan curse mark on that demon. Blood clan? That's vampires. The blood clan can plant a curse mark to mutate other creatures, like that blood-sucking centipede. After it sucks blood, it refines the essence and feeds it back to the blood clan, so it's just a subordinate. The vampire hiding behind the scenes hasn't been caught by us yet. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. That's some good stuff. He was just considering which supernatural creature's bloodline to absorb, and a vampire's bloodline would definitely be powerful. Shall we continue the investigation then? Damn, I want to go too. But if I don't master thunder technique, old you won't let me go out and embarrass myself. Should I just just sneak out? Don't. If the deputy director says I lured you away, I can't take the blame. Chen Yan poured himself another glass of wine. You're training in the bureau, I'm out on missions, we both have bright futures. Cheers. Are you asking for a beating? Tianhai City, Haigang District. The Luo family. Hello, I am an investigator from 749. Get out, get out, get out. This investigator was originally sent by Director Li, specifically to recruit Luo Xiaoka. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he was directly thrown out by the Luo family. Luo Xiaoka insisted, Dad, I just want to join 749. I've already promised them. How could you do this? Join 749 my foot. Our Luo family also has the resources to train you. Why go to 749? The head of the Luo family looked displeased. But that's the official organization of our great Xia. I want to serve the country. Official organization my foot. The head of the Luo family was furious. There are 2 investigators from 749 stationed in the harbor district, taking bribes like pros but not doing any actual work. You have no idea. These organizations are not as noble as you think. But not all 749 investigators are like that. I know one who's really great. Stop talking. Going to the reverse world alone without telling the family. I've yet to properly address this with you. For the next month, you're not allowed to leave the house. Oof. Fine, I won't go out. You're so annoying. Not long after, the investigator returned to 749 and informed Chen Yan of the situation. That little girl is the youngest daughter of the Luo family from the harbor district. Their family operates independently and looks down on us at 749. I barely said 2 sentences before I was kicked out. I'm really sorry, Brother Chen. It's fine. Thanks for making the trip. Chen Yan thought to himself that Luo Xiaoka actually really wanted to join 749. He hadn't expected her to be a typical case of strict parental control, a caged canary. When he had the time, he would personally make a trip over there. But for now, the most urgent matter was to first understand the details of the mission. Chen Yan felt a faint anticipation for that vampire. He had already looked up information on Amy, and the vampire lineage could accelerate physical regeneration and perhaps even grant the ability to grow stronger through blood absorption. It was an incredibly fitting match for him. So, Chen Yan approached Li Xiao. Director Li, I want to ask about the vampire matter that Yi Yaya mentioned. That matter is not simple. It might be connected to the Hall of Demons. The Hall of Demons? Chen Yan frowned. This is the most powerful demon organization spanning the entire globe. Many demons are lurking within human society, and it is the greatest enemy of 749. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. The Hall of Demons aims to seize control of the world from humanity. Vampires, being demons that can easily blend into human society, are very likely already recruited by the Hall of Demons. But a single vampire alone isn't much of a threat. Do you want to get involved in this? Absolutely. The Bureau conducted a spiritual energy reverse trace on the vampire's incantation and only managed to pinpoint a general area. The vampire is hiding in the harbor district of Tianhai City. The investigation has been handed over to the 2 official investigators stationed in the harbor district. The harbor district, isn't that where Luo Xiaoka is? Chen Yan is still an intern investigator and needs to complete 5 missions to be promoted to an official investigator. If you want to go, you can only assist as a secondary investigator to support those 2 official investigators. You must follow their commands during the operation. No problem. Chen Yan agreed readily. Alright, I'll arrange a strong teammate for you. The 2 of you can look out for each other. How about Lu Lin? Director Zhang next door keeps nagging about finding an opportunity for Chen Yan to meet Lu Lin. Li Xiao thought about it. The other trainee investigators probably couldn't keep up with Chen Yan's pace, but Lu Lin's abilities were definitely up to par. Chen Yan's mind conjured up the image of that cool and aloof beauty. Sure, no problem at all. Get ready, you'll set off tomorrow. Lin, good news. Due to her personality, Lu Lin's dormitory was always a single room, and the only person who usually visited her was Zhang Xian. At this moment, she was squatting on the ground carving an ice rabbit, her rare hobbies being ice sculpting and playing the piano. Don't you like challenging tasks? Your aunt has arranged one for you, investigating vampires. How about it? Oh, Lu Lin replied expressionlessly, continuing to carve the rabbit. Chen Yan will go with you. You'll set off tomorrow morning. Snap. The rabbit's ear broke. Lu Lin looked at Zhang Xian, tilted her head, seemingly asking, really? I've sent the mission details to your terminal. You and Chen Yan are mainly there to assist the actions of the 2 official investigators, so make sure not to act on your own. Be happy, Lin. This is an opportunity your aunt worked hard to get for you. You must make some good friends. Lu Lin didn't say anything, only carved a smiley face on the ice sculpture of the rabbit. In truth, she deeply longed to make friends, but due to her abilities, there was a natural barrier between her and others. Water Deity Sequence 003 Absolute 0. Water and ice abilities belong to this sequence. Her abilities fluctuate with her emotions. One night night in college, she had a nightmare, which resulted in 3 of her roommates catching severe colds. In the end, her roommates drove her out of the dorm with pillows, leaving her to sit alone all night in a corner of the hallway, clutching a pillow, until her aunt, who worked at 749, came to take her away. The next day, at the 749 train station platform, when Chen Yan arrived, she saw Lu Lin standing at the very edge of the platform waiting. She was wearing a black long dress, layered with a white wool coat, and her slender calves wrapped in black stockings peeked out from beneath the skirt. Her skin was the fairest Chen Yan had ever seen among all the girls, and her delicate face resembled a cold, lifeless work of art. AI-generated image, just for fun, don't take it seriously. Setting aside her personality, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, with the only flaw being her somewhat frail figure. Warning, Lu Lin. As Chen Yan approached her, he felt a chill sweep over him. However, he didn't mind. He could even resist the cold or heat by spreading blood over the surface of his skin. Warning, Lu Lin looked at Chen Yan expressionlessly, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. She cautiously observed Chen Yan's reaction, fearing he might dislike her because of the cold. The car is here, shall we get on first? The two boarded the train. Chen Yan sat beside Lu Lin and began discussing the details of the task with her. Lu Lin didn't think much about the specifics of what was said, but she felt particularly happy. Even her abilities seemed to have subdued quite a bit. In short, that's the plan. Once we arrive, we'll first go and greet the 2 official investigators. Is that okay? Okay. Lu Lin nodded obediently. I see. Not long after, Chen Yan returned to the familiar Tianhai city once again, and the two headed straight for the Harbor District. Harbor District. Office 749. Yuanjin and Han Feng were lying on the sofa, snacking, and playing video games. Both were official D-level investigators, and the ranks of official investigators ranged from D to S. To be promoted, 1 needed to complete tasks of varying difficulty, and theoretically, the higher the rank, the stronger the investigator. These two had just recently been promoted, and their strength was at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm. Han Feng, I heard the Bureau is sending us 2 interns to assist in the investigation. Do you think our little secret might get exposed? Ha, what's there to fear about 2 interns? As long as we don't put in any effort, how could they possibly uncover anything suspicious? That's true, haha. As long as we get this done, the Wang family will surely reward us handsomely. Investigating vampires like a fool, what a way to court death. Cheers. The two raised their glasses of lemonade and clinked them together, contented smiles appearing on their faces. In 749, not all members were as diligent as Chen Yan. There were quite a few who took advantage of their positions for personal gain. Are those 2 almost here? Hope the newcomers know what's up and can properly reward the hard-working seniors. Haha. Soon, Chen Yan and Lu Lin arrived. Walking into the office, they saw 2 people on the sofa passionately playing King of Glory. It was Han Feng and Yuanjin, stationed in the Harbor District. Ah, you noob, how did you die so quickly? Catch him, catch him. This promotion match, we absolutely can't lose. Mid-lane idiot, can't even defend this? Chen Yan said, hello, we are intern investigators sent to assist. The two didn't even lift their heads, remaining fully engrossed in their game. Of course, they weren't entirely focused on gaming, they also wanted to intimidate the 2 newcomers a bit, making them behave more obediently. Suddenly, the phone screen was pierced through by a blood-red spike on the spot. Both phones were simultaneously destroyed, and the office fell silent in an instant. Seems like you two have trouble hearing. Can you hear me now? Yuanjin and Han Feng looked up simultaneously. At first, their hearts were filled with doubt rather than anger. A trainee investigator, who had just arrived, dared to lay hands on a formal investigator who gave him such courage. Was it Liang Jingru? Moreover, the 2 of them came empty-handed, without bringing any gifts for their first visit. Clearly, they were clueless rookies who didn't understand social etiquette. Since that's the case, they needed a proper lesson. A trainee investigator? Quite the fiery temper, huh? Han Feng stood up and smiled, suddenly grabbing the shattered remains of the broken phone and directly slamming it toward Chen Yan's face. However, in the next instant, his arm froze in midair, unable to move. The temperature in the room plummeted. Han Feng's arm was already encased in ice, and a sharp blood spike hovered right in front of him. Chen Yan and Lu Lin had both made their move. The atmosphere in the office became tense, and the situation had completely exceeded Han Feng and Yuanjin's expectations. Originally, they just wanted to intimidate these 2 trainees, make them obedient, and stop causing trouble. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a thorny pair who didn't hesitate to strike back at their superiors. What shocked Han Feng even more was that these 2 trainees were both at the mountain-moving realm in terms of strength, not weak at all. He had been so preoccupied with gaming that he had forgotten to check their profiles. Hey, we're all colleagues from 749. Why make things so tense upon meeting? Let's dial back the powers. Yuanjin acted as a mediator on the side. Han Feng also lowered his fist, though a trace of coldness still lingered in his heart. A mere intern dares to be so presumptuous in front of me, truly shameless. If I get the chance, I'll make sure sure to teach you a lesson. Yuanjin smiled and said, sorry about that, you two. I really didn't hear what was going on earlier. Old Han, there's no need to get so worked up. They were just joking around. It's not like it's worth actually getting physical, right? So it turns out I was just joking? How unbelievable. Chen Yan smiled faintly. Yuanjin's smile froze instantly. He hadn't expected this newcomer to be so arrogant, refusing even the olive branch extended to him. Truly disrespectful. Chen Yan directly sat down in the office chair and turned to look at the two of them. Before coming here, I reviewed your profiles. You've been stationed in the harbor district for so long, yet you haven't uncovered a single piece of intelligence about vampires. It was only through reverse tracking using the Blood Clan's curse mark that we discovered there were vampires here. Do either of you have anything to say? Yuanjin's face was full of disbelief. Vampires? Do we have such extraordinary creatures here, Old Han? Yeah, we patrol every day and haven't heard a thing. If there really are vampires, they must be hiding extremely well. Yes. Yuanjin chuckled lightly and said, how about this? I'll treat you all tonight to welcome you. You should also apologize to Old Han, and let's consider the earlier conflict resolved. Harmony is key to getting things done. Apologize? Chen Yan couldn't help but find it amusing. Someone was actually asking him to apologize. Got it, senior, you're joking with me, right? Don't tell me you're not. Ha, you brat, this. Yuanjin saw that Chen Yan had no intention of backing down and immediately turned his gaze to Lu Lin. Miss, why don't you step in and mediate? The two of us will definitely take good care of you later. Lu Lin remained silent, the chill around her growing more intense, with frost even appearing in the air. Yuanjin shivered instantly. Who exactly were these two? Since when did the interns at 749 become so audacious? Weren't normal interns supposed to be timid and cautious? Lacking both strength and connections, they should be doing everything they could to curry favor with their superiors, terrified of being sabotaged. That's exactly how the two of them had gotten through it. Yuanjin immediately opened the terminal to check the profiles of the two individuals. What he saw made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Chen Yan, chosen of the slaughter sequence, scored 100 points in the newcomer assessment, completed 2 missions perfectly, and eliminated all demons, including a second-tier ghost infant. Lu Lin, chosen of the water god sequence, scored 98 points in the newcomer assessment, lost control of his abilities during a mission, and directly froze an entire building. What kind of monsters are these? These materials were all recorded by Amy. After reading them, Yuanjin took a deep breath and called Han Feng over. Old Han, these two interns are both chosen ones, not to be underestimated. Chosen ones? Yes, I was wondering why they were so arrogant. We should tone it down for a while. Chen Yan flipped through the materials briefly but didn't find any useful clues. It seemed that finding the vampire hiding in the harbor district would have to be done slowly on her own. Just then, a phone call came in, and the landline started buzzing. I'll get it. Yuanjin quickly walked to the telephone, picked it up, and said, hello? Okay. Brother Yuan, our two families are competing for the ownership of the underwater ruins. We'd like to invite 749 to act as a witness. Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits. Once it's done, I'll host and take everyone for a massage. Alright, no problem. I'll be there shortly. Yuanjin hung up the phone and said to Chen Yan, here's the situation. We need to go handle something right away. Would you two like to join us? After it's done, we can all have a meal together and get to know each other better. No, go ahead. What about you, Xiao Lu? Lu Lin couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply took a step closer to Chen Yan, expressing his intention. Alright, let's get in touch if anything comes up. Yuanjin and Han Feng hurriedly drove away. Chen Yan thought for a moment. Since there were no leads for now, why not visit Luo Xiaoka's house and see what had happened? I'm going to a friend's house. Want to come along? Okay. Lu Lin nodded expressionlessly. Half an hour later, Chen Yan brought Lu Lin to the vicinity of the Luo family's mansion. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiaoka turned out to be the daughter of a wealthy family? But what were all these black business cars parked at the entrance for? Looking through the gate, two groups in the yard were at each other's throats, and a conflict seemed inevitable. In the yard, the Luo family and the Wang family were in a standoff. Since the ruins were discovered jointly by our two families, today I've invited 2 investigators from 749 to act as witnesses. 749? Ha! Everyone knows how close you are to those two. Having them as witnesses? I might as well let the big yellow dog in the yard act as a witness. The head of the Luo family shouted angrily, spitting as he spoke. Yuanjin stepped forward and said loudly, don't worry, old man. 749 has always been impartial. Since both of your families want the excavation rights to the ruins, let's settle it in the simplest and most straightforward way, fight it out. After all, we're dealing with supernatural beings here. Money is useless, strength is the real power. Otherwise, if you enter the ruins and fail to find the treasures while losing people, that would be unacceptable. It turns out that both the Wang family and the Luo family are engaged in the field of marine exploration. In this world, many places have quietly become supernatural, such as ruins, ancient tombs, and caves caves, all of which hold great exploration value. Not long ago, the Wang family accidentally discovered an underwater cave. During their exploration and unexpectedly found Ascension clam valued at tens of millions. And just recently, the exploration teams of these two families simultaneously discovered a mysterious underwater ruin, leading to a dispute over ownership. As a result, Yuanjun and Han Feng were invited to act as arbitrators. Wow, it's so lively here. At that moment, a voice drew everyone's attention. Both groups simultaneously turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Well, what a coincidence. We meet again. Chen Yan's appearance startled Yuanjun and Han Feng. How could he be here? As soon as Luo Xiaoke saw Chen Yan, her eyes lit up instantly. Brother Chen Yan. She hadn't expected Chen Yan to personally visit her home, and her heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. But when she noticed the stunningly beautiful young woman beside Chen Yan, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Don't run around. Just as Luo Xiaoke was about to run toward Chen Yan, her father mercilessly pulled her back. Chen Yan's high-profile appearance immediately drew dissatisfaction from both sides. Who are you? Unauthorized personnel, get out. Seeing someone trying to stop Chen Yan and Lu Lin, Yuanjun panicked. These two were not to be trifled with. No, they're not unauthorized personnel. They're our colleagues from 749. What a coincidence. Yuanjun greeted warmly. How did you end up here? To visit a friend. Chen Yan's gaze fell on Luo Xiaoke, who was about to wave at him but was fiercely glared at by her father. The head of the Luo family already harbored resentment towards 749, and now seeing Chen Yan with those two, it was naturally impossible for him to let his daughter approach. The thing is, there's some friction between these two families, and we at 749 are here to mediate. Since you're here, why not join us for a good show? Sure, you may proceed. Yuanjun asked with a smile. Do the two family heads have any objections? The head of the Wang family said loudly. It's natural for the empowered to resolve issues through strength. Wang Xiao, go and meet the young talent of the Luo family. A young man named Wang Xiao stepped forward, a wicked smile on his face, with a faint trace of blood red flickering in his pupils. The head of the Luo family looked at his son beside him. Mingchun, your turn. Both families sent their eldest sons. Go for it, brother. Luo Xiaoke cheered him on from below. People began whispering. Luo Mingcheng is at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, while Wang Xiao is only at the mid-stage. He shouldn't lose, right? That's true. Young Master Luo's talent is nearly at the genius level. The duel began quickly. Spiritual energy burst forth. The two clashed. Luo Mingcheng was the first to seize an opportunity, striking Wang Xiao's chest with a palm. Never heard of him. Chi force burst. Boom. A powerful surge of energy exploded on Wang Xiao's chest, causing him to spit out blood instantly. At that moment, a flash of blood-red light appeared in Wang Xiao's pupils. His veins swelled, muscles tensed, and his entire body seemed to surge with power. Is that all? He swung his fist backward and smashed it into Luo Mingcheng's face, causing blood to spurt wildly. Rampaging lion fist. Immediately, a barrage of violent punches rained down on Luo Mingcheng's chest like a storm. When the punches stopped, Luo Mingcheng collapsed into a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Wang Xiao spat a mouthful of blood heavily onto the ground. Trash, that's all your strength amounts to. Brother, how could this happen? He actually lost? When did Wang Xiao become so strong? Luo Mingcheng was carried away for treatment, and the rest of the Luo family fell into a cold silence, as if they had lost a loved one. The outcome is decided. Congratulations to the Wang family. Yuanjun stepped forward to manage the situation. Thank you. Let's go. Time to celebrate. Huh? After the Wang family left, Yuanjun and Han Feng followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped out of the Luo family's gate, the two exchanged a glance, clearly having a prior understanding. In the courtyard, the head of the Luo family coldly looked at Chen Yan and Lu Lin. Why are you still here? This place does not welcome people from 749. See them out. Luo Xiaoke hurriedly ran over to stand in the middle. Dad, brother Chen Yan saved me before. Even if you have a prejudice against 749, you can't be so ungrateful. The head of the Luo family snorted coldly, said nothing more, and left quickly. Sorry, brother Chen Yan. Don't mind my dad, he's just a stubborn person. I originally wanted to join 749 too, but he wouldn't let me. Sigh, it's fine. I just wanted to ask you about something. Brother Chen Yan, go ahead. I'll definitely tell you what I know. I'm investigating a demon. Have there been any unusual incidents recently, like people going missing or dried corpses drained of blood? Luo Xiaoke thought for a moment. If you ask whether there have been any, there actually have, but it's all related to people who went out to sea. I heard that every time the Wang family's crew goes out to sea, quite a few people meet with accidents, but that's relatively normal. Supernatural creatures are often encountered in the ocean. The Wang family? Yes. Speaking of the Wang family, I don't know what's been going on with them lately. Their old man, who used to be bedridden for years, is now more energetic than a young person. And also, Wang Xiao used to be no match for my brother, but unexpectedly, he suddenly became so strong, as if he recently had some kind of extraordinary encounter. Based on Luo Shaka's recollection, Chen Yan sensed something unusual. The Wang family was clearly suspicious. These signs might seem coincidental if taken individually, but when pieced together, it's hard not to think of something more, like the Wang family colluding with demons. Chen Yan had only been here for less than a day, and had already gathered this information. Could it be that Yuan Jin and Han Feng were completely unaware? Chen Yan was puzzled. Were they ignorant, or were they deliberately keeping quiet despite knowing? It seemed the waters in this harbor district were deeper than expected, and it was indeed necessary to straighten things out. By the way, brother Chen Yan, can I ask you a question too? Go ahead. Luo Shaka said softly, you and this beautiful lady are colleagues from 749. We usually act together in pairs. Why? Oh, it's fine. It's already late, and you haven't eaten yet, right? If you don't mind, let me treat you. Chen Yan looked at Lu Lin, and after confirming she had no objections, smiled and said, you're not just trying to treat us, are you? I'll definitely join 749 in the future, so I want to build a good relationship with my seniors in advance and learn more knowledge. Hehe. Alright, I also want to learn more information through you. Chen Yan fulfilled her request. Alright, I will definitely speak without reservation and fully cooperate with the work. At the port, a luxurious cruise ship was docked. This was the Wang family's ship. The head of the Wang family boarded the ship, walked through the corridor lined with red carpet, and entered the VIP room inside. Opening the door, a blond man dressed in a white shirt was sitting by the window, holding a wine glass with a seductive air, enjoying the evening breeze by the window. On the floor lay the naked corpse of a woman, her pale skin forming a stark contrast with the pool of bright red blood. Someone, clean this up. Two subordinates hurriedly stuffed the woman into a black plastic bag and threw it into the warehouse at the bottom of the ship. Inside, there were dozens of identical black plastic bags, all containing corpses. Honorable Baron Ireland, thanks to the blood curse mark you planted on my son today, he achieved a great victory in the competition. Ireland took a slight sip of the blood in his wineglass. I want a girl. Getting a woman is easy. There are over a dozen women locked in cages in the ship's hold, all prepared for you. Someone, bring up a clean woman. Unexpectedly, Ireland shook his head and said with a look of intoxication, a few days ago, I was on the deck enjoying the sea breeze and caught sight of a lively girl on the shore from afar. She looked as pure as the sky, as sweet as cake. I thought about her day and night, unable to sleep. Ireland said this while taking out a photo, unable to resist kissing it. I want to take off her clothes, kiss her snow-white neck, and then gently bite through her vein. Ah! The photo flew out and landed right in the hands of the Wang family head. Bring this girl to me at once. The Wang family head's pupils shrank sharply. This is a girl from the Luo family. Baron Iron, this matter might be difficult to handle. After all, the Luo family still has some influence. Bang! A wineglass smashed directly onto the Wang family head's head, and crimson liquid splattered all over his face. Don't forget, it was I who saved your life, and your son still carries my curse mark. I want her now, immediately. If you can't do it, no, I will do my best to capture her for you. The Wang family head retreated, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. He turned to his subordinates and said, find some capable people to infiltrate the Luo family. Use any means necessary, but make sure to bring back the Luo family's little girl. We can completely fall out with the Luo family, but we must never offend Baron Ireland. That night, Chen Yan and Lu Lin stayed at the Luo residence. Snacks were laid out on the table, and the three of them sat together for a discussion. The warmth of the heater also neutralized Lu Lin's chill. Lu Lin helped chill the cola. Okay. Lu Lin's fingers lightly touched the glass, and instantly ice cubes floated up in the cola. Wow, amazing. Luo Xiaoka clapped in admiration. After several hours of discussion, with the help of the Luo family's connections, Chen Yan obtained more useful information. After consolidating all the information and clarifying the context, he speculated, the vampire is very likely being hidden by the Wang family. What? Upon hearing this conclusion, Luo Xiaoka covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe that the Wang family dared to secretly harbor demons. Lu Lin, on the other hand, appeared calm and expressionless, quietly munching on chilled potato chips. Every time the Wang family leads a team out to sea, they always hire some young women with fair skin and good looks at high salaries, but accidents always happen, resulting in several women unfortunately disappearing. An accident happening once is an accident, but repeated accidents are not. The two investigators stationed in the harbor district by Unit 749 failed to uncover any suspicious activity and instead maintained close ties with the Wang family, likely due to bribery. Lu Lin, tomorrow we're going to investigate the Wang family. As long as I can help brother Chen Yan. This can be considered an early contribution to 749. At that moment, the tranquil night was shattered by sudden gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yan immediately went to the balcony to check the situation. He heard the roar of a motorcycle engine, and a streak of red taillight quickly fled into the distance. It seems someone had ridden a motorcycle to the Luo family's doorstep, fired shots to injure someone, and then fled. Damn it! Injured Injured our brothers and still wants to run? Chase. Cicada ran out as bait, followed closely by Mantis. Next up was the appearance of the Sparrow. The doors of two black SUVs parked by the roadside opened, and a group of men in black swiftly got out and headed toward the Luo family mansion. Big brother, how about my lure the tiger away from the mountain strategy? Remember, capture the girl alive, the rest can be killed. Go! The gates of the Luo family residence were kicked open. Who are you? Stop. Bang! Before the words were finished, a cold bullet pierced the bodyguard's forehead and he fell to the ground instantly. Not everyone is a psychic. For most ordinary people, guns are the most effective weapon. Soon, all the bodyguards inside the residence were dealt with. Just as the men in black were about to storm into the residence, creak, the door suddenly opened and bright orange light spilled into the dim courtyard. Chen Yan walked out leisurely with her hands in her pockets, her gaze sweeping over the men in black. Who are you? Bang 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 bang. The men in black gave no response, raising their cold gun barrels and emptying their magazines at Chen Yan. Firelight and gunshots intertwined, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. When the gunfire ceased, the ground was littered with brass-colored bullets. The blood barrier disappeared, and Chen Yan reappeared in everyone's sight, completely unscathed. It seems you all don't like listening to people talk. Boss, he's a psychic. Cut the crap, kill him. Two men in black suddenly charged at Chen Yan, one with a punch and the other with a palm strike, attacking from both sides. The airwaves exploded, as if they carried the force to shatter mountains and crush stones. Boom! The fist and palm were instantly blocked by the sudden blood barrier. What? The two were shocked, not expecting this thing's defense to be so astonishing. Not only could it block bullets, but even the martial techniques of a psychic couldn't shake it. Squelch! A sharp pain erupted from their chests. It turned out the blood shield had transformed into sharp blood spikes, suddenly piercing through their chests, and scalding hot blood gushed out like a spring. Chen Yan moved his thoughts, and the blood spikes turned into a blood hand, grabbing one of the black-clad men's heads and lifting him into the air. I'll ask again, who are you? Big brother, help! Rude, why don't you answer other people's questions? Yes. Crunch! The bloodied hand instantly snapped his neck, tossing him to the ground like a dead dog, completely devoid of life. At this moment, the hearts of the few people behind skipped a beat. This young man was so decisive and ruthless? Chen Yan grabbed another man in black, smiling as he asked, could you please tell me where you came from and what your purpose is? The fate of his companion just now made him tremble all over. We are one. Bang! A bullet embedded itself in the back of his head, clearly fired by a companion from behind, unwilling to let him reveal the mastermind. Tough target, retreat. The men in black immediately prepared to flee, but just as they reached the main door, piercing white mist spread out, and the door was sealed by a thick layer of ice. A petite girl stood at the entrance, her face devoid of any expression. Courting death. The men in black frantically pulled their triggers until no more flashes erupted. Lu Lin stood there, the short ice blades emerging from the back of her hand slicing through all the bullets. Her arm moved so quickly that it left after images. As the gunfire ceased, she remained completely unharmed, the radiant moonlight casting a glow over her delicate features. What are you standing there for? Attack! Two of the men in black exchanged glances and charged desperately. However, before they could get close to Lu Lin, their feet were frozen solid, rendering them immobile. The ice quickly spread across their bodies, transforming them into two ice sculptures. Lu Lin raised her hand and clenched her fingers tightly. Boom! The ice sculptures exploded on cue, scattering into countless shards of ice. Damn, this is insane. Damn it. Since when did the Luo family have two such ruthless people? Big brother, what should we do? The remaining three men in black felt their hearts tighten. As Chen Yan approached step by step, it was as if a grinding blade hovered over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Finally, one of them broke under the pressure. I'll talk. Chen Yan brushed past him, the blood-red blade drawing a crimson arc, and a head rolled to the ground. I haven't even asked yet. Why are you answering so quickly? This scene directly scared the remaining two out of their wits. Damn, this young man is way too ruthless. Chen Yan looked at the other person and smiled slightly. I'll give you 1 minute. Speak. Where are you from, and what do you want? It's the Wang family. The Wang family sent us. The purpose is to capture the youngest daughter of the Luo family and bring her back. We don't know exactly what they want her for, but the order is to take her back even if it means tearing things apart with the Luo family. So they came to capture Luo Xiaoka? Anything else? No, no more. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life. What if you're lying to me? I wouldn't dare. Ugh. The blood-red long blade suddenly pierced through the man's heart. He collapsed to the ground, life quickly fading from his body. Chen Yan withdrew the blade and looked at the last person. You're their leader? You were so decisive when you shot your own companion just now. Speak up. Where are you from and what are you here for? What he said is all true. It's true. The man immediately dropped to his knees. We are from the Wang family, here to capture Luo Xiaoka. We haven't lied to you at all. Both of you are saying the same thing, so it seems to be true. Chen Yan asked again, where are you taking her? To the Wang family's yacht docked at the harbor. Put. A blood-stained blade suddenly pierced the man's back, followed by a scream. You answer one question for everyone I ask? Seems like your will to survive isn't very strong. Big brother, I'm telling you, the Wang family is secretly working with a vampire who is now living on the cruise ship. That monster specifically asked for this girl. Chen Yan turned on the phone's recording. Go on. There are many women locked up in the lower deck of the ship, all prepared for that vampire. He drains a woman's blood almost every day, and several times I was the one delivering the goods to him. Where exactly is it? The VIP room on the top floor. His room is at the end of the corridor. He's a blonde, fair-skinned man. That's all I know. Keeping me alive will definitely be useful to you. Very well, good night. Chen Yan reversed the blade and sent him off to drink Mengpo's soup. If she hadn't been here tonight, Luo Xiaoke might really have been captured, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the balcony of the mansion, the head of the Luo family witnessed everything with his own eyes, his heart overwhelmed with shock. When this sudden attack occurred, he had already prepared to escape through the back door with his daughter, but his daughter insisted they couldn't abandon the others. Thus, he stayed to witness the tragedy in the courtyard. The people from Bureau 749, so ruthless? These two are completely different from the ones stationed in the harbor district. For the first time, the head of the Luo family began to change his opinion of Bureau 749. Soon, the other members of the Luo family who had gone out returned as well. Seeing the courtyard littered with corpses, they were all greatly shocked. Thank you both for your righteous assistance. Where on earth did these bastards come from? They even dared to use the lure the tiger away from the mountain tactic. You don't need to worry about it. The 749 Bureau will handle the rest. Chen Yan called out to Lu Lin. The vampire has been found. Let's go check it out. Teamwork. I'll go deal with the vampire later, and you rescue the others who are being held. Chen Yan and Lu Lin arrived at the port. From a distance, they saw the luxurious cruise ship docked by the shore. The two divided their tasks, one heading up and the other down. Chen Yan went to the top floor VIP room to search for the vampire, while Lu Lin went below to find the imprisoned girls. In the cruise ship's monitoring room, the surveillance staff spotted the two and immediately reported to the head of the Wang family. Master, someone has broken in. It's the 749 investigators from earlier. How did they find this place? Where are they? The man went to the top floor VIP room, and the woman is heading downstairs. Heh, so they're courting death. Ireland will naturally take care of them. Don't bother. In the VIP room, Baron Ireland was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. On the coffee table in front of him was an elegant goblet filled with a mixture of sweet blood and red wine, blended in a 7:3 ratio, his favorite. This drink was prepared for the little cake he planned to devour tonight. He could hardly wait, every cell in his body trembling with excitement. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Yes. Come in quickly. Ireland immediately stood up in excitement, his eyes full of anticipation. The door opened, but the person who entered was not the long-awaited little cake, but a young boy with an unfamiliar face. Who are you? Where's the girl the Baron asked for? Faced with the cold questioning of the blonde man, Chen Yan sighed. Oh, noble Baron. Sorry, it's just me, a simple big boy. How about you make do with me? The Baron gives you 10 seconds to come up with a reason for me not to kill you. Otherwise, you'll see your guts spilling out of your stomach. Oh, as expected of the noble Baron, even threats sound so grandiose. Seeking death, are you? Aaron raised his hand, and the powerful spiritual energy of the third-tier demon instantly erupted. Just as he was about to use this energy to tear Chen Yan's body apart, he met a pair of scarlet blood-red eyes. Those pupils were like the most enchanting rubies, filled with murderous intent and the stench of blood, even surpassing that of vampires. Domain, infinite killing realm. Chen Yan couldn't be bothered to test him slowly and directly unleashed his ultimate move. In an instant, Aaron was drawn into the domain space, standing atop an endless sea of blood, with a blood moon hanging high above his head. What is this? What's happening? My head. Ugh. The murderous intent of billions of beings surged into Iron's mind, instantly robbing him of the ability to think and act. No, kill me. Ah, damn it. I'll kill you, at #UN%. His words were chaotic and illogical. He simply held his head in his hands and kept banging it against the ground, his eyes filled with bloodshot fear, as if he were experiencing the greatest terror in the world. Chen Yan walked up to Iron, first stabbing him in the chest to inject blood into his body. This way, even if he recovered from the domain's control, Chen Yan would still have the upper hand. Then, he severed Iron's hands and pinned him to the floor with dozens of slender blood spikes. Next came the most crucial step. Chen Yan took out the blood fusion divine crystal and used this diamond-shaped crystal to seize Iron's bloodline ability. Soon, the crystal absorbed the blood and turned into a ruby-like gem. Success! The vampire's bloodline was successfully extracted. As long as it is swallowed, its bloodline abilities can be perfectly fused. Chen Yan immediately swallowed the blood crystal. Bloodline vampire is fusing. Fusion complete. Acquired talents, physical regeneration and bloodthirst desire. Physical regeneration is straightforward and powerful, further accelerating the speed of injury recovery. Even if an arm or leg is severed, it can heal on its own. Following that, the talents Bloodthirst Desire and Hunting Desire appeared simultaneously. Surprisingly, the two actually fused together. A brand new talent, Blood Hunt Feast, emerged before my eyes. In addition to the original effect of enhancing blood strength after killing demons and monsters, an extra function was added. When absorbing another's blood, the power contained within their blood can be perfectly absorbed. Just think, if I were to drink Yaya's blood, wouldn't I temporarily gain her lightning attribute energy? Then, when using the slaughter sequence Blood Moon, Great Bow, wouldn't I be able to shoot lightning attribute arrows? This new talent is truly fascinating. I'll find an opportunity to test it out in the future. Erland finally regained consciousness. He found his arms broken and pinned to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the human from earlier was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a mocking expression on his face. Esteemed Baron, why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Although this is our first meeting, there's no need for such a grand gesture, is there? Human, how dare you provoke me? The Baron, you're dead. Oh, you can tell me how I should die. Heh, you absolutely can't kill me. I, the Baron, possess the noble bloodline of the vampires. Even if you chop off my head, it won't matter, and I will put you on the Hall of Demons kill list, where you will face endless pursuit. Chen Yan clapped with a smile. Impressive, Baron, but why haven't your hands healed yet? Erland remained silent, as he had noticed it too. Why hasn't the broken tissue of my body automatically healed? There's not even a trace of recovery. This is too unusual. What exactly is happening? He suddenly felt a wave of panic. His bloodline ability had actually failed? Ireland suddenly looked up, glaring at Chen Yan, and roared in an almost furious tone, "What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" Chen Yan smiled faintly, her blood transforming into a short blade. With a crisp sound, she sliced off half of her index finger. You, Ireland doubted his own eyes. Could it be that I'm having a nightmare? How could there be such a crazy human in this world? Oh, look, my index finger is regenerating on its own. Take a good look, esteemed Baron. Doesn't this resemble the abilities of your kind? You, how is this possible? How is this possible? Ireland watched in shock as Chen Yan's finger quickly healed completely, a strong sense of horror surging in her heart, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Your bloodline ability has already been taken by me. Now, if I want to kill you, you will die very thoroughly. You can't do that. No. Understood. Chen Yan stood up. Unfortunately, I'm a timid person. You just threatened me, and if I don't take you out, I won't be able to sleep. He walked to the door, turned back, and smiled. Good night. At the moment the door closed, Aaron's blood surged rapidly within his body, and then, boom! Aaron's body exploded instantly. His final sight before death was of his internal organs scattered all over the ground. The blood and flesh that splattered out were perfectly blocked by the closed door, not a single drop reaching the hallway outside. Blood intensity permanently increased. Chen Yan and his companions invaded, and the Wang family was naturally aware of it thanks to surveillance cameras. However, when the Wang family saw Chen Yan heading to find Aaron, they assumed he was doomed. Unexpectedly, he actually came out alive. Immediately, the Wang family sent people to check on Aaron's condition. Upon opening the door, there was no trace of Aaron, only blood and flesh scattered all over the floor, a truly horrifying sight. Master Ireland seems to be dead. What? The head of the Wang family never expected that the vampire he had always relied on as his pillar of support would be slaughtered like this. His heart instantly sank halfway. Based on his understanding, the 749 investigators stationed in Harbor City were definitely no match for Ireland. Who exactly was this new investigator with such terrifying strength? Without time to think further, he immediately dialed Yuan Jin and Han Feng's numbers. At this moment, the two were still in a private KTV room, surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying life. Yuan Jin, those two from 749 have already stormed onto the cruise ship. What the hell is going on? If our Wang family falls, you two won't be able to escape responsibility. Hurry up and think of a solution. Yuan Jin sobered up instantly. Old Han, something's happened. Those two interns caused trouble on the Wang family's turf. Let's go. If we can't clean up this mess, we're doomed. When the two teamed up to carry out the mission, the Super AI could retrieve each other's location in real time. Location identified. The virtual map on the blue light screen unfolded before Chen Yan's eyes. He glanced at it, got a sense of direction, and quickly headed toward the destination. On the way, he saw quite a few corpses, and the corridor was still littered with ice crystals. It seemed that the Wang family members blocking the way had all been dealt with by her. This girl's personality truly resembled that of a cold-blooded assassin, making her a perfect match for teaming up with him. Moments later, Chen Yan found Lu Lin and saw her standing in front of a large alloy door. How's it going? Inside. Lu Lin raised her hand, and an ice blade emerged from the back of her hand, fiercely stabbing at the gray-black alloy door. Crash! The ice blade shattered, but the door remained completely unmoved. Let me give it a try. Chen Yan transformed his blood into a blade, intending to show off, but ultimately failed to forcibly break the door. Feeling a bit awkward, he muttered to himself, it seems this door is specially designed for psychics and can't be easily destroyed. Of course, Chen Yan could use the Blood Moon Great Bow to forcibly break it, but considering there might be ordinary people imprisoned inside, he feared it could harm the innocent. Got it. A flash of inspiration struck him. Water can seep into any crevice, and so can blood. Although the door was tightly shut, there were still gaps at the joints. He immediately controlled his blood to seep into the cracks of the door. After injecting a certain amount of blood, he quickly manipulated it to change shape. Crack! The joint was forced open by the blood. Chen Yan kicked the alloy door open. Let's go. As soon as the two stepped inside, a foul stench assaulted them. It wasn't just the damp smell, there was also the stench of excrement, the odor of spoiled food, and a mix of various other smells that almost made them gag. Chen Yan felt his stomach churn and immediately used his blood to block his nostrils, temporarily breathing through his mouth. He turned to glance at Lu Lin. Her delicate face remained completely calm, like the surface of a tranquil lake. Truly, a stoic girl, she could endure even this? Just as he was silently praising her, he saw Lu Lin clutching her abdomen, dry heaving with an expressionless face. Do you also feel physically uncomfortable? How strange. I'm not a doll. As the two ventured deeper into the room, the scene before them left them both stunned. Chen Yan saw a sight that filled her with rage. The room was stacked with over a dozen iron cages, each containing a woman. They were disheveled, curled up in the cages like livestock being kept. Eating, drinking, and relieving themselves all took place inside the cages. No wonder it smelled so foul. Only when the vampires above needed them would they be taken out. This was the Wang family's secret operation. No wonder the door was sealed so tightly. Turns out they were doing shady business and were afraid of being discovered. The mere existence of the vampire baron is not enough to bring down the royal family. They could completely deny knowing anything about vampires. But when these women are discovered, that becomes irrefutable evidence. Not only the royal family, but even Yuan Jin and Han Feng, the two investigators who turned a blind eye, would find it hard to escape responsibility. At that moment, thick smoke poured in from outside, and the temperature inside the cabin rose rapidly. Amy displayed a prompt. Based on real-time environmental analysis, the ship has caught fire. Please evacuate immediately. Quick, save them. The two broke open the iron cage at the fastest speed. Ah, no, don't pull me out, please. The women huddled fearfully inside the cage, repeatedly slapping Chen Yan's hand. They knew that those taken away never returned, clearly meeting a grim fate. Chen Yan immediately showed her credentials. Don't be afraid, we are security officers, here specifically to rescue you. Really? The fire has already started outside. Please follow us in an orderly manner to evacuate. Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. After some persuasion, everyone finally let go of their vigilance. Soon, all a dozen people were rescued. Go! Chen Yan and Lu Lin protected the group as they fled. Just as they escaped from the warehouse, the corridor was already filled with billowing smoke. Cough. In such thick smoke, people quickly lose consciousness and faint. Most people in a fire aren't burned to death but suffocated. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded overhead and the corridor ceiling collapsed, with large flames surging in instantly. It seemed that the people outside were determined to completely burn down this cruise ship, preferably leaving no survivors, so there would be no evidence left. What should we do? I don't want to die. Please, save us. At this critical life and death moment, a few people immediately broke down. Lu Lin, I'll blow open the hull, but there's water outside. You freeze the surface and send them ashore. Get out of the way. Chen Yan activated his sequence ability. A blood-red moon bow materialized before him, countless blood droplets converging on the bowstring, slowly forming a crimson arrow. Outside, Yuan Jin and Han Feng were also present. The idea of setting the cruise ship on fire was theirs, with the purpose of burying all evidence forever at the bottom of the sea. If exposed, not only would the Wang family be accused of harboring demons that harmed civilians, but the two 749 investigators would also be held accountable, guilty of aiding and abetting. To burn this thing, we even used the incendiary bombs produced by the Bureau. Yeah, quite a bit of gasoline was poured, otherwise it wouldn't have burned so quickly. Do you think they'll make it out alive? A mere fire like this shouldn't be a problem for them, but as for the ordinary people trapped inside, I'm afraid they won't make it. Yuan Jin smiled and said, let's at least put on a show and pretend to put out the fire, so no one gets suspicious. At that moment, a sudden loud explosion rang out. The blazing cruise ship was blasted open, creating a massive hole, and a huge spray of water erupted on the sea's surface. This was Chen Yan's doing. As seawater began to pour in the instant the cabin was blown open, Lu Lin took action. Water God Sequence 003, Absolute Zero. The surging seawater formed a crystalline ice corridor, stretching all the way to the shore, resembling the glass tunnels and aquariums used for viewing fish. Go! Chen Yan urged the girls to climb onto the ice corridor and run toward the shore. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Jun and Han Feng could no longer longer remain calm. They hadn't expected that they could actually manage to rescue so many people. What should we do? Eliminate them? Hanfeng asked in a low voice. It's not good to fall out here. If they use the terminal to send a message back to headquarters, neither of us can stay out of it. Then what should we do? Bluff our way through. Yuanjun ran over with a face full of anxiety. Are you alright? Quick, hurry over here. Lao Han, call an ambulance immediately. Someone has been burned. Don't worry, we are from 749. It's all right now. The ambulance will take you to the hospital shortly. He even thoughtfully took off his suit jacket and draped it over the shoulders of a disheveled girl, his tone full of concern. Chen Yan and Lu Lin also successfully returned to the shore. Yuanjun looked utterly surprised. Xiao Lu, Xiao Chun, why were you on that boat too? Are you both okay? We just received news that someone deliberately set a fire here. By the time we arrived, the arsonist had already fled. What a pity. Han Feng chimed in. Yeah, it's good that you're all okay. Let's put out the fire first, then work together to track down the arsonist. Yuanjun nodded. I think that person must have a grudge against the Wang family, otherwise, they wouldn't do something so insane. Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh. So, are all of you graduates of Beijing Film Academy? Why not quit being investigators at 749 and go make movies instead? Hearing this, Yuanjun's expression immediately turned cold. Xiao Chun, what do you mean? Although you are exceptionally talented, you're just intern investigators brought in to assist. That's enough. What do I mean? Chen Yan smiled faintly. Aren't you even a little curious about the origins of so many disheveled girls on this ship? Yuanjun, Han Feng. The two seniors must have subconsciously avoided asking because they already understood the reason. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way, or else it gets awkward, doesn't it? The two of them hadn't expected that there really was such a loophole. We were just concerned about the condition of the injured at the time. Who had the mood to dig deeper? If we were to ask, it would naturally have to wait until their emotions had stabilized. Chen Yan, what do you mean by this? Are you doubting us? Originally, I intended to take you back to 749 for processing, but I just changed my mind. Blood flowed from Chen Yan's palm, and a bloodstained knife appeared in his hand. Act first, report later. It doesn't seem too bad. The tense atmosphere was suffocating, and unrelated bystanders had already fled to the rear. Yuanjun had imagined many scenarios, but he never expected this. Chen Yan had actually developed a killing intent. A trainee investigator executing formal investigators wasn't a matter of overstepping authority, it was an enormous challenge in terms of strength. Even if he harbored suspicions about the two, he should have reported to 749, allowing the Bureau to dispatch higher-ranking formal investigators to handle the matter. That would have been the proper procedure. This kid was simply too reckless. Now, the two of them understood that continuing to act was completely unnecessary. Chen Yan, why must you do this? Turning against us won't do you any good. If you choose to turn a blind eye, we should be able to cooperate happily. Yes, the two of us have some ties with the Wang family, but seeking benefits while in our position and living for profit isn't wrong, is it? Just pretend today's events never happened, and the benefits you'll receive will definitely far exceed those from carrying out the task normally. Chen Yan frowned. As a last word, you're being far too verbose. You! Han Feng glared angrily at Chen Yan, not expecting this kid to be so stubborn. Chen Yan turned to look at Lu Lin. How are you? You expended a lot of energy just now. You can rest for a while, I'll handle this here. Lu Lin raised his index finger and pointed expressionlessly at Yuanjun, meaning, I'll kill this one. Alright, then we'll each take one. Very well. Today, I'll let you witness the strength of a senior. Yuanjun took out a 1,000-pound hammer from his storage artifact. Old Han, make them shut up forever. I've been wanting to kill this brat for a long time. Han Feng gripped a cyan longsword, the surging spiritual energy causing his black hair to dance wildly. The battles of spirit users not only rely on the abilities of the divine sequence but also on the martial techniques and spells cultivated afterward. If cultivated properly, killing a chosen one is not an impossible task. Han Feng, with his rich combat experience, slightly superior realm, and longer cultivation time, was quite confident in his chances of victory. The sword was drawn. Tide riding sword, first form riding the wind and breaking the waves. A fierce sword light surged forward, the suffocating sword aura sealing the space around Chen Yan, like a towering tidal wave. Clang, clang, clang. The intersecting sword lights were overwhelming, yet all were blocked by Chen Yan's blood barrier. Oh, this kid's ability is truly bizarre? Just as Han Feng was struck with shock, Chen Yan's blade moved. When still, it was motionless. When it moved, it was like a thunderclap. In a flash, he drew his blade and slashed toward Han Feng. Oh, clang. Sparks burst at the clash of blades. Such a swift blade. Han Feng was startled, not expecting this kid to have such mastery in swordsmanship as well. Chen Yan's blade momentum did not cease, the dense blood-colored blade aura resembling a crimson dragon rolling in the sea. Sea-coming dragon style. Han Feng's sword did not back down either. The tide sword stirred up waves upon waves, using a towering tsunami to subdue the dragon. The clash of blades and swords echoed continuously. In this high-speed close combat with cold controlled weapons, Chen Yan had to focus entirely, unable to simultaneously manipulate his blood to transform for other purposes. Fortunately, the blood around him could automatically defend him. As a result, Han Feng's body was constantly marked with knife wounds. On his arms, face, chest, everywhere were ferocious injuries, while Chen Yan remained completely unharmed. He could attack recklessly, wielding his blade without hesitation. Besides, even if Chen Yan were injured, the royal bloodline and vampire lineage would allow his wounds to heal rapidly, without any pain. To Chen Yan, Han Feng was merely a tool for honing his close combat skills, nothing more. Clang! Another violent roar. The injured Han Feng leveraged the force to retreat quickly, creating distance from Chen Yan. If you've got the guts, take this strike, kid. He gathered almost all his spiritual power into this one strike, abandoning all defense, ready to fight Chen Yan to the death. This strike was the final move of the tide. Sword technique, riding the waves and slashing the sky. Once the power was fully charged, it would carry the momentum of riding the waves and slashing through the heavens. Take this, you bastard. How could Chen Yan wait for him to finish charging? The blade was drawn. The final move, shocking dragon, pierces the sky. In an instant, he appeared behind Han Feng, moving so fast that even the afterimage was indistinguishable. The blade was sheathed. A head rolled to the ground. On the other side, Yuan Jin was naturally no match for Lu Lin either. If not for his higher cultivation level, using spiritual power to resist the terrifying cold, he would have already been frozen into an ice block. When Yuan Jin saw Han Feng fall in battle, his pupils suddenly contracted, realizing the tide had turned. Wait, I surrender. Yuan Jin immediately raised his hands and gave up resisting. Amy, Amy. With his loud shout, a virtual image of Amy instantly appeared above the terminal, a silver-haired, barefooted young girl. I, Yuan Jin, a level D investigator of Bureau 749, confessed to colluding with the Wang family and harboring demons. I violated the regulations of Bureau 749 and am willing to accept punishment from headquarters. He made the most correct decision at the moment. Continuing to fight would undoubtedly lead to death, but surrendering and confessing, while letting Amy report the news to headquarters, offered a slim chance of survival. At least then it would be the Bureau interrogating and dealing with him, rather than these two terrifying murderers in front of him. Although he would likely be dismissed or even imprisoned, at least he could keep his life. Don't you guys do anything reckless. Now Amy has already synchronized the situation with 749. Headquarters will send someone to take me back. If you touch me now, you're blatantly breaking the law. Amy, you better keep an eye on this. These two are in turn investigators from 749. I've already confessed and surrendered. If they kill me, that would be a serious violation of discipline. Lu Lin raised her hand expressionlessly, and an ice spike was rapidly forming. As a girl who cared nothing about rules, she didn't mind breaking them. Chen Yan had already killed another person, so she had to kill you too. Otherwise, how could she be friends with Chen Yan? At that moment, her wrist was grabbed by Chen Yan, suspended in midair. Wait. Lu Lin looked at Chen Yan, her eyes showing confusion. He's right. He's already disarmed and surrendered. Killing him now would be a blatant violation of discipline and would result in punishment from the Bureau. Lu Lin obediently listened to Chen Yan's words, and the ice spikes quickly disappeared. Brother Chen still has a sense of humanity. Yuan Jin let out a sigh of relief, finally saving his life, planning to find a way to ruthlessly take revenge on these two wretches later. But just then, he suddenly saw Chen Yan walking toward him. The smile on that face curved into a chilling arc that sent shivers down his spine. What are you trying to do? You don't actually think I wouldn't dare to kill you, do you? Allowing demons to harm so many innocent lives, do you really think you can get away with it? Wait. Put. A blood spike pierced through Yuan Jin's chest. Even in the final moments before his death, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. Killing a fellow 749 member right in front of Amy, who would have thought this rookie investigator was such a lunatic. He collapsed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Only then did Lu Lin realize that Chen Yan had stopped him from taking action to prevent him from breaking the rules. A wave of displeasure surged in his heart, and his cheeks puffed up. Weren't friends supposed to share hardships together? What's wrong? Staring at me all puffed up, are you unhappy? Chen Yan asked with a smile. Lu Lin said nothing, turning his head away to show his dissatisfaction. TSK, still so stubborn. As for the girls who had been rescued, they had already been escorted away by ambulances and the security bureau. But the matter wasn't over yet. The Wang family, the culprits behind it all, remained unscathed. How about we swing by and take out the Wang family? If we drag this out too long, I'm really afraid scum like them might slip away. Alright, this time I'll let you take action, so you can break the rules too. When the time comes, we'll face the punishment together. Lu Lin immediately agreed. The Wang family. The head of the Wang family paced back and forth, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles. After all, the vampires had been killed. Hopefully, Yuan Jin and those two can be relied upon. If they can settle the matter, the Wang family will be able to safely get through this crisis. For the benefits I promised, these two should go all out to clean up the mess for my Wang family. Just then, Then, the main door was suddenly kicked open, sending dust flying everywhere. A voice rang out, firm and resolute. 749 investigating the case, everyone get the hell out here. Rebels, escapees, die. Master, the people from 749 have barged in. Where did those two useless fools, Yuanjun, go? Hurry, escape through the back door. The Wang family knew that falling into the hands of 749 would surely lead to disaster, but escaping still held a glimmer of hope. Father, what's going on? Isn't 749 on our side? Wang Xiu rushed over anxiously. Stop talking and run. The Wang family hurried toward the back door, ready to make a quick escape. Suddenly, a petite, cold-faced girl stood behind them, staring expressionlessly at the group. It's that beautiful girl from the other day. Wang Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. At a time like this, you're still thinking about women? She's an investigator from 749. Old Master Wang couldn't help but want to slap his son. Got it, Dad. I'll knock her out first and then take her away. Wang Xiu rolled up his sleeves, the muscles on his arms bulging, with veins coiling like green dragons. Sorry about this, miss. Rampaging lion fist. A barrage of fist shadows rained down toward her. On Lu Lin's hand appeared an ice crystal snow blade. She stood motionless, expressionless, as she swung the blade, her movements so fast they almost left afterimages. After dozens of fierce exchanges, Wang Xiu's arms were covered with intersecting wounds, while Lu Lin remained unscathed. This woman is truly formidable, Wang Xiu exclaimed inwardly. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized his legs had somehow been frozen in place. Wait, I was Ro. Before he could finish his sentence, swoosh, an icy crystal blade pierced through Wang Xiu's throat. Blood spurted out, instantly freezing into crimson ice crystals in midair. Sure. Old Master Wang's eyes burned with fury as he roared. What are you all standing around for? Kill that woman for me. A few subordinates exchanged glances, understanding the situation. The woman's strength was evident. She was far beyond what they could handle. Why throw their lives away? Sis, we're just hired hands. The real mastermind is Old Master Wang. He's the one colluding with demons behind the scenes, bringing harm to ordinary people. We'll leave him to you. We're out of here. Old Master Wang clutched his chest in pain, furious. You are simply scoundrels. Sorry, Old Master Wang, but everyone looks out for themselves. Heaven punishes those who don't. You'd better fend for yourself. With that, several subordinates prepared to escape through the back door. They had already made plenty of money and could live comfortably in the future. Why continue risking their lives for the Wang family? Lu Lin slightly lifted her foot, clad in white socks and black leather shoes, and then stomped heavily on the ground. Hiss! Several massive ice spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, instantly piercing through the chests of the group, suspending them in midair. You! Blood gushed from their mouths, the sight of it horrifying as it continued to flow. In their final moments, they couldn't help but think, this woman stayed silent, making us believe she agreed to let us go. Who could have imagined she'd strike so ruthlessly? Lu Lin said expressionlessly. 749 handles the case, the fugitive. Death. You should have said earlier, damn. Several people widened their eyes, dying with regret. Old Master Wang was so frightened that he fell to the ground, completely abandoning any thoughts of escape. Under the control of Chen Yan and Lu Lin, everyone in the Wang family was taken away by the Security Bureau, bringing an end to a major scourge in the harbor district. The news quickly reached the Luo family. Master, good news. Everyone in the Wang family has been arrested by the Security Bureau. It said that Wang Xiu was even executed on the spot by an investigator from the 749 Bureau. The Wang family secretly colluded with demons, and now it's been exposed. No wonder Wang Xiu's strength was so abnormal that day. They're completely finished. The head of the Luo family thought to himself, never expecting his arch-rival in the harbor district to collapse just like that. What about Yuanjin and Han Feng? Aren't they also part of 749? The old master of the Luo family was puzzled, believing that the Wang family was very close to those two and that they wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Those two met an even worse fate. They were executed on the spot. The ones who acted were the two investigators who arrived that day, and one of them seems to be a friend of the young lady. It's them again. The head of the Luo family couldn't help but gasp. The last time, when those men in black stormed into the Luo family, it was those investigators who resolved the crisis. They had only been in the harbor district for a short time, yet they swiftly and decisively took down the Wang family, even eliminating those two idle investigators. Such ruthless methods and incredible speed were truly shocking. Unexpectedly, the 749 Bureau not only has scum like Yuan Zhen but also has investigators who can truly get things done. This time, the head of the Luo family completely changed his perspective and was no longer so opposed to his daughter's desire to join the 749 Bureau. The next day, Chen Yan and Lu Lin did not linger any longer and prepared to return to the Bureau to report and accept their punishment. Unexpectedly, not only did Luo Xiaoke come to see them off, but the old master of the Luo family also came. Brother Chen Yan, are you leaving already? Yes, after all, we came here for work. Oh, by the way, Brother Chen Yan, my dad has already agreed to let me join join the 749 Bureau, but I have to wait until I learn some combat techniques first, because right now I only know how to use my spirit summoning sequence ability and can't properly protect myself. What is it? Pretty good. Keep working hard. 749 is waiting for you. Master Luo gave a signal to his subordinate and a bulging black handbag was brought forward. What's this? This time, the two of you have done a great favor for the Luo family. This is just a token of appreciation, Master Luo said. Chen Nian smiled faintly. No need. I helped the Luo family out of trouble because Xiaoku is my friend, and dealing with the Wang family is part of my duty. Alright, since that's the case, I won't insist. As Chen Nian and the others left, Grandpa Luo watched them go, his eyes revealing a look of admiration. What an outstanding young man. Xiaoku, if you join 749 in the future, you must follow Chen Nian's father. Only then will I feel at ease. He's very reliable. Of course. I've already told you before, Dad. Brother Chen Nian is especially amazing. Bureau 749, meeting room. The deputy director sat at the head of the table, glancing around at the mentors. You've all read Chen Nian's mission report this time, right? Let's hear your thoughts. I'll go first. Zhang Xian was the first to speak. I believe Chen Nian achieved remarkable feats in this mission. Not only did he eliminate the demon lurking in the harbor district, but he also eradicated the Wang family who were colluding with the demon. He practically exceeded the mission's expectations. Director Zhang, you're praising Chen Nian like this to protect your niece Lu Lin from being implicated, aren't you? Your intentions are all too obvious. To be honest, I never expected Chen Nian to be able to kill a vampire. That's a third-tier demon, and he's only just entered the mountain-moving realm, right? Since when did crossing levels become so easy? At this moment, Li Xiao spoke up. As a strict and impartial mentor, he mercilessly pointed out the issue. According to the Investigator Code of Conduct of 749, if an investigator violates the rules, other investigators have the right to take action. However, if the violator surrenders, they should be escorted to the 749 Bureau for interrogation and disposition. Clearly, Chen Nian violated this rule and should be dealt with accordingly. What a blockhead! Zhang Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. Moreover, the two of them were excessively violent during the mission, causing the deaths of many innocent people. According to the Investigator Code, such behavior should be avoided as much as possible. Hey, that's enough, Li Xiao. Our Lin is so well behaved, she definitely wouldn't kill people randomly, Zhang Xian grumbled discontentedly. The deputy director then asked, Old Li, what do you think should be done? Li Xiao took a sip of goji tea and said calmly, I'm merely explaining his violation of the rules. As for the disposition, it's not within my scope of duties. However, deputy director, if you decide to deal with Chen Nian, then next time Yaya violates the rules, she must also be strictly punished according to the regulations. The deputy director was momentarily speechless. Amy, what do you think about Yuanjin surrendering and being killed by Chen Nian? Deserved. Then how do you think Chen Nian should be punished? Investigator Chen Nian completed the task at the fastest speed, preventing more innocent people from being harmed. Why should she be punished? I suggest the questioner undergo a neurological medical diagnosis. Laughter came from below. The deputy rubbed his temples. The 749 Bureau should have clear rewards and punishments. Chen Nian and the others completed the task perfectly, and the rewards should be issued as usual. As for the punishment, staying in the Bureau after violating discipline sets a bad example, so arrange administrative leave for Chen Nian and Lu Lin. Administrative leave, commonly known as paid leave. Dormitory 304. Chen Nian, I can't believe you actually carried out a mission with that ice queen from next door. Yi Yaya looked utterly shocked. She was still wearing her stylish hooded sweatshirt, exuding a sunny and lively vibe. What was it like being teammates with her? Wasn't she super hard to get along with? She felt more useful than you, decisive in action and not much of a talker. Yi Yaya, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but kick Chen Nian's chest with her bare foot. How dare you say I'm not as good as the ice queen? Are we even friends anymore? Is this how you undermine your own people? Chen Nian immediately used his blood-red tentacles to tie up Yi Yaya and grabbed her foot to start tickling. What are you doing? It tickles. Ah, you jerk, I'm really going to beat you up. Do you hear me? Despite Yi Yaya's desperate struggle, she was still tightly bound. Call me daddy, or I won't let go. My dad's a deputy director. Do you have a death wish? Hearing the commotion outside, Xiaoyi ran out to take a look. Brother Chen, sister Ya, you two are really having a blast. I'm impressed. In the end, Yi Yaha erupted. Zzzzz. A powerful surge of electricity burst forth instantly, and the entire room was filled with crackling sounds. The lights went out, the TV screen glitched. Chen Nian suffered as well. The current coursing through his blood left him smoking all over, with holes in his clothes and pants. Serves you right. Now you know who's boss. Did you really think I couldn't handle you? Just as Yi Yaya was feeling smug, the door to room 304 opened, and Li Xiao walked in holding a thermos. Seeing the chaos in the room, his expression immediately darkened. Director Li, although all of this was caused by Yaya, as her roommate, I failed to stop her, and I take full responsibility, Chen Nian said solemnly. You, you, Chen. Run around the track for 100 laps, now go. Yi Yada made a fist at Chen Yan, as if to say, I'll deal with you later, before reluctantly running off to the track. Li Xiao called Chen Yan over to the hallway. Chen Yan, your previous task involved disciplinary violations, which you should be aware of. You are now being placed on administrative leave. Take a few days off during this time, and don't show up at the bureau. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yan felt completely devastated. If I'm on leave, how can I take on tasks and fight against demons and monsters? After all, finding those creatures relies on the intelligence system of 749. Director Li, isn't there anything else I can do? I want to work. Are you naturally destined for a life of hard work? That's right, Director Li. I feel uncomfortable if I'm not working. Li Xiao sighed helplessly and had to apply to his superiors. Considering that 2 station investigators in the harbor district have already been killed, we happen to need new investigators to fill the vacancy. You go. Doesn't that mean I can handle supernatural incidents on my own when I encounter them? This is fantastic. Thank you, Director Li. By the way, how is Lu Lin? Director Zhang will take care of her, you don't need to worry. However, there's something I need to remind you. Han Xuan called the bureau to inquire about the cause of her brother's death. She's Han Feng's sister and has the right to know the truth. Are you suggesting that Han Xuan might come after me for revenge? Exactly. Han Xuan is from Yuzhu Mountain, which is also a sect of spiritual practitioners. Years ago, she wanted to take Han Feng to Yuzhu Mountain to train, but Han Feng wasn't willing to put in the effort, so he didn't go. Yuzhu Mountain? A small sect of psychics. This sect does not require its members to go out and perform tasks, they focus solely on cultivation. Quite a few powerful individuals have emerged from it, and it should not be underestimated. Understood. Li Xiao nodded and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said solemnly, there's something very important I haven't told you yet. Your sequence ability is very strong, but you must never rely on it excessively. Chen Yan listened, filled with doubt. What I mean is that the cultivation of other techniques and martial skills must never be neglected. Those are the most fundamental assets. Sequence abilities are like buns falling from the sky. If one day the buns stop falling, you might go hungry. These words were full of foresight, and Chen Yan kept them firmly in mind. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Yan planned to first spend contribution points at the logistics department to exchange for some techniques and martial skills, then head to the harbor district to take up his post. This way, even if there were no demons or monsters to kill, he could still train new skills, ensuring his strength would steadily improve. Contribution points, 140. For a trainee investigator, this was already a considerable amount of contribution points. Chen Yan arrived at the logistics department, swiped his terminal to enter, and a variety of rare treasures, techniques, and martial skills immediately appeared before his eyes. Deciding what to exchange for required first considering what he lacked. Following Director Li's advice, he decided to continue enhancing his combat abilities. After all, one must rely on their own strength to forge ahead. After watching for a long time, a martial skill called Inch Force caught Chen Yan's attention. The name was overly simple, yet it required a full 200 contribution points to redeem. Isn't that too expensive? Out of curiosity, Chen Yan checked its description. Description: Chu Wuan comprehended the Tao for 3 days, executed 3 punches. Oh, on the first day, he punched the towering mountain ahead, and the mountain collapsed. On the second day, he punched the vast ocean ahead, and the sea split. On the third day, he struck the boundless sky with a punch, scattering the clouds for miles. After 3 punches, his realm broke through, and he became a saint on the spot. He was named Martial Saint. He left the essence of these 3 punches for future generations to comprehend, naming them Inch Force. There are 3 forms. 1. Inch Force Mountain Shatter. 2. Inch Force Sea Split. 3. Inch Force Sky Open. Just reading the introduction, Chen Yan felt a surge of excitement. This was a martial technique created by the Martial Saint. Martial artists generally lacked much culture, so giving it such a simple name was understandable, but its power was truly extraordinary. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cough came from behind. Young man, you'd better not look at this. Your level is too low. Don't aim too high. Chen Yan turned around and saw it was the old gentleman in charge here. Sir, are you saying that having a low level means I can't learn this? Chen Yan asked in return. Ha, if you exchange for this to comprehend it, you'll just be wasting contribution points. It contains remnants of a martial saint's fist intent. Not long ago, an investigator at the Qingguang realm exchanged for this, and as soon as he opened the first page, he was shaken by the fist force and vomited blood. The Qingguang realm is the 5th realm. Is the fist force really that fierce? This made Chen Yan even more interested. Since it's a skill kept at the bottom of the chest, it must be powerful. Learning something too basic would be a waste of time, and he'd have to relearn better techniques later. Sir, do you mean that as long as one can withstand the fist intent inside, they can cultivate this thing? That's what I'm saying, but this is the fist force of a sage. At your level, you might end up half dead from the shock. Moreover, it's an internal injury that's hard to recover from. You'd have to lie in the medical department for at least a month. Chen Yan pondered for a moment and asked, Sir, sir, if I can withstand that fist intent, can you give me a discount? I only have 140 contribution points right now. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. I know who you are, the newly arrived genius Chen Yan. But this isn't courage, it's reckless arrogance. Alright, since you want to take the risk, I will agree to your request, the old man said. Then it's settled. Chen Yan took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with an eerie blood-red light. The domain unfolded, boundless killing field. This boy, what's going on? The old man suddenly felt a chilling aura rushing toward him, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back. At this moment, Chen Yan opened the first page of Cu Engine. In an instant, a golden light as majestic as a rainbow shot into Chen Yan's brow. It was the fist intent left behind by the martial saint. At this moment, Chen Yan was already within his own domain. Beneath his feet was an endless sea of blood, and above his head hung a crimson blood moon. He raised 2 fingers and pointed them at his brow. Instantly, the violent killing intent of billions of beings surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Yes, he was going to use this boundless killing intent to resist the martial saint's fist intent. In his mind, the martial saint's fist intent was like a great general sweeping through thousands of troops, annihilating the countless murderous auras. As the two clashed, Chen Yan was already bleeding from his nose and mouth. He's only bleeding from his nose and mouth? The old man, standing not far from Chen Yan, thought to himself. By all accounts, Chen Yan should have lasted no more than 2 breaths before bleeding from all 7 orifices and being sent straight to the medical department. But now 20 breaths had passed and he was still standing. The martial saint's fist intent was invincible, with every move capable of extinguishing thousands of killing thoughts. However, after a fierce battle, the martial saint's fist intent was barely suppressed. This meant that Chen Yan could barely withstand this fist intent and could begin cultivating Cu Engine. After a long while, Chen Yan opened his eyes, wiped away the blood from his nose, and found the old man staring at him with a look as if he were observing a monster, seemingly wanting to say something. Old man, our bet stands, so I'll take this, Chen Yan said. Good lad, I underestimated you. Alright, take it. Since you can handle it, it proves you truly have the qualifications to cultivate, the old man responded. Cultivating the inch force created by the martial saint in the mountain-moving realm is truly an eye-opener. The younger generation surpasses the older. Chen Yan curiously asked, Senior, this so-called martial saint, is he the number 1 in martial arts today? Generally speaking, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, he is indeed the number 1 in martial arts today. The old man replied. Are there any exceptions? In this world, with the presence of the star-plucking pavilion master, Mr. Li, whether it's blades, spears, swords, halberds, or martial arts techniques, no one dares to claim absolute supremacy. However, that's not a level you can reach for now. Focus on your training diligently. Outside the outskirts of the capital, amidst mist-shrouded mountains, one towering peak stood out prominently, named Flying Immortal. On the cliff, 2 people faced each other. One was a rugged middle-aged man with a stubbled face, his fists wrapped in bandages, dressed in light, flexible attire, his exposed muscles as hard as steel. Opposite him stood a short girl, barely 1.4 meters tall. She wore a pink and white dress, her hair tied into cute braids with pink ribbons, presenting an entirely adorable, doll-like appearance. The girl slightly closed her eyes, shifted her weight downward, and raised her small hand. Explosive force, split the sea, she shouted. In an instant, 5 fingers clenched into a fist, striking forward by an inch. Bang! The wind surged, and the terrifying force flattened the 1,000-meter sea of trees, even distorting the clouds in the sky. Ha ha ha, your inch force is still lacking a bit of refinement. You need more practice. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his hands clasped behind his back. Not practicing, not practicing. Old man Chu, have you lived too long and gotten bored? Why insist on teaching me this inch force? It's so hard to learn. The little girl grumbled in dissatisfaction. Little girl, I am, after all, the martial saint of this era. Others beg me to teach them, but I refuse. And here you are, complaining about me. The middle-aged man, named Chu Wuang, was none other than the contemporary martial saint, renowned for his 3 punches to sainthood. The martial saint is nothing. Can he compare to my master? If you weren't begging to teach me, this lady wouldn't even bother learning from you. That's true, he can't compare to Mr. Li. But your master doesn't have as much free time as I do to teach you, right? Ning Meng, you were born with a natural martial physique. Don't waste your time learning those flashy spells, your fists are the real deal. Enough chatter. That's it for today. If you want this lady to practice boxing again next time, remember to bring milk tea. Just then, several ethereal auras drifted down from the top of the pavilion, coalescing into an elderly man in white robes with an immortal demeanor. Though his hair was as white as snow and his face bore the marks of time, he still exuded a refreshing and warm presence. Master! Ning Meng joyfully ran over. Greetings, Mr. Li. Chu Wuang cupped his fists in salute. This man was none other than the master of the star-plucking pavilion, Li Bai. Li Bai gave Chu Wuang a faint smile. Chu Wuang, you come to the star-plucking pavilion every other day. Are you trying to compete with me for a disciple? Ha, I certainly wouldn't dare to steal Mr. Lee's disciple, but I really like this girl. Her temperament is quite similar to mine, so I wanted to teach her a move or two. Teaching her a renowned boxing technique hardly counts as a move or two. Today's training ends here. I have something to assign to this girl. Then I'll come back another day. Girl, I'll treat you to milk tea next time. As Chu Wuan left, Ning Meng made a funny face behind his back. Master, what do you need to assign to me? Last night, I studied the stars and calculated that there might be dragon energy emerging in this sea area. You must go there. The world's last true dragon must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Got it, Master. Heading down the mountain. Ning Meng leapt straight off the mountaintop and disappeared into the forest in an instant. Her destination was Tianhai City, the harbor district. The harbor district. Chen Yan hadn't expected to return so soon, and this time as a 749 investigator stationed in the harbor district. To facilitate his work, the 749 Bureau even arranged for him to stay in an employee welfare residence, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room seaside apartment. But Chen Yan had no time to relax and enjoy. He began practicing the newly acquired inch force. Only by becoming stronger could he better slay demons and exorcise evil. On the second day of Chen Yan's tenure, the 749 office welcomed a group of visitors. Brother Chen, congratulations on your new position. Congratulations. Please take care of us in the future. Take care of us. The group had smiles all over their faces, each carrying various gifts in their hands, placing them on the ground one after another, everything from liquor to high-end cigarettes. Wait, who are you guys? Chen Yan asked. We are from the Haigang District Security Bureau. We've all heard of Brother Chen's reputation. If anything comes up in the future, we'll need your help. We're just here to say hello first. Wow, you guys are quite particular, coming to bribe me in plain clothes instead of uniforms? When the previous two were in office, we had to deliver gifts every holiday. It was to maintain good relations. You know, not bribery. Chen Yan sneered coldly. I don't tolerate this kind of thing here. Take it all back. The security officers exchanged glances, surprised that this investigator was so upright and incorruptible, refusing even gifts. Not long after, Luo Xiaoke also arrived. Upon hearing the news of Chen Yan's appointment, she was overjoyed. She came a bit later mainly because she wanted to dress up after all. She was a girl. Brother Chen Yan, from now on, you're the stationed investigator for our harbor district. That's great. I can stay by your side and learn more. Following me won't teach you anything good. Are you planning to learn how to fight and kill? That works too. Brother Chen Yan, you're super cool even when fighting and killing. Luo Xiaoke was like an innocent little fangirl, her admiration for Chen Yan reaching an unparalleled level. Soon, more and more people came to visit. Families and factions from all over showed up to deliver gifts. A Station 749 investigator was an official leader who would dare not show their face to make things easier in the future. As a result, the entrance of the office was piled high with various gifts. A crowd of people gathered at the door, hoping to meet Chen Yan, exchange a few words, and ideally add her on WeChat. The most exaggerated was an old man who brought his shy daughter along. Investigator Chen, I heard you're still single. My daughter has fair skin, good looks, and is smart and clever. Hee hee. Go. What kind of behavior is this? Luo Xiaoke quickly helped Chen Yan drive them away. Although she deeply despised such actions, she couldn't help but feel a bit resentful that her own father hadn't done the same. Am I not a fair-skinned, beautiful, youthful girl myself? After a busy half-day, Chen Yan finally managed to deal with all these people. As for the various gifts they brought, she returned what she could, and those she couldn't were directly donated to the charity fund by the Public Security Bureau. None were kept. What's the use of flashy, impractical things? It would be better if someone took me to a good place for a foot massage. Chen Yan thought to herself. By the way, Brother Chen Yan, do you remember the last time our Luo family and the Wang family competed for the mining rights of the underwater ruins? The exploration team is setting out tomorrow. My father asked if you'd be interested in joining. Oh, Chen Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect good news to come so soon after taking office. Go, absolutely. Chen Yan immediately agreed. Exploring underwater ruins, encountering extraordinary creatures that might require action, and perhaps even finding adventures and hidden treasures, why not? Alright, Brother Chen Yan, if the exploration team discovers anything good, you must take more of it. Isn't the exploration team your family's? It's fine, our family owes its fortune to you anyway. Of course, Brother Chen Yan, you shouldn't miss out on the benefits. Did your father teach you to say that? No, that's just what I think myself. Besides, my father invited you to join us with his own little motives, because you're so powerful. Since he wants to use you, you shouldn't hold back with him either. Dutiful daughter. After work, Chen Yan took Luo Xiaoke home and then continued to practice boxing through the night. The essence of inch force lies in speed. It involves mobilizing the body's strength at the fastest speed, extracting power from the 100 spiritual apertures within the body, and finally, concentrating it in the fist for an explosive release. It must be said, this technique was indeed created by a martial saint. It appears ordinary and unremarkable, yet it hides profound mysteries. After 2 2 days of training, Chen Yan had only grasped a slight understanding of it. The next morning, the port. Chen Yan boarded a cargo ship over 10 meters long, preparing to set sail with the exploration team. Take care on the way. Luo Xiaoke waved and shouted from the shore. Old Master Luo didn't let her follow because the probability of encountering danger on such exploration teams was still quite high. Chen Yan stood on the deck and began observing the team's strength. Apart from the regular crew members, there were more than a dozen psychics. Their abilities varied greatly. Most were at the mountain moving realm and spirit communing realm, with the strongest only having just broken through to the third realm. The ship sailed for 2 hours, and it was now noon with bright sunshine. All around was a vast blue sea, about 40 nautical miles from the port. The sea breeze was fresh, and seagulls occasionally swept overhead. We've arrived, drop anchor. A man in sturdy attire walked up to Chen Yan. We're here, Brother Chen. This is the place we discovered last time. Tell me the specifics. 7 days ago, our ship stopped in this sea area for exploration. Coincidentally, the Wang family's ship also arrived. They deliberately caused trouble and stayed here to compete. Not long after, an earthquake suddenly occurred in the sea. After the earthquake, we noticed a neatly structured corner of a building emerging from the seabed, resembling some kind of ancient ruins. Both our families discovered it almost at the same time, which is why it led to a scramble. After listening to the explanation, Chen Yan nodded. What are you planning to do? We've only uncovered the tip of the iceberg of that structure. We plan to use the most primitive method to dig out all the surrounding silt. That way, we might be able to see what's buried underneath. Alright, get to work. Then, the group immediately took their tools and entered the water. As psychics, their physical bodies had already transcended the ordinary, so they naturally didn't need complex diving equipment. The entire team began excavation work on the seabed, while Chen Yan continued practicing boxing on the deck. Soon, several hours passed. The teammates working underwater finally began to feel dissatisfied. Captain, that kid is just lounging on the ship sunbathing while we're down here working ourselves to death. When we get the rewards later, are we really going to give him a share? The captain frowned. Stop complaining. The reason we're able to explore this relic is all thanks to him helping the Wang family. The words are not wrong, but I still feel a bit upset. Master Luo had his reasons for letting him come with us. Get to work. Time flew by, and half a day had passed. Even with over a dozen psionics working together, excavating a massive structure from the silt was no easy task. By evening, Chen Yan also went into the sea to check on the progress. Diving to the seabed, he saw that they had already dug out a large pit, and the structure within was faintly visible. The jade-white, smooth stone building shimmered with a soft white glow in the dim depths of the sea. Oh, reaching out to touch it, the texture was smooth, the grain uniform, definitely not naturally formed. I didn't expect there to actually be something here. Look, the young master of 749 has gone into the water to inspect the work. Well, what can you do? He's an official, far more distinguished than us. Chen Yan was in no mood to argue with these insignificant people. At that moment, a massive black figure suddenly rushed in from the distance. It was a nearly 5-meter-long black shark. As it swept past, a man's hand was bitten off on the spot, and blood instantly stained the seawater red. Damn it, the hammerhead shark is here. Everyone, be careful. Damn it. How could we be so unlucky to encounter such a thing? Prepare for battle. Even the captain of this exploration team looked quite grim. The ghost head shark is a demonized giant shark. Although it is only a second-tier creature, its massive size and swift movements have claimed the lives of many. In its first attack, it bit off a team member's hand. In an instant, the second attack was imminent. Just as everyone retreated and tightened their formation, Chen Yan stepped forward to confront the giant beast. With a single palm strike, sharp blood spikes shot out from his palm. The ghost head shark was only 5 meters long, but Chen Yan's attack range extended to 6 meters. As a result, it was predictable, it was pierced through from head to tail and died on the spot. Blood Hunt Feast effect triggered, blood intensity plus 1%. Okay. The people around witnessed the corpse of the ghost shark floating in the water, with a large spread of red blood, and couldn't help but feel a storm of emotions in their hearts. It was killed just like that? This is a ghost-headed shark. Usually, it takes several of us working together with great effort to subdue it. The captain said in a deep voice. I've said it before, since he came along, he naturally has his uses. Stop chattering and gossiping on the side. Why yes. Injured personnel, return to the ship for treatment. Everyone else, keep working. After several more hours of digging, night had completely fallen, and the sea was almost pitch black. During this time, the team encountered several attacks from sea monsters and demons, but they were all low-level and easily defeated by Chen Yan. As a result, Chen Yan's blood strength reached a 60% increase, allowing him to receive another gift from the gods. Activate. 3 options immediately appeared before Chen Yan. 1. Blood strength plus 2%. 2. Gain the ability like a fish in water, able to breathe freely underwater and swim more effortlessly. 3. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. The gift of the gods offers a chance to acquire the abilities of monsters previously slain. 9. Although the initial abilities seemed somewhat lackluster, this time it turned out to be quite useful. Choose 2, no doubt about it. Acquired the ability like a fish in water. Although Chen Yan was very happy to be attacked by demons and monsters, he felt that something was a bit off. Do you usually encounter this many attacks when you go out to sea to explore? No. At most we occasionally encounter 1 or 2. If we usually faced this many, we would have returned long ago. It's because Brother Chen, you're here that there hasn't been much damage. I don't know why either, but this time it's much more frequent. Chen Yan slowly began to realize that the things in the sea were far from simple. Midnight. Brother Chen, we've dug it out. During the 3rd watch of the night shift, good news came back. Chen Yan immediately dove into the sea to check the situation. With the blessing of his like a fish in water talent, he moved through the water with exceptional ease, as if he truly were a fish. Under the sea, a jade-white square building appeared before their eyes, its stone walls engraved with intricate patterns, embedded in the sand and mud. Everyone excitedly gathered around. To construct a building underwater, even we modern people couldn't achieve such a feat. Could this really be the legendary Dragon Palace? If we can actually get inside, wouldn't we strike it rich? Such lack of ambition. If this truly is the Dragon Palace, wealth is secondary. The important thing is that we, a group of nobodies, might have the chance to soar to great heights. The captain said, we've observed that the stone walls on both sides are tightly sealed, but there's a gap in the middle of the upper side, which looks more like a door. Open this door, and we can get in. Chen Yan looked around and had the same thought, but after trying for a while, found that the door wouldn't budge an inch. Everyone, come over here and use all your strength. Opening the door is victory. Everyone gathered on this side of the stone wall and pushed with all their might. 3, 2, 1, push. 3, 2, 1, keep going. A dozen or so psychics, yet they couldn't budge it an inch. Can't open it, damn. What do we do now? We've been digging all day, we can't just give up. Damn it, if we can't get in today, I'd rather die in the sea. No one wants to see the opportunity in front of them slip away. This time, follow my command. At this moment, Chen Yan spoke up. After the previous events, everyone had come to fully acknowledge his abilities and immediately nodded in agreement, ready to act. Chen Yan pointed 4 fingers at the center of the stone wall and took a deep breath. 3, 2, take action. The people's strength erupted once again, veins bulging on their arms. At the same time, Chen Yan turned his palm into a fist, advancing an inch forward. In that instant, the spiritual energy from his entire body converged onto his fist. Inch force, mountain shatter, boom. Accompanied by a muffled explosion, the gap in the middle of the stone door finally opened. At the same time, a domineering golden light burst forth from the crack, piercing through the surface of the sea and soaring straight into the sky, reaching tens of thousands of meters high. Someone suddenly woke from their sleep, rushed to the window, and gazed tremblingly at the golden aura on the horizon. An elder from a certain sect stood on the rooftop, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance beyond the heavens. An old man from a secluded bamboo house rose into the air, squinting slightly as he looked toward the horizon. What an overwhelming aura. Could it be dragon energy? Who would have thought such an aura exists in this world? Something extraordinary must be about to emerge. Various forces in the surroundings were stirring restlessly, and several streaks of light appeared in the night sky. A master and disciple stood on the treetop, gazing at the dragon energy. Master, do true dragons really exist in this world? They do. Dragons were once the guardian deities of great Xia, divine beings. If all the dragons in the world were to perish, the dragon veins would be severed, and perhaps there would be no more spiritual energy in the future. All descendants would be unable to cultivate. The elder squinted slightly. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has not been cut off, it means there should still be a true dragon in the world. This dragon's aura pierces the heavens. Perhaps an ancient dragon relic has emerged somewhere. What are those people rushing to do? A dragon is full of treasures, especially in this era of declining deities. If one could obtain a true dragon, it would be a broad path to soar into the skies. Master, shouldn't we try to compete for it? It's a dragon that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. This is not something we are qualified to meddle with. Better not get involved in this mess. Chen Yan and the others were still unaware of the commotion they had caused. It really opened? Brother Chen is amazing. We're going to strike it rich. The heavy stone door was finally pushed open completely. Before their eyes appeared a shimmering water curtain, emitting a mysterious bluish glow. Chen Yan was the first to pass through the water curtain, followed closely by the others. Once inside, everyone instinctively froze in place, staring blankly at the scene before them. The rock walls were covered with glowing crystals, radiating a dazzling brilliance like diamonds, filling the entire cave with a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. Dragon crystals, they're dragon crystals. Someone couldn't help but cry out on the spot, rushing directly toward those crystals. This is the first time in my life I've seen so many dragon crystals. Brothers, we've struck it rich. People immediately scattered, using various tools to mine the dragon crystals. The captain explained, dragon crystals are precious ores rich in spiritual energy. If used to forge weapons, even melting a small piece into them can enhance their grade. In the past, finding even a tiny piece was considered lucky, but who would have thought there'd be so many here? Brother Chen, take as much as you want, I won't hold back. Everyone was excitedly scavenging for dragon crystals, but Chen Yan did not rush to act. He had a vague feeling that this place might not be as simple as just containing rare ores. Continuing deeper inside, passing through the dragon crystal cave, a jade-white palace with dappled light and shadows suddenly appeared before his eyes. The first thing that catches the eye are two stone pillars at the entrance, each coiled with a fierce and imposing dragon. Chen Yan's mind was shaken. Could this place really be the legendary dragon palace? The people behind were naturally not foolish either. After collecting some crystals, they hurriedly rushed forward. The deeper one goes into such ruins, the better treasures can be found. They couldn't let Chen Yan take the lead alone. It's actually a palace. I can't even imagine what treasures might be inside. We're going to strike it rich. These two dragons are so realistic. If they weren't made of stone, I'd really be afraid they'd come to life. Huh? Brother Chen, what do you say? Shall we go in together? This group of people didn't act recklessly. Although they were greedy, they understood that benefits always come with risks. Without Chen Yan, their big brother, leading the way, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Yan walked at the front, but it wasn't for nothing. He had already decided that he would take the best item from here. If anyone dared to compete with him, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. The moment this group stepped into the palace, the dragon on the coiled pillar shed a few fragments from its pupils, revealing half of a yellowish-brown dragon eye. The palace they entered was the main hall at the deepest part. The main hall was empty. There were no magical artifacts or gold and jewels. The only thing that caught everyone's attention was a coffin placed in the hall. The entire coffin was crystal clear, radiating a sacred brilliance. Someone instinctively swallowed. That coffin, it's made of pure dragon crystal. If we can take it out, we'll strike it rich. Brother Chen, what do you think? We'll follow your lead. When the time comes, you take the bigger share of the benefits, and we'll split the smaller share. Don't move. Blood was already suspended around Chen Yan's body, enabling automatic defense in case of an attack. He cautiously approached the coffin, finally, reaching the area above it. His gaze pierced through the brilliance of the dragon crystal, faintly revealing a woman seemed to be lying inside the coffin. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of rocks collapsing came from outside. Chen Yan turned around abruptly. Bad, it's bad. Those two flood dragons are about to revive. Run. As soon as the words were spoken, the two flood dragons had fully revived. The body of the person closest to them was pierced by a dragon claw on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Those two flood dragons were guardians. The flood dragons did not attack anyone else but locked their yellow dragon eyes onto Chen Yan. Not good. Chen Yan's heart tightened. No matter how strong he was, it was absolutely impossible to withstand. The flood dragons, especially now that he was trapped in the grand hall. Wasn't this like catching a turtle in a jar, with no way to escape? In a flash of inspiration, Chen Yan's entire blood transformed into several large blood hands, forcibly lifting the coffin lid. Sorry for the intrusion. He quickly crawled into the dragon crystal coffin and immediately closed the lid. Run! The rest of the group was instantly terrified, completely forgetting about Chen Yan as they desperately fled outside. Fortunately, the two flood dragons did not chase after them but instead headed straight for the coffin, allowing them to escape with their lives. Captain, Brother Chen is still inside. We can't worry about that now. Those two dragons have already revived. Staying behind would be suicide. Hurry back to the ship or we won't live to enjoy any fortune. Inside the narrow dragon crystal coffin, Chen Yan could only lie on his side next to the woman. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed from above. Chen Yan could clearly feel the two flood dragons hovering above the coffin. Luckily, they seemed unwilling to touch the coffin. For now, he was safe. This choice was indeed the right one. If I had tried to escape earlier, I would have run straight into the two flood dragons. However, the problem now is that I can only hide in here. If I show myself, I'll be killed instantly. Chen Yan began to examine the woman in the coffin. She was dressed in a flowing light blue fairy-like gown embroidered with golden dragon patterns. Her skin was fair as jade, and her features seemed naturally sculpted. Her eyes and forehead were adorned with a few translucent dragon scales, and a pair of small, adorable dragon horns stood atop her head. These traits did nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, they added a unique charm. Dragon Maiden? It couldn't be a real dragon. The Great Xiao was also known as the Dragon Kingdom, where dragons were considered auspicious creatures and symbols, but all of that was just legend. A real dragon? Even the ashes of Bureau 749 probably hadn't seen one. Suddenly, a soft, sweet murmur sounded by his ear, like the lazy voice of a girl just waking up. She was alive. Chen Yan quickly lifted the hand he had unconsciously placed on her chest. Outside, there were two ferocious flood dragons, and inside, there was a living dragon maiden. This was truly a bizarre situation. The dragon maiden slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Feeling a bit cramped, she turned her head slightly until she saw Chen Yan lying on his side next to her. Hello. Chen Yan hurriedly covered covered her mouth, locking eyes with those crystal-clear eyes widened in surprise. Don't ask why, I don't want to disturb you either. It's just that the two flood dragons outside suddenly came back to life and I had no choice but to hide here temporarily. I don't want to hurt you and I hope you won't hurt me. If you understand, blink your eyes. The dragon girl nodded vigorously. I told you to blink. Why are you nodding? She quickly blinked her eyes. Sorry. Only then did Chen Yan let go. The girl stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly blurted out, I'm so hungry. Dragons don't eat people, right? Chen Yan asked cautiously. No, they don't. Then stay hungry. The dragon girl rolled her eyes in frustration, turned sideways, and touched her flat stomach. The two sat back to back in silence. I have a question. Did we accidentally wake you up by intruding here? You're overthinking it. This princess woke up because the time had come. You just happened to be here. So hungry. Then it seems there is no hatred between us. Why don't you let those two flood dragons release me? They have long since lost their strength. What you saw earlier was merely their last burst of energy. Now, they have likely turned to dust. The dragon maiden's tone carried a hint of sorrow. Only then did Chen Yan realize that the terrifying oppressive feeling above his head had disappeared, and even the shadows of the two flood dragons were no longer visible. He cautiously pushed open the coffin lid, and sure enough, as she had said, the two flood dragons had already turned into white sand, scattered all over the ground. Chen Yan hurriedly climbed out of the coffin, breathed a sigh of relief, and prepared to close the coffin lid once more. A pale, delicate hand adorned with a silver ring stopped the coffin lid. What are you doing? You keep sleeping. I'll help you cover up. Move aside. The dragon girl sat up grumpily, first revealing her adorable silver-white dragon horns. Human, I advise you to leave quickly. Soon, this place will be filled with bloodshed and chaos. With your strength, there's only a dead end here. The dragon's aura is overwhelming. Greedy humans will surely attract many others to come. Too many questions are pointless. Could it be that you also want to take something from the dragon? Apologies. Chen Yan had no greed and turned to leave. When he surfaced and returned to the boat, everyone was startled. Shinji, you're not dead. How did you escape from those two flood dragons? Did you get any treasures, brother Chen? Chen Yan didn't plan to tell them about the dragon maiden. Prepare to return. It's not safe here. Alright, brother Chen, we'll listen to you. Preparing to return. Just as the ship turned around, a sonic boom from a plane passing overhead caught everyone's attention. It was normal for planes to fly over the sea, but something was wrong with this one. It wasn't cruising normally. Instead, it was nosediving at high speed. Inside the passenger plane, it was already a living hell. Over 300 passengers and 10 crew members were engaged in a frenzied slaughter in the cabin. Someone was stabbing a woman in the next seat with a knife and fork, another was pinning an old man to the ground and punching him repeatedly, while someone else was smashing a fire extinguisher into another person's head. Blood splattered onto the windows and floor. These crazed individuals shared one common feature. Their pupils burned with a fiery glow. In the center of the flame was a black core, surrounded by ominous dark red flames, resembling the eyes of a demon. Arg! I'll kill you, kill you. Ha 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 ha. Screams, wails, and laughter intertwined into a chilling symphony. Inside the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot were already dead in their seats. Only a man in a black robe stood there, fervently spreading his arms wide, watching helplessly as the passenger plane plummeted. His pupils burned with the same ominous fire. The plane crashed into the sea, erupting in a violent explosion, and the towering flames instantly illuminated the night. The fallen passenger plane was not far from Chen Yan and the other's boat, and the surging seawater caused the entire area to churn turbulently. What on earth happened? Why did a plane suddenly crash? This is too strange. Captain, do you think there might be any survivors? If we can save even one, let's go take a look. The crew hurriedly steered the ship closer to the crash site. The captain stood at the bow with binoculars, scanning the area. Before long, he indeed spotted a survivor, struggling to swim toward them. Someone's there. Throw down the lifeline, pull him up. With everyone's combined efforts, a man was finally rescued. He was dressed in a black robe, completely soaked, and sat on the deck. Man, you're really lucky to survive this. What happened to that plane? How did it suddenly crash? Yeah, I've only seen plane crashes on the news. Seeing it with my own eyes is a first. The man stood up, smiling. I have a strong fate, but it seems yours isn't as fortunate. Welcome, everyone, to embrace the madness of fire. As soon as the words fell, the man clasped his head with both hands, and the eerie flames in his pupils suddenly erupted. Mad Flame Evil God, Sequence 008 Mad Serpent. Countless fire serpents shot out from his pupils, indiscriminately flying toward everyone around. At the critical moment, Chen Yan's blood surged out of his body, forming a 360-degree impenetrable blood barrier, just in time to block one of the fire serpents outside. He was the only one who remained unscathed. In the pupils of everyone else, a strange flame was burning. Oh, I didn't expect someone to react so quickly. The man in the black robe looked at Chen Yan, who was wrapped in blood, with a sinister smile on his lips. The others, like madmen, rushed toward Chen Yan. Nearly 20 people surrounded him tightly, frantically attacking the blood barrier. Chen Yan hadn't anticipated such a situation. It seemed that what little dragon girl said was indeed true. This place would surely erupt in chaos and bloodshed, and he had already been swept into it. Although the blood barrier was enduring fierce attacks, those people had yet to break through it. Chen Yan remained calm and immediately activated the terminal to summon Amy. Just now a man's eyes suddenly emitted numerous fire snakes, and it seems everyone else instantly lost their sanity and is now frantically attacking me. Identified as the sequence holder of the evil outer god Mad Fire Evil God. A distress signal has been sent to headquarters. Mad fire can completely erode the sanity of ordinary people, and the effect is permanently irreversible. Please retreat immediately. Repeat once, retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. Amy repeated retreat 3 times, which shows how terrifying the opponent is. Easier said than done. At this moment, Chen Yan is already surrounded by a group of people. If the blood shield is deactivated, she will immediately face the danger of being eroded. Amy, what is an evil god? The sequence abilities obtained by normal awakeners, such as Fire God, Thunder God, etc. Some individuals who cannot awaken and have paranoid and insane personalities may be bewitched by evil outer gods, joining their organization and becoming members of the outer god cult. They are invaders, terrorists, calamities. They hunt anyone without reason, act illogically, and their ultimate goal is to turn the entire world into followers of the evil gods. Their danger level is on par with the demonic organization Pandemonium. These lines of text made Chen Yan realize the danger posed by the opponent. The plane that was just destroyed was probably the work of that lunatic. The fact that he could instantly incapacitate a group of mountain-moving realm psionics on the ship clearly indicated that his level and sequence abilities were not low. Without a doubt, this was the most dangerous battle Chen Yan had ever faced. At that moment, the terminal rang. Headquarters 749 quickly established contact with him, and the call was answered by a female liaison officer. Investigator Chen Yan, this is Command Unit 749. We have received your distress signal. The nearest investigator is on their way to provide support. Please do not engage the psychic of the evil god sequence alone. Suddenly, a voice on the other end expressed incredulous surprise. Wait, Chen Yan's coordinates are over the sea. This location, it's where the dragon energy soars to the heavens. The deputy director abruptly interrupted the communication. Chen Yan, this is Deputy Director of Unit 749. Listen to me. That evil god follower is heading toward the dragon energy. I am now assigning you an urgent mission. You must not let them enter. On the other end, Director Li's voice came through, but he's a cultist of the evil god. Do you want Chen Yan to go to her death? Old Li, the dragon is the guardian deity of our great Xia. If it is defiled by an evil outer god, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll take on this mission, Li Xiao said loudly. Chen Yan, make sure to protect yourself. If you truly can't stop it, no one will blame you. Understood. Chen Yan hung up the phone. Although she hadn't expressed any grand ideals about protecting Great Xia, the little dragon had just kindly reminded her to leave. Chen Yan couldn't bear to watch her suffer defilement and persecution by the evil god. In that case, she would kill him. Chen Yan used a blood spike to slash his chest, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. Explode. Centered on Chen Yan, countless sharp blood spikes instantly blossomed, resembling a blooming blood flower. The frenzied ones surrounding him were instantly annihilated. Their bodies were pierced by the blood spikes, suspended in midair, and when Chen Yan retracted the blood, they all fell onto the deck. Oh, interesting. The man in the black robe placed his hands in his pockets and smiled. Not bad strength. How about considering joining the outer god cult? Don't worry, you won't turn into trash like them. You'll receive the embrace of the new god and gain new divine authority. The blood surrounding Chen Yan partially transformed into a blood-red long blade. His 5 fingers gripped the hilt tightly. Slaughter. Sequence, could it be a chosen one? It seems you're quite confident. However, the chosen ones who have died by my hand, already number 3. It seems you've chosen the most unwise path. The man in the black robe locked eyes with Chen Yan's bewitching scarlet pupils. Those eyes, carrying a palpable killing intent, actually suppressed his mad fire demon eyes? Suddenly, he realized the ocean had transformed into an endless sea of crimson blood, with a blood moon hanging ominously overhead. Just looking at it sent shivers down one's spine. This kid actually possesses such power? A domain infinite killing realm. Chen Yan dared not relax in the slightest and unleashed his full strength right from the start. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, he had to kill him as quickly as possible. The murderous intent of billions of beings surged into the mind of the man in the black robe. The blade struck, shocking dragon pierces the sky. A strike as swift as lightning. Chen Yan's plan was to decapitate him directly, killing him in one blow and leaving no room for error. However, unexpectedly, the blade only pierced a few centimeters into his neck, cutting just halfway through. His head hung crookedly from his neck, with dark red madfire burning at the point of connection. Was that thing what blocked my blade? Chen Yan pushed the blade harder, but suddenly, Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hilt. That hand was covered in dark red cracks. You really surprised me, breaking free from the domain's power so quickly. This was the first time Chen Yan had encountered such a situation. The reason was simple. This man was a complete lunatic, and the outer god he worshipped was equally insane, leaving his mind in a constant state of chaos. Chen Yan's killing intent should have driven him into madness, rendering him incapable of action, but he was already accustomed to such a deranged state, so the duration of its effect was greatly shortened. Come, descend into utter madness with me. The eerie flames in the man's eyes instantly swelled tenfold, and countless dark red fire serpents erupted from within, wildly shooting toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan retreated while using a blood barrier to defend himself, but the frenzied demonic fire seemed to have the power to burn through the blood barrier. What's wrong? Don't run, let me take a good look. How long can you hold out? Splash! Chen Yan jumped into the sea, and only then did the man in the black robe stop. Ran away? Boring. He slowly propped up his already half-severed head, the demonic flames slowly mending the wound. Just then, bang! A deafening explosion erupted from beneath his feet, as the bottom of the ship was instantly pierced by a terrifying force. Inch force, mountain shatter. With a single punch from Chen Yan, a massive wave surged on the sea's surface. The force of the punch, carrying a shockwave, sent the man in the black robe flying. At the same time, a massive blood spike emerged from underwater, piercing straight through the chest of the airborne man in the black robe. This, impossible. A large amount of Chen Yan's blood surged into the body of the man in the black robe through the blood spikes, and then, transformed into sharp spikes, piercing out of his body. Hands, legs, chest, forehead, even throat, all were simultaneously impaled. The man in the black robe instantly turned into a porcupine, riddled with holes, blood gushing everywhere. Chen Yan raised her head, looking at the man in the black robe whose body was completely penetrated, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. You just mentioned the 3 chosen ones have died by your hand? Sorry, I never bothered to remember how many stray dogs I've killed on the roadside. Death for lunatics daring to accept the power of an evil god is not frightening. Thus, at the moment of his death, the man in the black robe did not beg for mercy, show fear, or shed tears. Instead, the corner of his mouth even curved into a faint smile. The blood spikes piercing his body ignited with an eerie flame. What was happening? Bang! The black-robed man's head suddenly exploded, like a watermelon rigged with explosives. Immediately afterward, a ball of flame emerged from his body. At the center of the flame was a deep darkness, surrounded by an eerie dark red, like the eyes of a demon, profound and infinite. Without warning, it shot toward Chen Yan. Within that flame was the divine essence of the mad-fire evil god, along with all the power of the black-robed man. That's right, even though he was dead, he was still passing the fire. Evil god followers continuously pass the fire until their faith spreads across the world. Clearly, Chen Yan was an excellent target. It came too fast, too suddenly. Chen Yan had no time to evade, only the blood shield stood in front of him. Once that flame entered his body, Chen Yan's divine essence would be dominated by the mad fire evil god, turning him into a hated evil god follower despised by all righteous people, and he might even lose the sequence power of the god of slaughter. The blood shield was rapidly evaporating. The demonic fire was getting closer and closer to Chen Yan, although he kept replenishing the shield with the blood in his body. The previous battle had already drained him of a significant amount of blood, leaving him unable to sustain it. His entire body was nearly drained of blood. Finally, the mad fire entered Chen Yan's brow. Ugh! Ah! Chen Yan clutched his head with both hands and roared, a frenzy of fiery madness igniting instantly in his pupils. By all accounts, he should have lost his sanity immediately, succumbing to the ranks of the evil god's followers. However, at the critical moment, he injected a surge of killing intent into his mind to resist the erosion of the madness fire. The man in the black robe had just used the madness fire to fend off Chen Yan's boundless killing realm, and now Chen Yan countered in the same manner, though it could only serve as a temporary measure. Slaughter feast triggered, blood strength permanently plus 5%. After killing the evil god's followers, the talent effect could also be triggered, but Chen Yan had no time to pay attention to it at the moment. Voices kept echoing in his mind. Go down, kill her, devour her. You will gain supreme power and dominate everything in the world. The demon's whisper echoed in his mind. Chen Yan dove into the water again, descending once more to the ruins of the Dragon Palace. In the shimmering palace, the Dragon Maiden sat alone on the steps, hugging her knees, as if the entire world had abandoned her. From the moment she awoke, she knew that there were no longer any relatives or kin left in the world. She was the last true dragon, bearing the responsibility of safeguarding the dragon vein of Great Xia. So hungry. Someone's coming. She suddenly looked up, her face filled with surprise. Why, are you back again? Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Ugh. Chen Yan grabbed the Dragon Maiden's snow-white neck with one hand, forcibly lifting her up. Inside your body, there is an extremely evil power. The Dragon Maiden closed her eyes, and a ripple-like sheen appeared on her snow-white skin. She did not use her power to attack Chen Yan but instead focused on on, sensing his physical condition. At that moment, Chen Yan's consciousness regained control, and the strength in his fingers loosened significantly. Get out! Get out now! Chen Yan roared, his blood-red eyes burning with madness, his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the Dragon Maiden roughly understood the situation. Earlier, you were fighting villains outside, and in the end, your body was unfortunately invaded by an evil god. I see. If left alone, he might soon become a follower of an evil god, turning from a good person into a bad one. The Dragon Maiden did not want to see such a scenario. This intruder was the first person she saw after waking up. He fought against the villains, essentially protecting her, so she couldn't just ignore him. Gritting her teeth, she pointed her jade-like finger at Chen Yan's forehead, and in an instant, an invisible ripple of water bound his body, rendering him immobile. The Dragon Maiden let Chen Yan lie on her lap, extending her snow-white wrist and drawing a blood mark on it with her fingertip. Next, this princess will save you with true dragon blood. The divine properties within the blood can help you resist the evil thoughts of external gods for a short time. I hope you can endure it. With that, drops of pure dragon blood fell into Chen Yan's mouth. True dragon blood, a divine substance in the world, could prolong life, strengthen the body, refine the meridians, and expel impurities. These were just its basic abilities. That's why so many people fought over it so desperately. Dragon blood entered Chen Yan's body, instantly transforming into a warm current that infused his limbs and bones. Chen Yan's expression immediately calmed significantly, and the burning madness in his pupils began to slowly extinguish. Strange, how can he absorb the power of dragon blood so perfectly? The Dragon Maiden naturally did not know that Chen Yan possessed the vampiric ability to perfectly absorb the power contained in others' blood. As a result, the effect of dragon blood entering his body was several times stronger than when it entered others. Although it couldn't completely eliminate the power of the madness, it was enough to suppress it. At the same time, on the surface of the sea, nearly 20 psychics had already gathered. This group consisted of vanguard troops, mostly young, sent to scout and gather intelligence, while many of the older figures had yet to show themselves. Even so, most of them were at the mountain-moving realm to the skybreaking realm, almost all of them young prodigies. Quite lively, huh? Looks like everyone is here seeking the dragon? Xin Yuan of the Shadow Hall, greetings to all the skilled masters. Shen Baoan, Su Qing. I am Zhou Hong from Qishan Cliff, greetings to everyone. Since everyone is here, why not stop pretending and probing? Let's go in. Well said, let's go in and see what's going on. 20 or so people hurriedly dove into the sea and entered the dragon palace. The dazzling dragon crystals and the magnificent palace left everyone in awe. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. Everyone immediately noticed the Dragon Maiden sitting there, their eyes simultaneously gleaming with greed. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon, how could there truly be such an ethereal woman in the world? She has dragon horns on her head, and her skin is covered with dragon scales. Could she really be from the dragon clan? Haha, being able to come here today is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps we can soar to great heights in the future. The true dragon is a legendary auspicious beast, and its entire body is a treasure. I've heard that dragon horns can be used to make soup that prolongs life. I practice fist and palm techniques. I wonder if eating a dragon's claw would enhance my skills. But she's female, are dragon claws considered hands or feet? Everyone, I am Qian Sanqing, the senior disciple of the Fengyun sect. Let's not beat around the bush, I want her body. Such a beautiful woman, and yet you are here discussing such vulgar topics. It's truly unsettling. On the contrary, I just want to cherish her properly. Xia Longnu, come home with me. I will protect you. The Dragon Maiden looked at the group of people before her, a trace of undisguised disgust flashing between her brows. At that moment, Chen Nian woke up. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the Dragon Maiden, the chill in his eyes as sharp as a blade. Step back. You're all right now? The Dragon Maiden's gaze trembled slightly with surprise. This guy had actually regained his consciousness so quickly. After perfectly absorbing the power of the true dragon's blood, Chen Nian had suppressed the raging fire within him, and even retained a surplus of dragon power in his body. Although this power was temporary, it was still at his disposal. Step back. Chen Nian stood firmly in front of the Dragon Maiden, his blood seemingly turning into blades as his calm gaze swept over the crowd. Who is this kid? Never seen him before. Mountain moving realm. Not a high level, but he sure runs fast. The reason we were discussing entering together at the entrance was to avoid conflict. But you went ahead and beat us to it. Can someone go up and deal with this kid? I find him a bit annoying. I'll do it. A rugged man wielding a hammer stepped forward. It was the same man who had previously made lewd remarks about the Dragon Maiden. He spat on the ground. To kill this skinny stick, I don't even need to use 30% of my strength. Ha 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 ha. With that, he raised the hammer high and leapt into the air, gripping it tightly with both hands, and swung it heavily toward Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian made no unnecessary moves, drawing his blade in the style of hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. Originally, hidden dragon emerging from the abyss was a metaphor for the imposing aura of the blade. But this time, the blade's light truly carried the domineering power of a dragon. The blade's light flashed, and the man's upper body instantly separated from his lower body. Clang! The warhammer struck the ground and split into two pieces. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent. The cultivators widened their mouths, staring at Chen Yan in disbelief. Although the hammer-wielding man was only at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, not considered a formidable opponent, this kid was merely at the early stage of the mountain-moving realm. To kill someone in the same realm, early stage defeating late stage in an instant, what kind of joke is this? If he wasn't a super genius, who could achieve such a feat? The dragon maiden stared blankly at Chen Yan's back, a faint sense of confusion rising in her heart. He went to such lengths to protect me, even at the risk of offending so many people. Does he not fear death? Chen Yan pulled out his 749 investigator badge and spoke with resolute authority. You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, these will be the last 10 seconds of your lives. Pfft. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Ah, sorry everyone, I really couldn't hold it in. Let me laugh for a while first. Investigator 749, and still an intern. Bro, you've just become my highlight of the year. Do you guys know what I really want to do right now? I want to post on social media to complain. Dude, where does your confidence come from? Don't even mention you're an intern. Even if you were a full-fledged investigator, would you dare mess with us? The national organization is more formal, which means more restrictions. These disciples from various sects all have their backgrounds. If you touch one of them, it might implicate the forces behind them. Investigators from Unit 749 generally don't act rashly against others, as their main focus is dealing with demons and spirits. So, they aren't afraid at all. Afraid of what? Even if this guy is a bit ruthless, at worst, they can just run away. Could he possibly stop them from leaving? Taking it a step further, they're only here to scout the way. There are real experts observing from behind. A mere investigator, does he even deserve to act so arrogantly here? Thus, no one paid attention to Chen Yan's words. What a pity. Time's up. Chen Yan took a deep breath and slowly raised two fingers. All the spiritual energy in his body, along with the remaining dragon power within him, was mobilized at this moment. Domain expansion. Boundless. Killing realm. In an instant, all 20 people in the venue were drawn into a domain. At this moment, the smiles on their faces froze. What is going on? What is this place? It's so eerie. Do you feel it? There's a chilling aura. Someone stepped back a few paces, stirring ripples in the boundless sea of blood. Others looked up at the blood moon in the sky, and blood instantly flowed from their eyes. Was it that kid who did it? Impossible. How could he have such power? Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong with this place. Chen Yan usually couldn't bring so many people into the domain at once, but now, with the support of the dragon's power, it was more than enough. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The murderous intent of billions of beings began to invade everyone's minds. Ah, help, help, no, no. Someone fell to their knees, desperately banging their head against the ground. Someone else clawed at their face with both hands, leaving shocking bloodstains. Another person bled from all 7 orifices, curled up on the ground, babbling incoherently. No one was in a normal state. Chen Yan stepped forward, emotionless, the blade flashing wildly, as if casually slaughtering stray dogs on the roadside. Soon, the ground was covered with corpses, blood soaking the earth. When he reached the last one, the domain's effect finally dissipated. The last man came to his senses, knelt on the ground, and pleaded bitterly, "Spare my brother. I was wrong." You don't truly know you were wrong, you just know you're about to die. Thud! A blood-stained blade pierced through his chest. Chen Yan withdrew the blade. This time, he was truly exhausted, his strength completely drained. Unfortunately, these people weren't demons, so killing them brought no rewards. Just as he closed his eyes to rest, the voice of the dragon maiden sounded in his ear. Hey, what's your name? Chen Yan. You've killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of making enemies? You should know, there might be more coming than just them. Orders have already been given from above to protect you at all costs. Upon hearing this, Long Nu's expression dimmed slightly, so that was the reason. However, even if it wasn't an order from above, I would still protect you out of my own will. After all, you just saved me. At this moment, the dragon girl's eyes lit up. My name is Qianlong. Chen Yan, you are the first person I met after waking up. I hope you can live well. Ha! The two didn't chat for long, as someone else came in. However, this time it wasn't an enemy, but reinforcements sent by Bureau 749. A man and a woman, both 5th realm experts. Are you Chen Yan? I am B-level investigator Zhou Hang. I heard you were attacked by cultists of the evil god? Oh, I already killed that. What? The two senior investigators were stunned. Even a cultist of an evil god could be taken down single-handedly. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Are you really just a trainee investigator? After the initial shock, Zhou Hang asked, are you okay? Were you contaminated by the power of the evil god? That stuff is extremely dangerous. Naturally, Chen Yan couldn't possibly admit to having absorbed the power of the evil god, otherwise, he might be executed on the the spot. As for the dragon girl, she tacitly helped Chen Yan keep the secret. What's wrong with these people? The two pointed to the scene filled with corpses on the ground. It was me, the princess, who did it. These people were greedy and deserved to die. Xianlong took the responsibility for Chen Yan, worried that he might face retaliation in the future. Hurry up and leave. This place is not safe to stay. Chen Yan, take her back to the bureau. Just as the group was about to leave, those formidable figures who had been eyeing them covetously finally couldn't resist showing up. Killing so many people, 749 sure has quite the authority. Killing so many people, 749 sure has quite the authority. Look, isn't this Zhou Hong, famously known as Gale Legs? And the one next to her, what's her name again? Oh, I remember now, Guan Hongxiang Sunya. As a group of people entered the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere became tense once again. Star Radiance Realm, Clear Light Realm, Sunlight Realm. The ones who came this time were all experts of the 4th to 6th realms, each a seasoned veteran who had cultivated for many years. Chen Yan, take her and retreat. The other reinforcements from 749 are still on their way. We must protect the Dragon Maiden. Zhou Hong did not explain that these people were not killed by 749. After all, their mission was to protect the Dragon Maiden, and conflicts were naturally unavoidable. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Are you all really willing to oppose 749 for personal gain? Wait, we didn't act for any personal gain. It's just that you 749 killed so many innocent young people, and we simply want justice." Using such high-sounding reasons to justify their actions is truly a display of cunning. This is precisely why they sent the young people ahead to scout the way. Gentlemen, empty talk is useless. Let's deal with these two first, or trouble will arise the longer we wait. You're right, take action. A great battle was about to erupt. Although Zhou Hang and Sunya were powerful, they were still besieged by the core forces of various sects, and the outcome was unsurprising. An elderly man in black with graying hair struck out with a palm. The terrifying spiritual power instantly struck the two, causing them to spit blood and be sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind them. As expected of Elder Zhao from the Iron Sect, renowned for the diamond bone-shattering palm. Truly impressive. Old Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. The 6th realm, the Sunlight Realm. He was the strongest on the field and naturally the oldest, already showing signs of old age. He desires the true dragon more than anyone, even just a drop of dragon blood. Dragon blood not only extends life but also offers a chance to break through to the 7th realm. The temptation is simply too great. Leave within 10 breaths, or die. The severely injured Zhou Hong and Sunya retreated repeatedly, not expecting these people's greed to be so overwhelming that they would dare to target the 749 group. Oh my, so many people. At this moment, a slightly immature voice was heard. Old Zhao looked around. Walking in was a little girl, dressed in a pink and white dress, with two adorable braids, looking no older than 10. The little girl walked to the front and stood between the two tents opposing sides. It's nothing, little girl, for you to find your way here. I naturally won't treat you as an ordinary person. State your name, Old Zhao said coldly. The little girl giggled, asking for my name? Are you even worthy? When her presence was sensed, everyone present was stunned. 5th realm, Clear Light Realm. She looks only a few years old. How could she have such a high realm? I've never heard of such a figure in the spiritual energy world. She probably isn't from 749. If such a monster had appeared, there's no way we wouldn't know. She must have practiced some kind of appearance-altering technique to achieve this effect, otherwise, it would be too outrageous. Old Zhao laughed heartily. As someone in the 6th realm, the Sunlight Realm, he naturally wouldn't take someone in the Clear Light Realm seriously. What an arrogant little girl with no respect for her elders. Whether you're from 749 or another sect, today I, this old man, will teach you a lesson on behalf of your family. Later, don't go crying for your parents and sniffling. Come on, old man, let me see how much skill you've gained after a lifetime of cultivation. The little girl stood firm and beckoned with her hand. Old Zhao pushed off the ground with his back foot, shooting forward like a cannonball. His raised palm instantly gathered terrifying spiritual energy. Vidra bone-shattering palm. People were shocked in their hearts. Elder Zhao was going straight for the kill. It seemed he was too desperate to obtain the true dragon. Anyone who stood in his way would be eliminated without mercy. Facing this earth-shattering strike, the girl also raised her hand. She wants to directly confront Elder Zhao's palm head-on? This girl really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not to mention the gap in their realms, Old Zhao specializes in body refinement. It's over. She might be smashed to pieces by this palm strike. People couldn't help but feel a bit of pity in their hearts. After all, humans are creatures guided by their values. A cute little girl is naturally more likable than a white-haired old man. The girl extended her 5 fingers forward, and in the instant they advanced an inch, they formed a fist. Inch force, splitting the sea. Fist and palm collided. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and people lost their hearing. A wave of energy erupted. Old Zhao's entire arm was shattered in an instant. The terrifying energy wave tore apart his black cloth shirt, leaving his aged skin battered and bruised, faintly revealing revealing his emaciated white bones. As for the many powerful onlookers behind him, they were instantly pushed back 3 feet by the airflow, with some even falling flat on their backs. If old Zhao had 1 foot in the grave before, then after this collision, he was barely clinging to life. Nearly falling apart, he sat on the ground, his sunken eye sockets filled with terror. Inch force. You are a disciple of Martial Saint Chu Wang. Even a disciple of the Martial Saint has come. No wonder she can so easily surpass major realms. Her strength is terrifying. Chen Yan naturally recognized this move. It was clearly the second form of the 3-inch fist technique, splitting the sea. Everyone was practicing the Martial Saint's boxing techniques, which made him feel a sense of closeness. Poof! Just as everyone was astonished, the girl suddenly laughed. Chu Wang is unworthy of being my master. Her words left everyone stunned. She actually said the Martial Saint was unworthy of being her master? That was a saint, one of the top powers in the world, someone countless people dreamed of apprenticing under. Achoo! At this moment, the Martial Saint far away in Kyoto let out a big sneeze. Could it be that little girl Ning Meng is thinking about me? She's stubborn on the surface, but deep down she probably still wants to learn martial arts from me. He muttered to himself. Old Li understood that he was about to die. A 6th realm being killed by a 5th realm punch, just the thought of it was laughable. But before dying, he still wanted to know the answer, so he asked again, who exactly are you? Ugh, you're so annoying. Fine. To make sure you don't die with regrets and come back as a ghost to scare me, I'll tell you. The girl put her hands on her hips. I, rank 6th in the Star Plucking Tower, am Ning Meng. Master, Li Bai. Li Bai. Upon hearing this name, everyone fell into an eerie silence. Li Bai, this name still carries some rumors in folk legends. Jiaxing Tower. Bang! Chen Yan heard this name for the second time. He asked Zhou Hong, what kind of organization is this exactly? Under normal circumstances, they don't interfere in the affairs of the spiritual energy world, but the matters they handle are all major events. Currently, Jiaxing Pavilion has 6 disciples, each of them a super genius in the world. What kind of person is that Li Bai? Why do they all fall silent when his name is mentioned? I haven't seen him either. It's said that one year, he rode alone in the wild during spring, passing by a peach mountain. In a moment of drunken excitement, he swung his sword and sent all the peach blossoms flying. That peach mountain is also known as Heavenly Sword Mountain, the sect founded by the Sword Saint. So later, a poem was composed to describe him. Spring breeze proud, galloping fast, one sword sweeps away all peach blossoms on the mountain. Later, the Sword Saint felt humiliated and went alone to challenge the Star Plucking Tower, wanting to compete with Li Bai. No one knows the outcome of that battle, but ever since the Sword Saint returned, he has only dared to call himself the second best in the world. Actually, our director of 749 once wanted to join the Star Plucking Tower too, but he didn't succeed. After hearing this, Chen Yan finally understood. The Star Plucking Tower is essentially the most powerful force in this world, capable of grasping the sun and moon, and plucking the stars, unmatched by anyone. The name is indeed imposing. If he ever gets the chance, he would like to try joining the Star Plucking Tower too. I remember now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, she's Ning Meng, the top genius from the competition 3 years ago, who later joined the Star Plucking Tower. Don't be fooled by her small stature, it's due to her cultivation technique. In reality, she's already pushing 30. Bang! Ning Meng sent him flying with a punch. Too much talking. Since the Star Plucking Tower has stepped in, I'll take my leave. I can't afford to play anymore either. Farewell. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Many people began to retreat, but there were still about 10 greedy ones hesitating. I'll count to 3. The remaining 10 people vanished instantly, reason finally triumphing over greed. Ning Meng turned around, her gaze falling on Chen Yan. Take it. A black card flew over. Chen Yan caught it in her hand and saw 2 lines of golden text written on it. Genius Club. Current rank, 100. Seeing this scene, the 2 investigators, Zhou Hong and Sunya, widened their eyes, their envy almost impossible to conceal. This is a Genius Club invitation. My goodness. As a super genius, Ning Meng's judgment of people is never wrong. If I'm not mistaken, all those people down there were killed by you? For your meritorious service in protecting the Dragon Maiden and your top-notch talent, congratulations on becoming the 100th member. Only then did Zhou Hang and the other person realize that Chen Yan not only took down an evil cultist but also killed so many 2nd and 3rd realm psionics. It's one thing to kill someone across realms, but to kill a whole group, are you even human? Chen Yan, you're just too fierce. The 2 felt no jealousy at all about Chen Yan receiving the invitation letter because he truly deserved it. What is this actually used for? Chen Yan asked. The Genius Club has a maximum of 100 members, and all members are young super geniuses selected by the Star Picking Tower. These 100 geniuses are in a competitive relationship with each other, and only the final winner has the chance to join the Star Picking Tower. Bang! Ning Meng was the final winner 3 years ago. It seems that a new gathering of geniuses is about to begin. Chen Yan, you must seize this opportunity. If you enter the Star Plucking Tower, you can become a disciple of Li Bai. Chen Yan understood after after hearing this and accepted the black card with a smile. Greetings, 6th senior sister. Bah, I'm not your senior sister yet. Wait until you win first place before saying that. Ning Mang looked at the two 749 investigators, and you too, if there's nothing else, you can get lost. The dragon girl will be protected by the star-plucking tower. Then we shall take our leave first. The two investigators supported each other as they retreated. After they left, Shenlong finally appeared anxious. I can go with you. But you're so capable. Can you help him? What's wrong with him? Lemon instantly appeared beside Chen Yan, grabbed his wrist, closed her eyes tightly, seemingly sensing something. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. You have the power of an evil god and the power of dragon blood within you? He became like this to save me. Shenlong hurriedly defended him. TSK, you actually managed to drink the precious dragon blood. Those old geezers outside would be furious if they found out. But what I'm curious about is, how can your body simultaneously accommodate two types of divinity? Logically, the two divine forces should conflict with each other, ultimately causing your body to explode. Could it be a special constitution, coincidentally capable of possessing two divine personas at the same time? I really can't figure it out. Ning Mang scratched her head, glared at Chen Yan, and said, I'll keep this secret for you for now. If you manage to join the star-plucking tower, you'll be my junior disciple, and then I'll ask Master to help you. Xianlong hurriedly added from the side, even if he fails, I can use dragon blood to help suppress it. How could we possibly keep feeding him true dragon blood? Ning Mang felt a headache coming on. Alright, let's head out first. Ning Mang, Chen Yan, and Xianlong left the dragon palace and surfaced above the sea. But just as they emerged, they suddenly saw someone riding the wind and waves from afar. His hands were clasped behind his back, his feet stepping on the void, and the fierce sea breeze lifted the hem of his green robe. The star-plucking tower is so overbearing, it seems they hold no regard for the people of the world. This voice was as loud as thunder, resonating clearly in everyone's ears, even causing the ocean waves to surge in response. The 8th realm, a heaven's mandate realm expert. Retreat, retreat. Many onlookers were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated several miles. Who is that person? Their aura is terrifying. Mount Qingcheng, Zhang Sansi, specializing in Taoist magic and divine powers, capable of altering the weather and the blooming and withering of flowers with a flick of the finger. Mount Qingcheng is indeed a super sect, with a sage residing within. It seems there's some dissatisfaction in their hearts. They do indeed have reasons to be dissatisfied. Li Bai of the star-plucking tower has always stayed out of worldly affairs. If he doesn't take action, it will be difficult for the other disciples to use the name of the star-plucking tower to dominate the entire spiritual energy realm. Zhang Sansi hovered in midair, looking down at Ning Mang. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and thunder roared within the dark clouds. Even Ning Mang, a creature of her kind, appeared somewhat pale in the presence of an 8th-realm expert, as her cultivation time had been too short and she was only at the 5th realm. What's with the arrogance? Give me another 10 years, and I'll flatten your Qingcheng mountain all by myself. Impudent! Before Zhang Sansi's words had finished, a massive wave instantly transformed into a water dragon and surged forward. Suddenly, an incomparably domineering voice came from beyond the heavens. So what if I don't take you seriously? The water dragon instantly shattered, turning back into seawater and scattering. Another expert? People looked up toward the sky. Chen Yan was awarded the highest honor. In the air, a man in white stood with his hands behind his back. He stood very high, but his gaze was even higher, seemingly ignoring those below and scrutinizing everyone with his nostrils. 3rd senior brother. Ning Mang slightly pouted, looking somewhat disdainful. Although her 3rd senior brother had some merits, he just loved to put on airs, always acting superior. Who are you? Zhang Sansi looked up and asked. Zhang Sansi, back at the Genius Conference, you were defeated by me. Forgotten so quickly, the man in white said coldly. Xiao Chang'e. Upon hearing this name, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Coming here today was truly worth it. Who is Xiao Chang'e? Someone asked in confusion. Ranked 3rd in the star-plucking tower. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he was a super genius of his era, one person replied. It's just that he's a bit off in the head. I heard that the year he first joined the star-plucking tower, he shouted in the capital, if heaven did not give birth to me, Xiao Chang'e, the way of the sword would be as eternal as the long night, another person added. Later, the sword saint came and gave him a beating. Even though he was covered in wounds, he still insisted on looking at the sword saint with his nostrils. He's the most reckless one in the star-plucking tower, but his strength is nothing to scoff at. Xiao Chang'e raised his hand, and a giant wave suddenly surged from the seabed, transforming into a water dragon. Zhang Sansi was not to be outdone, and the two water dragons collided fiercely in midair, instantly triggering monstrous waves and changing the color of the sky. Bang! The water dragons shattered, and droplets splashed onto the hem of Zhang Sansi's clothes, deciding the outcome in an instant. Boring. Xiao Chang'e placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently, if anyone is dissatisfied with the actions of Jiaxing Tower today, feel free to challenge me, Xiao Chang'e. After finishing his act, he walked over to Ning Mang. Little junior sister, it's time to return to Zhaixing Tower. Can I not go with you? I don't want to embarrass myself. Junior sister, don't say things like that in public that make your senior brother lose face. I'll feel very embarrassed. Idiot. Ning Meng rolled her eyes. At this moment, Shenlong walked up to Chen Yan. Open your mouth. Do you dragons still have a tradition of farewell kisses? Open your mouth, Shenlong urged. Chen Yan had just opened his mouth when a slender finger gently pressed against his lips. In fact, that finger had already been bitten by Shenlong, and now the blood beads seeping out were wrapped in a cluster of spiritual energy, slowly entering Chen Yan's body. In this way, if Chen Yan experiences any abnormalities next time, he can directly absorb these drops of true dragon blood, gaining immense power while suppressing the raging fire, a precious life-saving trump card. Chen Yan, you are the first friend I made after waking up. Don't die. I'll be waiting for you at the star-plucking tower. Xiao Chang'e asked curiously, Junior sister, did you give him the last invitation to the Genius Club? So, the 100 geniuses are gathered, Xiao Chang'e announced loudly. On behalf of the star-plucking tower, I declare the start of a new round of the Genius competition. The ultimate winner will enter the mountain and sea pavilion of the star-plucking tower. A new round of the Battle of Geniuses, another storm of blood and chaos. The world's top 100 geniuses competing for the only spot, truly a spectacle to behold. Ah, these geniuses would be prized assets in any faction, yet they must give their all to reach the star-plucking tower. Isn't that obvious? With Mr. Li at the star-plucking tower, who in the world could compare? Unfortunately, I'm too old, otherwise, I might have been chosen as well. 1. As Ning Meng and the other two left, Chen Yan was also taken away by the 749 agents. The appearance of the true dragon marked the beginning of the star-picking pavilion's talent selection. This caused a massive sensation not only within the 749 bureau but also across various sects, the entire capital, and the entire spiritual energy community. Many high-ranking officials from the bureau stationed in the capital branch also came to attend the online meeting. Around a virtual roundtable sat nearly 10 people, all of them prominent figures. The deputy director of the 749 bureau, the director general of the 749 bureau, the tactical commander, the general of Daxia, the director general of the security bureau. Fortunately, this time it was the star-plucking tower that took action. Otherwise, relying solely on us at 749, it would have been difficult to convince all the sects and factions. The dragon maiden staying at the star-plucking tower is the safest option. As long as the true dragon lives, the dragon vein of our great Xiao will never wither. Actually, apart from the star-plucking tower, there was also a young man from our bureau who made a significant contribution this time. Deputy Director Yi said, his name is Chen Yan. First, he intercepted a cultist from the evil god sect, and then he fended off the interference from various sects and factions. What a promising young talent. He deserves recognition. This also brings glory to our Bureau 749. The Director General said, I'll make the decision to award this kid a special merit. Special merit? That's an honor reserved for those who have made significant contributions. Deputy Director Yi nodded. Alright, when he returns, I'll make sure to commend this kid in public. Chen Yan was contemplating his future plans on the road to Bureau 749. Although his body now carried the power of an evil god, if he could control it, it might not be a bad thing. Perhaps he could even call upon this power at critical moments, adding another trump card to his hand. What he needed to do was actually quite simple. Keep killing monsters to grow stronger, and defeat all the geniuses. Not long after, the train arrived at the station. As soon as Chen Yan got off, she saw the station surrounded by people. Not only were there familiar faces like Yi Yaya, Cie, and Lu Lin, but also dozens of investigators and several mentors. Director Li and Deputy Director Yi, why are you all here? Chen Yan couldn't help but feel surprised. Deputy Director Yi said loudly, come on, let's applaud. Clap 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted. At the same time, a banner was suddenly unfurled, with 3 bold golden characters written in a flamboyant style on a red background, special merit. The applause resounded once again. Good lad, this is the first time I've seen an intern investigator earn a first-class merit, one mentor remarked with emotion. Heroes emerge from the young. We mentors haven't earned a first-class merit in our entire lives. Another mentor responded with a laugh. To be honest, some senior investigators haven't either. This kind of thing is rare and hard to come by. Director Li stepped forward and adjusted Chen Yan's collar. It's good that you came back safe. For Li Xiao, he didn't particularly care about students earning great merits. In that critical moment, what he wanted most was for Chen Yan to escape safely. Impressive, Chen Yan. Brother Chen is awesome. This is what it means to be someone who accomplishes great things. I wonder what Rin Xiaojie, who was competing with Chen Yan earlier, would think about this, someone joked. Are these two even comparable? Another person asked in confusion. Deputy Director Yi stepped forward. Chen Yan, you are now officially promoted to full investigator. This is your 749 tactical uniform. Wearing this, no matter where you are, people will know you belong to 749. In addition, a special first-class medal of honor has been custom-made for you on your arm. This will be a lifetime honor for you. Yes. Chen Nian saluted and accepted the black tactical uniform. Now, he would officially become a D-level investigator. By the way, your access level to Amy will also be exceptionally upgraded to B-level, and at the same time, you will enjoy a 30% discount when redeeming any resources in the logistics department. The others were filled with envy. This was practically divine treatment. Under normal circumstances, D-level investigators only have D-level access, but he was directly promoted to B-level. At this moment, Chen Nian finally realized how worthwhile his previous efforts had been. Not only had he contributed to the country, but he also gained both fame and fortune. Yi Yada couldn't help but roll her eyes at Deputy Director Yi. Look at him, he practically wishes Chen Nian were his own son. Yeah, there's something I don't know if I should say. Forget it, I better not say it. Xia Yi covered his head with both hands, as if bracing for a hit. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Yi Yaha said bluntly. Alright, I'll say it, but Yaya, please don't hit me. Not hitting. I feel like the deputy director might be looking at his son-in-law. Are you looking to reincarnate on the spot? Yi Yaya angrily gave Xia Yi a beating. On the other side, Zheng Xian frowned. Lin, this is going to be tricky now. Chen Nian is in his prime right now. I bet many female investigators have their eyes on him. Your competition must be tough, Zheng Xian said mercilessly. We're just friends, Lu Lin responded expressionlessly. Sure. Other girls also want to be friends, but as a boyfriend. But with your personality, I guess it'll be hard for you to find a boyfriend in this lifetime. Hey, don't get mad just because your aunt is being honest. Chen Nian glanced at his own file. D-level investigator, Chen Nian. Realm, Mountain Moving Realm, LV-24. Permission level, Grade B. Contribution points, 200. He also received an additional reward of 200 contribution points, equivalent to the payment for nearly 20 tasks. He really hit the jackpot. No newly arrived intern investigator could possibly be as wealthy as Chen Nian. Li Xiao walked over and asked, I heard you received an invitation to the Genius Club? That's great. Li Xiao rarely showed a smile. In the world of psychics, no one would pass up the chance to study under Mr. Li. If someone could train an outstanding student and get into the star-plucking tower, it would undoubtedly be an achievement remembered in history. Let me explain the rules to you. The Genius Club has a total of 100 members, all of them young prodigies. However, it's limited to those the star-plucking tower has come into contact with. For example, Lu Lin, who hasn't really appeared in public, naturally didn't receive an invitation. Your current ranking is 100th. If you challenge and successfully defeat the person ranked 90th, you can take their place. If two holders of invitation letters duel, no outsiders are allowed to intervene, otherwise, they will face repercussions from the star-plucking tower. When only 8 geniuses remain, a grand competition will be held to determine the ultimate winner. Chen Nian asked in confusion, then what's the point of the rankings? Why not just hide until there are only 8 people left? In the final competition, those with higher rankings will enjoy advantages, such as being able to choose their opponents first. Understood. I'll get ready to return to my post right away. Li Xiao was stunned. He thought to himself that other investigators would need several days of rest after completing their tasks, but you just earned a life and death special commendation, and you're already about to continue working. You're incredibly diligent. Outstanding talent, coupled with such hard work, truly impressive. Xia Yi, come over here. Coming, Director Li. Follow Chen Nian for a while and learn well. Really? That's great. Brother Chen, I'll listen to you and won't slack off. Xia Yi was overjoyed and incoherent. Being able to work with Chen Nian was truly an honor. Many people around were waiting for a chance to get closer to Chen Nian. Everyone wanted to curry favor. You guys are just leaving me behind like this, Yi Yaya said incredulously. Chen Nian responded with a smile. There's a word that describes you perfectly, empty nest elegance. You rascal. I'll go to the logistics department to exchange something first. Brother Chen, I'll go with you. I'll go too. I'm familiar with it. Xia Yi and Yi Ya followed closely behind. Lu Lin watched the three walking together from afar, feeling a bit envious. Logistics department. You came again, kid? The old man lost his composure the moment he saw Chen Nian. Last time, he had a bet with this kid, and the boy actually managed to win the Martial Saints Inch Force manual, even covering the missing contribution points himself. Hello, Mr. Zhou, hee, ya. Upon seeing Yi Yaya, the old man acted as if he had encountered a plague. He immediately rose from his chair. The memory of that girl pulling his beard while he napped as a child was still vivid in his mind. This time, I want to change to a different magical artifact. Do you have any that can fly? We do, but flying artifacts are very expensive. You spent so many contribution points last time. Do you have enough? I brought enough. So, the group followed the old man to the artifact warehouse. The flying artifact most loved by young people, the flying sword. A flying sword, does that mean you can ride it to fly? Just thinking about it feels so cool. Price, 300 contribution points. I've used this thing before, and it's super hard to control. I once crashed and got a bump on my head, Yi Yaya said with a a face full of disdain. Elder Joe also nodded. Flying sword artifacts are difficult to control. It's not as simple as flying wherever you want, it requires extremely delicate spiritual power guidance. A normal person would need to train at the flight training ground for at least a month just to get started. Sir, how about we make another bet? Chen Yan curled her lips into a smile and said with a laugh, "What? You want to say you can master the flying sword even faster? I believe it, after all, you're an exceptional talent. You could probably learn it in just over 10 days, but no bets, no bets." Chen Yan raised one finger. One day. What? Old Zhou doubted whether he had misheard. Was this kid crazy, wanting to learn how to control a flying sword in just one day? If I learn it within a day, you give me a discount, 200 contribution points. If I can't learn it, I have 200 contribution points here, and I'll give them all to you. Chen Yan, are you sick? Yeah, Chen, this is really not easy. I saw Sister Yi get knocked into the infirmary with my own eyes. Yi Yada and Xie both did not think highly of Chen Yan. Alright, young man, don't blame me for bullying the young as an elder, this was your own suggestion. Elder Joe immediately agreed. Isn't this a sure win? He truly didn't believe anyone could learn to control a flying sword in just one day. Flying training ground. The venue was vast and open, with grass covering the ground. The dome reached dozens of meters high, and many other investigators were training there. Looking around, those people were flying crookedly in the air, some crashing into the sky, others into walls, their heads bleeding, the scene unbearable to watch, just like rookie drivers on their first day. The on-site coach was shouting angrily, "Where the hell are you flying to? And you, can't brake, huh? Like a dump truck. Who are you trying to kill? There's a wall ahead, can't you see it? Do you even know how to turn? If there's something wrong with your brain, go to the medical department first. Don't end up hitting someone on the road one day." Just like a driving school instructor. The instructor saw a few people and quickly walked up. "Elder Zhou, why are you here too?" "Heh, this kid said he wants to learn how to fly a sword in one day. I don't believe it, so I came to watch the fun." One day? Kid, controlling a flying sword has nothing to do with fighting skills. It requires extremely meticulous spiritual power control. I understand. You understand nothing. The coach saw Chen Yan nodding seriously and couldn't help but curse. With that kind of attitude on the road, you might as well fall to your death. What if you crash into a civilian aircraft? Can I start now? The coach picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, get down." The others on the field landed one after another. "What's wrong, coach? A genius has arrived here who wants to master flying swords in a single day. If he can do it, all of you here are worthless." One day? Ha ha ha, how ridiculously overconfident. You think this is like getting a driver's license. Wait, isn't that Chen Yan, the fierce one among the trainee investigators? What good is being fierce? It's a completely different matter. The coach looked at Chen Yan. The field has been cleared for you. Start your performance. Now, Chen Yan had become the center of attention. If he couldn't deliver on his boast, not only would he lose 200 contribution points, but he'd also become the laughingstock of everyone. Chen Yan stepped onto the flying sword. The moment he infused it with spiritual energy, the sword shot into the air with a whoosh, moving at an incredible speed. Chen Yan's flying sword traced an unstable S-shape in the air, almost crashing into the wall. Ha! Fun! Next time you brag, remember to draft it first. But just as Chen Yan was about to crash into the wall, the flying sword strangely stopped, less than a meter away from the wall. What? How did he manage to break suddenly? Isn't sudden breaking a high difficulty move? At that moment, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Even the instructor couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chen Yan's flying sword was wrapped in a layer of blood. That's right, he indeed couldn't control the flying sword at will, but he could control the blood at will, as if installing a steering wheel. This was Chen Yan's physical cheat. Once he stabilized, he began flying in a straight line, then slowly accelerated, turned. I originally thought it would take a day, but now it seems like it might not be necessary. Controlling a flying sword with blood is simpler than imagined. Complex spiritual energy manipulation? Totally unnecessary. Inject more spiritual energy to accelerate, less to decelerate. Stability and steering are controlled externally with blood. After mastering certain techniques, Chen Yan began flying around wildly, not only making smooth turns but also performing various high-difficulty maneuvers like super spins. What the hell have I been practicing for the past half-month? Is this guy even human? Are you kidding me? He's really just starting out and not some veteran who's been practicing for a year or two. What's the point of practicing anymore? People's eyes followed Chen Yan's trajectory, their mouths agape, and the sound of ah rose and fell. Even the instructor with 10 years of flying experience had a face full of shock at this moment. Old Zhou, is this really his first time? Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? My heart hurts. Old Zhou didn't expect this kid to actually pull it off. He didn't even need to transfer his contribution points from his own salary. Soon, Chen Yan landed steadily. Damn, you've got some skills. You can fly already? No wonder he's Brother Chen. With him in our 304, the future is bright and prosperous. Chen Yan walked over with a smile and clasped his fists. You're generous, sir. The flying sword worth 200 contribution points points was discounted to 140 contribution points due to Chen Yan's special merit. Awesome! After storing the flying sword in his storage bag, Chen Yan and Xie prepared to set off. Staying in room 749 wouldn't allow them to hunt monsters. Their destination, Tianhai City, Harbor District. On the subway, Chen Yan opened the terminal. Amy, now that my permission level has been upgraded to B, what additional functions do I have? You can access files with a confidentiality level below B, apply for big data investigations into others' information, and have Amy hack into certain electronic devices. Amy, please rate my looks. I'll give you 3 options: handsome, very handsome, extremely handsome. That's right, you are very tall. Chen Yan closed the terminal in boredom. Turning his head, he asked, what are you so focused on, old Xie? Reading a novel called Global Awakening. My words are law, invincible from the start. I strongly recommend it to you, brother Chen. What are you talking about? What abilities do you have? Just like the protagonist of this novel, I belong to the word spirit god sequence, but I can only use the immobilization technique. Freeze. As Xie's voice fell, a mosquito in the air was instantly frozen in place. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Brother Chen, you're too kind. It's not easy to freeze someone stronger than me, but I can still assist you. Not long after, Chen Yan returned to the familiar Harbor District. As soon as the two arrived at the 749 office, they noticed someone waiting there, a refined-looking man in glasses, wearing a uniform that indicated he was from the security bureau. Brother Chen, you're finally here. I'm Yu Zhou, sent by the bureau to find you. There's something very urgent. I'd like to invite Brother Chen to the foot massage center. Chen Yan immediately flew into a rage. Do you think a 749 agent is here to indulge in leisure and entertainment? No, Brother Chen, let me explain. Yu Zhou immediately panicked. Old Xie, do you want to go for a foot massage? Alright, you actually want to go? Then let's take a trip and inspect the livelihood of the Harbor District. At this moment, Yu Zhou finally explained, there's something fishy about that foot massage parlor. Several men who went there ended up seriously ill, but after recovering, they still kept going back. I suspect there's something strange going on. You should have said so earlier. Chen Yan looked embarrassed. Are you saying there are monsters and demons in the foot massage parlor? Possibly. Let's check it out tonight. Alright, Brother Chen, I'll send you the location. We'll follow your arrangements, and our security bureau will try not to alert anyone. After Yu Zhou left, Chen Yan suddenly felt something was off. How did the security bureau know about her return to office today? Such quick information, they even sent someone to wait. Amy, look into the security bureau in the Harbor District. A security officer named Yu Zhou. Permission verification passed. Querying. Query completed. The Harbor District Security Bureau did not find a security officer named Yu Zhou. That night, 9 o'clock. The city was bustling with neon lights and nightlife. Chen Yan and Xie met up with Yu Zhou. Across the street, the neon sign of a Spring Breeze foot massage shop flickered brightly. Brother Chen, it's this foot massage shop. Look, business is booming. So many people are rushing inside. So many people. Can we get a number? Of course, to make things easier, I've already arranged the numbers in advance. Not bad, efficient. Old Xie, learn from this. Chen Yan casually walked toward the entrance, while Xie followed behind nervously, looking both tense and curious. The receptionist at the front desk saw the three of them and immediately said, oh, the three brothers are here. We have packages for 88, 188, and 388. Yu Zhou took the initiative and said, I've already made a reservation, 388 for 3. Oh, sir, please follow me. Shortly after, the three were led into a room with elegant decor, where 3 foot massage chairs were arranged side by side. As soon as they sat down, 3 young women dressed flamboyantly entered the room. One had a mature charm, another was dressed in a JK-style white silk outfit, and the third wore a floral long dress. The girl in the JK white silk outfit knelt in front of Chen Yan, a fragrant breeze wafting over. Sir, stretch out your foot. The air was filled with a dreamy, pink haze, making one feel drowsy. It was clear that there was something wrong with this foot massage parlor. Chen Yan immediately used his killing intent to stimulate his nerves, waking up instantly. When he opened his eyes again, where were the 3 young and beautiful women? They were clearly 3 hideous humanoid demons. In front of Chen Yan, 3 flamboyantly dressed demons revealed their true forms. Although they had human shapes, their skin resembled rotting tree bark and their features lacked any beauty. They were witches, a type of demon that grew stronger by absorbing the young energy of humans. This was why the men who had visited this shop would feel weak or even fall gravely ill. The witches were also struck by intense shock. This human, why isn't she unconscious? How is this possible? At that moment, a flash of cold light struck from Chen Yan's blind spot on the right. It was a poisoned, sharp dagger, and its target was none other than Chen Yan's neck. Just as the dagger was 10 centimeters away from her, a massive blood-red hand precisely caught it in midair. The ones who acted were not the 3 demons. They avoided taking lives to keep their identities hidden, only feeding on young energy. The real attacker was Yu Zhou. He stared at Chen Yan in disbelief, shocked that his attempt had failed. Did you think I wasn't guarding against against you at all? Chen Yan smiled. You didn't trust me from the start? I checked the personnel list of the Harbor District Security Bureau. Your name wasn't on it. You're not from the Security Bureau at all. To figure out your purpose, I deliberately didn't expose you. Chen Yan's lips curled up. Now it seems your purpose is to kill me. The three demons? They couldn't figure out the situation, but they knew these two were definitely not ordinary humans. Run! Just as they were about to slam the door and flee, Xia also woke up. Demon, where do you think you're going? Freeze! 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 Divine sequence of word spirits, 030, binding spell. The three demons were instantly frozen in place. Freeze! Xia turned his head and immobilized Yuzhou as well. Chen Yan pierced Yuzhou's chest with two blood tendrils, pinning him to the wall. Release him. Alright, released. Yuzhou regained his ability to move. Now I ask a question, and you answer, Chen Yan said. Yuzhou glared at Chen Yan with a fierce look. I admit defeat for not killing you. Do whatever you want, kill me, torture me, I won't. Smack! A heavy slap landed on Yuzhou's face, silencing him and knocking out two blood-stained teeth. What kind of tough guy act are you putting on in front of me, huh? I ask one question, you answer one. First question, why did you try to kill me? Yuzhou let out a cold laugh, clearly unwilling to speak. Crack! One of his fingers exploded, instantly turning into a pile of shredded flesh and blood. Ah! Yuzhou let out a heart-wrenching scream, the intense pain causing him to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the landlady outside heard the commotion inside and hurriedly opened the door to enter. What's going on? What happened? Why are you screaming so miserably? Oh my god, a monster. 749 investigating a case. Leave, and don't let anyone else come in, Xia said. Yes. The landlady fled in panic. Old Xia, start recording, and aim the camera at him. Got it, brother Chen. Chen sighed. I still prefer your defiant attitude from earlier. Why couldn't you stick to it? By the way, your body is filled with my blood. I can control it to blow up any of your organs. Next, you'll watch as your fingers and toes explode one by one. Go on, why did you try to kill me? Yuzhou gritted his teeth. I am a professional, I would never. Hi. The second finger burst open. Xiaidu was terrified. He hadn't expected Brother Chen to be such a ruthless person. This method was simply too horrifying. As for the three immobilized demons, they were already so scared that they wet their pants. They thought to themselves, we only absorb men's vitality. How did we end up encountering such a terrifying figure? Chen Yan yawned. Why are you trying to kill me? I'll kill your mother. This time, two fingers burst open simultaneously. Why are you trying to kill me? At this level of pain, I can already endure it. You can't force me to talk. Chen Yan nodded in admiration and snapped her fingers. Snap. Yuzhou's eyeball burst with a sound. A scream like a pig being slaughtered. I'll talk. It was a woman who hired me to kill you. I'm from the assassin organization Nightfall. Who is that woman? Han Shuang. Oh, so it's the sister of that Han Feng I killed a while ago. She actually dared to hire someone to kill me for revenge? Seems like she's a brother-supporting fanatic. Chen Yan suddenly understood. You deliberately led me here to kill me and then frame these demons for it? Quite a meticulous plan. Too bad, still not as meticulous as you. Any last words? Spare me. I'll work for you. Remember to become a locksmith in your next life. It'll make it easier to duplicate keys. Translated, it means, are you even worthy? Chen Yan stabbed his heart with a single thrust. Brother Chen, what should we do with these three demons? If we capture them and bring them back to 749 for containment, we can get extra rewards. Chen Yan smiled and said, I'll give you your share of the reward, but I have to kill these ones. Killing demons and monsters is the only way to grow stronger. There's no reason not to kill them. One strike, one kill. I should thank this assassin for helping me find a few demons that needed to be eliminated. Current blood strength, 71%, divine resonance effect triggered, divine blessings received. Time to draw cards again. Old Xia, go call the security bureau to clean up the mess. Alright, Brother Chen. I have a place to go tomorrow. Are you staying or coming with me? Where are we going, Brother Chen? I'll definitely go with you. You're the boss of our 304 now, and I'll follow you through thick and thin. Someone wants to kill me, so I have to pay her a visit to express my gratitude. Chen Yan remembered that Director Li had mentioned Han Xuan was from Yuzhu Mountain, a sect of spiritual practitioners. So this time, it's time to go to Yuzhu Mountain. When she went back to rest, Chen Yan washed her hands and initiated a new round of divine blessings. 3 options immediately appeared in her mind. 2. Blood strength plus 3%. There's no need to think about it. Drawing a sequence ability is already incredible luck, the ultimate jackpot. While others only get one sequence ability in their lifetime, I, Chen Yan, with my special talent, can draw infinitely. In an instant, hundreds of cards spun around Chen Yan. It's you! The card in front of him flipped open, and a blood-red glow burst forth. God of Slaughter Sequence 032 Oral's Death Sentence Chains. Introduction, or, the executioner under the God of Slaughter kills without hesitation. Every criminal who falls into his hands dies after enduring extreme torment. Yes. Main ability, Sun summons crimson chains in space to trap enemies. While trapped, the enemies continuously lose vitality, which is converted into spiritual energy to replenish the user. Control plus damage plus recovery. This ability's mechanism is truly twisted. Isn't this the ultimate skill for turning the tables when on the brink of death? Rested for a night. The next morning, Amy, help me locate the position of Yuzhu Mountain. Located. Chen Yan went to a secluded place and summoned the newly purchased flying sword. Blood covered it, and the flying sword activated. Go! With a swoosh, the flying sword shot into the air, stirring up a gust of wind. Awesome, Brother Chen. This is my first time riding a flying sword. It feels just like flying in the sky. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Yan's flying sword launched at full power, speeding swiftly, with only the piercing sound of sonic booms ringing in his ears. After 2 hours of flight, Chen Yan arrived at the navigation location. Yuzhu Mountain was a mountain covered entirely in bamboo forests, with the sect built amidst the bamboo groves. From afar, Chen Yan could see the mountain gate inscribed with the characters Yuzhu. It was early morning, and there were dozens of disciples outside practicing martial arts, indicating the sect's considerable scale. Chen Yan controlled the flying sword to land in front of the mountain gate. 2 gatekeeping disciples immediately blocked his path. Who goes there? Investigator 749, Chen Yan. What is your purpose? To kill. 2 brief and chilling words made the gatekeeping disciple tremble all over. How arrogant. How bold. Madman. What? You are utterly disregarding Yuzhu Mountain. Chen Yan summoned the blood hand and slapped the gatekeeping disciple away. Well said, indeed not taken seriously. Chen Yan swaggered into the inner sect of Yuzhu Mountain. The disciples who were cultivating noticed the situation here and hurriedly reported to the elders in the sect. Master, someone is causing trouble. Causing trouble? That's right, that person was extremely arrogant. Even the gatekeeping disciples were beaten by him. At the cultivation square, Chen Yan casually sat by the stone table, his feet resting freely on the stone stool, a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his mouth. Xia Yi stood beside him. The disciples of Jade Bamboo Mountain retreated several meters away, whispering and discussing among themselves. Who is this guy? He looks so young, but his strength seems formidable. I don't know, but he's definitely here to court death. Look, the second master is here. The disciples quickly stepped aside to make way, as a middle-aged man dressed in gray-white cloth strode forward with an imposing demeanor. His thick black eyebrows were raised, and his face showed anger. What an arrogant young man, daring to cause trouble on Jade Bamboo Mountain early in the morning. State your origins. 749 Investigator, Chen Yan. People from Bureau 749? Ha, you lot take the nation's resources, yet instead of slaying demons and maintaining peace, you come to my Yuzhu Mountain to flaunt your power? I do want to slay demons and maintain peace, but I was nearly assassinated recently, and it has left me quite unsettled. Just thinking about someone wanting to kill me. Oh, that night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep a wink. Chen Yan smiled faintly. So, I've decided to go kill someone. Nonsense. Someone wants to kill you. What does that have to do with Yuzhu Mountain? If you don't give an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of this door standing. You better shut up, or I'll slaughter you along with him later. You. Chen Yan dared to come alone, naturally because he had his confidence. Not only was his combat power now unparalleled, but his body also contained the divine power of the evil god's flame of madness. Once fully unleashed, it would be enough to wipe out this sect in one fell swoop. Moreover, his body still harbored the undigested blood of a true dragon, which could forcibly enhance his combat power while suppressing the flame of madness. Furthermore, as a 749 investigator and a member of the Genius Club, elders with higher realms generally dared not act rashly. The middle-aged man indeed did not dare to make a move against Chen Yan and was instantly rendered speechless. Old Xia, show them the video. Xia Yi played the video, projecting the footage into the air. It was a segment from last night's interrogation of the assassin, filled with extremely bloody and horrifying scenes. The disciples watched with their hearts pounding, some covered their eyes with their hands, others turned pale, biting their lips and instinctively holding their breath. Eventually, under coercion, the assassin revealed the mastermind behind the scenes, Han Shuang. Instantly, the scene erupted in shock. Senior Sister Han Shuang? How is that possible? Why would Senior Sister Han Shuang hire someone to kill the 749 investigators? Yes, that's someone from the assassin organization Nightfall. How could Senior Sister Han possibly be involved with them? The disciples' gazes all focused on a woman. She was dressed in a blue training outfit, her figure graceful, holding a silver-white longsword in her hand, and staring coldly at Chen Yan. She was Han Shuang, the direct disciple of the Jade Bamboo Mountain sect leader, with cultivation already at the mountain-moving realm. Han Shuang, is this true? The middle-aged man asked. If Han Shuang had indeed hired assassins to kill the 749 investigators, it would be a serious matter. No, it's nonsense. I've never even met that assassin, Han Shuang coldly denied. I believe in Senior Sister Han. Yes, it must be him spreading rumors and slandering Senior Sister Han. A few disciples began blindly defending Han Shuang. After all, she was the personal disciple of the Grand grandmaster and quite popular within the sect. Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, so I traveled all this way just to spread rumors about a woman I couldn't even be bothered to glance at on the road? How amusing. You. Han Shuang's eyes were practically spitting fire. You better watch closely. It was I who killed your brother Han Feng. That so-called tied sword technique of his was utterly pathetic. Killing him was as easy as crushing a little chick. You, scoundrel, scoundrel. The enemy who killed your brother is right in front of you, and you actually feel nothing? Truly unbelievable. I'll kill you. Han Shuang suddenly charged forward, her sword intent slashing horizontally. Freeze! Xia Yi commanded sharply, immobilizing her in place, her sword still raised high in the air. Just a few words and you're already losing control. As expected, you still can't keep your composure. The middle-aged man's face turned extremely grim. He knew that Han Shuang's action had already confirmed the crime of hiring a killer. There was no way to clear her name now. So foolish, utterly foolish. Secretly colluding with an assassin organization to kill members of an official organization, all for personal revenge. How utterly stupid. How could this happen? Senior sister Han actually really? No, I don't believe it. Senior sister Han's brother died, so it's understandable that she wants revenge. I think she did nothing wrong. Instead, it shows her true character. Chen Yan clapped his hands. That brother is right. It is indeed understandable. Then if I kill her, it should also be understandable, right? The blood-forged long blade was gripped in Chen Yan's hand. At that moment, an aged voice came from the rear hall. Please stay your hand. People turned their heads one after another, only to see an elder in a long robe approaching. His face was marked by the passage of time, yet his steps were as light as the wind, clearly indicating he was a formidable expert. Grand Master, isn't the elder in seclusion? He actually came out. The elderly man approaching was none other than the head of Yuzhu Mountain, named Yuzhu. He walked through the crowd and stopped in front of Chen Yan. And you are? All right, I am Yuzhu. I have quite a good relationship with several investigators from Bureau 749. I believe they would show me some respect. And so, little one, Han Shuang is one of the only two direct disciples I have. Let this matter be put to rest. One should not harbor too much killing intent. Han Shuang, apologize to him. Han Shuang gritted her teeth. In my current state, how am I supposed to apologize? As the immobilization spell was lifted, Han Shuang regained her freedom. She stared coldly at Chen Yan. I admit it was my lack of consideration. There was no need to hire someone to kill you. Yuzhu nodded and looked at Chen Yan. Little one, are you satisfied now? Today's matter of you intruding into my mountain gate ends here. You may leave. Just like that? I've already apologized. What more do you want? Don't want anything. Chen Yan smiled faintly, as if silently brewing something. Like a dragon emerging from the abyss, the blade flashed like lightning, swift as thunder. The blade rose and fell. Crack! A head instantly hit the ground. Blood splattered 8 feet. The scene was instantly filled with screams of shock. Han Shuang, just like that, died in front of everyone. What a pity. Now you only have one direct disciple left. The moment Chen Yan struck, his speed was astonishing. 1 second he was still smiling, and the next he erupted into a killing spree. No one had anticipated this scene. Even the Jade Bamboo sect leader couldn't stop him in time. When he finally reacted, he was burning with rage. You insolent brat, you. Apologies, I accidentally killed your disciple. I've already apologized. What more do you want? Chen Yan asked. Jade Bamboo's face alternated between green and red, his beard and hair bristling. What's wrong, senior? Do you think an apology can offset your mistake? That's what you just said. Although Yuzhu was burning with anger, being an elder, she knew she couldn't rashly attack a 749 investigator. This matter had to be reported to the Bureau for handling. However, the hot-blooded male disciples were a different story, especially Fei Yangyang, who had always admired Han Shuang. He pointed at Chen Yan on the spot and cursed loudly. How dare you kill someone openly on my Yuzhu Mountain, you? Before the male disciple could finish his sentence, a blood-stained hand swung heavily at him. The terrifying force struck his face, sending him spinning 360 degrees in the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Do you think standing out now makes you particularly handsome, particularly brave, particularly manly? Chen Yan said indifferently, don't glare at me like that. If you say one more word, I'll take you down along with him. The male disciple no longer dared to speak, shifting his seat backward continuously, his courage completely shattered. Very well. Little one, I will definitely report this matter to your 749 Bureau. I won't deal with you, but someone else surely will. Chen Yan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Someone of such an age still wanted to tattle. I'll await your good news, then I'll take my leave. The disciples were dissatisfied in their hearts. Master, are you just going to let him go like that? Yes, Master, he killed senior sister Han Shuang right in front of us. The sect leader gritted his teeth. Then what else can I do? This is a personal vendetta. If I take action, it will be seen as openly declaring war on 749, implicating the entire sect. The only thing that could comfort Yuzhu was that, although Han Shuang had decent talent, he ultimately couldn't compare to another direct disciple. That disciple's name was Wei Shujin, who had gone down the mountain for training some time ago. Wei Shujin possessed extraordinary talent and had even earned the title of wind-chasing sword. In the spiritual energy world, a high recognition of the speed of his swordsmanship. Moreover, it was said that he had received an invitation from the Genius Club, with the potential to join the star-plucking tower in the future. Wei Shujin was the true future of Yuzhu Mountain. Once he matured, he would surely avenge today's grudge. Chen Yan had just reached the entrance when he saw a handsome man walking toward the mountain gate, holding a sword in one hand, his green robe flowing gracefully. It's Senior Brother. Senior Brother is back. Senior Brother Wei, that person just killed Senior Sister Han Shuang. The man had just returned, and a large group of disciples surrounded him. He looked at the corpse on the ground, his brows tightly furrowed, and a cold killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. Bang! The door in front of Chen Yan slammed shut, blocking the way. Kill someone from Yuzhu Mountain and think you can leave so easily? Shu Jin, the head of Yuzhu Mountain, walked over and sighed. He is from 749. Han Shuang hired someone to kill him but failed, and now he's come seeking revenge. This is a personal grudge, so it's not appropriate for us to confront him openly. Don't worry, Master. I have a way. Wei Shujin took out a black card and said loudly, "You, come and compete with me. As fellow members of the Genius Club, surely you won't be afraid?" The black cards resonated with each other. Wei Shujin sensed it, and so did Chen Yan. Unexpectedly, in this small Yuzhu Mountain, a genius disciple was born, and he happened to be the second direct disciple of that old man. What a coincidence! In a battle of geniuses, no one else may interfere, and life and death are born by oneself. Therefore, once Chen Yan accepts the challenge, even if he dies here, no one can be held accountable. Interesting. Chen Yan turned back. Alright, I accept. Yuzhu did not expect the situation to take such a dramatic turn. With this development, as long as they killed this boy here, 749 wouldn't be able to say anything. He immediately gave Wei Shujin a look, signaling him to go all out. Senior Brother, go for it. You must avenge Senior Sister Han. Who are you? Don't worry, everyone. Senior Brother Wei is a genius at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. He has even defeated experts of the sky-breaking realm across major boundaries multiple times before, and his reputation precedes him. Go ahead. It's been a long time since we've admired Senior Brother Wei's chasing wind sword. I heard he can unleash 18 strikes in 1 second, attacking the enemy from all directions, like an all-pervasive wind. What? This person seems to be only at the early stage of the mountain-moving realm based on his aura. He's definitely no match for Senior Brother Wei and absolutely cannot win. The disciples all cheered and encouraged Wei Shujin, eager to witness the scene of Wei Shujin crushing Chen Yan. Otherwise, the resentment in their hearts would be hard to dispel. The center of the field was cleared, and Chen Yan and Wei Shujin stood facing each other, each taking their position. A battle between geniuses was about to begin. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a fallen leaf. At the very moment the leaf touched the ground, Wei Shujin moved. His sword thrust straight toward Chen Yan, creating a phantom sword flower in the air, so fast that even its afterimage was indistinguishable. What a swift sword! People watched in a daze as the sword's movements continuously suppressed Chen Yan, creating one dent after another on the blood barrier. He's barely holding on. Hang in there, Senior Brother. Ha! All he can do now is defend and retreat. Under Senior Brother Wei's attacks, he has no chance to counter at all. This is the wind-chasing sword, the sword technique of swift winds and torrential rain. So cool. At that moment, Wei Shujin's movements came to a halt. The sword hung in mid-air, but it wasn't because he voluntarily stopped his attack. Instead, a blood-colored chain suddenly emerged in the space, binding his wrist in mid-air. Wei Shujin tried to channel spiritual power to shatter the chain, but not only did he fail, his other hand was also bound. Suddenly, blood-colored chains emerged from the ground, pinning his feet to the ground, rendering him completely immobile. Slaughter Sequence 032 or Death Penalty Chains. The blood barrier disappeared, and the unharmed Chen Yan appeared before everyone once again. Do you think you're cool? Chasing wind sword, acting like Yasuo, just give him some control and he'll settle down. With only this bizarre sequence ability, you think you're worthy of being chosen as a genius by the star-plucking tower? Without sequence abilities, you're nothing. Wei Shujin felt indignant in his heart. Chen Yan raised her right hand and suddenly thrust it forward by an inch. Inch force, mountain crushing. Her fist slammed into Wei Shujin's chest. Bang! His back abruptly exploded. Blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed out, splattering the faces of the onlooking disciples. Taking a direct hit from the inch force, Wei Shujin died on the spot. The utterly gruesome death caused several female disciples to scream and shout in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief as they struggled to accept the reality. Senior Brother Wei, no. How is this possible? How could this be possible? Wei Shujin, who was like a male god in their hearts, the renowned chasing wind sword, the graceful and dashing senior brother, just like that, died. Chen Yan instantly replaced his ranking, rising to 95. Yuzhu stared at the scene, murmuring in a lost voice, "It's inch force, the martial saint's inch force. How could someone at the mountain-moving realm possibly cultivate it? Monster! He staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face appearing to age 10 years in an instant. Sorry, senior. Now even your last direct disciple is gone. How about taking on a few more? What? Old Xia, let's go down the mountain. Chen Gu is here. The two rode their flying swords and left Yuzhu Mountain. 749, office. The old man from Yuzhu Mountain came to complain about Chen. What did Chen Yan do? He first went to investigate a foot massage parlor with demons, killed all the shadow demon women, and casually killed a nightfall assassin. That assassin was hired by Han Shuang to avenge her brother. And then, Chen Yan didn't hold back either. He single-handedly stormed Yuzhu Mountain and killed Han Shuang right in front of the old man of Yuzhu. Well done. This kid sure has character. The deputy director chuckled. Not only that, Chen Yan happened to run into Wei Shujin, who also happens to be a member of the Genius Club, so the two of them had a fight. What was the result? Chen Yan won completely. Wei Shujin didn't even leave a whole corpse behind. Damn, this guy is really ruthless. None of the demons or ghosts he encounters ever survive, and the same goes for people. Isn't that right? Remember the time when the true dragon appeared? About 20 young psychics, all killed by Chen Yan. Some of them are still demanding an explanation from 749. An explanation? My ass. Anyone who dares to target the true dragon deserves to die. You guys have no idea. Because his ability often turns into bloodied hands, and with his cold-blooded killing, he's now earned the nickname Blood-Handed Butcher. Butcher, usually used to describe the killing god by Qi. For Chen Yan to earn this nickname, isn't it a testament to his exceptional strength and talent? As for killing without batting an eye, that only applies to enemies who provoke him. The investigators of 749 are still quite relieved that Chen Yan is their colleague. Deputy Director, how do you plan to explain this to old man Yuzhu? Explain what? He deserves nothing. His disciple hired someone to kill a 749 investigator. It's already generous of me not to demand an explanation from him. Tell him to get lost. Alright, Deputy Director, I'll go tell him to get lost. Wait, forget it, better be polite. The Deputy Director quickly changed his tone. Then what did you say? Tell him to get lost. After returning to the harbor district, Chen Yan only had time to rest for half a day before work came up. However, it's not the 749 mission, but a new reverse world task. Alright, speaking of going to the reverse world, Chen Yan feels quite familiar. The last time she went, she experienced significant improvement because there are so many monsters there. However, this time the task is not a survival mission. Received a battle mission. Transmission countdown, midnight, battle mission? If it's just fighting with people, then it's a bit less interesting. But the reverse world is a place I have to go to eventually. The speed of natural cultivation there will increase, and there are rewards after completing the mission. Chen Yan instructed Sei to temporarily oversee the Harbor District 749 office. The countdown ended quickly. Accept the task and teleport immediately? Current ladder points, 1400, entered the normal layer of the reverse world. Current task, win 2 out of 3 battles. Chen Yan looked around. It was still the familiar safe house, with a round table in the center of the room. Teammates were being teleported in one after another. She silently counted the heads, 10 people in total. The number matched the survivors, so it seemed there were no traitors among the group, and they were all from Daxia. Blood strength permanently plus 2%. Blood strength permanently plus 2%. Blood strength permanently plus 2%. However, this time the teammates were noticeably more mature compared to last time. Since this was the ordinary tier of the 1K2K ladder, those who reached this score were seasoned players with considerable experience in clearing levels. Please decide on 3 participants for the battle. A muscular man spoke up. Now, we need to select 3 people out of 10 to participate in the upcoming battle. Best of 3 rounds. Everyone should understand the rules, right? Then there's nothing more to say, just pick the 3 strongest to fight. The muscular man said, my name is Guahao, 1830 points on the ladder, peak of the mountain moving realm. Taking 1 spot shouldn't be an issue, right? You just need to pick 2 more people. Zhang Yun, 1988 points. A woman with a beautiful face spoke calmly. Her aura was unmistakably at the skybreaking realm. Skybreaking realm expert. We're so lucky. Among the 10 people present, most were at the mountain moving realm, and Zhang Yun indeed had the highest realm. 1. Ability to extract random sequences. Then we have a guaranteed win. The advantage is huge. 3. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. We're still short 1 person. Who will join? At this moment, Chen Yan spoke up. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on him, sizing up his demeanor. Ha, mountain moving realm early stage? The slick-haired man beside Chen Yan burst into laughter. Little brother, go home and drink milk. Early stage isn't qualified to sit at the table. If you're matched with us big brothers, just lie down quietly without crying or fussing, and that's it. After saying that, he stood up. I'm late stage, let me handle this. Indeed, if you can't gain any advantage early on, it's like giving the opponent a free win. Buddy, it's not that we look down on you. Being passionate is a good thing, but you still need more practice. You should be glad it's 3 out of 10 people chosen, so you don't need to step in. Chen Yan Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with them. A blood-red hand suddenly emerged from behind, grabbing the pompadour man's head and slamming it onto the table with a bang. "What are you doing?" Several people shouted in unison, standing up and glaring angrily at Chen Yan. At that moment, the strongest, Jiang Yun, spoke up. "Haven't you noticed? He can't move, can he?" Everyone suddenly realized. The late-stage mountain-moving realm man with the slick back hair was pinned to the table like a helpless chick, unable to move. This means, if they were to really fight, he would be no match for that kid. Late stage being completely suppressed by early stage, terrifying. "Am I qualified now?" Chen Yan asked indifferently. "Am I qualified now?" Chen Yan glanced around at everyone and asked indifferently. "Enough, enough. Then it's decided. Those three will be the contestants." Only then did Chen Yan release her bloody hand. The man with the slick back hair regained his freedom, his whole body tense as he glared at Chen Yan, clearly extremely dissatisfied. "You'd better keep your mouth shut, or I might not be able to resist killing you later." "You." The words of the guy with the slick back hair got stuck in his throat, too scared to say them out loud. The chilling sensation running down his spine told him that this kid was serious. He was the kind of killer who acted without hesitation. This kid is way too arrogant. The others also felt a bit uneasy. Having someone like this in the team isn't a good thing. It disrupts the team's atmosphere and cohesion. Let him go on first later. If he loses, he'll calm down. Everyone, rest and recover first. The battle will officially begin in 1 hour. Reverse world. Safe time is over. What appeared before everyone was a circular coliseum. The sky was as gloomy and dark as ever, with occasional lightning flickering within the clouds. The air was filled with a gray and somber atmosphere, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The arena was divided into two sides, representing the two opposing teams. Next, 3 members selected by each side would come to the center of the arena to battle. The side that wins 2 matches will complete the task and receive the reward. Doesn't seem like the person across from us is a Dasha psychic. Judging by the outfit, they seem to be from Sakura Nation. Now we absolutely can't lose. Whoever loses will be embarrassed. Who's going first? Brother, how about you go first? Yes, we believe in you. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Yan. Whether he's capable or not, he has to prove himself, especially after his earlier arrogance. Chen Yan said nothing and casually walked into the arena. Once he entered, everyone else would be kept outside until this round was over. Someone's coming from the other side too. That person's aura. Peak of the mountain moving realm? At the very least, one of the top experts on their side. Looks like they really want to win the first round. Alright, what do you think? Will that kid win? Ha, I'm more interested in seeing his expression if he loses. It should be quite entertaining. The guy with the slicked back hair said coldly. He cared more about seeing Chen Yan embarrassed than the final outcome. Chen Yan's opponent was a tall man dressed in a kimono and wooden clogs, holding a sword in his hand. "You're my opponent? Too weak. Make your move. Otherwise, if I strike first, you won't even have the chance to act." Ha! Chen Yan conjured a blood blade in his hand. Dragon shattering the sky technique. He had already swept behind the man in the kimono, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch him, leaving even an afterimage in his original position. The crimson blade light flashed, and a wide-eyed head rolled to the ground. The opponent's blade was still in its sheath, not even drawn. At this moment, everyone on both sides was deeply shocked. What just happened? Didn't see clearly. It was too fast. Is he really at the mountain moving realm? After the shock, the teammates all showed joy on their faces. They had won the first match, and now they only needed to win one more to claim victory. This was truly an unexpected delight. As for the opponents, they were cursing things like Baka Yaru and Kyuso under their breath. They seemed quite furious. Chen Yan walked back. "Awesome, buddy. I underestimated you earlier, my bad." Second round. The one entering the stage is a muscular man at the peak of the mountain moving realm. Wow. His opponent's realm is almost equal to his. A fierce battle erupted between the two, almost a pure contest of strength. Unfortunately, Hua was ultimately defeated, sent flying with a punch, spitting blood from his mouth. He hurriedly and awkwardly returned to the audience seats, also announcing the defeat of the second match. "Sorry, I lost. I'm sorry, everyone. It's okay, it's 1-1 now. There's still the last match. Come on, sis, it's all up to you." The last to compete was Jiang Yun, the one with the highest cultivation level and the only breaking sky realm contestant. The opponent was a man wearing a floral shirt, only at the late stage of the mountain moving realm. "Woman, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can give you a dignified way out." Jiang Yun's center of gravity instantly sank, and like an agile leopard, she charged at the opponent, delivering a soft punch straight to his chest. If this strike landed, the opponent would either be dead or severely injured. An accident happened. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck down from above, hitting Jiang Yun squarely. The opponent belongs to the Thunder God sequence, and their sequence ability is very powerful. Jiang Yun, struck by lightning, was paralyzed all over, and the opponent certainly didn't miss this opportunity. The fist struck upward, hitting her chin with a rising uppercut. Blood spurted from Jiang Yun's mouth as the immense force sent her flying, followed by the man's flying kick. Bang! The air exploded. exploded. Jiang Yun was flung dozens of meters away, her consciousness fading on the spot. Breaking the sky realm, is this it? Trash. The Sakura countryman put his hands in his pockets, showing disdain. We lost. No one expected that the next 2 matches would actually end in defeat. The cold prompt text immediately appeared. Mission failed. The losing side will be obliterated by the monster. In the next moment, all 10 defeated Dasha psychics were teleported to the center of the arena. People's hearts instantly turned cold. At this moment, only Chen Yan was overjoyed. A monster? How could this happen? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You 2 useless fools, you can't even win a single match. What a disgrace. Damn. It's not about disgrace now, it's about losing our lives soon. Why you, look over there. A woman pointed ahead with a trembling voice, her lips pale, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. People looked in the direction she pointed. At the edge of the Colosseum, behind the iron fence, was a ferocious pure black giant lion. The lion's entire body was tense, its fierce beastly eyes locked onto the crowd, and scorching saliva was already dripping uncontrollably. In its eyes, everyone here was prey. M.O. Monster. Rumble. A loud crash startled everyone, making their hearts skip a beat. The iron bars sealing the black lion were slowly opening. It's coming out. Not just over there are others in several directions too. People suddenly realized that there were monsters in all 4 corners of the Colosseum, meaning they would be attacked by monsters from 4 directions at the same time. It's over, this time it's really over. Had I known, I would have refused this mission. Damn it! Can't we unite to fight against these monsters? Fight my ass. The aura of these monsters is at least tier 3, probably even calamity level. Just 1 is enough to wipe us out, let alone 4. Cursing, infighting, blame, despair. Various negative emotions intertwined, almost driving everyone to collapse. In contrast, the group of people from Sakura country leisurely watched from the audience seats. As the victors, they could slowly enjoy this hunting feast. How interesting. I didn't expect to witness such a good show. It's so much fun to see something like this on my first battle mission. By the way, those monsters won't attack us, right? Of course not. As long as we don't actively pass through this light screen, the monsters will only attack the people inside the field. The cages in all 4 directions completely opened. 4 black lions charged out. They stood 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, with bodies comparable to large trucks. Everyone huddled in the center, their backs pressed against each other, their pale faces devoid of any color. A figure dashed out. It's Chen Yan. The spiritualists of Sakura Kingdom all turned their gaze, ready to watch the show. That kid actually dares to go up and court death. He won 1 match and probably got cocky. Blood exploded within the black lion's body, causing it to let out a miserable roar, and its ferocious gaze instantly became somewhat clearer. Chen Yan immediately jumped onto its head, driving a blood spike heavily into its skull. Black blood splattered. The black lion collapsed to the ground with a thundering crash, gravely injured and unable to rise. Another blade light slashed down, splitting the lion's head in 2. Blood hunt feast triggered, blood strength plus 4%. Nani? That guy's strength is actually that strong? The people of Sakura country still don't know that this is just the beginning. At this moment, the other 3 lions are attacking the remaining people in the middle, with someone's arm already torn apart, a scene of extreme brutality. Chen Yan stepped on the corpse of the black lion, drawing the bow and pulling the string. Countless blood droplets coalesced into a large arrow. Latani's blood moon great bow. The air exploded in a circular ring. The arrow shot off the string, instantly blasting through the chest of one of the black lions. 1-shot kill. Blood hunt feast triggered, blood intensity plus 4%. People finally realized that Chen Yan is the true MVP. Not long ago, the spiky-haired guy who had mocked her was now cowardly and ran straight toward Chen Yan, judging that staying by her side was the safest option. What is this? During the life and death crisis just now, he didn't even exert a bit of effort and even pushed others forward to block the black lion, while he stayed behind to survive sneakily. Bro, help! The guy with the slick back hair ran to Chen Yan's side. Big bro, I knew you were the strongest. They're all useless. Chen Yan slapped him away with 1 swing, rushed toward the crowd. Blood blade frenzy, see coming dragon. Oh, the 3rd black lion, covered in ferocious wounds, was ultimately killed by a blade piercing through its skull. Blood hunt feast triggered, blood intensity plus 4%. Divine resonance effect triggered, gift of the gods obtained. After Chen Yan swiftly killed 3 black lions, the main group was already safe, because the 4th black lion had gone to hunt down the guy with the spiky hair, who was pinned to the ground by the massive lion's paw and crushed to death. It seems that the last black lion is the strongest. Its entire body tensed, its muscular limbs exerting force simultaneously, charging forward like a cannonball. Chen Yan stood still, taking a deep breath, slowly raised her right hand. Inch force, mountain collapse. The punch collided head-on with the lion. In an instant, the black lion exploded into a cloud of blood mist in midair. Blood hunt feast triggered, blood intensity plus 4%. Everyone stared at Chen Yan with eyes as if looking at a monster. He actually forcibly slaughtered the monster that was about to annihilate everyone. So powerful, unbelievably powerful. Is this the strength strength of the mountain-moving realm? A true mountain-moving realm should be like that guy with the slick-back hair, pinned to the ground like a dead dog, unable to resist, and then crushed to death. But he used his fist to clash head-on with the monster, and with one punch, the monster's bones were obliterated. Everyone, while shocked, felt a sense of relief for surviving the calamity. That's great, we survived. Yeah, if it weren't for him, we would definitely be dead this time. Thank you. Man, you're absolutely incredible, I'm completely convinced. Everyone's praises were endless. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly staggered a few steps and abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay, brother? Watashi, I'm seriously injured. Chen Yan was, of course, uninjured, he was just pretending. The spirit users from Sakura Nation in the audience also witnessed this scene. Didn't expect that kid to actually kill all the monsters, but he seems to be injured? Hee, it seems he used some kind of powerful forbidden technique. Such techniques usually backfire on the user, and he should be in a weakened state now. What should we do then? Should we stay here and wait for the countdown to end, or? The man in the floral shirt stood up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Isn't it obvious? Of course, we take advantage of his weakness and finish him off. Such a powerful enemy, if we run into him again in the future, wouldn't that be a huge disaster? Ha, that's true. Then, the man in the floral shirt swaggered out of the barrier and walked to the center of the arena. A group of people followed closely behind. What are you trying to do? Several Disxia psychics hurriedly shielded Chen Yan behind them. Nothing much, just heard there's an old saying in Disxia, when cutting weeds, remove the roots? We've come to remove the roots. Haha, you've gone too far. Such ruthless extermination, aren't you afraid of divine retribution in the future? Haha, not killing you would be the real divine retribution. The man in the floral shirt beckoned to Jiang Yun. Woman, come over here and entertain me. If I'm pleased, I might spare your life. Scoundrel, even if I die today, I'll make sure to drag a few of you down with me. Jiang Yun gritted her teeth. Haha, she actually wants to drag us down with her? Don't kill her too quickly later. I want to see how long she can keep up that tough act. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind. To lure the dogs out, you really have to show them the bone. Interesting. People turned around one after another, surprised to see that the seriously injured and fallen Shen Yan had stood up again. You're okay? Jiang Yun exclaimed in shock. Just killing a few worthless scum, and you think that's enough to hurt me? Shen Yan walked to the front, calmly looking at a group of arrogant Sakura Kingdom spirit users. Why are you backing off? You're not scared, are you? You were pretending earlier. Yes. Could it be that you lured us out of the safe zone on purpose? You insidious wretch. He's the only one who can fight. Are we supposed to be afraid of him? Shen Yan smiled. How about this? I'll be merciful and give you all a chance. Whoever is willing to lie on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times, I might consider letting them go. You're courting death. The man in the floral shirt was the first to strike. A bolt of lightning crashed down directly above Chen Yan's head, but it was perfectly blocked by the blood barrier. With just this level of power, it's not as good as Luya. Boring. Chen Yan raised her hand. Now it's my turn. Several blood-colored chains suddenly appeared in the space, binding the floral shirt's hands and feet in place. Sequence 032, Oral's death penalty chains. Can't move. Why? Damn it. The man in the floral shirt kept struggling, but it was to no avail. During his confinement, his life energy would continuously drain away. Although it wouldn't lead to immediate death, he would become increasingly weak. On the contrary, Chen Yan's spiritual power was replenished, and the massive consumption just now was quickly being restored. He assumed a bow-drawing posture, and countless blood droplets gathered once again. That's the same move. I'll do it. He just used this move to instantly kill a demon. Get out of the way. The people of Sakura Kingdom turned pale, not daring to run into the line of fire, and quickly dodged to both sides like startled birds. You can't do this. Save me. Save me. Chen Yan released the bowstring. Arrow released. The floral shirt took a direct hit from the Blood Moon Great Bow on the front, dying instantly, blasted to the point where not even scraps of flesh remained. The rest were terrified to the core. Can't fight back at all. Someone fell to their knees with a thud. I'll imitate a dog. I will. Woof, 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 woof. Please spare me. Not bad. Chen Yan stepped forward and stabbed him in the chest. You all want to wipe out the spirit users of Great Xia, and you expect me to spare you? Do you take me for a saint? The rest of the Great Xia people were also filled with bloodlust. Kill. They want to exterminate us completely, and we're supposed to endure it? A great battle was about to erupt. How could this remaining group of weaklings from Sakura Nation be any match? They could have stayed safely in the secure zone, but their evil intentions led to their ultimate annihilation. Next, Chen Yan just needs to wait for the time to end to return to the real world. Just now, after killing 4 black lions, he leveled up 15 times and officially reached the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm. Moreover, he also received a divine gift. 3 options immediately appeared in his mind. 1. Gain the ability of a random killing sequence. 2. Acquire the monster ability Lion's Roar. Emit a lion's roar to intimidate enemies. 3. Blood intensity plus 3%. Chen Yan already has enough control skills skills, Lion's Roar is definitely not as strong as Boundless Killing Realm. Comparatively, other practical combat abilities are still more needed. Choose one. Instantly, hundreds of cards surrounded him. Chen Yan drew one of them. The card flipped over. Authority Sequence 045 Blood Flame. Main effect, consumes a certain amount of blood to unleash crimson flames, which cannot be easily extinguished. Another powerful combat ability, quite lucky indeed. Chen Yan was overjoyed. Although the battle mission failed this time and no ladder points were added, other improvements were quite significant. The real world, Harbor District. 749 office. Xia Yi was sitting in the office organizing documents. Brother Chen said that if there are any extraordinary events involving demons or ghosts, we must tell him. He wants to handle them personally. This serious attitude is something I should learn from. At that moment, someone arrived outside. The person did not knock on the door but walked straight into office 749. A blonde-haired man wearing a shirt and jeans, sunglasses on, with both hands in his pockets. Chen Yan isn't here? Huang Mo walked in, looked around, and asked, "Are you looking for Brother Chen for something?" Xia Yi asked politely. "My master would like to invite him to tonight's banquet. The feast is already set up at a 5-star seaside restaurant." "Oh, Brother Chen usually doesn't attend these social gatherings, you should leave." The blonde-haired man couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know who my boss is?" "Huang Zhentian, the biggest boss in the Harbor District. Your 749 should take the initiative to visit the boss and pay respects. Chen Yan has been quite popular recently. The boss is giving him face by hosting a banquet for him, and you say he won't go? I can't make decisions for Brother Chen, but he's not here right now. I'm waiting." After speaking, Huang Mao wanted to sit on Chen Yan's leather swivel chair. "That's our 749's office seat. Guests, please sit on the sofa. I'm kindly reminding you, otherwise, if Brother Chen Yan gets upset, can you stop nagging?" A grown man acting like a damn woman. Huang Mao was usually arrogant and domineering, so he ignored Xia Yi. "Freeze, on the field." After Xia Yi uttered the word freeze, his body stiffened in midair. "I was genuinely trying to remind you. It's fine if you're rude to me, but if you provoke Brother Chen, there will definitely be consequences. When Brother Chen comes back later, you'd better speak to him politely." "Shut up." At that moment, the blonde-haired guy moved. That's right, he broke free from the immobilization spell. In an instant. After all, the immobilization spell is merely a form of spiritual power manipulation, and as long as the opponent is strong enough, they can break free. Q. How dare you lay a hand on me? The blonde-haired guy swung a punch at Xia Yi's face, making his nose and mouth bleed on the spot, and he fell heavily to the ground. Then, the blonde-haired guy smoothly took Chen Yan's seat, comfortably propping his feet up on the table. "You from 749, don't try to act tough with me. The two before you, what were their names? Han Feng and Yuanjun. They both had to call me Big Brother, got it?" Huang Mao had been waiting here for Chen Yan for an hour and was completely out of patience. "Damn, where the hell did that kid go? Forget it, I'm not waiting anymore. He missed Boss Huang's invitation, he'll regret it later." Cursing under his breath, Huang Mao left. He returned successfully less than half an hour after he left. "Chen, you're back. Someone was looking for you just now." Chen Yan saw Xia Yi and noticed the marks of being hit on his face. His expression immediately darkened. "What happened to the injury on your face?" "It's okay, Brother Chen, just a small problem." Chen Yan emphasized her tone. "Not to mention that Lao Xia is his colleague, he's also his roommate in the same dormitory. Who would dare to bully him?" So, Xia Yi had no choice but to explain the whole story, including the part about the blonde-haired guy beating him up and sitting in Chen Yan's chair. Alright, the local tyrant of the Harbor District is inviting me to a banquet? Interesting, this is probably a show of force. Chen Yan made a phone call to Luo Xiaoke. "Brother Chen Yan, Xiaoke, let me ask you something. There's someone named Huang Zhentian in the Harbor District. What's his background?" "He's the big boss of the Huang family, manages multiple enterprises, much stronger than our Luo family. It's not an exaggeration to call him the boss of the Harbor District." "So his background is quite significant?" "Stop talking nonsense. But Boss Huang is a really good person. He often donates to the Red Cross, frequently visits nursing homes to help the elderly, and even funds school construction." "Alright, got it. Brother Chen Yan, remember to come find me to hang out when you have time." Chen Yan hung up the phone. Xia Yi advised, "Brother Chen, I'm fine. It seems this Boss Huang is a good person, it's just that his subordinates are a bit arrogant and overbearing. No need to get upset. Like boss, like underlings. Dare to lay a hand on my people? This isn't over." Chen Yan was just about to go settle the score. Suddenly, the terminal rang. It was Amy's emergency contact. "Investigator Chen Yan, there has been a demon attack on Donghai Road in Chaoyang District. Please proceed immediately to provide support." Understood. Chen Yan immediately summoned her flying sword, greeted Xia Yi briefly, and then soared into the night sky. With the flying sword for travel, it only takes a few minutes to get from the Harbor District to Chaoyang District. Chaoyang District. A gigantic demonic bird hovered in midair, spewing raging flames from its mouth. The office building below had already caught fire fire, and the entire night sky was ablaze with red. Outside the cordon were security teams and fire trucks. 2 investigators stationed in Shaoyang district could only stand on the ground and stare helplessly. The reason was simple: they couldn't fly. Not everyone was as wealthy as Chen Yan, able to afford a flying artifact and even learn to use it so quickly. Faced with the demon bird in the air, they had no means to deal with it, which was why they had Amy call for backup. Io, there are still so many people working in that building. This is the end for them. Yeah, it's too tragic. They're probably all going to be burned to death. That monstrous bird is strange too. It only sprayed fire at that one building and didn't attack anywhere else. What nonsense are you talking about? Just this one building alone will cost so many lives. Mom, look, there's a flying person in the sky. Stop talking nonsense. How could there be? Wait, really? Chen Yan flew on his sword and arrived. Chen Yan's first target was naturally the demonic bird circling in the sky, spewing fire continuously. Flying up with the sword, he jumped straight down. In midair, blood spurted out, transforming into a 6-meter-long blood-colored blade. Crack! A single slash severed the demon bird's wings, blood spilling across the sky. The demon bird let out a strange cry and immediately plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. The other 2 investigators were utterly shocked by the sight. That's the one who came to support us. It can actually fly? What overwhelming strength! Chen Yan also descended from the air, landing precisely on the demon bird. Raising the blood-stained blade, he was about to finish it off. Wait! The male investigator named Su Song spoke up. Don't kill it. Containing it and bringing it back to 749 will earn extra contributions. Poof! Chen Yan stabbed the demon bird's head with a single thrust. What did you just say? You, blood strength permanently plus 2%. The current total blood intensity has reached 89%. Killing just one more small demon will grant a new chance to draw the lottery. Chen Yan will not leave any survivors. Su Song felt dissatisfied. This was his jurisdiction, and if he captured them, he could earn contribution points. But now that they were killed, there was nothing left. The office building was still ablaze, with the raging fire almost reaching the sky. Look quickly. There's someone lying on the balcony outside, barely holding on. That must be over 10 stories high. Falling from there would be certain death. So pitiful. Inside is a raging fire. Outside is a building dozens of meters tall. Death awaits both inside and out. One can only imagine how desperate that person must have felt. At this moment, it fell down. People erupted in screams. Chen Yan immediately flew up on her sword, catching the man who had fallen from the building with her blood-stained hand in midair and bringing him back to the ground. Although 749 investigators are normally required to avoid exposing their abilities in front of ordinary people, saving lives must always come first. Chen Yan immediately rushed into the fire again, rescuing more than a dozen people in succession. The fire was finally extinguished by the firefighters. Thanks to you, I am Zhao Lin, an investigator stationed in Chaoyang district. Another female investigator walked toward Chen Yan, about to express her gratitude, when she suddenly caught sight of the first-class merit medal on his arm. You are the blood-hand butcher, Chen Yan? Boom! Zhao Lin's eyes instantly filled with excitement. I had heard about your exploits on the forum before, but I never thought I'd actually meet you. What a pleasure. Blood-hand butcher? Ha, that's the nickname everyone gave you. Isn't your ability to conjure blood hands? I just saw it earlier. At this moment, a man wearing glasses ran up to the security officer and shouted loudly, I am a journalist, and I want to report something. This demon attack is absolutely no coincidence. It's that beast in human clothing, Huang Zhentian. 2 years ago, my parents' company competed with the Huang family enterprise for a bid, and that very night, they were attacked by demons. This is the despicable method he used to get to where he is today. I've been secretly investigating for 2 whole years. The company in this building that was attacked today is the same. All the companies that have a competitive relationship with him have met with misfortune. Do you think this is a coincidence? Soon, the loud man was taken away for questioning. Chen Yan frowned. Huang Zhentian, isn't he the big boss who sent someone to invite me to the banquet? His men even beat up old Xie. I was just about to settle this score. Interesting. Bang. Chen Yan quickly returned to the harbor district and found Xie. Old Xie, let's go. Where are you going, brother Chen? To a banquet. Going now shouldn't be too late. A 5-star restaurant by the seaside. This is an extremely luxurious restaurant for the wealthy, with an expensive red carpet, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and a splendidly opulent decor style. By the table, there stood a waitress wearing a uniform and black stockings. The banquet was hosted by Huang Zhentian, and the rest of the attendees were all upper-class individuals from the harbor district. However, one seat remained empty. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man walked up to Huang Zhentian. Get lost. Boss, we couldn't invite Chen Yan. Not. He went to Chaoyang district and happened to save the journalist you wanted to kill. He didn't come to the banquet and instead caused me trouble? Looks like I need to find some time to give him a good talking to. Huang Zhentian looked at everyone. This investigator has something to attend to. No need to wait for him. Let's eat first. Just a mere 749 investigator. How could could his influence compare to yours, Boss Huang? Why bother waiting for him? That's right, come on, let's eat and drink as we should. At that moment, there was a commotion at the door, and Chen Yan and Xie Yi walked in. Boss, he's here. Looks like we don't need to wait for another day. We can make him see reason today. Huang Mao sneered. Roar. Seeing Chen Yan approaching, Huang Zhentian stood up and said, Is this Brother Chen? Why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Do I have a habit of arriving early? Chen Yan asked indifferently. The air instantly froze for a moment. The others' expressions all showed obvious discomfort. To dare to speak to Huang Zhentian like this in the Haigang district, he was the first. Let's sit down and talk first. Boom. Come, have a seat. Several people immediately stepped in to mediate. The entire place fell silent. Brother Chen, I am the CEO of Zhixiang Machinery Company. Here's my business card. I work in ocean shipping. Brother Chen, please take care of me in the future. Chen Yan sat on the only empty chair, looked around at everyone, and said, I don't care who you are. Which one of you is Huang Zhentian? Why, Brother Chen, are you looking for me about something? Huang Zhentian was a middle-aged man dressed in a neat white suit, with a kind and friendly smile on his face. Your men injured my brother. I want to see which expert did it. Huang Zhentian immediately looked at Huang Mao and questioned, Is this true? Sorry, boss, I got a bit impulsive at the time. Apologize to him. Huang Mao walked up to Xie Yi with an air of indifference, his gaze fixed on the window, and casually said, Sorry, brother. Huang Zhentian laughed and said, Brother Chen, look, he apologized. For my sake, let's just let this matter slide. Who do you think you are? The air suddenly froze at that moment. Even the smile on Huang Zhentian's face could no longer be maintained. Nearby, the blonde-haired man erupted in fury. Talking to my boss like that? You damn well don't know your place. Put. A blood spike suddenly and unexpectedly pierced through the blonde-haired man's chest. At this moment, you. The blonde-haired man clutched his chest, scalding hot blood flowing uncontrollably. The female waitresses were even more terrified, their faces pale as they hurriedly ran far away, and the lobby manager didn't dare to approach either. Sorry, I don't like random nobodies yelling in my ear. I hope you can shut up and lie down for a while. Damn, shit, I'll kill you. The yellow-haired man's muscles suddenly swelled. This is the power of the war god sequence. A fist the size of a bowl suddenly swung toward Chen Yan's head. This force could shatter a 10,000-pound boulder. In the next instant, a flash of blood streaked by crack. His head separated from his body, suddenly falling to the ground. Don't come over. Splat. A large amount of red liquid sprayed from the severed neck, splattering all the suited big shots present. Their white suits and faces were covered in blood splatter. In contrast, Chen Yan was perfectly shielded by an automatically formed blood barrier, leaving not a single stain on him. Chen Yan calmly picked up a glass of red wine from the table and took a small sip. The red wine is good. The entire room fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. These capitalists, who usually indulged in luxury and wielded immense power, had their hearts skip a beat at this moment. Mercilessness without any room for compromise. It was their first time seeing such a 749 investigator. Chen Yan stood up and looked at the crowd. I'm in the harbor district, and here, what I say goes. Got it? Understood. This group of usually high-ranking big shots now bowed their heads meekly in agreement, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. By the way, Boss Huang, I heard that you secretly collude with demons and send them to kill your competitors. Is that true? I wouldn't dare. I don't have that kind of ability. If you do, be sure to contact me. I'm very interested in demons. Helping 749 catch demons would be a great achievement. After saying that, Chen Yan left the table. When they saw him completely leave the restaurant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Madman, too terrifying. Damn, I've lived for decades, and I almost got scared to the point of wetting myself for the first time. Boss Huang, let's not talk business anymore in the future. Farewell. I'm leaving too. It's better to be honest and straightforward. Boom. However, soon, the crowd left one after another, leaving Huang Zhentian alone at the banquet. As soon as Chen Yan returned to office 749, he saw Xie Yi with a serious expression. Brother Chen, something's happened. What's the matter? What the heck? This actually happened in the neighboring Chaoyang district, but it's also related to our district, so it's, get to the point. A journalist in the neighboring district died, and even a family of 3 was brutally killed at home. The scene was extremely gruesome. Surveillance footage captured a humanoid demon attacking them late at night. Reporter, could it be the one from last night? Brother Chen, have you seen him? That reporter even reported Huang Zhentian, and to think that right after reporting him, he, sigh, such a good family, what a bastard. Heh, seems like his methods aren't simple. But Brother Chen, there's something I can't figure out. If Huang Zhentian killed him, wouldn't that just prove he's guilty and afraid of being criticized? He deliberately provoked me. It seems that what happened at yesterday's banquet left him dissatisfied, and this is his way of venting his frustration. This behavior can be summed up in one sentence. Chen Yan, you think I'm afraid of you? I'll kill someone right under your nose. So what? What should we do, Brother Chen? Normally, handling a case requires evidence, and we don't have enough to act against him. No, No, he knows this, so he acts fearlessly. Let's go, Lao Xia, we're heading out. Where to, Brother Chen? I'll deal with him even without evidence. I've given him enough face. Gaoxin Tower, a 30-story commercial building. At this moment, Huang Zhentian, dressed in a white suit, sat on the top floor, overlooking the masses below through the floor-to-ceiling windows, exuding a sense of superiority like a king strategizing his domain. Mr. Huang, do you think that after we killed that reporter's family, that Chen guy will come after us? He'll come after us? Without evidence, what can he do to me? Who would even know it was me? Huang Zhentian sneered. Last night's banquet was just a case of me not bringing my men. Does he really think he's the boss of the harbor district? If I had brought my men, I would have crushed him last night. Yes, with your strength, Mr. Huang. Taking down a mere 749 investigator is a piece of cake. Where is Wu Feng? Brother Feng is still in the underground base. Have him come over in a couple of days, and it's best to find an opportunity to cripple the Chen guy, otherwise, it will be troublesome to handle things in the future. Brother Feng is a chosen one of the Mind Sequence and a member of the Genius Club. With peak strength at the Pashao realm, he can even fight across realms against the Xingxian realm. If he steps in, that guy surnamed Chen would have to kneel on the spot. At that moment, a call came from downstairs. Mr. Huang, there's someone named Chen Yan looking for you downstairs. He's already on his way up. He's very skilled, and we couldn't stop him. What? Such audacity. He actually dares to come. I'll go and get the brothers ready right away. If that kid dares to act recklessly, we'll deal with him right here. Chen Yan and CIE arrived. Open. Well, if it isn't Investigator Chen, what brings you to my company today? Huang Zhentian stood up, his business smile practiced and smooth. Nice to see you again, Mr. Huang. Chen Yan directly sat in Huang Zhentian's executive chair. You don't mind me coming uninvited, do you? Having his chair taken, Huang Zhentian could only stand awkwardly. Not at all, not at all. Investigator Chen, what brings you here? Nothing much, just heard that a journalist and his entire family were killed. Before his death, he mentioned wanting to report you. Does Mr. Huang know anything about this? Absolutely not. I usually don't follow the news. The black solid wood desk was smashed into pieces with a single slap, startling Huang Zhentian so much that his eyelids twitched. I'll ask one more time, you really don't know? Investigator Chen, doesn't your 749 department operate based on evidence? Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Compared to gathering evidence, I prefer extracting confessions through torture. If the confession turns out to be correct, wouldn't that be more efficient? If it's wrong, well, I'll personally apologize to you, Mr. Huang. A sharp blood spike emerged from Chen Yan's fingertip. Next, I'll stab this thing under your fingernail, Mr. Huang. I hope you can bear it. You don't go too far. Huang Zhentian's face instantly turned pale. He had never seen such an unreasonable madman. Utterly irrational violence, this person was nothing short of a complete lunatic. Don't be nervous. If you still hold out and don't do anything by the time I stab the fifth needle, I'll admit you're innocent. Following Huang Zhentian's order, several powerful individuals waiting outside the door rushed into the office. A total of 5 people, all experts at the Pashao realm. A private company can actually hire so many skilled individuals? Money really does make a difference. Chen, if you want to tear things apart with me, I'll play along to the end. Want to force a confession out of me? Wait until you make it out alive. With that, he straightened his tie and casually walked out of the office. The door was shut once again. Huang Zhentian's expression turned grim. When he decided to go all out, the hypocritical mask on his face could be completely torn off. Mr. Huang, are you okay? Quickly go and get Wu Feng. Later, just say these 749 investigators were killed by him, so I don't get dragged into this mess even after they're dead. Alright, I'll call Brother Feng over to handle it right away. As soon as the two finished speaking, a loud bang came from the back, and the door was kicked open. Chen Yan and CIE came out. I didn't hear clearly. Who did you say you were going to kill? You, how is this possible? Huang Zhentian was instantly scared out of his wits. Inside, there were 5 whole experts at the Breaking Sky realm, all of whom he had hired at great expense as thugs. How could he come out unscathed? What about those people? Suddenly, he noticed large patches of blood on the ground and walls. All 5 dead? Huang Zhentian felt a chill all over, goosebumps rising. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? Chen Yan sighed. I originally just wanted to interrogate you, but instead, you actually tried to kill a 749 investigator? The tone suddenly intensified. Huang Zhentian, you've got some nerve. Now, even if you haven't done anything wrong, it's still a capital offense. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. Huang Zhentian hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. I won't kill you, but you'll have to redeem yourself with merit. As I mentioned earlier, helping 749 captured demons and monsters would be a great achievement. Chen Yan raised a bloodstained knife and placed it against Huang Zhentian's neck. You have 10 seconds to think. 10. I know where the demons are. I'll take you there right away. Old Xia, you stay here, secure the scene, and wait for the security bureau to come and collect evidence. After finishing, Chen Yan grabbed Huang Zhentian and jumped straight right out of the 30th floor window. Ah! Sword, come! The flying sword circled in the air, landing precisely under Chen Nian's feet, carrying him away through the sky. Stop just shouting, give directions. Why yes, yes. Under Huang Zhentian's guidance, Chen Nian flew on his sword to a forest on the outskirts and entered an artificially excavated cave. Chen Nian glanced around and saw several large iron cages in the cave, each imprisoning different kinds of demons. Speak! A werewolf with black fur all over its body and muscular build. A demon bird with steel-like wings and a sharp beak. A demon bear covered in magma-like red patterns. There are about 5 or 6 of them. This is great. Chen Nian was overjoyed. It seems that Huang Zhentian is using these demons to do evil deeds. However, there's one question. Why are these demons staying obediently in the cages without struggling? How is he able to make the demons obey him so willingly? Just as Chen Nian was feeling puzzled, a door on the mountain wall suddenly opened, and a man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes jumped down. Wu Feng, save me! Seeing him, Huang Zhentian clung to him like a lifeline, scrambling and crawling over. Chen Nian ignored him, focusing all her attention on the man. The black card reacted. He is a member of the Genius Club. It seems he's not just an ordinary nobody. No problem. Wu Feng, kill him. This kid keeps opposing me everywhere. I won't be satisfied until he's dead. The man named Wu Feng snapped his fingers. Snap! The demons in those iron cages instantly rioted, almost tearing the cages apart simultaneously and charging at Chen Nian together. God of the Mind Sequence 007, Mental Manipulation. He can control the minds of all living beings and dictate their actions. These demons had been under his secret control all along. It's quite a gift, thank you. Chen Nian wielded 2 blood-colored long knives with both hands, starting to dance wildly like a dragon subduing the sea. The 2 demons that attacked first were instantly sliced into pieces. Blood intensity increased. Blood intensity increased. Chen Nian leaped up with a knife, slicing off the demon bird's head midair. The moment she landed, the blood transformed into several giant spikes, impaling the werewolf into a porcupine. These controlled demons, in Chen Nian's eyes, were nothing more than walking reservoirs of blood intensity. In no time, they were all slaughtered. Blood intensity jumped directly from 89% to 102%. Blood intensity increase reaches 90%, gaining divine gift. Blood intensity increase reaches 100%, guaranteed to obtain 110 sequence abilities. 2 consecutive stage rewards. However, Chen Nian didn't rush to act. The primary task now was dealing with the enemy in front of her. Not bad strength, Wu Feng asked indifferently. I'm ranked 89. What's yours? Once I kill you, won't your rank become mine? Chen Nian replied. You're courting death. Wu Feng suddenly activated his ability, mental control. He could directly invade others' sea of consciousness and seize control of their bodies. Once controlled, they would lose any ability to resist, becoming lambs to the slaughter. Wu Feng's consciousness successfully invaded Chen Nian's mind. It was just that he accidentally caught a glimpse of the maddening flame of that evil god. Ah! My eyes, my eyes. In an instant, Wu Feng screamed and retreated from Chen Nian's sea of consciousness, clutching his bleeding eyes and shouting madly. You actually have something like this inside you. You evil monster. Chen Nian sighed. How about I teach you what is called mental contamination? What? Boundless, killing realm. Wu Feng only felt the air turn icy and bone-chilling, goosebumps rising uncontrollably. At some point, the ground beneath him had transformed into an endless sea of blood. Come, let me show you the killing intent of billions of beings. Chen Nian snapped his fingers. Snap. Ah, my head. Ugh, ugh. No, don't come closer, don't come closer. Wu Feng went mad. His mental strength was already formidable, so the damage he suffered from the contamination was greater than that of ordinary people. In just 10 seconds, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Huang Zhentian was scared stiff. This is his trump card, an invincible chosen one, a top-notch genius. But in front of Chen Nian, he was like a dog with no ability to resist. Not to mention his realm was even higher. The gap is too vast. So vast that it leaves people in the dust. Chen Nian walked up to the 2 of them and casually killed Wu Feng. The Genius Club ranking rose again, replacing Wu Feng's 89th position. Then, she looked at Huang Zhentian. What do you think should be done with you? Ah, send me to 749, let me receive the punishment I deserve. I am willing to bear everything. He knelt on the ground, begging desperately. So, you admit to your crimes? I admit it was all me. I also killed that journalist's family. I should be judged and convicted. I will cooperate with everything. Chen Nian stabbed a knife into Huang Zhentian's forehead. I still prefer it this way, it's hassle-free. All settled. Chen Nian then began the enjoyable card drawing session. First was the divine gift. Choose one to activate. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Blood moon great bow of Ladani, reduced charging time. 3. Blood moon great bow of Ladani, blood consumption reduced by 50%. Chen Nian chose 3. Previously, firing a large bow required consuming 70% of the body's blood. If the blood wasn't recovered after shooting, it couldn't be used again for a short period. Now it only takes 20% of the blood blood, allowing for 5 consecutive shots. Keep shooting, keep enjoying. Next is the reward for 100% blood intensity, guaranteeing the acquisition of a top 10 sequence ability. An exciting moment. Drawl. Authority Sequence 007, Beast Greedy Wolf. Introduction. The Greedy Wolf star in Ziwei astrology is referred to as the killing star in ancient texts. The greedy wolf is the strongest beast under the seat of the god of slaughter, fond of devouring corpses. Each time it consumes a corpse, it grows stronger. After consuming 1,000,000 corpses, it transforms into the celestial killing star god, leaving all beings in its path dead. Main effect: summons the beast greedy wolf to fight, growing stronger with each corpse it devours. Who would have thought the slaughter sequence also has summonable creatures? Greedy wolf, come forth. Immediately, a red-eyed black wolf emerged from the gathering black mist on the ground, exuding dominance and radiating killing intent. Go, eat all these corpses. Howl. The ravenous wolf immediately began devouring the corpses with gusto. Soon, the corpses of those beasts and humans were all swept away by it, and the body of the greedy wolf had visibly grown larger. Stick with me and you'll live the good life. From now on, I'll kill the monsters, and you pick up the food. Howl. What's going on? Chen Yan had already made a name for himself in the harbor district. Anyone who hears the name Bloodhand Butcher Chen Yan would make even a 3-year-old child cry out loud. For some mischievous kids, parents would educate them like this: if you don't behave, I'll hand you over to the Bloodhand Butcher to straighten you out. Chen Yan, however, remarked that such good public order isn't necessarily a good thing. There are no more demons to slay. This day, Chen Yan was lying on the office sofa, taking a nap, while Xie sat at his workstation working, his mouth covered with a piece of yellow tape. If his mouth wasn't sealed, he would keep chattering, and Chen Yan wouldn't be able to sleep at all. A guest arrived. Hearing the footsteps, Xie thought it was Luo Xiaoke, who often came by to hang out with Chen Yan. She would visit every few days and often brought delicious meals, which Xie also got to enjoy with Chen Yan. But today, it wasn't a cute little girl who came, but a sassy girl with a lollipop in her mouth, an orange hooded sweatshirt, stylish ripped denim shorts, and a pair of straight, fair legs underneath. 749 Stop Connection. The deputy director's daughter. 304 Tyrannosaurus. Thor Sequences Chosen 1. Yaya. Xie instinctively wanted to call out Sister Ya, but the tape stuck to his mouth muffled his voice. Yaya made a shushing gesture and quietly walked up to Chen Yan on the sofa, ready to tease him. She took out her phone, opened the special effects photo mode, and aimed it at Chen Yan. Cat ears activated, beauty filter activated, pink filter activated. Click. Chen Yan's sleeping face was captured just like that. Yaya directly uploaded this photo to the 749 forum and added a caption. Is this the legendary blood-handed butcher Chen Yan? As soon as it was posted, the thread instantly went viral. 1L, whoa, is this really blood-handed butcher Chen Yan? 2L, so adorable. 3L, I used to think Chen Yan was really scary and didn't dare to get to know him, but who knew he had such a cute side? 4L, is this what they call the legendary Gapmo? I declare myself a diehard fan of Chen Yan. Yes. Originally, Chen Yan's ruthless style made people instinctively fear him, but now that his casual photos have been released, the sense of familiarity has instantly increased, and he's gained quite a few more female fans. Isn't it? Why does it feel like I did something good? Yaya was speechless. Chen Yan woke up. Laoya, why are you here? Is your closed door cultivation over? I've made great progress. Then let's have a fight and test your skills? Fight your sister. Are you trying to bully me? That's how brothers get along, isn't it? Didn't you say not to treat you like a girl? By the way, why the hell did you ruin my reputation on the forum? Now a bunch of girls are private messaging me, calling me cute. You're welcome, buddy. Yaya said with a cheeky grin. Old Xia on the side wanted to interject but could only make muffled sounds. Only then did Chen Yan realize and tore off the tape for him. This guy keeps muttering to himself even while reading a novel, blurting out random things like word spirit death god from time to time. It's annoyingly noisy. Xia scratched his head awkwardly. Yujia, why are you in the harbor district? Of course, it's for a mission. Did you think I came here to have fun? In a couple of days, it will be New Year's Day. Many people like to gather outside to celebrate during such holidays, and the high-density crowds might stir certain malicious forces into action. So, Investigator Chen Yan, the Bureau has assigned me to join you in keeping an eye on Chaoyang District on New Year's Eve. As for old Xia, you'll stay on duty in the harbor district. Chen Yan smiled and said, Laoya, are you inviting me to celebrate New Year's? Using your position for personal convenience. Hey, just kidding, don't hit me. In Chaoyang District, a man draped in a black robe was walking along the streets at night. He turned into a deserted alley. At the dark and shadowy end of the alley, he pushed open a door and entered a small wooden cabin lit by candlelight. Lifting a floorboard, he discovered a passage leading underground. It was evident that this was a highly concealed secret base. The man entered the underground passage, which ended at a bronze iron door with a protruding carving of a demon-like figure in the center. Extend your index finger and place it into the demon's mouth. Blood seeped into it. Boom, the door slowly opened to both sides. Inside was a massive massive stone chamber. On either side of the chamber, several people dressed in identical black robes knelt down in unison, bowing their heads. "Greetings, priest." The man addressed as the priest removed his black cloak, revealing a shadowy face and eyes burning with a wicked, frenzied fire. "This is the secret gathering place of the outer god cult. The priest holds a relatively high-ranking position. Only those above the fourth realm can be chosen. 2 days later will be New Year's Eve. With most people loving to join the crowd, they usually gather in large numbers at some place and then count down the last 10 seconds to the new year, being squeezed to death in the crowd while still holding their phones to post on social media. At that time, it is the best opportunity for us to expand our followers." A follower lowered his head and said softly, "Priest, we have been keeping a very low profile recently because 749 has produced a killer known as the Blood-Handed Butcher. Lord Mingshi was killed by him. Mingshi is the heretic cultist whom Chen Yan killed at sea. He possessed considerable prestige and strength and was originally the candidate for the next priest. Will act at Chaoyang Square. As far as I know, Chen Yan is not stationed in the Chaoyang district, so he shouldn't be able to interfere with our grand plan. Moreover, he's just an investigator who hasn't even reached the third realm. Are you really so afraid of him? Once the plan succeeds, even someone at the fifth realm would be walking to their death. Priest, you are wise. The gods are useless. The mad fire endures." The next morning, the gods are useless. The mad fire endures. On the streets of the harbor district, a young girl in a light blue dress was curiously looking around, as if everything held an unparalleled attraction for her. The girl was none other than Qianlong, the little dragon maiden who had awakened in the dragon palace. She used magic to hide her dragon horns and scales, making her look no different from an ordinary girl, except for being exceptionally beautiful. Beside her was a little lowly. Dressed in a yellow sports t-shirt and wearing a black baseball cap, she walked with bold, confident strides. Ning Meng, ranked 6th in the Zhaixing Tower, a disciple of Li Bai, the ultimate winner of the Genius Conference 3 years ago. The more beautiful she looks, the more people resent her. The martial saint is her convenient master. "So hungry." Qianlong clutched her stomach. "Didn't you just eat an hour ago?" Ning Meng asked fiercely. "Dragons just have big appetites. You can't blame me. We at Zhaixing Tower are people outside the world. No money to treat you to a fancy meal." Ning Meng also glanced at the milk tea shop named Chayen Yusei and instinctively swallowed. "How about we go find Chen Yan?" Qianlong suggested, saying Zhaixing Tower is too stuffy and wanting to come out for some fresh air. The real purpose is to see how that kid is doing, right? Rest assured, he's doing great, even defeated 2 geniuses. Just as the two were waiting at the zebra crossing for the red light, a little girl suddenly ran out, and a fully loaded truck was heading straight for her. In the blink of an eye, Ning Meng instantly appeared in front of the girl and threw a punch at the truck. A chain rear-end collision occurred, and the entire road was filled with vehicles crashed into a chaotic mess. "Oops, I might have used just a tiny bit too much strength," Ning Meng said awkwardly, sticking out her tongue. Since this was Chen Yan's territory, the news quickly made its way back. "Brother Chen, there's a psychic causing trouble. They say one punch wrecked all the cars on the street and the person fled. Who dares to be so bold? I'll go take a look." Chen Yan rushed to the accident scene. Fortunately, it was just a chain rear-end collision, and no one was hurt. However, the culprit actually escaped unacceptable. He immediately stepped onto his flying sword to give chase. With a broad view, he quickly spotted 2 figures darting between towering buildings. "If I let you escape on my turf, how am I supposed to keep my reputation?" Chen Yan landed on the rooftop of a tall building, perfectly blocking the 2 people's path. Ning Meng rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight, but then realized the opponents were acquaintances. "Very soon. Why is it you, kid?" "Shan Yan." Qianlong stepped forward, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. "Wait, are you two the ones who committed the hit and run?" Chen Yan said, half laughing, half exasperated. "Loli is the extraordinarily talented junior sister from the star-picking tower, while the other is the little dragon girl who has shared life and death experiences with her." "Nonsense. Grandma only stepped in to save someone, but just couldn't control her strength and used a bit too much force," Lemon said, hands on her hips. "So why did you two come here?" Bang! "She was worried about the backlash from the evil god's power inside you and kept complaining that life on the mountain was too boring, so Grandma had no choice but to bring her down here." Don't talk nonsense. I didn't." Qianlong hurriedly defended herself, her face flushed, and 2 shimmering dragon scales uncontrollably appeared on her temples. Chen Yan felt a bit touched upon hearing this. "Thank you, I'm fine." As a result, Chen Yan let the relevant department handle the aftermath while she brought the 2 of them to a buffet restaurant. "Welcome to the buffet, 78 per person, take more, waste less." Looking at the dazzling array of food, Qianlong's eyes sparkled like sapphires. "All of this? I can eat as much as I want? Come in." "That's right, this is a buffet. As long as you don't waste food, you can eat as much as you want." Heaven! The restaurant owner probably never dreamed that a dragon would come to eat at the buffet. Qianlong was getting food, while Chen Yan poured a drink for Ning Meng. "Senior sister, please, don't call me that randomly. You haven't joined the star-picking tower yet. It's way too early, Chen Yan said with a smile. The other day I saw you using the inch force technique. Actually, I've practiced this move too. Since we share the same lineage, shouldn't I call you senior sister? You practiced the inch force technique. Ning Mang looked incredulous. Although she didn't care much for the cheap master title of martial saint, he was still a saint after all. Inch force is not something an ordinary person can comprehend or endure, let alone someone at the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm. Yes, bragging. If you've practiced inch force, I'll let Chu Wuan become your cheap master. Chen Yan formed a fist with her 5 fingers and suddenly struck the air with a burst of energy. What the heck? Lemon's 2 eyes were as wide as brass bells. Although it's just a small achievement, is it really such precise strength? As a monster, she saw another monster for the first time. This guy's talent is so terrifying. Maybe in the future he really has a chance to join the star plucking tower and become her junior disciple. How about it? Does what you just said still count? Chen Yan smiled. It counts. When has this auntie ever gone back on her word? Isn't it just Wusheng? Ning Meng picked up her phone and made a call. On the other end of the line came the surprised voice of a middle-aged man. Ning Meng, girl, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Could it be that you want to practice martial arts with me? Stop being narcissistic, Chu Wuan. Come to Tianhai City and I'll give you a good disciple. I don't want any other disciples. Stop talking nonsense. He's no worse than me. If you don't come, don't expect me to train with you in the future. Alright, I'll come tomorrow to see who can compare to you, Ningmen girl. Calling yourself grandma in front of the martial saint, only you could do that. This glass of peanut milk is for you, senior sister. Chen Yan never expected that a single trip out would land her such a powerful ally. In no time, Shenlong had already filled the table with delicious food and started devouring it ravenously. By the way, Chen Yan, is there anything fun to do around here? Fun? Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Not sure if it'll be fun, but it will definitely be lively. Ning Meng, how about we go check it out together? No. Ning Meng sipped her milk tea in small gulps. Tens of thousands of people squeezing together there, what's so fun about that? With her height, if she squeezes into a crowd, she'll be swallowed up by the sea of people in no time. I just happened to be on duty that day. I can take you there, if senior sister Ning Meng agrees. Ning Meng, asterisk? Asterisk. Alright, I'll find a place to keep an eye on you. You haven't learned anything else, but you've picked up humanity's bad habits. 2 hours later, the buffet manager stared at the table full of plates, dumbfounded. How could such a slim girl eat so much food? And her stomach was only slightly rounded. This was terrifying. The next evening, New Year's Eve, people are about to step from the last day of 24 into the first day of 25. Chen Yan met up with Yi Yaya, and they brought along Xianlong, preparing to head to the Grand Square in Shaoyang District. Who's this girl? So pretty. She can't be your girlfriend, right, Chen Yan? My younger sister, just call her Chen. Chen Yan summoned the terminal's AI, Amy, wanting to see how the sharp-tongued artificial intelligence would evaluate Zai Longnu. How would you rate her looks? Slightly inferior to Amy. It seems not only sharp-tongued but also quite narcissistic. A group of people arrived in Shaoyang District and met with 2 other investigators. Chen Yan had already met the 2 last time, a man and a woman named Su Song and Zhao Lin. The 4 split up to take charge of the New Year's Eve security maintenance for the night. As time passed, it approached midnight. More and more people were gathering in the square to celebrate the new year, and the surging crowd almost filled every corner of the entire square, heads bobbing and shoulders brushing. Tens of thousands of people. At the center stood a massive stone monument, with a large clock on it to chime the hour. Chen Yan, does this have any special significance? Why are so many people coming here? Meaning is spending New Year's Eve with your best friend, taking a photo, and posting it on social media to record life. Best friend? Xianlong Yanran chuckled softly. Although she didn't understand what social media was, with these words, tonight would be meaningful. The 4 corners of the square. Each had a man dressed in a black cloak. They have waited too long for this moment. Tonight is the time for the grandest fireworks to bloom, the time for the spreading of flames across the sky. The 4 of them each picked up a dagger and suddenly plunged it into their own hearts. With myself as the offering, let the maddening fire illuminate the world. With myself as the sacrifice, let the maddening fire illuminate the world. Boom! The 4 people's bodies began to burn fiercely. They used their own lives as the price to activate the evil formation. And the range of the formation encompassed the square with tens of thousands of people. The people in the square, unaware of the undercurrents surging, began their countdown one after another. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the chime of the clock rang out. Countless colorful balloons were released into the night sky, resembling dazzling fireworks. People shouted Happy New Year and eagerly took out their phones to capture this beautiful moment. Bang 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 bang. Balloons all over the sky suddenly exploded and burned. 1, 10, hundreds. The entire sky was instantly illuminated by orange flames. People were so frightened that they held their heads and screamed, not understanding why such a thing was happening. A couple embraced each other. Baby, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, baby, I'm here. The man held the woman in his arms to comfort her, but but suddenly, ugh, ah, my head hurts so much, ugh ah. The gentle, kitten-like girlfriend suddenly let out a crazed roar. She clawed at her delicately made-up face with both hands, screaming like a wild beast gone mad. It wasn't just her. The entire square began to descend into madness. They frantically tore, fought, and howled. Humanity was extinguished. Let's go! Chen Yan reacted quickly, holding Qianlong with her right hand, blood wrapping around the billboard as she propelled herself away, stepping onto the flying sword in midair, temporarily escaping the danger zone. It's the outer god cult. Chen Yan turned on the headset. Laoya, how are you doing? Nothing for now. Yi Yaya clung to the outer wall of a tall building using electromagnetic force, gazing at the scene below that resembled a living hell, her heart filled with lingering fear. What on earth is going on? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? No sooner had she spoken, a massive flame suddenly erupted in the center of the square. A strange flame of pitch black in the center, mad fire. The flame formed a giant of fire approximately 5 meters tall. Hundreds of nearby people were instantly infected. Mad fire ignited in their pupils one after another. They held their heads with both hands, kneeling on the ground, and the frenzied fire in their pupils emitted flame energy, feeding it back to the flame giant. The flame giant grew larger again, rising from 5 meters to 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in orange flames, but its pupils were pitch black like an abyss. Whoosh! Suddenly, those pupils emitted flames like lasers. Anyone affected by it instantly became a follower of the frenzied fire. In just over 10 seconds, the number of frenzied fire followers had risen to nearly 1,000. Over 1,000 people prostrated themselves on the ground, the energy beams shooting from their pupils converging onto the giant of flames, resembling a frenzied fire flower in constant bloom. The flame giant is still expanding. Chen Yan turned on the microphone and said to the other investigators, attack the flame giant in the middle. Alright, understood. Yi Yaya was the first to act, her body crackling with arcs of electricity as lightning energy rapidly accumulated. At the moment when the energy reached its peak, a coin was flicked from her fingertips, suddenly launched midair by her thumb. Bang! The coin pierced through the air like an electromagnetic cannon, slamming into the chest of the flame giant. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. No effect. The other two investigators also used their own methods, but they were naturally not as skilled as Yi Yaya, and their efforts were equally futile. At this moment, Chen Yan had already drawn the bow and knocked the arrow. The current Blood Moon Great Bow only requires a small amount of blood, making it effortless to use without any psychological burden. Bang! A ring-shaped airflow exploded around. An arrow from the Great Bow tore through the air in response. Unexpectedly, the flame giant consciously raised its palm, intercepting the strike in mid-air. The massive flaming palm was blown apart on the spot. It worked? No, it's regenerating. The flame giant's palm quickly restored itself to its original state. I've already called for reinforcements from the Bureau. This thing is beyond what we can handle. With the increase in followers, the flame giant has absorbed a massive amount of energy. Its strength has likely surpassed the 6th realm. Find a way to evacuate the civilians first. Otherwise, the number of people infected by the frenzy fire will keep growing, and the flame giant will become even stronger. It has absorbed the strength of thousands, and its power has already surpassed the 6th realm. There are over 10,000 people on site. If all of them were infected and turned into followers of the flame madness, supplying energy to the flame giant, who knows what terrifying monster it would become. But why are those outside who haven't been infected also going mad and losing control? A large number of people are still attacking each other and engaging in mutual slaughter, showing no intention of escaping this area. At this moment, Qianlong spoke. Her pupils shimmered with a mysterious hue, revealing faint red patterns on the ground that formed a massive array. This area has been set up with an evil formation. Ordinary people have weak resistance, so they've lost their sanity. Obviously, this is a premeditated terrorist attack. Let me go down. I can use the Earth's veins to channel dragon power to counter the evil formation. That's too risky. Chen Yan naturally understood Qianlong's importance. She was the true dragon that even the star-picking tower had to protect. If she were contaminated by the power of the evil god, it would be a matter affecting the entire world. I know what I'm doing, and it's not to save others, just to help you. Qianlong leapt down from midair, half squatting on the ground, muttering obscure dragon language. In an instant, a pale blue light spread outward with her at the center. Soon, the frenzied people around gradually calmed down, seemingly regaining their sanity. Some of those who had regained partial clarity desperately fled outward. The surrounding area was quickly cleared into a vacuum zone. At this moment, hundreds of people already infected by the flame of madness turned their heads to look at Chen Yan and Qianlong, the demonic fire in their pupils blazing fiercely. Obstruct the spreading of the fire. Die. 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 Kill them. Kill them. Hundreds of people rushed forward like infected zombies. Chen Yan must protect Qianlong. Greedy wolf, come forth. The black wolf with red eyes, exuding an imposing aura, immediately appeared beside Chen Yan. Kill. With a single command, the greedy wolf arrow shot out, out, instantly blasting a crazed cultist's head apart in midair. It is a magical beast, unaffected by any abnormal status effects. The greedy wolf charged in, beginning a frenzied slaughter. This magical beast was agile, as fast as lightning, and its combat prowess was astonishing. Over 100 cultists were completely wiped out by it, with not a single one managing to get close to Chen Yan and the other person. Without waiting for Chen Yan's command, it had already begun devouring those corpses. At this moment, the flame giant's pupils locked onto Qianlong. In those abyss-like pupils, an energy beam was ready to burst forth. Bang! The energy beam pierced through the air. In a flash of lightning, a petite figure suddenly darted out from the side, raising her fist to shatter the light cannon in midair. The lowly embodying the aesthetics of violence, Ning Meng. Take good care of her, I'll handle this. After speaking, Ning Meng shot out like a cannonball and smashed most of the flame giant's head with a punch. But within less than 2 seconds, it regenerated. As strong as Ning Meng was, he could only hold it off and couldn't completely kill it. A moment later, already, 1 or 2,000 people had regained consciousness and fled the square. But it is only limited to the area around Qianlong. Her power cannot affect a wider range. Cough, cough, cough. Qianlong clutched her chest, coughing incessantly, her face showing a sickly pallor, clearly having reached her limit. Are you okay? It's fine. My power can't completely suppress the evil formation. But just now, I sensed 4 special energy points. Those should be the key formation eyes. Destroy the formation eyes, and the formation will be broken. Take me there. Following Qianlong's guidance, Chen Yan searched all the way and indeed discovered something unusual behind a small alley. It turned out to be a cultist of an evil god kneeling on the ground and setting himself on fire. The ground where he knelt was a conspicuous dark red magic array, clearly the array's core. Clear. The sound of the blade hummed. Chen Yan suddenly stabbed the ground with a knife, but it was unexpectedly deflected. No. The formation cores are interconnected and need to be destroyed simultaneously, or it won't work, Qianlong said urgently. Chen Yan, riding on the flying sword, scanned the positions of the 4 formation cores with a terminal and recorded them. Then, he called over the other 3 investigators. There are 4 coordinates here, each representing a formation eye. Each person takes one, and follow my command to destroy them simultaneously. Then those people will wake up. Yeah, alright, I'll go to the top left. Zhao Lin, I'll take the bottom left. But another male investigator named Su Song disagreed. Are you crazy? I've already contacted the bureau and they told us to wait for reinforcements in a safe location. We can't act without authorization. Of course, it wasn't because he was obedient, but because he was afraid. Rushing in under these circumstances carried significant risks, and he had no intention of risking his life to save others. However, he also didn't want to see Chen Yan leading the team to earn credit. After all, Chen Yan was transferred here for support, while he was the station officer in Chaoyang district. Originally thought that without him, this plan couldn't be carried out. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan completely ignored him. The 2 formation eyes on the right are all mine. Get ready to move. Didn't you understand what I said? The bureau told us not to act on our own. Chen Yan, what gives you the right to command us without authorization? Before the words had even faded, Su Song was slapped and sent flying. Chen Yan stepped on Su Song's chest with 1 foot and forcefully shoved a blood-stained pacifier into his mouth. Keep the pacifier in your mouth, so you don't end up crying for your mommy later. Say one more word, and I won't hesitate to kill you first. Pinned to the ground by Chen Yan, Su Song's back felt cold, and he didn't dare make a sound. He could feel, if he uttered even half a word of nonsense, Chen Yan would truly strike to kill. Yi Ya thought to herself, this is the real Chen Yan. Usually, he can joke around and playfully mess with friends, but when it comes to critical moments, he shows why he's called Bloodhand Butcher. Being friends with someone like him makes people feel especially reliable and reassured, because he never fails at crucial moments. Unlike Su Song, who gets scared out of his wits when tasked with a dangerous mission. Action. Chen Yan shared the coordinates with Yi Yaya and Zhao Lin. There are a total of 4 formation cores. The 2 of them will handle 2, while she needs to handle 2 herself. Chen Yan rose into the air on her sword, taking Qianlong with her as she departed. Main battlefield. Reinforcements from 749 have also arrived, all senior investigators of the 5th and even 6th realm. B-level investigator Gua Hao has arrived at the scene. B-level investigator Zhang Yun has arrived at the scene. Headquarters, please instruct. The operator at the command station. The massive frenzied flame giant in the middle is continuously infecting ordinary people and expanding. Try to take it down. Understood. Be sure to protect yourselves. If the frenzied flame invades your body, you will also be infected. Understood. Several senior investigators launched an attack on the frenzied flame giant simultaneously. Heavenly Frost Palm, Haotian Red Tassel Thrust. Wave after wave of powerful attacks struck the frenzied fire giant. However, even Ning Meng couldn't destroy this thing, let alone them. Command center, this thing is too big, and its regeneration speed is extremely fast. The attacks are ineffective. Watch out. Gua Hao was contacting the command center and didn't notice the sudden emergence of several fiery tentacles from the ground. Caught off guard, guard, the fiery tentacles wrapped around his body. As they tightened, one of the tentacles forced its way into his mouth. "Help! Help!" The rest hurried over and quickly severed the flaming tentacles. "Hey, are you okay?" After a moment of silence, Guahao suddenly grinned. "Of course I'm fine, and I feel amazing, an unprecedented sensation, like being reborn. So this is the power of the blazing fire." His pupils also ignited with the fire of the demon. "Watch out, he's been infected." For normal people, even those at the fifth realm, once the madness fire invades their body, they will immediately lose control. Chen Nian's case was an exception among exceptions, the kind that no one would believe if told. Command post, Guahao has lost control, please advise. Eliminate on the spot. Being infected by frenzy fire is permanently irreversible, unless, like Chen Nian, one possesses true dragon blood and killing intent to barely suppress it. There's a saying, darkening makes you 10 times stronger, redemption weakens you by 30%. The infected Guahao was fearless, utterly mad, and the power of the demon caused his combat strength to soar instantly, even growing a pair of blazing fire wings on his back. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly teleported to Guahao's side and kicked him away like a cannonball. It was Ning Meng. Guahao crashed heavily into the outer wall of the nearby high-rise building. In the next instant, Ning Meng teleported in front of him again, her 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Inch force, C-splitter. Bang! Guahao was instantly blasted into pieces. Thanks to her mastery of the inch force, Ning Meng did not reduce the tall building behind him to rubble. What a hassle, I still have to clean up 749's mess. However, even she had an unprecedentedly serious expression on her delicate face. Because she couldn't destroy the flame giant, she could only try to delay its actions. If any senior brother or sister from the star-plucking tower were here, they might easily take it down. I'm still not strong enough. The 749 command center was also in chaos, with several large screens piecing together the figure of the flame giant, giving an idea of how massive it had now grown. If this continues, if tens of thousands of people are all infected, its power might engulf the entire Tianhai city. Most people have just fallen into madness and haven't been infected. Is there something controlling them? We must find the source and figure out a way to wake the crowd and evacuate the area, or the consequences will be unimaginable. To trace the source, we need a sensory ability user. The nearest sensory investigator is on the way. The deputy director slammed his fist on the command desk in anger. At that moment, a voice connected to the command desk. Investigator Chen Yan is preparing to disrupt the formation and has already reached the core position. Chen Yan, how did he find it? Impossible. He's not even a sensory type. The people at the command tower looked at each other in confusion. The deputy director, however, did not doubt it. He had absolute trust in Chen Yan's abilities. Chen Yan, feel free to ask if you need any help. There's still a formation core that no one has approached. I've sent back the location information. Find a way to destroy it. Got it. Deploying a drone immediately. Soon, a drone carrying a bomb soared into the night sky, heading to the location specified by Chen Yan. Chen Yan issued a command on the public channel, follow my lead, countdown from 10 seconds, and simultaneously destroy the 4 formation eyes. Got it. Both Yi Yaya and the others responded one after another. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. At that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. The drone was attacked by a ground force and exploded midair on the spot. The one who acted was none other than investigator Su Song. Negative emotions make people more susceptible to the corruption of the evil god's power. After having his dignity trampled on by Chen Yan just now, his negative emotions had already swelled to the extreme. Further invaded by the evil god's power, he had already succumbed to madness. In the headphones, his voice came through, sounding almost mad. You want to destroy it, but I'll guard it no matter what. As long as I'm here, don't even think about taking credit. Ha 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 ha. Command station, that guy's gone crazy. He's standing right in front of the formation core, and he's taken down all the bomb-dropping drones. What should we do? Is there anyone else who can provide support now? The other investigators are all fighting the flame giant and can't spare themselves for the moment. At this moment, Chen Yan's voice came through again. It doesn't matter, continue the countdown. Chen Yan, aren't the 4 formation cores supposed to be destroyed simultaneously? But, continue. Chen Yan stepped on the flying sword in midair, drawing the bowstring and aiming into the distance. Countless blood droplets converged, forming a large blood-red arrow. The current blood moon Bao only required 20% of his blood, but if he increased the blood consumption, its power would also grow. 60%. Triple power. 3, 2, 1. Take action. The moment the countdown ended, Chen Yan suddenly let go. Bang, an arrow shot through the air. A beam of red light tore through the night, instantly magnified in Su Song's pupils. Impossible. Boom, the ground was blasted into a massive crater. Su Song was blown to smithereens by an arrow, leaving not even a trace, and the formation core behind him was similarly shattered. Meanwhile, Chen Yan immediately descended from the air, piercing the second formation core with a single strike. At the same time, Yi Yaya shattered the third formation eye with thunder. Zhao Lin also destroyed the fourth formation eye. The grand formation that enveloped of tens of thousands of people was thus broken. Well done. The group at the command post let out exclamations of surprise. This is simply an incredible feat. Hitting the formation's core with a single arrow from a kilometer away and taking care of the corrupted traitor in the process. How satisfying. The grand formation has been broken. Let the security team enter to evacuate the crowd quickly. Soon, a large crowd was evacuated. However, the crisis was not over yet, because the frenzied fire giant, having absorbed the power of thousands of believers, had already grown as massive as a skyscraper. Even Lemon and several 749 powerhouses can no longer stop it. At this point, no one can stop it anymore. At the center of the flame giant, the priest of the outer god cult was letting out a frenzied laugh. Sequence 015 of the blazing flame evil god. Mad Flame Titan Scarlet. This is a summoning spell. Using oneself as a medium, it summons the evil god Scarlet, who can devour the power of all surrounding believers to infinitely strengthen itself. Therefore, they chose the place with the largest gathering of people on New Year's Eve. Embrace death, embrace the blazing fire, and be reborn. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy beams scattered throughout the city. Its attack range was no longer confined to the square. A skyscraper a kilometer away was reduced to rubble in an instant. People screamed as they fled, and the city was engulfed in smoke and chaos. Command center. No, we can't control it. The casualties keep increasing. At least nearly 5,000 people have been contaminated by the frenzy fire, and they are continuously providing power to that flame giant. Damn it, can this monster grow stronger without limits? It's too outrageous. What should we do? Deputy Director. Deputy Director Yi sat in front of the command console, the flames on the big screen reflected in his pupils. He crossed his hands under his chin, remaining silent. None of the spiritual sects around Tianhai City are taking action? Who would dare risk fighting those lunatics? If you're not careful and get infected, it's certain death. They are too busy hiding. How could they possibly take action? That group of selfish bastards. S-Class Investigator Wei Tianhu was on his way and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. But at this rate, every second will result in more casualties. The deputy director said in a deep voice, Amy, verify authorization, and activate Apocalypse. Command received, authorization verified. Apocalypse is starting. Deputy Director. That's Apocalypse. Apocalypse, a near-Earth satellite orbital cannon, the space-based weapon of Bureau 749. At this moment, in space 2,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, the satellite's orbit had officially activated. The massive, futuristic cannon barrel slowly rotated, aiming at a specific location. Target locked, aiming complete, charging, current energy 1%, 2%, 3%. Estimated to reach the energy threshold in 2 minutes. At this moment, Chen Yan received a communication from Bureau 749. Everyone evacuate immediately. The area within a 300-meter radius of the square is about to be hit by an orbital weapon strike. Repeat that. Everyone evacuate immediately. Space-based weapon? Chen Yan instinctively looked up at the sky. Does that mean there's already a gun barrel aimed here from above? Within a radius of 300 meters, it is enough to annihilate the flame giant and the thousands of infected followers. Chen Yan, the security bureau has already withdrawn. We should leave too. Yi Yaya ran over to remind. Orbital weapons, wouldn't they destroy this entire area? Zhao Lin looked at the square engulfed in flames. There are still over 1,000 people who haven't been infected, just fell unconscious during the earlier chaos. What about them? It seems the bureau intends to abandon them to prevent a larger-scale sacrifice, Chen Yan said. How could this? The other supporting 749 investigators also retreated one after another. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and leave. This is no longer a situation we can control. Lemon also returned to Qianlong's side, her delicate little face covered in black ash. However, she was quite unwilling to give up, even showing signs of rolling up her sleeves to fight again. Don't go, senior sister. This area is about to be completely destroyed. Damn it, this thing's head has been blown up by me several times, yet it just won't die. Qianlong whispered, I can feel it. There's actually someone, or rather an energy core, inside that flame. He's the one controlling it. Inside? Don't joke around. Even fighting it outside requires extreme caution. Who could possibly go inside the infernal flame? Yeah, going in is basically asking for death. You might get infected before even finding the core. Even someone as fearless as Ning Meng wouldn't dare claim they could come out unscathed, let alone anyone else. At this moment, Chen Yan spoke. I'll give it a try. He is the only one infected by the madness fire who can still maintain control, an absolutely unique exception. People's eyes turned to Chen Yan. Are you crazy, Chen Yan? Hurry up and leave. Yi Yaya grabbed him, trying to pull him away. I'm serious. Chen Yan turned on the microphone. Command center, give me 2 minutes. I will try to destroy that thing. You, Chen Yan, what are you trying to do? Don't act recklessly. Just 2 minutes. I can handle it. Everyone at the command station turned to the deputy director, waiting for his instructions. The deputy director clenched his fist. Everyone on site, restrained the fire giant's movements to minimize damage. damage. Countdown, 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, everyone must evacuate. Amy, halt Apocalypse's operation. Chen Yan had just taken 2 steps forward when Qianlong grabbed the corner of his clothes. Come back alive. Don't worry. After saying that, Chen Yan charged directly toward the flame giant. Along the way, relying on agile movements, he continuously dodged several light cannons until he completely disappeared into the flames. This kid, how dare he? All the investigators present were stunned. Being engulfed in the madness fire, isn't it a guaranteed infection? He's not even afraid of death. Last 2 minutes, keep fighting. Go! The investigators launched another attack on the flame giant, and Ning Meng charged forward as well. She was the only one who could directly withstand the flame giant's attacks. Chen Yan wrapped herself in a blood barrier and rushed into the raging flames. The terrifyingly defensive blood barrier is rapidly evaporated in the madness of the fire. At this rate, forget 2 minutes, even half a minute will spell doom. In that case, fight fire with fire. Slaughter sequence, 045 blood flame. The external blood was entirely transformed by Chen Yan into crimson flames, blazing fiercely on the surface of his body. These flames could not be easily extinguished and happened to serve as a shield against the frenzied fire. In this way, he finally regained basic mobility. However, this defense could not be considered perfect, as some of the frenzied fire still climbed onto his body, beginning to agitate his nerves. If it were someone else, they would have already lost control. But Chen Yan can hold on. After all, he has already experienced that state once. Within his body, the true dragon's blood that had always remained began to take effect. A surging power flowed into the 100 spiritual apertures within Chen Yan's body, greatly enhancing his spirit, will, physique, and spiritual energy. In such a state, he finally saw a figure. It was precisely the priest who had initiated the sorcery. Found you. The priest also noticed him, his face full of disbelief. No way. You made it here and can still resist the erosion of the infernal flame? Monster, you monster. Chen Yan grinned. Greedy wolf, finish him off. Black mist emerged, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black wolf with red eyes. As a beast, it can directly ignore the frenzied flames. The greedy wolf leapt out. A streak of black light flashed, instantly biting off the priest's arm. Ah! The second strike tore off a large chunk of flesh from his thigh, exposing the ghastly white bone. The priest, in order to sustain the flame giant, was completely unable to resist attacks from within. No one can stop me. Then, we'll die together. With my blood and body, I will ignite the world. He was about to manipulate the flame giant to self-destruct. Chen Yan was mentally prepared. These psychologically twisted cultists of the outer gods always like to stir up trouble when they're about to die. Greedy wolf. In the next instant, Greedy wolf bit through the priest's neck. Sure enough, the frenzied fire within his body was rapidly expanding, about to explode. Devour him. The greedy wolf treated the broken neck like a bull, slurping noisily as if sucking marrow, completely consuming all the frenzied fire energy within him. Moreover, it remained entirely unaffected. This is the magical beast known as the Heavenly Killing Star. The head that rolled to the ground stared incredulously at the scene, ultimately dying with its eyes wide open. With the priest's death, the nearly 100-meter-high flames instantly collapsed and disintegrated. Talent Blood Hunt Feast triggered. Blood intensity plus 10%. Gift from the gods received. The significant increase in blood strength this time is due to the priest absorbing a large amount of energy from the followers, making the individual unprecedentedly powerful. Chen Yan essentially crossed several major realms to slay him. However, Chen Yan had no spare time to savor the fruits of victory. As the power of dragon blood faded, he could no longer resist the erosion of the frenzied fire, and faint traces of demonic flames began to burn in his pupils. Outside. Look, the flame giant is collapsing. What's going on? It's Chen Yan. That kid succeeded. He went in alone to deal with the flame giant's core? Unbelievable. Yi Yaya hurriedly contacted the command center. Hey, the flames are actually disappearing. Chen Yan succeeded. On the big screen of the command center, the flame giant was visibly disintegrating. The deputy director immediately ordered, Amy, cancel the Apocalypse launch. Canceling launch command. Everyone at the command station breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't expect he actually did it. If Apocalypse had launched, that entire area would have been instantly reduced to ruins, costing at least thousands of innocent lives. Miracle. It's simply a miracle. Compared to the excitement of the others, Deputy Director Ye's expression remained composed. That kid entered the Inferno Giant alone, even managed to eliminate the enemy. Can he really come out unscathed? Firelight flickered in Qianlong's pupils. She didn't care about what great achievements Chen Yan had accomplished or how many people he had saved. She only cared whether he was safe. Was about to rush in but was grabbed by Ning Meng's arm. It's dangerous to go in now. Wait a little longer. No more waiting. Qianlong broke free from Ning Meng's hand, surrounded by a protective aura of water spirit energy, and charged straight into the still burning flames. Damn, idiot. Soon, she found Chen Yan. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his head and roaring. One of his pupils was bloodshot, while the other burned with the fire of a demon. It was clear he was forcibly suppressing his murderous intent, event, but he was already on the verge of losing control. Qianlong did not hesitate at all and directly slit her wrist, drawing out a string of bright red blood beads. Just as she was about to guide these blood beads into Chen Yan's mouth, a large hand suddenly grabbed her by the neck, its forceful fingers almost sinking in. If Chen Yan were to be corrupted by the Madfire, the first person he would kill would be Qianlong. The Madfire evil god is an outer god. The reason is none other. And Qianlong, as the last true dragon in the world, represents the local deity of Daxia, the dragon god. If the outer gods want to invade here, they naturally have to eliminate the local deities first. She knew full well that approaching Chen Yan was dangerous, yet she still charged in without hesitation, because Chen Yan had once protected her in the same way. That string of blood beads was finally successfully guided into Chen Yan's mouth. The power of dragon blood spread within Chen Yan's body, sounding the horn of counterattack and beginning to suppress the evil god's power inside him. Only then did Chen Yan loosen his hands. There were obvious red finger marks on Qianlong's neck. She stepped forward and embraced Chen Yan, enveloping his entire body with gentle water spiritual energy. It's okay now. Suddenly, a jolt of electric-like pain surged through the neck. Ugh! Because Chen Yan had tasted the delicious flavor of true dragon blood, the vampire lineage within him reacted, activating his thirst for blood. He immediately bit into Qianlong's snow-white neck, beginning to suck the true dragon blood. Qianlong closed her eyes, enduring the tingling pain with great effort. She held Chen Yan, gently patting his back, letting him feed on her blood, as if comforting a big boy. Fortunately, Chen Yan quickly regained consciousness and let go. Are you okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Who would have thought? Qianlong was already leaning limply against his chest, her stunningly beautiful face tinged with a captivating blush that extended all the way to the roots of her ears. It was as if she had been kissed into submission. I just took advantage of your meal. You really don't hold back. She was actually fine. The blood loss was equivalent to donating blood, and she would recover in no time. It turned out this way purely out of embarrassment. This time, the amount of true dragon blood absorbed by Chen Yan was far greater than last time. Similarly benefiting from the effects of the vampire lineage, he could perfectly absorb the power of this dragon blood. The body's meridians and bones could be refined, and the physical strength further enhanced. The simplest and most direct improvement is that the use of inch force can directly advance further. At least the first level has already reached mastery. Suddenly, a line of text appeared. Divine Persona Dragon God has awakened. What? Chen Yan doubted his own eyes. A second divinity was actually awakening. In fact, he had encountered a bug in the system. What's going on? By a twist of fate, he had acquired the vampiric bloodline ability, which happened to perfectly absorb the power of dragon blood. And this time, he had accidentally consumed a large amount of dragon blood. This was what led to the awakening of the second divinity. No one in the world could possibly have such an opportunity and luck. More importantly, this is a deity belonging to Daxia, which feels much more reliable than other deities. Xia Longnu has really given me a big gift. Please extract sequence ability. In an instant, a multitude of cards spun around Chen Yan in his consciousness. The familiar card drawing process. Draw. A card flipped open, and suddenly a dragon's roar echoed through his mind, with a terrifying dragon aura rushing toward him. Suddenly, Chen Yan seemed to see a man throw a punch toward the heavens, with a terrifying force resembling a 10,000-meter azure dragon, piercing through the 9 layers of the sky. Dragon God Sequence 005, True Dragon Sacred Fist. Main effect: with one punch, the dragon pierces the 9 heavens, possessing boundless power. If this ability were used in combination with my Inch Force, wouldn't it surpass the original Martial Saint version and become the True Dragon Inch Force? Fortunately, this time the harvest was abundant. Otherwise, risking my life would have been too unworthy. S-Class Investigator, Wei Tianhu, has arrived. At this moment, this is a tall and burly man dressed in tactical gear, commonly known as the Ruthless Iron Hand. Upon arriving at the scene, he punched down from the sky to the ground. Boom! In an instant, a large area of the frenzied fire was extinguished, and countless frenzied fire followers on the ground were crushed into pulp. Chen Yan and the other person were also exposed to everyone's view. He thought the matter was finally resolved and was ready to take Qianlong away. But a fierce questioning voice suddenly came from the sky. Are you still human? Normally, entering the depths of the fiery abyss and coming out unscathed indeed isn't something a human can do. The one Wei Tianhu was questioning was none other than Chen Yan. The sky was dark and overcast, and at some point, a light drizzle had begun to fall. Are you still human? Chen Yan, as the hero who quelled a great disaster, had just escaped danger, only to be met with a questioning voice. Indeed, it was for the sake of safety. If Chen Yan had been corrupted into a cultist of the evil god, there was still a possibility of causing another great disaster, which is why Wei Tianhu asked this question. Stand still, let me examine your body. Wei Tianhu looked down from above and issued an unquestionable command to Chen Yan. If he discovered anything unusual about Chen Yan's body, he would strike mercilessly to kill. Chen Yan could not let him examine. Because there is indeed the power of an evil god within his body, it's just that he can suppress it himself, but others won't believe it. You say you can suppress it and that's it? What if one day you can't suppress it anymore? Wouldn't that make you a ticking time bomb? Do you think I'm not like a normal person now? Chen Yan retorted, caught in a dilemma. Don't say useless things. Whether you're normal or not will naturally be defined by me. If you resist, I don't mind using force to make you submit. As the words fell, the terrifying aura of the Earth Profound Realm was revealed. He was the strongest among those present. Are you even worthy? Chen Yan's gaze suddenly turned cold. I know you've earned a first-class merit and have made great contributions this time as well, but merit is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. I'll say it one last time. A deep voice suddenly came from behind. At this moment, you are indeed unworthy, like an ancient bell, resounding in the ears. Who? Wei Tianhu suddenly turned around. It was obvious that this voice was directed at him. He saw two people behind him, a very short girl and another person, a rugged middle-aged man with bandages wrapped around his fists, dressed in light, agile attire. The one speaking was him, Chu, Senior Chu. Wei Tianhu immediately descended from the air, clasped his fists respectfully, and bowed, his voice trembling slightly. One of the 7 sages of the current era, martial sage, Chu Wuwang. Earlier, Ning Meng mentioned introducing him to a good disciple, so he really came over, and now he has just arrived. What, are you very dissatisfied because I said you're not worthy? Chu Wuwang retorted. Senior Chu, this is an internal matter of Bureau 749. Please refrain from interfering. Wei Tianhu said in a deep voice. Get lost. You dare lay a hand on my disciple and expect me not to interfere? Who do you think you are? Feeling itchy, are you? Disciple? Wei Tianhu's body trembled. Chu Wuwang frowned as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Suddenly, he raised his bandaged fist and punched toward the heavens. A single punch of energy directly shattered the dark clouds in the sky, and the rain stopped. Boom! An inch of force, splitting the heavens. Come on, if you can take one punch from me, you can deal with my disciple however you want. Wei Tianhu, how many people in the world can take a punch from you? Damn. Too scared to speak? Then get lost. Ning Mang also shouted at Chen Yan. What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Only then did Chen Yan and Chen Long support each other and walk over. Ning Mang stood with her hands on her hips, looking smug, as if to say, didn't I tell you I'd handle it perfectly? Chu Wuwang didn't ask further questions. With energy circulating around him, he disappeared with the others in an instant. Let's go. Leaving the crowd behind, utterly bewildered. Especially Yi Ya, whose heart was overwhelmed with shock beyond measure. I thought I was the #1 insider of 749, but who would have thought Chen Yan became the disciple of the martial saint? What the heck? That's a freaking 10-realm saint. Can he just casually take disciples? This is something countless people envy but can't achieve. In the future, if those strong individuals want to target Chen Yan, they will not only have to consider Bureau 749 but also the martial saint behind him. At the very least, the older generation who want to make a name for themselves in the spiritual energy world can no longer bully the young and take action against Chen Yan. Chen Yan and the others were brought to a mountain peak by Chu Wuwang. Thank you, Senior, for resolving the situation. Chen Yan clasped his fists in gratitude. Lemon Girl, is this the guy you mentioned? He has something extraordinary inside him. Chu Wuwang just touched him and immediately sensed the evil god's power within Chen Yan, his thick brows furrowing slightly. He's got some issues, but he somehow manages to suppress that power. Like this time, even I thought he was done for. Wait, little dragon girl, why is there a red bite mark on your neck? Chen Yan felt embarrassed to say it, but he fiercely sucked Xianlong's blood. Xianlong instinctively covered her neck, blushing as she explained, I accidentally got bitten. Bitten by who? Chen Yan, you wouldn't suck her blood, would you? Are you freaking a vampire or something? Ning Meng angrily kicked over. It was my idea. Don't blame him. Xianlong helped Chen Yan argue with reason. Ning Meng glared at the latter, raised her pink little fist, and threatened, don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you up. Alright. Chu Wuwang said, Ning Meng girl, I only care about one thing. You said his talent is no worse than yours, is that true? He knows your inch force. He knows inch force? I don't believe it. I did leave a book on the method of practicing inch force for 749, but it's not something a kid at this level can learn. I didn't believe it at first either. Chen Yan, give this old man a demonstration. Chu Wuwang pointed at a tree 10 meters away. If all you can do is cause a little rustling like a fart, that doesn't count as inch force. I'd be embarrassed to even mention it. As long as you can shatter that tree, you'll pass. Several people turned to look at Chen Yan, waiting for him to perform. Chen Yan took a deep breath. Horse stance, slightly crouched, 5 fingers extended forward. Suddenly, the spiritual power of the limbs and body was instantly mobilized, gathered in the fist, and suddenly punched out. At the same time, the sequence ability True Dragon Sacred Fist was activated. This combo technique is named True Dragon Inch Force Mountain Shatter. This punch unexpectedly unleashed a faintly visible azure dragon. Boom! Nearly 100 trees ahead were instantly smashed to pieces. Ning Meng, Chu Wuwang. At this moment, the two people, one big and one small, both widened their eyes, staring ahead in disbelief. Is this damn damn inch force? Why does it seem a bit different from mine? Being able to unleash such terrifying punching force at the mountain-moving realm, this isn't just a genius, it's purely a monster. Shu Wuwan was dazed for a long time, only managing to utter 2 words. Amazing. Ning Meng was stunned. No way. How does your inch force still carry dragon energy? The power is terrifying. Chen Yan smiled. I originally just wanted to try combining 2 techniques. I didn't expect it to have this kind of power. Kid, your name is Chen Yan, right? From today on, you are my disciple, Shu Wuwang. Chen Yan clasped his fists. Greetings, master. He then looked at Ning Meng and smiled. This time, I can officially call you senior sister, right? Tisk, old man Shu got lucky, but you only qualify to be the second master of grandma. Shu Wuwan was overjoyed, feeling that being regarded as the second master by Ning Meng was already a great blessing. Unexpectedly, good things came in pairs, and it even came with a monster disciple as a bonus. Kid, I'll give you a meeting gift. Oh, a meeting gift from a martial saint? Chen Yan began to look forward to it. A meeting gift from a martial saint? Chen Yan's heart surged with excitement, thinking it shouldn't be too bad. Shu Wuwang opened his palm, and a jet black pill immediately appeared in his hand, its rich fragrance exuding an overwhelming aura. It was like a ferocious flood rushing straight at them. Martial Essence Body Shaping Pill. Since I am called the martial saint, naturally I follow the path of martial techniques in physical strength. Unlike those who rely on flashy magic, I believe in breaking all techniques with sheer power. After taking this pill, it will automatically temper your meridians, bones, and muscles, giving you a more solid foundation. As my disciple, your foundation must not be weak. Don't underestimate this pill. It was personally refined by me, using my own condensed strength. You can't even buy this in your 749. Chen Yan gratefully accepted the pill with delight. This was a treasure, after all. You kid are also a chosen one, possessing a powerful dragon aura within you, which can also temper your muscles and bones. Coupled with the aid of this elixir, who knows what kind of monstrous physique it will create. Ha, if you ever run into the disciples of those old sword saint guys in the future, I'll have you spar with them and make me proud. Shu Wuwan was already filled with immense anticipation for Chen Yan's future. Previously, he had been overly envious of the sword saint and the Dao saint because they had taken in super geniuses with extraordinary talent, while he had never found anyone to his liking, until he saw Ning Meng. Unfortunately, Ning Meng is Mr. Li's disciple, and no one in the world has the ability to compete with Li Baiyi for a disciple. The fist of the martial saint, the sword of the sword saint. Li Baiyi disregards the world, they are the first. If Li Baiyi were to engage with the world, they could only be second. And now, he's taken in this kid Chen Yan. Even if Chen Yan can enter the star-picking tower in the future, I, Shu Wuwang, will still be his first master, and Li Baiyi will be his second master. Ha ha ha, how refreshing. Kid, I see you're impulsive in your actions, so I'll leave you with a life-saving trump card. With that, Shu Wuwang pointed at Chen Yan's forehead, suddenly releasing a hidden force into it. You are now in the mountain-moving realm. If you activate this energy, you can at least kill an enemy in the sunlight realm. However, you will also suffer internal injuries yourself. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. In other words, if Chen Yan is forced to act, he can use the second realm to kill someone in the sixth realm. Crossing 4 major realms, it's terrifying. Next, Chen Yan added Ning Meng and Shu Wuwang as friends, making it easier to contact them next time they meet. Alright, your senior sister has to return to the star-plucking tower now. If the senior brothers and sisters find out I took the little dragon girl out for an adventure, I might even get scolded. I have no idea who those extraordinary people in the star-plucking tower are. Even Ning Meng has to bow down to them. I fear that anyone in there is a prodigy capable of leading an era. Chen Yan's current greatest goal is to become the #1 in the Genius Club and join the star-plucking tower. At the moment of parting, Ning Meng noticed that Qianlong had something to say. Alright, I'll give you a minute. Spit it out quickly. Shu Wuwang, what's up? Ning Meng kicked Wu Shang back with one foot. Step aside, got it? Only Chen Yan and Qianlong were left on the cliff. I'm ready to leave. Take care of yourself. Qianlong stood under the bright moonlight, the mountain breeze lifting her silver hair. Her features, as if crafted by an artist, were bathed in a sacred silver glow, breathtakingly beautiful. Take care. You don't have anything else to say? Come find me when you have time. I'll treat you to a buffet, Chen Yan said with a smile. That's a deal. No tricking Long. What do you mean by sticking out your finger? Xia Longno blinked curiously. Hooking fingers and hanging for 100 years, it means keeping a promise. Why is it 100 years? Because a person can only live up to 100 years. It's like spending a lifetime keeping a promise. Is that so? Hearing this, Shenlong's gaze dimmed slightly. 100 years wasn't long for her, but after 100 years, wouldn't everyone she knew be gone? She didn't want to see Chen Yan die. Chen Yan smiled and comforted, but psychics are an exception. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. Saints living for hundreds of years probably wouldn't be an issue. However, I've heard that dragon blood can extend one's life. As soon as the words were spoken, Shenlong was seen preparing to bite her finger. What are you doing? I'll feed you more dragon blood, just treat me to a meal later. Just kidding, silly dragon. Humph. bad person. A shout from Ning Meng came from behind, and Xianlong didn't stay any longer. Just a few steps out, she suddenly turned around and shouted, Chen Nian, you must become a saint in the future. After shouting, she followed the moonlit path and caught up with Ning Meng's steps. Chen Nian first swallowed the martial essence body-shaping pill given by the martial saint. Soon, he could clearly feel a sharp pain coming from his meridians and bones. That was the elixir refining his body, equivalent to getting stronger even while sleeping. Truly a good thing. During the previous battle, Chen Nian's level increased significantly, rising from LV 54 to LV 76. Next, Chen Nian opened the divine gift he had obtained earlier. Suddenly, 3 options appeared. 2. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 3. Evil god frenzy fire resistance plus 10%. Seeing the third option, Chen Nian's eyes lit up. A choice that could permanently increase resistance actually appeared? If resistance stacks up to 100%, wouldn't mad fire be useless against me? 3 out of 3. Evil god's mad fire resistance plus 10%. Then, Chen Nian glanced at her own abilities. Slaughter sequence, 003 Blood King, 007 Beast Greedy Wolf, 009 Boundless Killing Realm, 015 Latani's Blood Moon Bow, 032 War's Death Sentence Chains, 045 Blood Flame. Dragon God sequence, 005 True Dragon Sacred Fist. In addition, there are also self-cultivated blade techniques in Inch Force, making the combat methods quite diverse. Not to mention the mountain-moving realm. Even in the sky-breaking realm, one might be invincible. Hello? Yi Yatai initiated contact. May I ask if this is the esteemed disciple of the martial saint, Chen Nian? Chen Nian, feels like you're being sarcastic. The Bureau wants us to return for a briefing on the mission and to distribute rewards. This time, little sis benefited from your achievements, so I must treat you with extra respect, esteemed disciple of the martial saint. Keep calling me that and I'll smack your butt when we get back. Deserving of being the esteemed disciple of the martial saint, you even dare to spank me now. What will happen in the future? Enough joking, let's find a place to gather and head back to 749. Chen Nian returned to 749 and completed the mission report. Soon, an announcement was released. Investigator Chen Nian single-handedly saved thousands of lives, awarded special merit. Contribution points, 200. 749 Bureau Forum is in an uproar. He's only a D-level investigator, and this is already his second special merit. Can we even compete anymore? Chen Nian, the poet? Being in the same cohort as him makes me feel utterly useless. Don't forget, he's still a publicly acknowledged disciple of the martial saint. Maybe it's better not to compete with him. As for whether Chen Nian has been tainted by the power of the evil god, would the martial saint not know? There's no need for others to worry unnecessarily. Over the next 2 days, Chen Nian stayed at the bureau to settle down, preparing to take on tasks after fully absorbing the medicinal power of the pill. Unexpectedly, the mission to enter the reverse world has arrived. Received a subjugation mission, subjugate the designated demon. Chen Nian likes subjugation missions. Killing a monster to complete it was a great thing. Transmission countdown, midnight. Soon, I will be able to re-enter the long-awaited reverse world. Chen Nian's physique has been greatly enhanced, making it the perfect opportunity to test it out. Just City, a certain art exhibition hall. Lu Lin is carrying out a mission, and the task is quite bizarre. Case file number, CD 9322. Location, Just City, High-Tech Zone, Art Exhibition Hall. Overview. During an art exhibition 3 days ago, as of 2 p.m. that afternoon, there were 190 people inside the hall. However, none of them came out afterward, and unexpectedly, all 190 people mysteriously disappeared within the exhibition hall. Mission objective: investigate the cause of the mass disappearance of visitors in the art exhibition hall. There are 3 investigators assigned to carry out this mission. Including Lu Lin, there are 2 D-level investigators, 1 C-level investigator, and Lin Sun, the team leader, who is a Star Swirl realm expert. At this moment, the art gallery has been cordoned off, prohibiting anyone from entering except for the 749 investigators. The interior of the gallery is brightly lit, with paintings displayed on the walls, showing no signs of anything unusual. But those 190 people, could they have simply vanished into thin air? Each of you search for clues separately, keep communication smooth, and report any situation immediately, Lin Sun commanded. Thus, the 3 of them began searching separately. Lu Lin arrived at the central exhibition hall and quietly stood in front of a massive mural. Village and Monster was the name of the painting. On the screen, in the ruined village, a large number of people are fleeing in terror, with a massive jet-black monster chasing them from behind. It looks somewhat creepy. However, the emotionless girl wouldn't feel scared. She was just curious. She leaned in for a closer look. She discovered that the people in the painting wore vastly different clothing. Some were dressed in beautiful dresses, some in modern hoodies, some in suits and leather shoes, and others in ordinary sportswear. Which painter would create such a stylistically inconsistent work? Author's signature, the painter. A voice suddenly sounded behind her. Suddenly, beautiful lady. Lu Lin turned around abruptly, her whole body brimming with cold energy. Standing behind her was a tall, thin man dressed in a white magician's outfit. Glad to see someone appreciate my work. I am the painter, the author of this painting. Lu Lin was about to contact the other two, but unexpectedly, the massive painting behind her suddenly erupted with a terrifying suction force, swallowing her like a vortex. There were originally 190 people in the painting. Now, it has become 191. Lu Lin, do you copy? Please respond, Lu Lin. The other two immediately rushed to the scene of the incident but did not see any sign of Lu Lin, only sensing the lingering chill in the air. What happened? Her communication is down. How could this happen? Both investigators felt a chill down their spines, goosebumps rising on their backs. Even the investigator from 749 disappeared. This has become truly terrifying. Chen Yan heard some bad news from Yi Yaya. Chen Yan, did you know? That emotionless ice-cold girl went missing during her mission. The 3-No Ice Girl naturally refers to Lu Lin. She disappeared. The investigators of Bureau 749 are, after all, tasked with investigating supernatural events. They can't always defeat the monsters, and there are cases where they are killed or sacrificed by the monsters. Not long ago, there was a mission called Horror Art Gallery, where over 100 people went missing. She took the mission and went to investigate, but ended up disappearing as well. Of course, all the surveillance footage malfunctioned, and nothing was recorded. What's going on? That's too bizarre. But the Bureau suppressed the matter. They don't want to cause panic. I overheard it from my dad. Chen Yan frowned. An investigator going missing is no small matter. What? Are you worried about her? Of course, after all, we've carried out missions together and are still friends. Don't worry, the Bureau has secretly assigned 2 senior investigators to look into it. You don't need to worry unnecessarily. Overstepping and interfering is a major taboo. It will make people resent you, Yi Yaha kindly reminded. Since senior investigators were already handling the matter, Chen Yan had no right to intervene and decided to focus on the reverse world mission for now. Okay, countdown ended. The mission is about to begin. Would you like to teleport? In the blink of an eye, the world turned into chaos. Yes. Current task, exterminate the demon 9-headed demon bird. Current ladder points, 1400, entered the normal layer of the reverse world. Just as everyone was chattering away, a young girl was teleported in. Chen Yan looked around. It was still the familiar safe house, with a round table in the center of the room. Teammates were being teleported in one after another. She lay sprawled on the table, covered in wounds, seemingly unconscious. Lu Lin? Chen Yan immediately recognized the girl's identity. Unexpectedly, she actually ran into her in the reverse world. So that means her level is similar to mine, and her ladder points are close too, making it possible for us to be matched together. Chen Yan immediately came to Lu Lin's side. She had multiple visible injuries, and her physical condition was extremely poor. It was likely that she had forced herself to hold on until the last moment before being transported into the reverse world. Chen Yan took out a pill. Spirit Healing Pill. When the two first met, Lu Lin had given Chen Yan one of these. Later, Chen Yan prepared a few himself, but he had hardly ever been injured and never used them. Unexpectedly, they came in handy now. He fed Lu Lin the pill, but she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. He could only wait for her to wake up to ask what had happened. What's going on? Just got here and there's already a tag-along? This is a crusade mission, you know. Losing someone will definitely make it harder. Chen Yan looked around. Who has healing abilities? I do, he. A chubby man with a sleazy appearance stood up, squinting as he smiled and said, I have healing abilities. As long as I use my hands to touch, I can heal the injured. Hand her over to me, and I promise I can treat her well. He swallowed his saliva, as if he had spotted a delicious little cake. This injured petite beauty exuded a sense of vulnerability that evoked pity. Her porcelain-like skin must feel incredibly smooth to the touch, the chubby man thought to himself. Of course, his healing ability didn't require physical contact. It was probably from reading too many urban medical god novels, where seeing an injured beauty made one want to go up and knead her a bit, not only for the thrill of NTR but also to take advantage of the situation. Really? Impressive. Chen Yan suddenly raised her hand, and a flash of bloodlight streaked through. The sleazy fat man's half-arm was severed on the spot. As the severed arm rolled to the ground, the splattered blood sprayed across the faces of the others at the table. Why don't you heal yourself first and let me see? Another great new book has 40,000 words in stock. The author is not slacking off. JPG. The fat man knelt on the ground, letting out a wail like a pig being slaughtered. After a brief moment of shock, the others also began to harshly reprimand. How can you harm your companions like this? Yeah, even if he speaks unpleasantly, you can't just resort to violence. We were already short on people, and now we've lost combat strength. Do you want our mission to fail? For a moment, Chen Yan became the target of everyone's criticism. Of course, they didn't know Chen Yan, nor did they know the Bloodhand Butcher. Otherwise, even with 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to speak like that. Chen Yan casually glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, don't just talk. Why not try taking action? Everyone's verbal sparring immediately ceased. Take action? The people present weren't fools. The slash just now was swift and fierce, clearly indicating that this person's combat ability is not low. Acting rashly might not end well. The sleazy fat man had already picked up his severed arm, and a green light emanated from his hand, quickly reattaching the arm. It seems he truly has healing abilities. Shin said, "You, come here and heal her injuries. But if you touch a single strand of her hair, whichever hand touches her, I'll cut off that hand." With that attitude of yours? You want me to treat her wounds? Impossible. The chubby man hurriedly hid behind the crowd, sneering, "Apologize to me first, then beg me. Otherwise, stop dreaming. Heh, I'm a precious medic. Everyone will treat me as an important companion and protect me. You hit me, so you must bear the appropriate consequences. You apologize to me first, then I'll go treat that girl. When she wakes up, she'll even develop a liking for me." What does it mean to show off and slap someone in the face? This is what it means to show off and slap someone in the face. Chen Yan stood up and approached the fat man step by step. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." The remaining people couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in front of the fat man. From the side, a man took out a heavy wolf-tooth club weighing 1,000 pounds and smashed it down hard toward Chen Yan's forehead, the dull sound of bone colliding with metal. Boom! Chen Yan was unharmed. However, the spirit-infused wolf fawn club actually bent. What? After being tempered with martial saint elixirs and dragon blood, Chen Yan's physical body had already reached a level where it was invincible among those of the same realm based on sheer physical strength alone. A blood-red hand directly slapped him away, spinning him several times in midair before he crashed to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. "Get lost! Stop him! Stop him!" The fat man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Chen Yan was in a very bad mood at the moment. The chilling murderous aura instantly scared the others into retreating hurriedly. They had a feeling that this guy would really kill. If this continues, let alone the upcoming extermination mission, there will be casualties in the safe house. Wait. I'll help you treat him. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The terrified fat man finally gave in. Under Chen Yan's supervision, he was forced to start treating Lu Lin. The fat man said exhaustedly, "I did my best. She's not in any danger and will wake up soon." After a while, after speaking, he immediately fled to the others, resembling a fat old mouse. Chen Yan no longer had the mood to deal with him. The priority was to wait for Lu Lin to wake up and then ask her about the situation. After all, once the mission in the reverse world was completed, she would be transported back. It's obvious that she's facing another peril. The others are whispering and discussing. He's not completing the mission with us? Instead, he's taking care of that unconscious woman over there. Forget about him, we'll go fight the demons ourselves. That won't do. We put in all the effort to complete the task and he does nothing but still gets the reward. Why should that be? Exactly. People like him only know how to act tough in their own circle. We can't let him lie around and reap the benefits. The chubby man sneered. "I actually have an idea. We'll go provoke that 9-headed demon bird and lure it over. That guy won't run away in order to protect the woman and will be forced to fight. Borrowing the monster's hand to kill. I'm so clever. Alright, let's do it this way." A group of people began to take action. A gloomy urban area, a somber sky, a city seemingly shrouded in smog. They searched everywhere and finally found the mission target. In the center of a square, a gigantic monstrous bird with 9 heads was lying on the ground, sleeping. Its size was comparable to a helicopter. The group watched from a distance, their hearts pounding with fear. The 9-headed demon bird, also known as the ghost car, is a creature from the classic of mountains and seas. Such a massive size. This monster must be at least 3rd tier or higher, right? How do we lure it over there? The fat man chuckled and said, "It's simple. I'll fire a shot at it here, and it will definitely be drawn by the bullets. Then, I'll escape to the area near that kid's hiding spot." The others asked, "How will you get away yourself?" As a medic, of course, I have a protective artifact. An invisibility cloak that can completely conceal my figure. Just wait and watch the show. A gunshot shattered the silence of the reverse world. Bang! The 9-headed demon bird suddenly opened its eyes. All 9 heads rose simultaneously, scanning in all directions like serpents. Those pairs of pupils resembled enchanting red gemstones. "Come on!" the fat man shouted from a distance. The 9-headed demon bird immediately locked onto the target, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, its massive black wings stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Gotcha! The 9-headed demon bird flapped its wings and flew away, while the fat man led the way toward the building where Chen Yan was located. Several of those heads opened their mouths, with terrifying flames about to burst forth. "That's about it, bye-bye." The fat man immediately put on the invisibility cloak, and his figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Several pillars of fire, like jets from high-pressure flamethrowers, poured down from the sky, instantly turning the building where Chen Yan was into a sea of flames. Boom! 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 The blazing flames roared, illuminating the gloomy sky. The chubby man and several others hid in the shadows, gloating. "Well done. Serves him right. Let him act arrogant. Arrogant my foot. Didn't expect this demonic bird to be so powerful. They should all be burned to death inside. I guess even if we we join forces, we're no match for this demonic bird. How about abandoning the mission to save our lives? Just as they were discussing their next plan. Makes sense. A figure emerged from the raging inferno. He's not dead. What? The blood barrier around him dissipated, revealing Chen Nian's figure. He was holding Lu Lin in his arms, his expression indifferent. Look up. Only the enormous demon bird was seen hovering in midair. Its wings stirred up a fierce black storm, tearing everything on the street apart, with countless cracks appearing on the ground and buildings. Chen Nian raised his hand. All the energy in his body gathered into his fist and erupted. Dragon Fist, Inch Force. A mighty dragon soared from the ground, piercing the demonic bird on the spot. Boom! In the next instant, the ensuing force shattered the nine-headed body in midair. Blood and flesh scattered across the sky, like a torrential downpour. Blood strength permanently plus 6%. Chen Nian threw a punch, blasting the nine-headed demon bird into nothing but dust. Holding a blood-red umbrella over his head, he carried Lu Lin as he walked through the blood rain, his indifferent pupils exuding an intense chill. The awe-inspiring scene left everyone stunned in place. The nine-headed demon bird was instantly killed by him. Is he still human? What just happened? Impossible, impossible. Some held their heads in their hands, some trembled uncontrollably, and others had eyes filled with terror. Under normal circumstances, having a teammate like this would be an incredible advantage, allowing the mission to be completed effortlessly. No one present could feel happy, because they had just been trying to put Chen Nian to death and were standing by, ready to watch the drama unfold. What do we do now? He's not going to take revenge on us, is he? Don't run, and don't panic. Let's stay calm and just say that monster is our past self, unrelated to us. Alright, let's say that. When Chen Nian walked over, no one ran away. Instead, they greeted her with relaxed expressions. Impressive, brother, truly impressive. We were just getting ready to come over and help, but we didn't expect you to take care of the monster all by yourself. Big brother, I guess we've latched onto a strong ally. Ha! Amid the crowd's flattery and praise, Chen Nian's cold voice suddenly rang out. You think I don't know anything? The air suddenly fell silent. A burst of black mist emerged, transforming into a giant black wolf beside Chen Nian. Magical beast, greedy wolf. Its entire body tensed, center of gravity lowered, blood-red pupils fixed on the crowd ahead, scorching saliva dripping onto the ground. Just being stared at by the greedy wolf made everyone feel a chill down their spines, and even their breathing became heavy. What kind of monster is this? Wait, don't act rashly, brother. It was all that fat guy's idea. He's the one who wanted to lure the monster to attack you. Yeah, we had no idea about it. Chen Nian gave a cold order. Tan Lang, leave no one alive. Kill them all. Tan Lang shot out like lightning, directly biting off the head of one of the men. As soon as the words fell, screams erupted as the rest desperately tried to flee. The activity range of the reverse world is limited. They were like chicks trapped in a cage, only to be hunted one by the greedy wolf. Each death was more tragic than the last. The fat culprit hid in a corner, his heart pounding to the extreme, drenched in sweat, with his pants already soaked. He had wet himself long ago. Who could have imagined that person possessed such terrifying strength, not only killing the demon bird single-handedly but also wiping out everyone else? Luckily, I have an invisibility cloak, so I managed to escape unscathed. The fat man was feeling fortunate in his heart. Suddenly, the terrifying greedy wolf had already approached, its nose sniffing around as if it had caught a scent of something. You don't think? No one knows you're hiding here, right? Chen Nian's voice rang out. The fat man tightly covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound, but the pungent smell of urine had already uncontrollably flowed onto the ground. It was this that gave away his position. Greedy wolf, have you ever had dessert? Remember, take small bites, one at a time. Don't use too much force. I don't want to see him die too quickly. The voracious wolf immediately charged out, tearing off the fat man's arm in one bite, quickly chewing it up and swallowing it. Ow! Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the fat man finally revealed his figure. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. For the sake of me helping you save someone. Chen Nian suddenly walked over and kicked Tan Lang on the butt. Stop eating so fast. If you keep eating like this, I won't feed you anymore. Got it? Ow! Tan Lang let out a pitiful whimper. Chen Nian paid no further attention, turned around, and left. Behind her, the sound of wailing continued, gradually fading away until it could no longer be heard. Soon, the greedy wolf devoured all the corpses, growing significantly stronger. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the mission timer to end. Lu Lin was placed to the side, lying down, while Chen Nian sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing spiritual energy. Several hours later, Lu Lin finally showed some movement, his eyelashes trembling slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. How are you feeling? Chen Nian asked with concern. Lu Lin seemed a bit dazed, blinking expressionlessly. Am I dreaming? Or is she already dead? Is this a revolving lantern? Because she was first sucked into the painting, arriving at an abandoned village, where the previously missing 190 people were all in that village, already torn apart by a giant monster. The name of the painting, village and monster, came from this. Of course, she was also constantly being hunted by the monster, her, but fortunately, her strength was strong enough to keep delaying and escaping. In the end, to conceal her presence, she sealed her entire body with ice crystals and buried herself deep underground to hide. The turning point came when she also received a mission from the reverse world and prepared to teleport there to rest and recover from her injuries and fatigue. But unexpectedly, she was discovered by that terrifying monster just before entering the reverse world. Her protective ice crystals were shattered, and she suffered severe internal and external injuries. She could only desperately continue to flee until, in the final moment of consciousness, she teleported into the reverse world. There was no consciousness afterward, until waking up now. Upon waking up, she found that most of her injuries had healed, and the first person she saw was actually Chen Yan. So, she thought this was a dream or a fleeting vision. Chen Yan. Lu Lin bit her lip and said with an extremely serious expression, "Can I be friends with you?" If it were under normal circumstances, she would only say such things in her heart. But since it was a dream or a fleeting vision, she had no concerns and finally mustered the courage to say it out loud. Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh. "What nonsense are you talking about? We've been friends for a long time." "Really?" Lu Lin blinked innocently. "But you never said so." How should I explain this to you? Being friends is different from being boyfriend and girlfriend. It doesn't require a formal declaration or a certificate. It's just something everyone understands implicitly." Lu Lin was very happy. It turned out we had already been friends for a long time. Oh, she worked hard to complete high difficulty tasks and kept striving to catch up, all just to qualify to be friends with Chen Yan. "But I'm not as strong as you. Let me correct you on that. Being friends doesn't require everyone to be equally strong. It's not about being perfectly matched." All the doubts and worries in her heart were affirmed. Oh, Lu Lin was very happy, though it was a kind of expressionless happiness. She felt this carousel trip was worth it. After expressing her heartfelt thoughts, there was still one thing she wanted to do. Seeing how those girls usually held hands while going to the cafeteria or the restroom together, she thought that's what friends should be like. Unfortunately, she had never done such a thing herself. Her hands were icy cold, surely no one would want to hold hands with her. Taking this opportunity, she wanted to give it a try. So without asking whether Chen Yan agreed or not, after all, it was just a dream, she went ahead and held his hand, interlocking all 5 fingers. "Chen Yan, how about we talk about serious matters first? You should still be in danger right now, right?" Lu Lin. She tilted her head again, clearly still not realizing this wasn't a dream. "What I mean is, what kind of danger did you encounter? After leaving the reverse world, I can figure out a way to save you." Lu Lin's mind instantly froze, his body stiffening like a delicate doll. She hugged her legs and immediately buried her head in her knees. In the next moment, piercing cold ice spread out from her as the center. "Wait, hey, what are you doing?" Soon, Lu Lin turned into an ice sculpture, sealing himself inside, so shy that she shut herself off. After Lu Lin's self-isolation ended, Chen Yan immediately asked her about the situation. She learned the key information. She was trapped in a painting called The Village and the Monster. Everyone who went missing had been sucked into the painting, and she was the only one still alive. Inside, there was a giant monster, like Godzilla, hunting her down. "I don't know how to leave the painting." "Alright, I understand the situation," Shin said. "After I get out, I'll first request support from the bureau and then rush to save you as quickly as possible. Try to hold on." Lu Lin nodded obediently. His gaze still wandered on the ground, not daring to look at Chen Yan. "If we make it out alive, I'll give you something." "Thank you." Chen Yan asked curiously, "What is it?" "It can't be another pill, can it?" "Confidential." Soon, the mission countdown ended. The two were about to say goodbye, each being transported back to their original location. "Take care of yourself. Wait for me." Crusade mission completed. Ladder points plus 300. Current ladder points, 1700. The moment the mission was completed, a surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded Chen Yan's entire body, causing his level to rise once again. LV90. Only a step away from the great perfection of the mountain-moving realm. Chen Yan returned to the real world and immediately contacted headquarters at the fastest speed. "I know where Lu Lin is. She's trapped inside a painting." Upon learning the situation, headquarters immediately directed the on-site investigators to carry out a rescue operation. Of course, Chen Yan was not at ease, so she personally flew swiftly on her sword to Zhujiang City, arriving at the so-called Horror Art Museum. There was a cordon at the entrance of the art gallery, with several law enforcement officers on duty. Chen Yan stepped forward and was immediately stopped by the security personnel. 749 investigator. Chen Yan presented her credentials. "Apologies, please proceed." Chen Yan crossed the police line and immediately saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that Director Li's colleague, Mentor Zhang Xin? If memory serves, she is Lu Lin's aunt. It seems she must be deeply concerned about Lu Lin, to the point of coming to the scene herself. "Mentor Zhang? Chen Yan, why are you here?" "I wanted to come and check the situation. How is it now? Have you found Lu Lin?" "No, I've already gone to see that painting myself, but I couldn't find a way in. It's driving me crazy." "I'll go in and take a look too. There are 2 investigators inside. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to go in. It's it's against the rules. Chen Yan smiled. Don't worry, Director Zhang. What I do has always been against the rules. True. Zhang Xian forced a pale smile and did not stop her further. Although the two investigators inside are experienced investigators of the fifth realm, she always has a feeling that when Chen Yan arrives, there might be a turning point. This young man gives off a very reliable impression. Art Gallery Hall. Chen Yan had just walked in and saw the two investigators sitting on the exhibition platform smoking. Now Lu Lin's life or death is uncertain, yet as investigators carrying out a mission, they are so careless? A surge of anger involuntarily rose in his heart. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? 749, Chen Yan. Hearing this name, both investigators were momentarily stunned. Bloodhand Butcher, Martial Saint's disciple, and Special Merit are all his code names. What are you here for? To assist with the investigation. The Bureau's orders? Personal will, concern for a friend. What do you mean, interfering in another investigator's task without permission? You don't trust our abilities? The two questioned, their brows furrowed with a clear expression of displeasure. Although Chen Yan is very capable, he is ultimately a junior, and acting this way is far too disrespectful to his seniors. Not very trustworthy. Chen Yan ignored the two and began investigating in the hall on his own. Damn it, look at how arrogant he is. We've already investigated that painting and found nothing. Can he do it? Soon, Chen Yan found the painting. Village and Monster. The painting depicts a ruined village, with people desperately fleeing for their lives, while a giant monster chases them from behind. Lu Lin said she was trapped in this painting, but whether it was the two investigators just now or Director Zhang, they had already investigated this painting without any progress. How can Lu Lin be rescued, or how can one enter the painting? Just as Chen Yan was closely examining the painting, a sudden voice unexpectedly sounded from behind. Finally, I've been waiting for you, the 190-second sacrifice. The moment she heard the voice, a blood-red blade appeared in Chen Yan's hand, and she swung it back in a crescent arc, but the blade passed through the man's body without causing any real harm. It was a man dressed in a white magician's outfit. Behind, a massive vortex suddenly appeared on the painting, swallowing Chen Yan. Snap! Ha! The man revealed a sinister smile. At that moment, two other senior investigators arrived. You are the mastermind behind this. The two investigators launched a fierce attack from the left and right. Take action. But their attacks still passed through the enemy's body, causing no substantial harm. The man in the magician's outfit stood elegantly in place, like a magician waiting for the curtain to rise and the drama to begin. Allow me to introduce myself to you both. I am the ghost painter from the 10,000 Demons Hall. I enjoy painting and killing. Where's that kid Chen Yan? Seems like he got sucked into the painting. The ghost painter grinned. Soon, you two will witness a grand opening. Please look forward to it. His ability allows him to materialize monsters from his paintings into reality, provided he has a large number of sacrifices. This time, the monster he painted requires not only the previous 190 ordinary people sacrificed but also 2 psychics. Once all the sacrifices are killed by the monster in the painting, this terrifying monster will materialize into reality. This means that if Chen Yan and Lu Lin are gone, the monster will come to life. Chen Yan was drawn into the painting and arrived at that dilapidated village. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in bloodstains, severed limbs, and scattered bones, with the air filled with the stench of blood and decay. The visibility of the surrounding environment was very poor, almost entirely shrouded in white fog. Lu Lin! Chen Yan shouted a few times, but she couldn't find Lu Lin's location. Instead, she attracted footsteps as heavy as an earthquake. A gigantic monster, resembling Godzilla, emerged from the thick fog and began chasing Chen Yan. Bang! 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 This monster stood tens of meters tall, its body covered in black scales as hard as steel, with a head resembling a dinosaur's and a tail like a giant python sweeping away everything on the ground. Chen Yan quickly retreated, drawing the bowstring as she moved. A blood moon arrow shot out from the great bow. Unexpectedly, it failed to even damage its scales. Boom! A rough estimate suggested that this monster was at least 6th rank. Chen Yan was temporarily at a loss and could only run for now. Unexpectedly, the world within the painting wasn't very large. There were air walls on all sides, and the actual area for movement was limited to this village. No matter where she ran, the monster could always locate her. A cold hand reached out from the thick fog and, catching her off guard, pulled Chen Yan behind a wooden cabin. Suddenly, Lu Lin? Before Chen Yan could speak, a layer of ice sealed his body. It wasn't until the monster's voice gradually faded into the distance that the ice slowly melted, and the girl beside him was Lu Lin. It can sense sound and temperature. No wonder it needs to be sealed with ice. In the monster's vision, I must appear as a red blob, like a thermal imaging view. Why did you come in? Lu Lin finally asked. That painting sucked me in. But it's fine, friends should share blessings and face hardships together, Chen Yan said nonchalantly. Lu Lin nodded, thinking it made a lot of sense. It wasn't that big at first. When I came in, there were still many survivors. After they were all killed, it grew to this size. So, it can kill people to become stronger? Those who are sucked into the painting become some kind of offering that strengthens the monster. Chen Yan immediately understood the logic. No wonder Zhang Xian and the other two investigators were fine, but she was the one sucked into the painting. Because they are stronger, while my level is relatively low. If it absorbs a stronger person who defeats the monster, the cycle will be broken, so it only absorbs weaker people. Maybe, as long as we defeat this monster, we can get out smoothly. Defeat? Lu Lin looked at Chen Yan expressionlessly, as if to say, are you joking? A monster close to the 6th tier in strength probably requires someone at the 6th realm to defeat. Even if someone is extraordinarily gifted and capable of fighting across realms, it would still take someone at the 5th realm, right? Only Chen Yan, and only he, can do it. Alright, within his body, there is a power left behind by a martial saint. Although unleashing that powerful force would cause internal injuries to oneself at this life and death moment, when else would it be used? The two began to formulate a plan. To deliver a fatal blow, Chen Yan must push this force to its limit, so it's best to use it at close range. The plan is for Lu Lin to attract attention from the front, while Chen Yan attacks the monster's head from behind. Opportunity only comes once. Action. The two started running separately, one in front and one behind. Lu Lin created several ice spikes and shot them out, attacking the monster from the front, immediately drawing its attention. So the monster began to launch a frenzied attack on her, shooting beams of energy from its pupils, blasting the ground into a pockmarked mess. Lu Lin narrowly and dangerously dodged. The monster stomped down with a foot, like a meteor crashing to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently and crack open with numerous ravines in an instant. The shockwave from the airflow alone was enough to send Lu Lin's petite figure flying. Taking advantage of the gap, Chen Yan had already stepped onto the flying sword and soared into the air, circling around from behind and successfully landing on the monster's head. The power hidden within his body was activated by him. In an instant, the strength of the martial saint surged like a violent tsunami, forcefully flooding Chen Yan's limbs and bones. He felt his entire body burning like a branding iron, his internal meridians on the verge of exploding, and his bones seemed to tremble and wail, ready to collapse at any moment. No wonder, the power of the martial saint. If it weren't for his body being tempered by dragon blood, he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Raised his fist. All the strength in his body was fully concentrated in his fist. Aim at the monster's forehead and throw a punch. Inch force. This time, it's not the first level of inch force, but the second level, C-splitter. Named Dragon Fist Inch Force C-splitter. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of this punch surpasses Lemon's full force strike. The monster's forehead exploded on the spot like a watermelon. Bang! The force of the punch pierced downward like a domineering azure dragon, instantly shattering the monster's massive body into pieces, with flesh and blood scattering everywhere. In the end, the monster became countless fragments of flesh and blood, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Blood strength plus 10%, divine gift acquired. Chen Yan also fell from mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground. His skin cracked, blood vessels ruptured, and his entire body bled like a blood-soaked figure. It worked. This is the price of forcibly using the power of a martial saint. It was still too much to bear, but fortunately, the monster was slain. Chen Yan. Lu Lin ran over, saw Chen Yan in this state, and without saying a word, raised his hand and started freezing him. Don't worry, I'm in good shape. Not that easy to kill. Wait, why are you freezing me? To stop the bleeding, Lu Lin said expressionlessly. My serious injuries are internal. The external ones don't affect me. Stop freezing. You're turning me into an ice sculpture. Even if we freeze into ice sculptures, we can always remain friends. Damn, are you a Yandere or what? Lu Lin often carved cute ice sculptures herself, such as ice sculpture rabbits and ice sculpture kittens, which was one of her hobbies in her spare time. Then, Chen Yan summoned the greedy wolf. Let it feast on the corpse of this monster. The greedy wolf had already devoured many corpses, and its body had now transformed into a giant black wolf, with its strength reaching the peak of the 3rd tier. It seemed that its strength would only surpass Chen Yan by one realm, not by much more. Greedy wolf has comprehended the ability transformation. Transformation can temporarily become a devoured prey and gain its strength and abilities. An unexpected bonus? Chen Yan was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean that greedy wolf can transform into that terrifying giant creature? Even though it's temporary, it's still quite powerful. At critical moments, it can surpass the strength of a 6th tier powerhouse. Next, Chen Yan activated the divine gift, and 3 options immediately appeared before him. 1. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. 2. Blood strength plus 3%. 3. Blood monarch attack range increased by 4 meters. Chen Yan thought briefly and chose 3, the Blood King, as his most comprehensive means of attack and defense. The benefits of increased range were quite significant. Now the attack range has increased from 6 meters to 10 meters, further enhancing his overall combat capabilities. The blood intensity boost had already reached 128%, and with an additional 2%, he could receive a new round of divine blessings. After devouring the corpse, the greedy wolf held something in its mouth and brought it over to Chen Yan, looking like a pet seeking praise from its owner. What's this? Chen Chen Yan took it in his hand and saw that the saliva-covered object was a black core, seemingly something that had fallen out of the monster's body. Hold on to it for now, we can study it slowly once we're outside. After the monster died, the thick fog dissipated and the two finally had a clear view. At the end of the ruined village, they discovered a spatial vortex, which seemed to be the exit. It had likely been obscured by the fog before, making it hard to notice. Look, there's a spatial vortex over there. Help me over. I asked you to help me, not hold my hand. What are you doing? Holding hands like we're going to the restroom together. All right, outside. Oh, two senior investigators were toyed with by the ghost painter. He was like a phantom, immune to any attacks. He could freely move between different paintings and use the weapons within them to attack the two. For instance, in a painting of a knight wielding a greatsword, the sword in the painting was actually thrown out by him, shooting toward the two and embedding 3 inches into the wall. No, this won't work. Should we just destroy the entire art gallery? But those two were sucked into the painting. They're probably not going to survive. The massive painting Village and Monster revealed a spatial vortex. Suddenly, Chen Yan and Lu Lin supported each other as they emerged. The man in the white magician's outfit, upon witnessing this scene, no longer displayed his usual composed elegance but instead showed intense shock. Two sacrifices escaped from the monster's pursuit in the painting? The other two investigators were also stunned, their hearts surging with shock. They had thought this kid was doomed, but not only was he fine, he actually rescued another girl? What senior investigators couldn't accomplish, he did. Hurry and get out. This person is a demon listed on the Hall of 10,000 Demons, extremely dangerous. Hua Gui's face was grim, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging from his skin, and an uncontrollable rage erupted like a volcano. You dare to run away, dare to desecrate my artwork? Unforgivable, unforgivable. In that case, I'll have to forcibly summon Asteros. Although its power will be somewhat diminished, it will still be enough to kill you. He crouched halfway to the ground, and the moment his gloved hand touched the ground, a massive purple magic circle instantly appeared. That's right, this was a summoning circle used to summon the monsters from the painting. According to the plan, once Asteros killed all the sacrifices and was summoned, he would become a 7th-tier monster. Now, due to the escape of Chen Yan and the other person, the sacrifices were incomplete, forcing him to use his own blood essence to summon. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat onto the ground, and the magic array instantly surged with a terrifying airflow as a dark purple pillar of light shot into the sky. Put! Such a large-scale summoning array, it seems he has been planning this for a long time. The monster is about to be summoned. What are you standing there for? Run! Two senior investigators were already thinking of retreating, but they saw Chen Yan and Lu Lin standing still in place. Are you looking for death? If you don't leave now, no one will be able to save you. Chen Yan shrugged, looking indifferent, and said nothing. Ignore him, this kid thinks too highly of himself, looks down on everyone, and if he dies, it's not our fault. The two smashed through the art gallery's wall, escaped outside, and looked at the towering purple beam of light with secret apprehension. Go! But nothing happened, and no monsters were summoned. After a while, are you done posing? Chen Yan asked. The painting ghost, half kneeling on the ground, had a face full of confusion. Impossible, why is this happening? Why isn't Astros responding to my call? Maybe it's asleep, why don't you try again? The ghost painter spat out another mouthful of blood. Come out, Astros. However, there was still no response. His pupils trembled uncontrollably. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening? The two investigators outside were also puzzled. What's going on? All bark and no bite? Are you trying to scare people with a dud firecracker? Chen Yan dug her ear. Not a good business, sorry to interrupt, but actually, I already killed that monster. What did you say? Nonsense, nonsense. The ghost painter stood up, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Chen Yan. Even if it hasn't reached its complete form, it still has the strength of the 6th tier. Can someone at the 2nd realm like you kill a 6th tier monster? Absolutely impossible. But if that's not the case, then why hasn't Asteros responded to my summons? Could it really be? No. How could this kid possibly have such power? Chen Yan took out a black crystal core. This thing burst out from the monster's body. What is it? The moment he saw the black crystal core, Hua Gui's heart skipped a beat, and goosebumps instantly rose all over his body. The reason he was so unpredictable, the reason those two investigators couldn't harm him, was because he had sealed his own heart inside this crystal and hidden it in the safest place within his painting. As long as others cannot destroy this crystal, it is impossible to kill him. This young man is now holding the crystal. Does it mean that he really killed Astros? I don't know what this is. The ghost painter tried hard to keep a calm expression and stepped closer to Chen Yan and the other person step by step. That is his only weakness. If the crystal shatters, he will die. But he was also afraid of the boy's impulsiveness, so he did not attack directly but approached slowly. Give it to me, and I will spare your lives. How about that? Chen Yan smiled. If you take one more step forward, I'll crush this thing. The ghostly figure immediately stopped in its tracks, as if suddenly frozen like a statue. Look at you, so scared. Actually, I was just bluffing. What Chen Yan just said was a test. If the other party didn't care about this crystal, crystal, they definitely wouldn't have stopped walking. But he stopped instantly, proving that he cared, and not just a little. This is getting interesting. Kneel on the ground, raise your hands, and make sure not to move recklessly, okay? Chen Yan held the crystal in his hand, smiling cheerfully. Painting the ghost, he had no choice but to comply. Thinking of him, a renowned demon on the 10,000 demon palaces list, an elegant painter, now humiliated by someone in the mountain-moving realm, an extraordinary disgrace. At this moment, the other two senior investigators returned. As soon as they came back, they witnessed this jaw-dropping scene. Not buddies? Just now, you looked like you were ready to destroy the world, so why are you suddenly kneeling now? Weren't you so graceful before, playing us in the palm of your hand? Why are you acting like a grandson in front of Chen Yan now? What on earth is going on? Chen Yan calmly said, now I can be sure, this thing is your weakness, you're very afraid of it being destroyed. Seize him. Two senior investigators immediately took action and subdued the painting ghost. Overjoyed in my heart. Unexpectedly, we managed to capture such a dangerous character out of nowhere. If we bring him back to 749, even though the main credit won't be ours, we'll still have secondary credit. Chen Yan, hand that thing over to us for safekeeping, and we'll help you bring him back to 749. When we report it, we'll write you as the primary contributor. That's right, Chen Yan. After all, it was the two of us who took on the task to investigate. If you finish the job, we won't be able to save face. In the future, if there are any benefits, we'll also look out for you. Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. These two hadn't done much, yet they still wanted to save face and take a share of the credit? Where would you find such an easy deal? Who told you I was planning to take him in? Chen Yan directly crushed the crystal core. Crack! Ah! The ghost painter let out a blood-curdling wail. He immediately curled up on the ground, his body deforming and melting, leaving behind only a white magician's outfit. Blood strength plus 8%, divine gift acquired. Just took down a powerful demon, big profit. Two senior investigators stood frozen in place. They never expected Chen Yan to even forego the credit for containment. This time, the mission report will look quite bad. The two of them have no credit to their name. The credit for killing the demon and rescuing investigator 749 all belongs to Chen Yan. Let's go, Lu Lin. Chen Yan rested one hand on Lu Lin's shoulder and was slowly helped out. Yes, the two had just come out and happened to run into Zhang Xin. Lin. Zhang Xin hugged tightly, holding Lu Lin, who was like a doll, firmly in his arms. You scared me to death, kid. Are you okay? After a round of questioning, Zhang Xin finally understood the whole story. It turns out that if it weren't for Chen Yan, Lu Lin might have truly faced life and death. Who would have thought that Lin Lin's judgment was quite sharp? The first time he met Chen Yan, he expressed a desire to be friends with him. Looking at it now, that friendship was absolutely worth it. How many people would risk their lives to save a friend? Don't be fooled by how Chen Yan is described by others as the ruthless and decisive bloodhand butcher. When it comes to the people around him, there's nothing to criticize. Good boy, if you ever make a mistake in the future, when our mentor holds a discussion meeting, I will definitely speak up for you. Zhang Xin was very protective. Now, in her eyes, Chen Yan felt as close as a nephew. Under her escort, the two successfully returned to room 749. This time, even Chen Yan was admitted to the medical department for hospitalization, as the forced use of high-level power had caused damage to his meridians that required treatment. Chen Yan lay on the hospital bed resting, while Lu Lin sat by the bedside watching her. I just need a few days of rest. You don't have to keep watching me. This is for you. Seeing Lu Lin holding a smooth pill in his palm and handing it over, Chen Yan suddenly remembered that she had said she would give her something after leaving. What kind of healing pill is this? Lu Lin shook his head. Pashao pill, a reward for completing a hidden task. After taking it, you can break through to the Pashao realm. Being able to directly break through to the Pashao realm, this effect is quite powerful. After killing that demon earlier, Chen Yan happened to absorb a portion of spiritual energy into his body. His level is already LV 100, meaning all 100 spiritual apertures in his body are completely filled. But this doesn't mean that one can break through the realm just like that. Breaking through requires comprehension, talent, and state of mind. It's a rather metaphysical thing. For example, Xu Wowan suddenly gained enlightenment after throwing 3 punches and instantly became a saint. That's why this thing is so precious. It can allow Chen Yan to break through without any obstacles. You're not using it yourself? I have already broken through. When did that happen? At that time. In that small room in the reverse world, Lu Lin woke up and saw Chen Yan. After hearing him personally acknowledge their friendship, Lu Lin's state of mind changed at that moment, which became the opportunity for her breakthrough. She had already broken through the sky, so naturally, she no longer needed this. However, it didn't diminish the item's value, as it was a reward for a hidden quest, something others would likely fight over. Thanks, then, Chen Yan said, accepting the pill. Share blessings and endure hardships together. She strictly adhered to the principles of friendship. Chen Yan chuckled, thinking to himself that these days, friends who share hardships are plenty. For instance, hey, I'm a bit short on cash lately, can you lend me me some? But sharing blessings? That's non-existent. After a meal, you still have to split the bill evenly. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open casually, and two people walked in. It was the two roommates, Yi Yaya and Xiai. Chen Yan, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came specially. Oh, you're hiding someone in your golden house. Brother Chen, I brought you some food. Based on my understanding, in your situation, you need to eat more to replenish vitamins, such as, alright, it's fine. Lu Lin was about to leave but was stopped by Chen Yan. Don't go, Lu Lin. These two are my buddies, Lao Ya and Lao Xia. Yi Yada leaned close to Chen Yan's ear. Chen, you wouldn't be trying to flirt with him, would you? What? Jealous? Go to hell. Aren't you two stationed in the harbor district? Did you come back to the bureau just to visit me? You're being narcissistic. We're going to participate in a group training organized by the bureau soon, leaving in a couple of days. Train hard and catch up to your brother Chen as soon as possible. Yi Yada ignored Chen Yan and turned to Lu Lin, extending her hand. Since you have a good relationship with Chen Yan, that makes us buddies too. Lu Lin reached out his hand expressionlessly. Tisk, you're really cold. Yi Yaha pulled a lollipop out of her pocket. Here, have one. No need to be polite. After the killer Chen Yan, chatterbox Xiai, and spicy girl Yi Yaya, the group now had an ice queen, Lu Lin. Office. The mentors are having a meeting with the deputy director. That painting ghost is a great demon of the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Although its rank isn't high, its methods are quite troublesome. Many investigators have tried to deal with it before, but to no avail. He was just killed by Chen Yan like that? Yes, that's exactly what the mission report says, no mistake at all. This kid in the second realm took down a 6th tier? Can he defy the heavens any more than this? Rumor has it that the martial saint left him a trump card. As expected of the martial saint's disciple, the perks are amazing. Li Shao coughed lightly, straightened his posture, and said, before the martial saint, I was his mentor. Look at you, you're probably overjoyed inside. This is your honor. Another mentor said, but although Chen Yan made a contribution, isn't his unauthorized interference in other investigators' tasks against the rules? If everyone did this, it would cause chaos. What rules are being broken? Getting things done is what matters. Zhang Xian immediately retorted, this time, Chen Yan made a contribution, and a significant one at that. Director Zhang, aren't you being a bit too obvious about taking his side? I don't care. Whoever dares to go after him, I'll be at odds with them. Everyone. The two senior investigators have already submitted a complaint regarding Chen Yan's unauthorized interference and are awaiting the outcome. At this moment, the results came out. Are they saying that Chen Yan's overstepping is understandable, and instead of any punishment, they're going to reward her? Damn it, the task for the two of us was snatched by a newcomer who just arrived. How are we supposed to save face after this? Amy, I want to apply for arbitration. So, Amy's virtual avatar popped up. Retrieving task records, adjudicating. Adjudication complete. Investigator Chen Yan assisted a colleague, which is understandable. Your abilities are insufficient. It is recommended to train diligently. Grass. Relevant discussions quickly appeared on the forum. Two senior investigators couldn't complete the task, but Chen Yan solved it as soon as she went. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. How are those two going to get by in the future? Chen Yan actually managed to defeat such a powerful demon? Come on, he's a disciple of one of the 7 saints of the current era, the martial saint. Do you think we are qualified to compare ourselves to him? Chen Yan first opened the divine gift he had stored earlier. Inside the hospital room, the new round of 3 options didn't offer anything particularly good, so Chen Yan directly chose to increase blood regeneration speed by 5%. Then, he took the Pashao pill given by Lu Lin. The pill entered his body. A surge of powerful energy instantly flooded his limbs and bones. Impurities were expelled, his physical body transformed, spiritual apertures expanded, and spiritual power increased. That night at dawn, Chen Yan suddenly opened his eyes. An aura of the sky-breaking realm emanated from his body. The breakthrough was successful. All sequence abilities and martial skills have been further enhanced. Even more surprising is that all internal and external injuries have completely healed, and the body has reached its most perfect peak condition. The phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Yan opened it to take a look. You have been invited to join the group chat, Martial Saints Squad, 3 people. There are 3 people in this discussion group. Chu Wuwang, Ning Meng, Chen Yan. Chu Wuwang and Chen Yan, you forcibly used my power. I bet your body is falling apart now, isn't it? Chen Yan, it's fine, thanks to the power left by Master. Ning Meng, I was originally planning to take you to the 100 Refinements sect for training tomorrow, but since you're injured, forget it. This grand aunt won't go either. Chu Wuwang, Ning Meng, you're not coming either? Ning Meng, if this kid isn't going, why should I? Don't tell me you think this grand aunt is eager to train with you? Chen Yan, no problem, my injury is already healed. Chu Wuwang, Ning Meng? Chu Wuwang, impossible, you must have suffered serious internal injuries. You're probably lying on a hospital bed right now. Do you think your master is a fool? Chen Yan, by the way, I broke through a level. I'm almost fully recovered. Chu Wuwang, broke through? You're pretty fast, not bad for my my disciple. So, are you all coming to the 100 Refinement Sect tomorrow? Chen Yan, sure. Ning Meng at Chen Yan, while you're at it, bring a few cups of milk tea for your senior sister from the city. Make it with 10 parts sugar. Chen Yan, no problem. Ning Meng, Xialongnu is also clamoring to come play with me. She wants you to bring her some tasty snacks, such a foodie dragon. Chen Yan, alright, see you tomorrow. Chen Yan greeted directorly and then headed out. The next day, bought a snack gift pack, several cups of milk tea, all stored in the storage pouch, then flew on the sword towards the 100 Refinements Sect. The 100 Refinements Sect was a sect founded by Chu Wuwang, as the name suggests, forged through countless trials. Those who train within are all course warriors, focusing solely on an invincible physical body, never practicing any spells. However, even so, the 100 Refinements Sect remains one of the most powerful sects, as having a sage in residence is enough to attract people from all over the world. Upon arrival, Chen Yan had just descended from the air when he saw hundreds of disciples in the mountains, climbing while crouch jumping, each carrying a massive 1,000-pound boulder on their backs. Following the sound, he looked down and saw a young girl waving at him. Shan Yan. The bright morning light adorned her radiant smile, and her silver hair, gilded with a golden glow, was as exquisite as a work of art. Wherever she stood, that spot became the most beautiful scenery in the mountains. Beside her stood a little girl with her arms crossed over her chest. Chen Yan directed the flying sword to descend. Xianlong, senior sister Ningmeng, did you bring us something delicious? Xianlong smacked her lips, her eyes sparkling. I did. Chen Yan took out the items from the storage pouch. Senior sister, your milk tea. At least you know how to behave. Ning Meng snorted with satisfaction, sipping the overly sweet milk tea, her eyes curving into a smile. This pouch is full of snacks, spicy strips, biscuits, beef jerky, pistachios. If you like them, I'll bring you more next time. I brought you something too. Xianlong took out a delicate little porcelain bottle from her waist. Here you go. What's inside? Dragon blood. If you lose control again next time, you can drink it to suppress it. This. Chen Yan hurriedly accepted the porcelain bottle, glancing at Ning Meng. After all, she had said that if she caught her drinking dragon blood, she would beat her up. Fine. This time you've bribed me, so I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Ning Meng said, then walked through the gate on her own. Inside the Bai Lian sect, a quick glance revealed nearly 100 disciples in gray training uniforms practicing boxing in the square. It's here. Chu Wuwang saw the group and a smile spread across his face. Is that the new disciple the sect master just took in? Judging by the aura, it's just the Prashao realm. Doesn't seem all that impressive. A male disciple with thick eyebrows and big eyes spoke up. Don't gossip about others in private. Senior Chu wouldn't misjudge. That person must have extraordinary talent. Yes, Senior Brother Qin. But who is that little shorty? Ning Meng heard this whispered comment and kicked a piece of rubble on the ground, which happened to hit the disciple's forehead. Ouch! The disciple held his forehead, where a conspicuous blood mark had already appeared. With my physical body, to think I could be injured by a mere pebble. Her strength is terrifying. The male disciple was utterly shocked. Chu Wuwang smiled at Chen Yan and said, today, I'll show you how we train here. Someone, bring a training dummy at the Prashao realm level for him. Soon, several people worked together to move a dummy in front of Chen Yan. This thing can absorb spiritual power and only withstands the strength of the physical body and energy force. An ordinary disciple at the Breaking Sky realm would need a whole month to break one. Qin Lian, come over and try hitting one. Yes. A male disciple named Qin Lian walked over, releasing the aura of the late stage of the Breaking Sky realm. Bang! A punch landed on the dummy. This punch, capable of shattering a massive boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds, failed to shake the dummy's body. Chen Yan, your turn. Your first training task is to break this dummy. Since you're my disciple, the expectations are naturally higher. I'll give you 1 day. Alright. Chen Yan stepped forward, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The disciples of the sect were also curious. What level of strength did Chen Yan truly possess? 1 day? That's too exaggerated. Even Master Qin, at the late stage of the Breaking Sky realm, would need at least 7 days. He's only at the early stage. Chu Wuwang said, Lemon Girl, let this kid practice on his own first. I've arranged other training for you. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a muffled explosion suddenly sounded behind him. Under Chen Yan's dragon fist-inch force, the dummy instantly shattered into pieces, fragments scattered all over the ground. The entire audience gasped. Question mark. 1 punch. I give up. This is just way too terrifying. Wait, maybe that dummy's durability was already low, so he could? No, the dummy I just moved in is brand new. Even Chu Wuwang himself was momentarily stunned in shock. He had given Chen Yan a day, already taking into account his extraordinary talent, but he hadn't expected him to still be able to surprise people. It seems this kid's strength has significantly increased after his breakthrough. Impressive. Xianlong applauded Chen Yan in support. Ning Meng, on the other hand, proudly remarked, that's more like it. As my junior disciple, you're not embarrassing. Master, we can start the next phase of training now. Alright, then I'll let you experience the 1000 refinements room. Anyone here want to compete fight with Chen Nian? I do. I also want to see how big the gap is between me and him. Count me in. Many disciples from various sects joined. The so-called Thousand Trials room. Once you enter, you'll face attacks from mechanisms coming from all directions to temper your body. If you really can't endure it, just lie down. The mechanisms only attack those who are standing. Chen Nian glanced at Ning Meng. Senior sister, with your height, wouldn't you be invincible in there? You darn brat, are you asking for a beating? When everyone had entered and the door closed, the trial of fire and steel began. From all directions, the walls suddenly unleashed various mechanisms, blades, spears, swords, halberds, fists, and even a Gatling gun emerged from the walls, wildly firing at the people inside. Some stopped the weapons with their impenetrable muscles, while others split bullets with their bare hands, showcasing their extraordinary abilities. This time, Chen Nian truly felt how formidable his physical body had become. 1 hour later, almost everyone was exhausted, covered in wounds, and fell to the ground in surrender. Only Chen Nian and Qin Lian were still standing. However, the latter was also bruised and battered, on the verge of collapse, while Chen Nian's muscles still showed no visible injuries. I can't hold on anymore. After speaking, Qin Lian also collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The disciples lay on the ground, looking at Chen Nian, who remained calm and composed, thinking to themselves, what kind of monstrous physique does he have? How is it so much more terrifying than ours, even though we train every day? Of course, not everyone has the chance to drink dragon blood. Shu Wuwan, however, was quite satisfied. It seems we can't judge Chen Nian by the usual standards of the Prashao realm. We'll have to increase the intensity for him. Chen Nian, come with me. I'll have you practice new martial techniques together with Ning Meng. Shu Wuwan led the group to the back mountain of the 100 Refinements sect. You've all mastered the inch force. Next, I'll teach you a leg-based martial technique called Whip Thunder. Let me show you the actual combat effect first. Several hundred meters ahead of them, there was a tall mountain, with a massive waterfall cascading down its front. As soon as Chu Wuwan finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered, and he vanished from his original spot. The next moment, the water flow in the middle of the waterfall was interrupted, and the entire middle section of the mountain was shattered by a single kick, forcibly shortening its height. A whip kick, breaking waterfalls, shattering mountains, as swift as a thunderclap. This is another signature martial skill of Chu Wuwan, Whip Thunder. How was it? In the blink of an eye, Chu Wuwan had already returned. Just a so. Ning Meng pouted. This martial technique consists of a two-stage burst. The first stage is an explosive movement underfoot, instantly closing the distance. The second stage involves a kick, targeting the opponent's forehead, killing them with one strike. Chen Nian suddenly raised her hand. Master, what if someone like senior sister Ning Meng can't reach the opponent's forehead when lifting her leg? Shut the hell up. Ning Meng lifted her leg and kicked Chen Nian. That fierce and aggressive look seemed as if it was about to jump up and hit Chen Nian's knees. Well, you can jump a little higher, Chu Wuang said. Next, I will directly inject the cultivation method of martial techniques into your minds. With that, he pointed his finger. Two streams of energy respectively entered the consciousnesses of Chen Nian and Ning Meng. In the mind, it seems as though a golden little figure is constantly repeating this martial technique, allowing one to observe the essentials at any time. However, when you practice this leg technique, you can't just practice it alone, you need to tie this on. Chu Wuan removed a leg strap from his leg. What is this? As the leg strap fell to the ground, with a loud boom, it smashed a large pit into the ground. Weight training. Chu Wuan laughed and said, Master, I have about 10 of these things tied to my body, each weighing tens of thousands of pounds. I'm already used to it. Does that mean Chu Wuan's thunderous kick, which seemed like teleportation, was performed while carrying hundreds of thousands of pounds of weight? How strong would he be if he removed all the weights from his body? This is the strength of the martial saint. Chen Yan, your cultivation level is relatively low, so just tie 1,000 pounds to each of your limbs. Ning Meng, you tie 3,000 pounds. Soon, Chen Yan had the weights tied on, both hands and feet, a total of 4,000 pounds of weight. Lifting his legs was already difficult. Swinging a weapon was even more exhausting. Fortunately, his physical body had completely transcended the ordinary, allowing him to move normally under such weight. However, executing a thunderous whip kick would still require extensive training. Over the next 2 days, Chen Yan began various training exercises while carrying the weight. For example, kicking wooden stakes, jumping squats up and down the mountain, and so on. After finishing cultivation, in the evening, he had snacks and held a discussion with Qianlong and Ningmeng while playing Gomoku. At night, lying down, Chen Yan idly browsed the 749 forum. I heard that Flying Fish Island has merged with the reverse world, and now there are a lot of monsters on the island. Many people have gone there to train. Such a post caught his attention. Flying Fish Island? Isn't that the place Lao Yet and Lao Xia are going to? Wait, the reverse world merging with reality. A large number of monsters. How come I didn't know about this news? That's a huge number of monsters. Chen Yan immediately called Li Xiao. Oh, yes, that's true. Didn't you go to train with the martial saint? We didn't inform you. Director Li, can I still go now? Sure, I'll let them know. no, you can just go directly. Chen Yan immediately informed Chu Wuang. Alright, but unless absolutely necessary, you must not remove the heavy weight on your body. This thing requires consistent effort to show noticeable results. Yes. After that, Chen Yan said goodbye to Ning Meng and Shen Long, promising to hang out with them next time, and then hurriedly left. On Mount Balian, a subordinate approached Chu Wuang and whispered, "My lord, we found some clues about the Wanma Hall base you asked us to investigate earlier. We should be able to locate it in a couple of days. But, my lord, you usually don't bother with these matters. Why are you personally getting involved this time?" "Heh, the Wanma Hall almost got rid of my disciple. Of course, I have to teach them a lesson." "Chen Yan? But as far as I know, he was the one who actively sought out that ghost painter and even killed him." "I don't care about that. If I don't give them a warning, will every Tom, Dick, and Harry think they can mess with my disciple in the future?" "Yes, I will continue to investigate." Flying Fish Island. The platform was just an ordinary uninhabited island. However, just 2 days ago, Bureau 749 detected an abnormal spatial fusion here, leaving many reverse-world monsters stranded on the island. This happens to be a no-man's land, so many young investigators were sent here for training, including Yiyaya and others. Chen Yan arrived below and saw a campsite with many white tents set up. Could this be the camp established by Bureau 749? Chen Yan, Yiyaya and Xie were already waiting. "We received a message from Director Li saying you were coming. Weren't you training with the Martial Saint? Why are you meddling in this?" "Hey, wherever there are monsters, there I am. I know, Brother Chen is just itching to kill. Any monster he sets his sights on has never survived," Xie said. "Listening to your words is like listening to your words." Chen Yan pulled the two along. "Hurry up, let's go kill monsters. Oh, and please make sure to leave the kills to me. Don't worry, there are plenty of monsters on this island." During the day, we roam around looking for monsters, and at night, we return to the camp to rest. The group began traversing through the jungle on the island. "Chen Yan, hurry up." Yiyaya, of course, didn't know that Chen Yan was carrying a heavy burden, and said irritably, diagnosed as overexertion, "Her legs are all stiff." "Seriously, you're a girl, and all you talk about is overexertion. Can you be a bit more reserved? We're all buddies here, saying stuff like that." "Humph. Brother Chen, Sister Ya, look, there's a monster ahead." Sure enough, 200 meters ahead, a black demon wolf appeared in their line of sight. Yiyaya was the first to arrive but did not take action. Xie also arrived and immediately cast a binding spell. Freeze. As a result, the demon wolf was pinned to the ground, unable to move. They all tacitly prepared to let Chen Yan kill the monster. But just at that moment, another three-person team suddenly cut in from the side. The leader moved swiftly and a long spear pierced through the demon wolf's body. "Sorry about that, you two. We were a bit quicker." Chao Meng slung the long spear over his shoulder, grinning cheekily. "You're done for," Yiyaya said. "How does it end?" "This is Brother Chen's monster, and you snatched it," Xie said. "Brother Chen? Which Brother Chen?" "Ha, I could be Brother Chao." "You two, stop joking around. It's just snatching a monster, not a big deal." Suddenly, two teammates behind him stammered, "Chen." Chen Yan. Hearing this name, Chao Meng's whole body trembled violently. He fixed his gaze and almost popped his eyes out. "The blood-handed butcher Chen Yan, it's really him. When did he come to Flying Fish Island?" Big brother, what should we do? I heard this man is extremely ruthless and kills anyone he sees, which is how he earned the title of blood-handed butcher." Several people kept retreating, their voices trembling. Chen Yan walked over casually, raised her hand. What are you going to do?" Chao Meng turned pale with fright. "You can't possibly want to kill me just because I accidentally took your monster, can you?" Chen Yan's hand patted his shoulder, making goosebumps rise all over him. "We're all colleagues. I'm not some murderous demon. Don't think of me as that bad." Chen Yan smiled faintly. "Yes, indeed, haha, but you stole one of my monsters. Compensating me with 10 should be no problem, right? You better not say there's a problem." Chen Yan began a life of reaping without sowing. He only needed others to capture the monsters, then he would finish them off, reaping the benefits as his blood strength coolly increased. An afternoon passed and he received another round of divine blessings. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. The spiritual apertures were immediately filled with 10. 3. Or's death penalty chains can bind even stronger enemies. Option 3 enhances one's skill sequence, so it's naturally the obvious choice. This is a powerful single-target control skill that can bind stronger enemies, meaning it can control opponents across higher realms. A divine skill for challenging across boundaries. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Yan's arrival on Flying Fish Island is also spreading rapidly. I feel that Chen Yan isn't all that impressive either. Chao Meng, as the victim, said puzzledly, "I saw his movements were clumsy, nothing like the strength the rumors claim. Could it be that others are just exaggerating?" "I think so too. If it's about speed, I even feel like he can't beat me. It's just that there hasn't been a chance to see him truly make a move. I wonder how strong he really is. I also want to know what the Martial Saint saw in him." Of course, Yiyaya and Xie also noticed Chen Yan's unusual behavior. In the evening, the investigators all returned returned to the camp, lit a fire, and ate. Chen Yan and the others sat at one table. Chen Yan, could it be that you have some aftereffects from the injury last time? It's nothing. Chen Yan shook her head with a smile. At this moment, the staff responsible for counting personnel suddenly said, there should be 27 people, but only 26 are present. Someone hasn't returned. Did any of you notice who hasn't come back? It's Lu Sungwen. Earlier, he said he needed to find a place to relieve himself and told us to go ahead. He still hasn't returned after all this time. There were two 5th-tier leaders guiding the group for training. One of them said, I'll go bring him back. These kids really have no sense of time. Amy, locate Lu Sungwen's coordinates. Locating. Coordinates found. Then, a projected map appeared on the terminal, with a blinking red dot on it. The 5th-tier investigator leapt into action and quickly disappeared into the pitch-black forest. No one paid much attention to the matter. With a 5th-tier leader taking action, what could possibly go wrong? Don't kill me. The missing Lu Sungwen was tied naked to a large tree. A demon was standing in front of him. It was a monster with green skin, a bull's head, a fish's body, a snake's tail, and wings on its body. In the classic of mountains and seas, this type of monster is called Lingyu. She resides on this island, often using her magic to confuse passing ships, luring them to the island where she cruelly tortures and devours them. She never expected that suddenly a group of 749 investigators would arrive, and every single one of them was a strong and vigorous young man. Smack, smack, smack. She repeatedly lashed Lu Sungwen's body with her thick tail, leaving bloody wounds one after another, his skin torn and mangled, a horrifying sight. After thoroughly tormenting him, the Lingyu used its horns to disembowel him and began to enjoy the feast. Monster, prepare to die. With a loud shout, a terrifying surge of energy came from afar. It was the 5-realm investigator who had come searching for Lu Sungwen. Oh, I haven't gone looking for you, yet you dare to come knocking at my door. Beast! The investigator swung his blade, but it only struck a fleeting shadow. She had already vanished from the spot, leaving behind a large cloud of pink smoke that completely enveloped the area. Come on, let's see if I play you to death first, or if you manage to touch me. Illusory figures kept appearing in the mist, leaving the investigator dazed and disoriented. When he came to his senses, a snake tail had already coiled around his limbs. Lingyu is also a 5th-tier demon and belongs to the disaster level. The levels are Calamity, Disaster, Dragon, and Ghost, with disaster-level monsters being stronger than ordinary 5th-realm investigators. Die! The monster suddenly closed in and bit off the investigator's head in one gulp. After a satisfying feast, she flapped her wings and soared into the air, looking toward the distant camp in firelight, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. A bamboo flute was held in her hand. The sound of this flute could command the monsters on the island, making them all attack those 749 investigators. Since you enjoy hunting, this time, why not experience what it's like to be the prey? Camp. That's strange. Why hasn't the leader brought the person back yet? Yeah, it's been so long, and still no news. Wait, what's that sound? A strange flute sound drifting from afar suddenly put everyone on alert. Then, the ground began to shake, and the bowls and chopsticks on the table made clanging noises. Everyone, be on guard, another team leader shouted loudly. Immediately, all the investigators stood up, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings, as if facing a great enemy. In the dark forest shrouded by the night, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. It's demons. Not just one or two, it's a horde of demons. What happened? Prepare for battle. Dozens of demons surrounded from all directions, almost all the remaining demons on this island. Everyone looked solemn, but only Chen Yan's eyes lit up. How come there's a buffet delivered to the door this late at night? A great battle was about to erupt. Blades flashed, swords clashed, spiritual energy surged, the clanging of metal resounded, and the roars of monsters mixed with the sounds of battle. Chen Yan, what are you doing? Under the astonished gazes of several people, Chen Yan removed the heavy weights tied to his limbs and threw them to the ground. Bang! Bang! Each piece he threw down left a small dent in the ground. He usually trains with these things on his body? Is it a person? No wonder his movements seemed a bit clumsy, so that's why. People were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a moment. After taking off the weights, Chen Yan immediately felt his body reach its peak state, as if a light jump could make him soar. First, try the leg technique taught by the master to see if it can be successfully executed. Chen Yan shot out like a cannonball, moving so fast that only a blur could be seen, instantly arriving in front of a tiger demon. Raising his leg, it seemed as if lightning flashed through the air. Created by the martial saint, the leg technique whipped thunder. A loud boom. The tiger demon's body was instantly kicked into a pile of shredded flesh. Chen Yan raised his fist again. Dragon fist, inch force. A deafening explosion sounded, and the force carried a blue dragon, instantly crushing the three demons ahead. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged directly into the group of monsters, gripping a bloodstained long blade, using his indomitable physique to confront the demons head-on. Amid the flying flesh and blood, one could still see the excited curve of his lips. This is the true strength of Chen Yan, the blood-handed butcher. Disciple of the martial saint, tearing apart demons with bare hands. That's a bit terrifying. terrifying. Damn it, these demons dare to surround and attack us, take them down. Everyone's morale was high, and with a 5th realm leader among them, dealing with these low-level demons wasn't much of a problem. But before anyone realized it, a misty purple haze had already spread around the camp, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. Everyone felt as if they were in the hidden mist technique from Naruto. Be careful, these demons are being controlled to attack us. The mastermind is very powerful, the leader shouted. Damn it, I can't see anything. Everyone, tighten the formation, stay close together, and cover each other. In the purple mist, phantom images of monsters kept appearing, but the investigators couldn't tell if they were real or not, so they could only keep attacking. Just when no one was aware, one investigator after another was entangled by the snake's tail and dragged into the depths of the mist. Ah! Screams echoed from the depths. People's spirits instantly plummeted to rock bottom, and a hair-raising fear gripped their tightly clenched hearts like an invisible hand. This can't go on. We must break through this mist. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. I'm in. The leader of the 5th realm soared into the air, breaking through the illusionary mist formation, preparing to disperse the fog from above. He gathered a massive amount of spiritual energy in his palm, ready to strike downward, but without warning, a figure flew out from the mist behind him, and a serpent's tail coiled tightly around his body from behind. The beast, Lingyu, extended its bull-like head and grinned slyly near the investigator's ear. Looks like you're the strongest among them, and I've caught you. Killing you will turn the rest into helpless little lambs ready for slaughter. Ugh! Feeling the snake tail coiling around his body continuously tightening, the cracking sound of his bones echoed. He could never have imagined that a powerful wild demon was hidden on this island. Moreover, the strength of this monster surpasses his own. After all, not everyone is a monster like Chen Nian who casually challenges higher realms. Ordinary investigators of the 5th realm can only deal with calamity-level 5th-tier demons. To deal with disaster-level, elites are required. To deal with dragon-level, geniuses are needed. To confront the strongest ghost-level, super prodigies are essential. I'll fight you to the death. With a loud bang, terrifying spiritual energy, accompanied by a massive airflow, dispersed the purple smoke, and the Lingyu was blasted away, coughing up blood as it flew. It turned out that this investigator had forcibly detonated the spiritual aperture within their body, an act of self-destructive attack. Upon detonation, the immense spiritual energy within the body burst out like a balloon exploding, instantly breaking through the body, blasting the monster away, and completely dispersing the smoke. However, the price was that almost all the blood vessels in his body ruptured, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. He crashed to the ground, unable to get up. As their vision cleared again, everyone immediately noticed the severely injured leader. Leader, you, how are you? Don't worry about me, run. That monster is not something you can handle. Some people were already scared out of their wits and desperately fled outside, but after only a few steps, they ran into an invisible barrier. What? What is this? It's a barrier. We're trapped. What do? We can't escape. Immense fear enveloped everyone's hearts. Who could have imagined that a field combat training would end up costing their lives? Leave? No one is leaving today. The Lingyu leaped into the air once again, looking down at the terrified investigators and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did you think, why did I command those beasts to attack just now? Faced with the onslaught of the beasts, they would naturally tighten their formation, then use a dense fog to block their vision, which would naturally make them further tighten their formation and cover each other. During this time, the Lingyu wove a barrier cage, trapping this flock of little lambs inside. Don't worry, I won't kill you all so quickly. After all, I've already eaten 2 people today, so it's naturally better to stock up on more food. Upon hearing this, people suddenly realized. It turned out that the missing investigators, including the leader who went searching, had already met a tragic end. At this moment, outside the barrier, a person walked back. His clothes were stained with blood, as if he had just returned from a fierce battle in hell. Shan Nian. That's right, Chen Nian happened to not be trapped inside, because he was the only one who had rushed deep into the pile of monsters to kill them, so he happened to not be locked inside. What? The dace narrowed its eyes slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. She hadn't expected there to be a little lamb that slipped through the net. But it didn't matter. The aura was only at the 3rd realm, easily crushed with a casual move. Chen Nian, don't come over here. Hurry and call for support from headquarters. Yi Yaya shouted. Although she knew Chen Nian's combat power was freakishly strong, it was still impossible for him to be a match for this demon. Staying here would be a complete death sentence. What are you talking about? We're buddies, how could I leave you behind? Chen Nian looked up at the monstrous fish with a bull's head and snake's tail in the sky, raised his hand, and quickly formed a blood moon great bow. I don't like looking up at people. Get down here. With a loud bang, the large bow shot out like a missile. The Lingyu dodged swiftly but was still grazed slightly. This brat, he actually dares to attack me first? You're courting death. She dove down, intending to crush this human with a casual squeeze. No, perhaps it would be better to torment him in front of everyone first, then eat him. What? The Lingyu suddenly realized that she couldn't move. What's going on? Both hands and feet were bound by blood-colored iron chains emerging from the void, unable to move or break free. Slaughter Sequence 032 Oral's Death Penalty Chains. I didn't expect that after the skill's effect was enhanced, it could directly restrain a 5th-tier demon. Greedy Wolf, come forth. As the words fell, the black mist immediately formed a pitch-black giant wolf standing beside Chen Yan. Rip her apart. The greedy wolf shot out like lightning, only to crash head-on into a transparent barrier. Although she was restrained, she could still form a protective shield with her powerful spiritual energy. Just this little wolf wants to touch me? Once this thing's effect wears off, I will definitely torture you slowly, human. Ling Yu spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. Really? Chen Yan recalled that Tanlang had recently learned a new skill, allowing him to transform into monsters he had previously consumed. Transform. In an instant, Tanlan's body rapidly expanded, turning into that Godzilla-like, towering monster over dozens of meters high. It was the one that Chen Yan had forcibly killed with the power of the martial saint in the painting earlier. Ling Yu's expression instantly changed dramatically, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and his pupils revealed intense disbelief. Sixth rank. No. Impossible. Chen Yan said indifferently, by the way, don't you like eating people? Greedy wolf, eat her, slowly. Then, Greedy Wolf stomped and shattered her protective barrier. He then extended his claws, tearing apart both of her wings, causing blood to spray from her back as she screamed incessantly. The eater of men shall be eaten by men. In the final moments of her life, she spent them entirely in despair. Blood Hunt Feast effect triggered, blood intensity plus 7%. Chen Yan's monster kill this time caused her blood intensity to surge by nearly 20%, granting her 2 opportunities to activate divine blessings. The greedy wolf had already started devouring the demon's corpse, and the barrier trapping everyone finally disappeared. The people inside were already dumbfounded. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Where did that wolf come from? Why would it suddenly help Chen Yan? Its combat power is terrifying. That magical beast should be under Chen Yan's command. Another 5th realm leader weakly raised his head, staring blankly in a daze. Originally, everyone had lost hope, but unexpectedly, Chen Yan brought about a reversal in the end. As expected of the disciple of the martial saint, capable of unleashing power far beyond their realm, this is truly a super genius. Previously, Chao Meng, who had robbed Chen Yan's monster, was filled with anxiety and fear. Fortunately, I had politely compensated him with the monster earlier. From now on, anyone who dares to say Chen Yan isn't strong is an idiot. 749 has never given a wrong nickname. The title Bloodhand Butcher is not for nothing. Chen Yan, how did your summoned beast become so strong? Yi Yaya asked curiously. A one-time transformation ability. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Luckily, Brother Chen, you also came to Flying Fish Island. If you hadn't come, we might never see you again. Why aren't you laughing? This is a double entendre. Not seeing is the literal meaning, but it also means kicking the bucket. Ouch. Before Xia Yi could finish his nonsense, he received an elbow strike from Yi Yaya. Stop talking nonsense and help take care of the injured companions first. Everyone had just rested for a moment when they suddenly saw a large ship sailing over the sea. The ship docked, and a group of people disembarked. As they approached, Chen Yan saw their martial arts-inspired attire and immediately knew they weren't from 749. Could they be from another sect? What are they doing on this uninhabited island? Soon, the group of more than 10 people walked over, and the leading man stepped forward and said, "Are you all from Bureau 749? That's right, and you are? We are people from Bingzhong. Bingzhong? Chen Yan asked Yi Yaya, what kind of organization is this? As the name suggests, it's an organization specializing in forging weapons. Many magical tools and weapons in our 749 are sourced from them, including the flying sword you use. They are probably the most authoritative weapon forging place in the world." The man explained, "A few days ago, our mining ship passed through this sea and was attacked by a demon. Only 1 or 2 people managed to escape. We are here to hunt down that demon and save the others. What about you all? So many people are injured. It seems like you've just been through a fierce battle." The leader gave a wry smile. "The demon you're looking for, is it a monster with the head of a bull, the body of a fish, and a snake's tail?" "Yes, we were just in a battle with it." Upon hearing this, the man said in surprise, "That monster escaped?" "No, it was slain by one of our investigators, him." The leader's gaze turned to Chen Yan. The people from Bingzhong scrutinized Chen Yan, their faces filled with doubt. "Our group came here with great fanfare, bringing 3 5th realm experts to deal with that strange demon. But this kid clearly has the aura of the Prashao realm. Did he take care of the demon? This 749 really knows how to joke." The people from the soldier's tomb chuckled but did not respond. "You wouldn't believe it, and that's understandable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. By the way, his name is Chen Yan." "Chen Yan? This name sounds, why does it seem somewhat familiar?" "Master," a subordinate leaned forward and whispered, "the disciple recently taken in by the martial saint seems to be called by this name." "What? The disciples of the martial saint are not unfamiliar to them. Anyone who can be accepted as a disciple by a saint is undoubtedly a top-tier genius of their time. For example, the The Sword Saint's disciple Yi Qinglian and the Blade Saint's disciple Yu Nonzhou are both exceptional prodigies. However, surprise is just surprise. The people of the Soldier's Tomb, however, do not have much fondness for the martial saint, and the reason is only one. Shu Wuwang had always looked down on this group who used weapons, as his philosophy was to achieve sanctity through the physical body, relying solely on absolute personal strength. It could be said he was all brawn and no brains. Allow us to investigate first. The people from Bingzhong entered the island, and after some investigation, they quickly found the hiding place of the demon. They even discovered a large amount of torn clothing and bones. It seems those disciples were indeed killed, and the demon has indeed been slain. So, this time we owe the martial saint's disciple a favor. The people of the Soldier's Tomb have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Once they learned the truth, they returned to Camp 749 and found Shen Yan to express their thanks. Brother, thanks. You killed that demon, so you could say you avenged us as well. Please accept this invitation. An invitation from Bingzhong was handed to Chen Yan. Chen Yan opened it and took a glance. The three bold characters Shen Binghui prominently appeared at the top of the invitation. This is? Chen Yan looked puzzled. Beside her, Yi Yada exclaimed in surprise, an invitation to the Divine Weapon Gathering. Wow, this is the Triennial Armament Tomb event. Those who receive an invitation can choose a weapon based on their abilities. That's right. If you're interested, you're welcome to join us then. Although he appeared polite on the surface, Tang Tai couldn't help but think to himself, this disciple of the martial saint surely wouldn't bother attending the Divine Weapon Gathering, right? After all, they all make a living with their fists and feet. Many years ago, Bingzhong also invited Chu Wuwang, but he flatly refused. If it weren't for returning a favor, they would never have sent an invitation to the disciple of the martial saint. Sure, I'll definitely come. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan readily agreed with delight, showing neither disdain nor contempt. This indeed surprised Bingzhong and his group. Unexpectedly, this disciple of the martial saint is not like the simple-minded, brawny Chu Wuwang, quite reasonable and understanding. Is it okay if I bring two friends to take a look then? Of course, no problem. Then, Bingzhong and his group boarded the ship and left. On the ship, Tang Tai couldn't help but hum happily. Senior brother, what's making you so happy? You think, when Shen Yan attends the Divine Weapon Gathering, he will surely encounter many prodigies from various sects and schools. After all, snatching weapons at the gathering relies on strength. If he performs poorly then, wouldn't it be a slap in Chu Wuwang's face? Making him look down on us who use weapons. Ha, interesting, this Divine Weapon Gathering is going to be fun. If I remember correctly, the Blade Saint's disciple is also coming to claim a weapon, right? That's right, perhaps we'll have the chance to witness a sparring match between the disciples of the Martial Saint and the Blade Saint. During the break, Chen Yan also opened the two divine gifts he had accumulated. First time, activated. 3 options immediately popped up. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Gain random killing sequence ability. 3. Gain random Dragon God sequence ability. The options actually include the ability to obtain the Dragon God sequence. This is an enormous surprise for Chen Yan. Last time, through the vampire's bloodline ability, after absorbing the blood of the little dragon girl, he accidentally triggered a bug and awakened the Dragon God's divinity. Now, is it really possible to acquire the abilities of this divinity through such a method? Then choose 3. In the next moment, numerous cards surrounded Chen Yan. He selected one of them, and light radiated brightly. Dragon God Sequence 090, Dragon Script Insight. Ability effect, enables you to understand Dragon Script. Not a buddy? What's the use of this? Chen Yan was speechless and proceeded to activate the second divine gift. The options popped up again. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. 3. The blood used by the Blood King can be stored outside the body. Does this mean, in the future, activating this ability won't require drawing blood from the body? That's quite convenient. You just need a blood-containing artifact, store it in advance and carry it with you, then you can retrieve it anytime for battle. It can be considered a certain improvement. After killing so many monsters, Chen Yan absorbed enough spiritual energy to fill more than 10 spiritual apertures in his body. Breaking Sky Realm, LV13. As for the next plan, the Divine Weapon Gathering is set to open in 7 days, so let's join in the fun then. At the same time, under the bright moonlight, in a valley, 3 investigators of 749 were hiding in the shadows. All of them without exception were A-level, or even S-level powerhouses. The reason they were here was because, in this valley, a large base of the 10,000 Demons Hall was concealed. It should be correct. This place is protected by a barrier. From the outside, nothing seems unusual, and only by breaking the barrier can its true appearance be revealed. Let's contact headquarters first. Although their cultivation level is high and their strength formidable, they dare not act rashly against this stronghold. Headquarters, this is S-Class Investigator Suin. We've located a Wan Mahal base near the Taiwu mountain range. There might be an 8th tier great demon inside. To eliminate this base, we need reinforcements. Received. Deploying high-level investigators will take some time. Please remain in hiding and do not act rashly. After contacting headquarters, Suin said to his two companions, let's stay hidden nearby for now and observe the situation. Yes. At this moment, a figure plummeted down like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground. The entire mountain range seemed to tremble heavily. Which idiot is this? It's over. The demons inside will definitely be alarmed. Wait, that person is Chu, Senior Chu? The newcomer was a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, bandages wrapped around his arm, and dark skin covering his strong, muscular frame. Martial Saint Chu Wuong. Several investigators hurried forward. Junior Investigator 749, Suin, greets Senior Chu. May I ask why you have come here, Senior? Naturally, the plan is to take down the 10,000 Demons Hall's base here. It turned out that Chu Wuong had been secretly sending his subordinates to investigate, and they happened to discover the 10,000 Demons Hall's base here. So, he came alone to deal with it. Senior, you're here to help the 749 Bureau. Suin was overjoyed. Shut the hell up. What makes you think your 749 Bureau is important enough for me to step in? I'm here to stand up for my disciple. A while ago, those bastards from the 10,000 Demons Hall almost took my disciple out. They've got some nerve. Your apprentice, is that one called Chen Yen? Exactly. Only then did Suin and the others realize that it was thanks to Chen Yen that the martial saint had been invited to help. Chu Wuang observed the area ahead, so there's a protective barrier here. No wonder it's not easily discovered. If that's the case, he raised his fist. With a speed so fast that only an afterimage could be seen, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and struck forward with an inch of force. Mountain-crushing force. Boom! The barrier was shattered on the spot, and the stronghold in the valley was revealed in the group's line of sight. The first thing that caught their eyes was a grand altar burning with dim blue flames, surrounded by stone tablets inscribed with intricate runes. Behind it stood a magnificent black palace. At this moment, a large number of demons had already been alarmed and emerged from the palace. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, ranging from the 2nd and 3rd tiers to the 5th and 6th tiers. Looks like this stronghold is quite large, isn't it? At this moment, a stream of black energy flew out from the palace, transforming midair into a demon with jet black wings. Its voice, filled with anger, echoed through the skies. Who dares court death? Seeing this demon, Suin and the others exclaimed in shock. Ranked 13th in the pantheon of demons, Darkwing Demon, 2 billion on the 749 bounty list. 8th tier, dragon level. They secretly felt relieved, glad they hadn't acted rashly. Who would have thought such a great demon was hidden here? An 8th tier dragon level is not something ordinary 8th tier experts can handle. But now there's nothing to fear. Chu Wuang burst into laughter, leaping into the air, his voice resonating like an ancient bell, filling the heavens and earth. The one who will destroy this place is Chu Wuang. Upon hearing this name, the hordes of demons below were instantly terrified, their souls scattering in fear. Chu Wuang is a martial saint. A saint has arrived. This is bad, run quickly. Even the great demon with wings on its back was trembling all over in fear at this moment, its pupils turning white. Damn, why has the martial saint come here? A dignified saint, nothing better to do? Why imitate 749, going around slaying demons and exorcising devils? Damn it. It instantly lost its edge, and its first reaction was to flee. Even the top 10 powerhouses of the Heavenly Demon Hall wouldn't necessarily be his match, let alone me. Want to run? Too late. From now on, anyone who dares to touch my disciples better think twice. Chu Wuang raised his fist again and struck downward with a punch. This time, it wasn't the mountain-crushing force, but instead, inch force, heaven splitter. The punch force blasted out, instantly reducing everything below to dust. Those demons and monsters hadn't managed to escape far before their forms were annihilated on the spot. Even the 8th tier archdemon couldn't escape the range of this punch. It was forced to raise a dark shield to block for half a second. Just half a second. No. The dark shield shattered, and it was crushed into dust in the air. That palace, altar, stone steel, everything was reduced to ruins under the power of a single punch. Suin and the others watched in stunned silence. This is the power of a martial saint. Too terrifying. Headquarters. Reinforcements are no longer needed. Martial Saint Senior has stepped in and already leveled the stronghold. Chu Wuan landed back on the ground, feeling a bit bored, so that's it, problem solved. He walked into the ruins of the palace, intending to check if there were any fish that slipped through the net, but unexpectedly discovered that there was more hidden underground beneath the palace. Looks like an underground warehouse? But most of the stuff inside has been blown to pieces. Nothing interesting. Wait, Chu Wuang noticed a black box protected by a defensive barrier, which was completely intact. What's the treasure inside? It needs such tight protection. Opened it and took a look. It's something similar to a manual. What kind of text is this? Twisting and turning like worms. I can't understand it. Command Center, Senior Chu, has already dealt with all the demons here. Martial Saint? Why would he suddenly step in to help our 749? They said to help Chen Yin teach the Wan Mahal a lesson, so that any random nobody wouldn't dare to mess with his disciple. In short, no reinforcements are needed. Understood. The 749 Bureau was both amused and exasperated. They hadn't expected to benefit from Chen Nian's influence like this. On a normal day, inviting a sage to take action wouldn't be something that could be easily arranged. As for the other side, Shu Wang took the ancient book back and sought out a highly respected elder, well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, for consultation. What kind of script is this? Why have I never seen it before? The elder put on his glasses and studied it carefully for a moment. The pupils, almost sunken into his eye sockets, suddenly contracted sharply. Could this be Dragon script? Dragon script? Although I can't understand its content, this type of writing has been recorded in history. It is highly likely to be an authentic Dragon script manual. Shu Wang frowned and asked in confusion, why would something like this be in the underground palace of the Hall of 10,000 Demons? Perhaps they just happened to dig up the human heritage of Longyuan town and got this thing. If we were to talk about archaeology, this would be a real treasure. Longyuan town humans? Legend has it that there was a secluded and independent small town that was on good terms with the dragons. They befriended dragons, practiced dragon techniques, and naturally could also read dragon script. It is said that anyone who came out of Longyuan town was a powerhouse in turbulent times. Shu Wang stroked his chin and nodded as if he understood, but not quite. Shu Wang, anyway, this thing is useless to you. Why not leave it to this old man for research? Of course, if there are any results, you'll definitely benefit. No way, give it back. Shu Wang snatched the manual with a grin. I'll give it to my disciple. You? Shu Wang thought to himself, Chen Yan and Ning Meng are quite close to that dragon girl, right? Then why not just show them this thing? The old gentleman was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Well, you, Shu Wang, what use is such a precious ancient book to your disciple? It's simply infuriating. If you're so capable, let your disciple come to the divine weapon gathering and show off. I'd like to see what outstanding skills he has. That's definitely not possible. I'm trained in martial arts, and naturally, so is my disciple. We're not the type to wield swords and spears. What's the point of going to the divine weapon gathering? Vulgar brute. If you don't dare, then forget it. Are you afraid your disciples can't compare to other young talents and will lose face? Heh, provocation won't work on me. Farewell. Shu Wang opened the three-person discussion group and informed Chen Yan and Ning Meng about this matter. Ning Meng expressed no interest, so the ancient text ended up in Chen Yan's hands. Long one? When Chen Yan heard this news, he was unexpectedly delighted. Because the sequence ability he had previously comprehended happened to enable him to understand dragon script, he unexpectedly obtained an ancient book written in dragon script. After getting it in his hands, he could indeed understand the content written on it. Blade techniques, 9 heavens dragon chant. The golden-scaled fish is no ordinary creature of the pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The dragon's roar echoes through the 9 heavens, shaking the world as it swims in shallow waters amidst the meeting of wind and clouds. Just reading these few lines of poetry, Chen Yan could feel an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if this blade alone could command the world, with none to rival its supremacy. 9 heavens dragon roar? I've never heard of it before. It truly is an ancient inherited dragon abyss martial technique for the human race. Shu Wang grinned. If the Blade Saint knew about this thing, he'd probably beg me for it. Huh? Chen Yan expressed his thanks. It seemed this time he had lucked out. But this blade technique sounds so powerful, doesn't it deserve a good blade to match? The blade I form with my own blood may have hardness and strength, but ultimately, it only has the shape of a blade, lacking its true essence. If I could obtain a fine blade at the divine weapon gathering, it would be perfect to pair with this martial skill. By the way, Master, I'm planning to attend the divine weapon gathering at the soldier's tomb to get a good blade. Jack of all trades, master of none. You brat, why aren't you focusing on your martial arts skills instead of pondering over blade techniques? Of course, martial arts will remain my priority, with blade techniques as a supplement. It also adds diversity to my combat methods. Alright, but you need an invitation to attend the divine weapon gathering. The soldier's tomb certainly won't send an invitation to your master here, especially since I mocked them before. Shu Wang looked troubled. I already have the invitation letter. What? Chen Yan took out the invitation letter and explained the whole story. Alright, since that's the case, let's join the fun when the time comes and see how skilled those flashy swordplay and martial arts really are. In the days that followed, Chen Yan left 749 and returned to her home in the harbor district, immersing herself in the study of 9 heavens dragon chant. 2 days later in the early morning, guests suddenly arrived at home. Sweet Girl X Violent Lowly Duo. Xianlong, Sister Ningmeng, why are you here? I, your great aunt, naturally came to be her bodyguard. Hurry, order me some takeout. I want to drink Ba Wang Cha Ji. Chen Yan was both amused and exasperated. It's so early in the morning. No one's even opened their doors yet. Senior sister. Chen Yan, I heard you got an ancient book written in dragon script? Let me see. Take it. It's actually dragon script. You can actually understand it? Learned it by chance. Xianlong curled her lips into a gentle smile, raised her slender index finger, and began tracing in the air, forming a few characters with wave-like strokes. Let me test you. How do you read these characters? You are truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Hee hee. Shenlong's eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. Shen Yan's ability to understand the dragon script made her feel even closer to her. By the way, this ancient text actually contains a trace of true dragon intent, meant to guide future learners. I can extract it and infuse it into your body. What use does it have? Chen Yan asked. This intent likely contains the essence and secrets of this blade technique. You can stand on the shoulders of giants and learn it with half the effort and double the results. So enjoyable? Come on. Chen Yan was overjoyed. He had felt that this sword technique was too profound and would take considerable time to learn, but he hadn't expected a shortcut to appear. It seems that praising her does have its benefits. It wasn't in vain. As Qianlong began casting the spell, a strand of intent was quickly transferred into Chen Yan's brow. In an instant, insights surged like mountains and seas. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, wielding this blade technique, and every move seemed to truly be dancing with dragons. Previously, Chen Yan had studied a blade technique at the 749 Logistics Department, Soaring Dragon Blade, but that blade technique had form without spirit. Worlds apart. The imitation of the dragon's divine charm, how could it compare to the real thing? If I could master it myself, it would surely be astonishing. How does it feel? Thanks to you, the comprehension progress has accelerated by at least 10 times. Glad I could help. Just remember to get us some milk tea later. The next few days, Chen Yan devoted herself to diligent training. Finally, the official opening day of the Divine Weapon Gathering has arrived. Divine Weapon Gathering, hosted by Mount Armory, held once every 3 years, attracting outstanding young talents from all over the world. The reason is simple. The weapons made by Bingzhong are recognized as the best in quality, and as long as you have the ability, you can get them for free. After saying goodbye to Ning Meng, Chen Yan called Yi Yaya and Xia Yi to join them, ready to broaden their horizons. Chen Yan, you're finally here. Let's hurry. Yi Yaya was quite excited. I heard that this time, young talents from various sects are competing for the weapons. It's going to be so lively. Ordinary people can't even get an invitation, but luckily, I can tag along with you. Neither of you brothers has a flying artifact, and I'm afraid my flying sword can't carry 3 people at once, right? Xia Yi suggested. How about we squeeze in? How about this, Chen Yan? You use your blood to bind old Xia and hang him at the tail of the sword. The two of us can stand on the sword. Wouldn't that work? That's a good idea. Thus, Chen Yan and Yi Yaya stepped on their flying swords, while Xia Yi was suspended in midair, soaring straight to a height of 1,000 meters, heading directly toward Bingzhong Mountain. Bingzhong Mountain stood towering and majestic amidst the rugged mountain ranges. Mist swirled around, and the scenery was breathtaking. Wow, so many people. Looking up, people were continuously flying in from all directions, and various luxury cars were parked at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yan and the others also landed smoothly. They needed to verify their invitations at the entrance before entering the mountain. As soon as they landed, the black card on Chen Yan's body reacted. It seems, members of the Genius Club have also arrived here. That makes sense, as those geniuses are qualified to receive invitations. Please come in. Successfully verified the invitation, Chen Yan and his group of 3 entered Bingzhong Mountain. This mountain was filled with various weapons, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, whips, fans, and hammers, everything imaginable. On both sides of the path there was a forest of swords and knives. Some were already rusted, while others still gleamed with metallic luster. Soon, the group arrived at the mountainside, where a platform was set up. A large crowd surrounded the platform. Everyone, the elder on the stage spoke in a loud voice. This is the human weapon arena. If you wish to seek human weapons, be prepared. It will officially begin in 1 hour. Human weapons? What do you mean? Chen Yan and the others looked at each other in confusion. First time here, and you don't know this? The armory distributes weapons in 4 tiers: human weapons, spirit weapons, earth weapons, and heaven weapons. Beside them, a white-clad man with a long sword and a handsome face said, the higher the weapons tier, the better it is. This is just the first threshold. Thank you for the explanation, brother, Chen Yan replied with a polite smile. He turned his head and said to Yi Yaya and the other person, then we won't join the crowd. Since we're here, our target is definitely the heavenly weapon. Quite the bold claim. The heavenly weapon is only forged once every 3 years. It's not something you can get just by talking about it. The man in white muttered. What if I manage to get it? Chen Yan asked with a smile. If you can get it, then I will. Would you eat poop? I couldn't tell you were such a little glutton. You, forget it. I won't stoop to the level of someone so vulgar. The man in white snorted coldly and ignored Chen Yan. As soon as Chen Yan returned, he heard Yi Yaya whisper, that pretty boy feels so effeminate, even less manly than my guy. Exactly, you're my good buddy after all. Soon, an hour had passed. Hundreds of people had already gathered around the arena, all from various sects and factions. Everyone, a total of 100 human weapons are about to emerge. Those who wish to seize them may act on their own, only the capable will obtain them. As the words fell, over 100 streaks of silver light suddenly descended from the sky, like stars falling from the sky. That's right, nearly 100 lucky weapons. Take action. I'll take that sword. That spear looks good. It's mine. People jumped up one after another, starting to snatch the weapons in the air, thus kicking off a chaotic battle. Of course, Chen Yan and his group did not participate. The man in white also did not join in. It seemed he had no interest in the so-called human weapons. It could be said that those fighting for them now were all insignificant and unremarkable. Very soon, hundreds of weapons were divided up completely. Congratulations to everyone for obtaining your desired weapons. If you wish to compete for spiritual weapons, please continue up the mountain. Let's go, up the mountain. We've come all this way, so naturally, we must get higher grade weapons. Unexpectedly, what awaited everyone was a fork in the road. Standing at the intersection was the senior from the soldier's tomb who had delivered the invitation to Chen Yan that day. Everyone, if you are ordinary guests here to visit, please take the left path up the mountain. If you wish to retrieve weapons, please take the right path up the mountain. Someone asked, is there any difference between the left and right paths? There is no obstruction on the left. On the right, you will be subjected to the spiritual pressure of the mountain lord. Only those who can climb up within an hour are qualified to compete for the spiritual grade weapons. I see. I didn't expect there to be a test. Of course, with so many people here, if there were no selection process, there definitely wouldn't be enough to go around. Yi Yada and Cie came to watch the play, so naturally, they took the left path. Good luck. We'll wait for you up there. Alright, you go ahead. Chen Yan followed the others and took the right fork in the road. Just after starting the climb, an invisible and terrifying pressure seemed to press down from above. That feeling was as if a 1,000-pound burden was weighing on both shoulders. Many people immediately knelt on the ground, and some even lay flat, unable to get up. Even Chen Yan half squatted on the ground at that moment. However, it wasn't simply because of the oppressive force from above. It was because his limbs were already tied with a 4,000-pound weight, which, according to Chu Wuwang's instructions, he had hardly ever taken off. Now, it was equivalent to enduring double the pressure. At this moment, the gap between people becomes evident. That person wasn't affected at all, walking as if flying. Who is that? That's Yunongzhou, the Sword Saint's direct disciple. He slew demons at the age of 10, could fight across realms at 15, and reached the peak of the sky-breaking realm by 20. An absolute prodigy. Can you compare to him? And then there's the one in the Taoist robe, Li Qingcheng from Mount Qingcheng. It's said he's a once-in-a-millennium genius in Taoist arts. Those walking ahead are absolute geniuses. While Chen Yan was dawdling, the refined man in white passed by him. Weren't you aiming for a heavenly grade weapon? How can you lag behind here? Chen Yan could hear the sarcasm in his tone. You go ahead, I'll catch up later. Forget it. Let me kindly remind you not to overexert yourself, or you might end up with internal injuries. I'll go ahead first. Your intentions aren't bad. Chen Yan smiled, stood up under double pressure, and struggled to move forward. On the mountain, the VIP seats. Seated here are elders from various sects and factions, as well as the senior members of Sword Toon Mountain, all of whom are prominent figures in the world of spirit wielders. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. The newcomer was dressed in a tight outfit, with bandages wrapped around his hands and bulging muscles. Chu Wuwang? Why is he joining the commotion too? Martial Saint? Doesn't he always look down on those who wield weapons? Well, this is quite a rare guest. An elderly man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Could it be that Chu Wuwang was provoked by the taunting that day? Speaking of which, the Blade Saint's disciple Yunongzhou is here. Qingcheng Mountain's Dao Saint disciple Li Qingcheng is also here, and even the Martial Saint's disciple has joined the fun. Why hasn't the Sword Saint's disciple shown up? Chu Wuwang stepped forward, directly snatched a guest's chair, and began eating the snacks on the plate with a carefree attitude. Everyone sit down and watch my apprentice perform. Chu Wuwang's words sparked a flurry of noisy discussions. His apprentice is here too? Only knowing martial arts, what's the point of trying to seize weapons? Exactly, such a waste of resources. Who is his apprentice? I'd like to see if there's any standout performance. On the live broadcast screen, the top few contestants had already reached the finish line quickly, and as time passed, others gradually arrived one after another. However, it wasn't until the last 10 minutes that Chen Yan arrived late, you could say just in time. This one, my apprentice. Chu Wuwang pointed at Chen Yan on the screen and said, well, it seems he's not that great. This level isn't considered difficult, yet he's struggling so much. Yeah, old Chu, shouldn't your apprentice be physically strong? I don't see anything particularly outstanding about him either. What's the rush? It's just the beginning. Chu Wuwang leisurely took a sip of tea. He was well aware that Chen Yan was still undergoing endurance training and that it wasn't time for him to exert his full strength yet. Hundreds of people attempted the challenge, eliminating 2/3, leaving only about 100 who passed. Congratulations to all of you. Next, you all have the qualification to seize the spiritual grade weapons. There are a total of 17 spiritual grade weapons. As always, they will go to the capable. However, I hope everyone will show restraint during the fight, stop at the right moment, and try not to use excessive force. Begin! As the words fell, 17 spiritual grade weapons flew out simultaneously, quickly, sparking a frenzy of snatching. Being able to grab a spiritual-grade weapon makes this trip a huge gain. After all, these are products of the weapon tomb, all of them are top-notch. If these weapons were in 749, they would cost several hundred contribution points to exchange. Aren't you going to grab one? The man in white looked at Chen Yan. You don't really intend to seize a heavenly weapon, do you? You barely made it through the last round, yet your ambition is big. Chen Yan glanced at the delicate-looking man. I'll do my best, just to make you eat shit. You are simply. The pretty boy raised his hand, then put it down irritably. Too vulgar, I won't stoop to your level. Soon, the session of seizing spiritual-grade weapons officially came to an end. A middle-aged man in a trench coat, exuding an overwhelming aura, hovered in midair. The leader of Bingzhong Mountain, Tang Hong. Next, please pass through 3 checkpoints. Each checkpoint is guarded by a soldier puppet. Defeat the soldier puppet to obtain a tier-grade weapon. A resonant voice echoed throughout the entire valley. Finally, it's time for the main event. Earth-grade weapons are already considered rare divine weapons in the realm of spiritual energy. Even after 3 years of preparation, Weapon Tomb Mountain has only produced 3. Now comes the true battle of geniuses. All the participants were very excited, and the spectators watching the event finally had their interest piqued. Fortunately, it's the era of technology now. Every stage can be watched live, and the scenes from the event will be projected onto large screens. Those like Yi Ya, who arrived early at the mountaintop, can also enjoy the spectacle. Chen Yan followed the main group forward and soon arrived in front of a canyon. This checkpoint is called Hurricane Pass. The puppet soldiers ahead in the valley will continuously release highly destructive wind blades. Proceed according to your abilities. Passing through the checkpoint allows you to continue forward. Defeat the puppet soldier at the end of the checkpoint to obtain the Earth-grade weapon, Windstorm Sandspear. Chen Yan thought. It seems that to qualify for the final competition for the heavenly weapon, one must pass all 3 checkpoints. This is also a kind of screening mechanism. The strong move forward, the weak stop. But this challenge poses no pressure for me. The wind blades can't hurt me, and with thousands of golden weight on me, they can't blow me away. While Chen Yan was pondering, several people ahead had already started the challenge. What powerful wind blades! Even with spiritual energy protecting my body, my skin still gets cut. No, I can't hold on anymore. An old guy's clothes were instantly torn to shreds, his body covered in wounds, even his underwear was sliced away by the wind blades, and he covered his crotch as he fled at lightning speed. The pretty boy hurriedly covered his eyes with a look of disgust, filthy and repulsive. You're a grown man, why are you acting so effeminate and covering your eyes? Don't worry about it. The pretty boy glanced at Chen Yan. Worry about yourself. This wind domain isn't something ordinary people can pass through. Be careful not to end up like that guy. Relax, I don't have a habit of streaking in public. Chen Yan walked forward at a leisurely pace, calmly stepping into the wind field. Immediately, blood naturally flowed out from the storage gourd, forming a large umbrella in front of him, perfectly blocking the incoming wind blades. Well, you do have some skill? The pale-faced man showed a hint of surprise and cautiously activated his spiritual power to protect himself, advancing step by step. He dared not let his clothes be torn apart, as that would be a super embarrassing moment. Fortunately, although his spiritual power was not strong, it was still barely enough to block these wind blades. Audience seats. Who is that person? Passing through the wind domain without using any means, as casually as strolling in a backyard. Dressed in a blue robe, carrying a wooden sword on his back, that's someone from Mount Qingcheng. Wait, could it be Dao Saint's disciple Li Qingcheng? Quite possible. Mount Qingcheng's Dao techniques are unparalleled, and this person is said to be extraordinarily gifted. They harmonize with heaven and earth, controlling nature, and even the wind blades are actively avoiding him. This guy is incredible. Soon, Li Qingcheng was the first to reach the end of the wind domain. He turned to look at the others and smiled faintly. Let me add some difficulty for you. With a step forward, the light of the Bagua array suddenly appeared, and the sun position lit up. Sun responds to the wind. Suddenly, those wind blades, under the enhancement of his spell, became several times more intense. In the wind domain, several people struggling to move forward were instantly swept away by the powerful wind blades, losing all their previous efforts on the spot. Why is that person still acting like this? Yi Yaya immediately voiced her dissatisfaction. He's reducing competitors, which is fair competition. After all, when it comes to seizing the weapon, it still depends on strength. If they can't even pass this hurdle, then they deserve to be eliminated. In the audience, a maid nervously clasped her hands under her chin, staring wide-eyed at the broadcast screen, not daring to blink. It's over, miss. If she can't hold out, wouldn't she end up like those people, with her clothes torn apart? If her disguise gets exposed, it would be so embarrassing. The pale-faced man raised his sword to block in front of him, his expression solemn, with strands of hair wildly flying around his ears. The raging wind blades rushing toward him almost made it impossible for him to hold on. Damn it, that stinking Taoist from Mount Qingcheng is absolutely insane. Passing through himself is one thing, but why harm others? No, if I make a fool of myself here, I fear I won't be able to hold my head high in front of my father when I return. No way. Dozens of people were struggling to hold on in the wind domain. They didn't want to give up, but they couldn't move forward either. In this state, all their previous efforts could be wasted at any moment. Li Qingchun, why are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Someone shouted angrily in protest. I'm doing this for your own good. If you can't even pass this, any further competition will only bring humiliation upon yourselves, Li Qingchun said indifferently. While everyone else struggled to resist, one person moved against the current, their speed not slowing in the slightest. It's him. The pretty boy's eyes revealed astonishment. That's right, it's Chun Yen. He himself could easily pass, but someone actually dared to show off in front of him. That was absolutely intolerable. He raised his fist and struck out with a punch. Inch strength mountain shatter. That terrifying energy, as overwhelming as Mount Tai, collided head-on with the numerous wind blades. For a moment, it even caused the wind to reverse direction, forcing Li Qingchun to take 2 steps back. At this moment, people's shocked gazes all focused on Chen Yan. The force of this punch actually caused the entire wind domain to reverse? So strong. How come I didn't realize before that this guy had such strength? The other contestants immediately felt a sense of relief. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they all rushed toward the finish line. The pretty boy also stared blankly at Chen Yan for quite a while. So, was he hiding his true abilities all alone? But it really is thanks to this person. Otherwise, my first time venturing down the mountain would have ended in a major embarrassment. He hurried forward as well, quickly passing through the checkpoint. However, the most shocked person was none other than Li Qingchun himself, a genius in Dao techniques and a disciple of the Dao Saint. Although he had only made a slight move just now, it was not something an ordinary person could easily block. The punch he threw felt as if a mountain was pressing directly toward his face, the pressure almost making the air heavier. It was by no means an ordinary fist technique. Interesting, it seems there's a dark horse in this divine weapon gathering. Yunongjo held a blade in his arms and smiled faintly. This can't really be considered a dark horse. If nothing unexpected happens, the final battle for the heavenly weapon will still be between the two of us. The two, as disciples of saints, knew that obtaining the heavenly weapon from the Weapon Tomb Mountain would not only enhance their combat power, like a fine steed paired with a good saddle, but also make their names resound throughout the spiritual realm, a win-win for both fame and fortune. It's just a pity that Luo Qiufeng didn't come. It feels a bit less interesting. It is said that he started nurturing his sword at the age of 15. Now, after 10 years, he keeps it with him day and night and naturally has no interest in other weapons. Who doesn't know that his goal is to defeat the new disciples of the Star-Plucking Tower? If you and I join the Star-Plucking Tower in the future, we will inevitably have a battle with him. After chatting for a bit, most of the people in the back had also passed this stage. Those who truly couldn't pass had all given up. When Chen Yan reached the finish line, the pale-faced man leaned over, his gaze directed elsewhere, and said awkwardly, "Thanks for earlier. Has no one ever taught you to look people in the eye when you say thank you?" "Thank you." Chen Yan smiled and patted the pale-faced man's shoulder. "You're welcome. Don't forget, when I win the heavenly weapon, you're getting the red stone." "You." Chen Yan pondered. This pale-faced man is just too handsome, a fair, oval-shaped face, with clear and bright eyes, the kind that appeals to both men and women. Making him suffer a setback isn't without its own amusement. Just now, Chen Yan's move had already elicited a chorus of exclamations from the audience. What kind of martial art was that just now? Such powerful force? It looked so much like Chu Wuwang's inch force. That's right, it must be his new disciple. Seems like there's indeed some skill there. This year's Divine Weapon Tournament, I thought it would just be Yunongjo and Li Qingchun competing, but it turns out there's an unexpected surprise. Quite interesting. Hearing everyone's praise, Chu Wuwang couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. Is this just the beginning? Chen Yan's punch just now didn't even show any dragon energy. He's still far from using his full strength. Chen Yan and the others were about to face a soldier puppet that could create wind blades, a humanoid combat puppet approximately 5 meters tall. It stood right in front, blocking everyone's path. Defeating the soldier puppet would grant them the Earth-grade weapon Whirling Sandstorm Spear. However, each person could only take one weapon, so those aiming for celestial weapons would certainly not act recklessly. Which brother is interested in this weapon? You can make a move now. For a moment, everyone remained silent. Those with strength had no interest in low-grade items, while those interested feared they couldn't defeat the puppet. In that case, shall I lend you all a hand? Yunongjo arrived at the front, and with a buzzing sound of alarm, a long blade was unsheathed. The blade slashed diagonally, forming a crescent-shaped arc. Clang! The soldier puppet ahead, along with the rock walls on both sides of the valley, instantly showed a terrifying crack. The puppet soldier collapsed with a loud crash, revealing the Earth-grade weapon hidden inside. Please help yourselves. Yunongjo naturally had no interest. He defeated the puppet soldier merely to move forward. Behind him, several people hurriedly began to scramble for it. Chen Yan also continued to move forward. Soon, the second checkpoint arrived, and the referee elder was already waiting at the entrance. This checkpoint is called the Lava Pass. You need to traverse the lava volcano area. Defeat the puppet soldier at the end of the pass to obtain the Earth-grade folding fan Yanlong. This level is was not too difficult. The volcanic area is just extremely hot, with fireballs occasionally flying out to attack everyone. For those who passed the first level, this one poses no significant pressure. People reached the end of the level and began a fierce battle with the puppet soldier in the lava, defeating it shortly after. The final level is called Snowstorm Pass. Defeat the final puppet soldier to obtain the Earthgrade longsword, Snow Princess. In front of everyone was a frozen forest of ice and snow, adorned with jade-like trees and silver flowers, a stark contrast to the lava volcano from earlier. The difficulty was not high either. Soon, everyone arrived at the final stage. A massive ice giant blocked the way, with a transparent area on its chest where a long sword was sealed within. Snow Princess, what a beautiful sword. The pretty boy immediately became interested. He wasn't skilled enough to snatch weapons from heavenly soldiers, but taking this earthly weapon was definitely within his ability. The sword looked so stunning, and since he happened to use swords himself, it would be a perfect match. He did not hesitate, leaping into the air to engage in battle with the ice giant. His agile figure darted and maneuvered, a long sword in his hand weaving sword patterns, continuously shattering the ice giant's body. This swordsmanship is quite elegant, isn't it? Chen Yan chuckled. Such exquisite swordsmanship, why have I never seen it before? Which sect does this person belong to? In the audience, everyone also looked puzzled. The swordsmanship clearly seemed impressive, but no one could name it. After watching for a while, an elderly man suddenly smiled knowingly. I know where he's from. Ha ha. Old man, say something, will you? Can't say. Damn, Riddler. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. In the realm of spiritual energy, apart from the star-plucking tower, the #1 swordsman is Sword Saint Yi Shao. However, before he became a saint, there was a female swordsman in the spiritual energy world. Due to her extremely graceful and dynamic swordsmanship, which was pleasing to the eye, the female swordsman was known as the Sword Fairy at the time. Later, during a swordsmanship tournament, the female swordsman was defeated by Yi Shao. The two explored their feelings through their swords and naturally ended up together, creating a beautiful story. And the swordsmanship used by this person is precisely the sword technique of that sword fairy from back then. The sword's name, Peach Blossom Moonfall. I remember they had a daughter. Yi Shao favors sons over daughters and was unwilling to teach his daughter swordsmanship, so she learned it from her mother instead? Since she's disguised as a man, she clearly doesn't want to be recognized, so I won't expose her. Very soon, the ice giant was shattered by the pretty boy, and it seemed he was about to succeed. Senior brother Yu, I want this sword too. Can you help me get it? A woman coquettishly spoke to Yu Nongzhou. She was his junior sister. We practice with blades. What do you need this sword for? Oh, come on, it's so beautiful. It would make a great collectible, wouldn't it? Alright. Yu Nongzhou raised his hand. A buzzing sound echoed as the blade tore through the air, directly piercing the ice giant on the verge of shattering. At the same time, it also brought back the Snow Princess sword. Take it. Hee hee, senior brother is so nice. Thank you. Their actions undoubtedly rendered all the efforts of the pretty boy who had been fighting so hard completely in vain. He returned furiously, glaring at the two of them. How could you do this? What do you mean? You've been at it for so long and still couldn't handle it. Who else is to blame? The junior sister sneered. But I had already defeated most of the puppet soldiers. This is clearly outright robbery. TCH, senior brother, you could have easily resolved it from the start. Besides, you're a grown man, why be so petty? What's wrong with letting a girl have it? The pretty boy didn't expect that he would be bullied the first time he came down the mountain, yet he had no words to refute. Judging by this woman's tone, she was Yu Nongzhou's junior sister. The rules only stipulated that each person could take at most one weapon, but there were no restrictions on such loophole-exploiting behavior. So infuriating. He immediately wanted to rush forward to snatch the sword back, but as soon as he approached, he saw Li Qingqing point a finger toward the void. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, the air rippled with waves. The pale-faced man was instantly shaken and staggered backward several steps before steadying himself. Sir, do not bring harm upon yourself. Li Qingqing also felt that his junior sister's actions were somewhat inappropriate, but he still chose to protect her. Offending an outsider for this was no big deal. The pretty boy even had an urge to tear off his disguise and explode at this woman. If it weren't for my patriarchal father refusing to teach me swordsmanship, leaving me to secretly learn from my mother, how could I have only this level of skill? A sense of grievance suddenly welled up in her heart. This time, I secretly came down the mountain to the divine soldiers gathering to prove my strength, so that my father, who favors sons over daughters, would take me seriously. I didn't expect this to happen. Forget it, it's not worth it for such a trivial matter. After revealing my identity, the only one embarrassed would be myself. No one in the VIP seats is standing up for this matter either. After all, one side is a disciple of the Tao Saint of Mount Qingcheng, while the other is an unknown person. It's truly unnecessary to offend someone over such a trivial matter. Hee hee, this sword is so beautiful. In the future, I'll definitely hang it by my bedside and think of senior brother whenever I see it. Shameless. The pretty boy cursed. Senior brother, he insulted me. Boo-hoo, I can't bear such humiliation. Please help me teach him a lesson and make his his face swell. Suddenly, a blood-red hand unexpectedly struck from the side, snatching the sword from her hand. The Snow Princess sword steadily landed in Chen Yan's hand. "What are you doing?" The woman was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, before anger quickly flared across her face. "You dared to snatch my sword? Such audacity." Chen Yan smiled faintly. "Sorry, I am indeed the petty man you mentioned. What can you do to me? Such an ungrateful thing. Come again." The woman struck out angrily, aiming a palm at Chen Yan's chest, trying to reclaim the Shueji sword. Suddenly, a blood-red palm rapidly enlarged in her pupils. Smack! The woman was slapped heavily and sent flying. If Li Qingcheng hadn't caught her with a spell, she might have ended up face down in the dirt. However, now a bright red palm print had appeared on her face. The people of Bingzhong Mountain said to try not to use excessive force. Chen Yan came to freeload weapons, so of course, some face must be given to the organizers, and killing people randomly is not acceptable. So satisfying. The pretty boy, upon seeing this scene, only wanted to cheer for Chen Yan. What an exhilarating fight. The woman reached out her hand, touching her burning and painful right cheek, her pupils instantly filled with disbelief and venomous resentment. Senior brother, he dared to hit me. Even my dad has never hit me. You must help me get revenge, or else I, your junior sister, will have no face to see anyone in the future. Li Qingcheng frowned. Originally, with his status, he wouldn't bother with those who spoke recklessly. Taking action for such matters would be beneath him. But this time, it was someone from Mount Qingcheng who was attacked, which changed the nature of the situation. If outsiders bully them and he, as the senior brother, does nothing, wouldn't others think Mount Qingcheng is easy to push around? The rest of the people had a favorable impression of Chen Yan, as they had received his help during the hurricane checkpoint. At this moment, they all kindly spoke up to remind him. "Brother, you'd better return it to them." Yeah, not to mention Li Qingcheng's terrifying strength. Their background is Qingcheng Mountain, you can't afford to mess with them. Even if you manage to get out today, the outcome won't be good for you. At this moment, the pale-faced man stood next to Chen Yan. "From now on, you're my brother. I'll protect you." The pale-faced man instantly felt a surge of goodwill toward Chen Yan. Whether or not he was standing up for him, this demeanor made people feel very comfortable. He decided to make this friend. As for the background, his background is that of a sword saint, the #1 sword sect in the world. "Senior brother, please help me teach him a lesson. My face is swollen from being hit, and I was humiliated in public. You can't just sit by and do nothing." Li Qingcheng was urged again and had no choice but to take action. Terrifying spiritual power gathered at his fingertips, and then he pointed directly at Chen Yan. Wind-breaking finger. As this finger descended, a fierce wind suddenly arose around, with flying sand and rolling stones. The power of a single finger unexpectedly formed a strong wind pressure, carrying a terrifying force capable of shredding everything. Chen Yan countered with his fist. A simple and unadorned punch was launched straight forward. Although the finger and fist did not actually make contact, two extremely terrifying forces were already colliding invisibly, causing ripples to appear in the air. This person has some skill. It seems I'll have to get serious. Under Li Qingcheng's feet, a Taiji Bagua formation suddenly appeared, and the Li fire trigram lit up with brilliance. Then, his finger instantly ignited, the air distorted due to the high temperature, and this strike carried terrifying fire energy. The Taoist techniques of Mount Qingcheng are unparalleled, capable of altering the seasons and phenomena of heaven and earth, and harnessing the forces of nature, all part of their skills. Chen Yan didn't bother with such flashy moves. His fist retreated an inch, transformed back into a palm, and then immediately advanced an inch. First gather momentum, then build momentum, and finally unleash momentum. The power of all the body's spiritual apertures is instantly channeled into the fist and then erupts outward together. One force breaks 10,000 techniques. Boom! Li Qingcheng was instantly forced back, but fortunately, the array disc artifact he carried emitted an energy barrier, protecting both him and his junior sister beside him. Otherwise, this punch would have left him quite embarrassed. Impossible. Li Qingcheng felt a surge of intense shock in his heart. The first time he was forced back earlier was because he underestimated his opponent and wasn't too serious. But this second time, it was a direct confrontation. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had taken it seriously. Unexpectedly, the protective talisman was triggered. Does this mean that the punch just now had the potential to injure me? His aura is only at the early stage of the skybreaking realm. I am at the peak of the skybreaking realm, and I can even fight across realms against the star-whirling realm without issue. It can be said that my strength is extremely high. Being called the strongest in the skybreaking realm below the star-whirling realm is not an exaggeration, and the strength this person just unleashed, does it mean his value is higher than mine? You're actually this strong? The pretty boy looked at Chen Yan in astonishment. He had already prepared to activate his magical artifact to protect Chen Yan from harm, but it turned out to be completely unnecessary. Surprised murmurs also arose around them. He actually has the upper hand? Impossible. The opponent is a disciple of the Tao Saint. Who exactly is he? This strength is too terrifying. People looked at Chen Yan in disbelief. That aggrieved junior sister sister also froze in place, touching her burning face without daring to make a sound. It was the first time she had seen her senior brother fall behind in a confrontation with peers. Until this moment, the Blade Saint's disciple, Yunongjo, stepped forward and smiled as he patted Li Qingqing's shoulder. Ha, brotherly, you don't need to feel too astonished. I know who he is now. Who? If I'm not mistaken, he is a disciple of the martial saint. A disciple of the martial saint. As soon as Yunongjo spoke, it immediately shocked everyone. A disciple of the martial saint? No wonder this guy is so strong. I often heard rumors about him some time ago, about how he crossed borders to crush powerful opponents. I thought it was just exaggerated boasting. Seeing him in person today, I can only say, unfathomable. The pretty boy also stared at Chen Nian in astonishment. I didn't expect this guy to be Chu Wuwang's disciple. He really kept a low profile before. Recently, I often heard about his deeds on Taoshan, saying he was some kind of genius who appeared out of nowhere. I didn't expect to run into him myself. That being said, he does indeed have the ability to seize the final heavenly weapon. It's over. Normally, I would definitely cheer for him, but cheering for him would mean ending up with nothing for myself, wouldn't it? Li Qing retracted his stance, and the 8 trigrams formation beneath him dissipated like fireflies. After learning Chen Nian's identity, he abandoned the idea of fighting Chen Nian here. Even if he won, it would likely take a great deal of effort, causing him to lose the final qualification to compete for the heavenly weapon. If he were to fight him, it would be in the final stage. Forget it. A mere Earth-grade weapon is not worth my effort to fight for. You can have it, senior brother. The junior sister stomped her feet in frustration, but her mouth was sealed by a streak of green light, leaving her only able to make muffled sounds. Li Qingcheng glanced at her briefly, said nothing more, and continued walking forward. The junior sister, seeing her support leaving just like that, dared not say another word. She could only cover her swollen, beaten face and leave, gritting her teeth. But the pretty boy burst into laughter, feeling immensely pleased. At this moment, Chen Nian walked toward him with the Shueji sword in hand. According to the rules of Bingzhong Mountain, everyone can only take one weapon. This guy must be going to fight for the final divine weapon. Could it be that he's bringing this Shueji sword to give it to me? Take it. Sure enough, Chen Nian threw the Shueji sword over to him. The sword was elegantly slender, exuding a chilling aura and sharp brilliance, truly a fine weapon with both beauty and quality. Thanks. We've only just met, and you're already giving me something so valuable. I feel a bit embarrassed. The pretty boy thought to himself, I'll find an opportunity to return the favor to this guy someday. What did you misunderstand? Chen Nian said softly. I asked you to hold it so you could temporarily keep it for me. After I retrieve the heavenly weapon and leave Bingzhong Mountain, you can return this sword to me. That way, it won't violate the rules. What? The pretty boy's eyes widened on the spot, clearly not expecting the other party to act this way. Are you exploiting a bug here? I've already helped you vent your anger and hit that woman, and now you want to freeload this sword? You look pretty good, but don't think so beautifully. Chen Nian teased with a smile. You. The pretty boy stomped his foot in anger. You, a grown man, why are you still stomping your feet? To put it bluntly, you're not even as manly as my friend called Laudia. Her disguise technique is quite comprehensive. Her face only bears a slight resemblance, and she even has an Adam's apple, so normal people wouldn't mistake her for a woman. Alright, so how do you plan to deal with this sword? I have a friend who's an ice queen, her ability is ice-based, and it matches this sword pretty well. I'm planning to give it to her, Chen Nian said. So, you're giving it to a woman? Bah! You! The pretty boy gripped the hilt of the Snow Princess sword, the ice crystals on the scabbard stinging his palm, using me like a storage cabinet? I help you, you help me, everyone wins, and that's truly good. Then I wish you great success in battle. Farewell. Although his expression was full of disdain, the pretty boy still decided to agree to Chen Nian's request and temporarily keep the Shueji sword for him. He was ready to leave. He knew in his heart that he wasn't qualified to participate in the final competition for the heavenly soldiers, as he had only learned some sword techniques from his mother. If that bastard father were willing to teach her, perhaps she could have a place of her own. Unfortunately, he would rather devote more effort to teaching Luo Qiufeng than teaching his own daughter. Thinking of this, her mood inevitably turned a bit gloomy, and even the silhouette of her departing figure appeared quite desolate. Hey! Suddenly, Chen Nian's voice came from behind her once again. What are you doing? The pretty boy's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, thinking that Chen Nian had suddenly changed her mind, and his heart was instantly filled with anticipation. If I win the heavenly soldier, remember the red stone. I hashtag you win it %. In the final stage, there was no more joking around. Battle of the heavenly soldiers. It takes a full 3 years for Bingzhong Mountain to forge an extraordinary weapon. Why would Bingzhong Mountain give away such a precious weapon? The reason is simple. Whoever can seize the weapon must be a super genius in the spiritual energy realm. Building a connection with such a genius means gaining an additional ally in the future. If Mount Bingzhong faces a calamity, those who have taken weapons here will more or less lend a hand. Therefore, although there are no sages stationed here, the true power might be even greater than that of the sages. Nearly 20 people are participating in the final round. Most of them are young talents from various sects and schools. Although they know deep down that they are certainly no match for the disciples of the sages, they still hold on to a sliver of hope. What if? Young heroes, welcome to the final trial. A figure flew down from the sky. It was Tang Hong, the master of Bingzhong Mountain. He raised 2 fingers and directed a stream of energy toward the mountain. The entire Bingzhong Mountain suddenly trembled violently. Clang! The deafening sound of 10,000 weapons clashing shook people's eardrums painfully, and all the weapons embedded in the mountains began to tremble violently. Even the newly forged Earth-tier weapons couldn't stop their incessant humming. What are these weapons afraid of? Look up there, something is rising. On the mountain peak, an ancient altar slowly rose, surrounded by 9 coiled dragon pillars, each connected by chains, and at the center where the chains converged, there was a blade. The 5-foot-long blade was embedded in a pool of blood, with dark red eerie light rippling around it. This is a heavenly weapon, named Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. This name, such an intense aura of killing intent. Yes, just looking at it from afar makes my eyes hurt. Then, Tang Hong began to explain the origin of the blade. In the depths of the 10,000 mountains in the southern border, the Mayfly Demon Clan's Demon King used the first drop of morning dew as the core and forged the blade from the eyes of 900 children of the clan. On the day the blade was completed, the entire clan was slaughtered. 3 years ago, I was traveling in the southern border with a few friends when we happened to encounter that bloodthirsty Demon King. We subdued and killed him, and took the demon blade. Then it was brought back to Mount Bingzhong, where it was forged for 3 whole years using lava, hurricanes, and mysterious ice to remove its demonic aura and the evil energy that corrupts the mind, resulting in the divine weapon you see now. Conquering it won't be easy. All of you, stand around the altar. No fighting is allowed for 1/4 of an hour. After that, the final contest begins. Chen Yan was overjoyed. This knife is just perfect for me. Begin! As the words fell, everyone rushed toward the altar. Only by staying on it for 1/4 of an hour can one qualify to participate in the scramble. The audience off the field began to discuss the competition heatedly. Who do you think will ultimately win the celestial weapon? I think that disciple of the martial saint, Chen Yan, is showing great promise. He seems to have a good chance. No, Li Qingcheng hasn't used his full strength yet. Don't forget, he's at the peak of the sky-breaking realm, which is half a level higher than that kid. And the disciple of the Blade Saint also keeps a low profile. It feels like he might not be weaker than Li Qingcheng. While everyone was engaged in heated discussion, Li Qingcheng's junior sister cast a disdainful glance at the pretty boy. A man, yet he needs another man to protect him. How shameful. The pretty boy heard this and became furious. What do you mean? You mean it's only natural for a woman to be protected by a man? Do women have a gender advantage? The two argued back and forth, almost reaching the point of pulling each other's hair. Hee, just wait. My senior brother will definitely teach that guy a harsh lesson later. That's not certain. Your senior brother didn't gain the upper hand just now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pretty boy felt something was off. Chen Yan, that guy, is still thinking about making me give him chishi, yet here I am speaking up for him. Damn. At the altar, everyone had already stepped inside. As soon as Chen Yan stepped up, a chilling aura of bloodthirsty energy rushed toward him. The blood mist swirled around like a red-clad evil spirit, its icy breath seeping into his body bit by bit, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. It seems that staying here for even 1/4 of an hour won't be easy. However, for Chen Yan, it posed no difficulty. He could now withstand even the evil god Dianhua and possessed the ability of boundless killing realm. Would he fear this mere blood fiend aura? A few minutes later, the surrounding people began to show various signs of discomfort. Some turned pale, some trembled all over, and some had bloodshot eyes. No, I can't hold on anymore. Someone spat a mouthful of fresh blood into the central blood pool, finally unable to endure and hurriedly retreated. I can't hold on either. Someone knelt halfway on the ground, veins bulging all over their body, and their blood vessels seemed on the verge of bursting. Soon, nearly half of the people were eliminated. About 10 people remained. Apart from Chen Yan, Li Qingcheng, and Yu Nongzhou, who felt no pressure, the rest were under significant stress. Several of them were barely holding on, almost on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Li Qingcheng took action again. A Bagua formation appeared under his feet, and his hands formed a Tai Chi stance. As his arms moved counterclockwise, the entire field's aura of bloodthirst was astonishingly mobilized by him. The strands of bloodthirst aura converged beneath his feet, like countless rivers flowing into the sea, and were ultimately unleashed with a single palm strike. The torrent of gathered bloodthirst aura surged directly toward Chen Yan. It turned out he was channeling the bloodthirst aura surrounding everyone else, intending to make Chen Yan bear it all. It's like the great shift of heaven and earth. The pressure on the others instantly decreased, but Chen Yan might have to endure 10 times the previous oppression. Let me see how you respond. Li Qingcheng's lips curved into a faint smile. The profound Taoist techniques of Mount Qingcheng were unpredictable, and he intended to make Chen Yan exit in disgrace. Of course, this did not violate the rule of no fighting. He was merely transferring the bloodthirsty aura to Chen Yan. A massive surge of bloodthirsty aura, like a revived primordial beast, instantly engulfed Chen Yan. This is bad. bad. The pretty-faced girl instinctively bit her lip, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. She was undoubtedly on Shen Yan's side in her heart. Heh, what did I just say? If senior brother doesn't hold back, he won't stand a chance. The junior sister beside him sneered, crossing her arms in front of her chest, looking smug and satisfied. The elders seated in the VIP section also witnessed this scene. That lad from Qingcheng Mountain is indeed ruthless, huh? Shu Wuwang, I'm afraid your disciple is in big trouble. Shu Wuwang couldn't help but furrow his thick eyebrows. He acknowledged Shen Yan's combat ability, but these little tricks with spells were the specialty of the Taoists from Qingcheng Mountain. There was indeed a chance he might be eliminated. On the altar, Shen Yan covered his eyes with his palm, his head drooping, his figure looking battered. Just when everyone thought he was about to give up, Shen Yan suddenly raised her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a hint of madness. Her palm slowly moved away from her eyes, revealing a pair of breathtaking blood-red pupils. Domain expansion. Infinite killing realm. In an instant, everyone on the altar was drawn into the domain space. What's going on? Why has the surrounding environment suddenly turned like this? People looked around, only to see a blood moon hanging high in the sky above, and an endless sea of blood beneath their feet. This place seemed like a desolate hell, 10 times more terrifying than the altar filled with a murderous aura. Li Qingcheng trembled all over, waves of shock surging in his heart. Is this Chen Yan's trick? He actually knows this kind of technique, and it's even domain-related. In the next moment, endless killing intent surged into everyone's minds like a violent tide. What's happening? My head, it hurts. It hurts. Kill me, no, no. Some people knelt on the ground howling, some had blood streaming from their eyes, and some kept banging their heads against pillars, unaware even as their heads were battered and bleeding. Even Li Qingcheng, a genius of unparalleled mastery in Taoist arts, had bloodshot eyes, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his figure staggering and swaying uncontrollably, eventually losing balance and falling heavily to the ground. Where was the effortless composure he had displayed earlier? This scene, to outsiders, is simply hair-raising. What suddenly happened to them? Why did they suddenly become like this? Why is the bloodthirsty aura on the altar so intense? No, it's not the altar, but Shen Yan's spell. The technique that can trap a disciple of the Tao path is so terrifying. A quarter of an hour passed. Only 3 people remained on the altar, while the rest had all left in a sorry state, most of them carried away on stretchers. Li Qingcheng sat on the ground, forcibly circulating the tranquil heart technique, and only with great difficulty did he return to a normal state. If he had acted earlier, when he sat down to meditate, Shen Yan could have already made his move. This rule actually ended up helping him. The last person remaining was Yu Nongzhou. He held a blade in his arms, casually leaning against a coiled dragon pillar, always focusing solely on self-defense. You 3 may now begin competing for the ownership of the heavenly weapon. You are all distinguished individuals, remember to stop at the right point. 3 disciples of the sages are competing fiercely. If any of them were to die here, the wrath of the sages behind them would be unbearable, and even Bingzhong Mountain is apprehensive. Li Qingcheng slowly stood up, raised his eyes to look at Shen Yan, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Unexpectedly, he suffered a setback at his hands again. Yu Nongzhou, how about we join forces to deal with him first, and then settle the score between us? Ha ha. Yu Nongzhou laughed heartily while holding his blade. I can't afford to lose face like this. If you want to deal with him, go ahead yourself. I'll wait for you 2 to determine the victor. You want to reap the benefits as a bystander? Fine, I use a sword and have no interest in this sinister demonic blade. I'll just help you take care of him. Li Qingcheng stepped forward. Come, it's time to test your true skills.